Streaming, and let's start the call with Peter Moon, if I can find him. Okay, here we are. And then we turn the volume way down because the rings are so loud. There we are, good sir. Okay, we are live. And let's get the program started.
Are we on the air yet?
Oh yeah, we're live streaming right now.
Let's verify that people can hear us both, or hear me, certainly.
Good idea. And so let's give this a try. Go to live stream. Let's have everyone respond and tell us whether or not they can hear us. Certainly looking forward to your feedback on the audio quality of our presentation. Marky Milk says, good evening. Both Douglas and Peter are loud and clear. So that is Mark H., our dear friend in Salem, Massachusetts, or in environs thereof, witching country. And if he can hear us, we should be clear everywhere. Thank you so much. David Fitzsimons, our dear friend in Atlantic City, New Jersey, says, I can hear you both. Okay, these two gentlemen have confirmed that we're coming through loud and clear, dear Peter, and wonderful gentlemen they are. Without gentlemen like this in the world would be a much poorer place to be. So with that, of course, this Memorial Day, Byzantium Fall Day weekend, we'll let Peter kind of take the lead right now. Still burned out from celebrations that I look forward to returning to as soon as transmission is over. And I take it you've been through some celebrations of your own. Was a barbecue held by your friends at the football game?
No barbecue, just football today.
Okay.
And it was long and I suppose you could say arduous. We were out there for, from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Wonderful. And
we had a good time. Hopefully, I expect to be in the highlight reel this week, which is it's much harder for me to play now at age 70, but I still should make the highlight reel this week. So
yeah,
but not playing full time either. So, but anyway, it's fun. But as for I've been working on the Cho.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The Cho chapter.
Yeah.
I'm putting a lot of effort into it. So, you've talked a lot about it, and it's all a matter of integrating the data into a readable Chogram, so that people will learn about the Cho, never forget the Cho. And what I'd like to start tonight is, of course, you talk about Whitley Strieber just feeding the Cho.
Yes.
And this is what so many people do. It's, and I'm going to compare them to what L. Ron Hubbard described as the between life implanters.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically said that every 10 lifetimes or so, you need to report to an implant station so that you'll forget. It was all about the forgetting mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
That his theory was that people electronics had been used to ensnare them, such like in the Heart Project.
Mm-hmm.
The Heart Project is a more modern, I guess what you'd say, rendition of what he described.
Yes.
Exactly. It's no different. And except that, his contexts are different. His stories are more, I guess what you call corny. They sound corny to people.
Mm-hmm. Well, in this day and age, at least. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think they even sounded corny to a lot of people, but was so, I guess, liberating about what he said at the time he said it, when he said it, to those of us who were involved, was that he was basically feeding us the proposition that of freedom. He's stirring freedom. And he said this was the most powerful thing you could do to somebody, is stir up their impetus to be free. Now, you can see how that parlayed in the French and American revolutions. There was the fire of freedom. And in the case of the colonies, in what we now call the United States, was like over a Stamp Act and tea. These were nominal taxes, nominal fees. These were nothing.
Yes.
But what they protested was the right of the king to do it. It's kind of like the local, I'm trying to say, the most authoritative thing in my neighborhood would probably be the local fire department,
okay.
Which is a volunteer fire department.
Yes.
And they will not come to your house if you have a fire until everybody gets there. So I have a fire department that's like quarter of a mile from my house. If my house is burning on fire, they'll all have to drive to the fire station, get in the fire truck and come down. And by that time, the house is burning good. That fire department from about 4 or 5 other jurisdictions, and the whole block will be lined with fire trucks, fire cars, fire chiefs. They'll all be there to check out the fire, most of them doing nothing. Some of them will. And as I say, I discovered this when I was taking my daughter somewhere, and we were got out on the parkway, and it was just loaded with cars, just stuck. Oh God, I wish I knew this. I wouldn't have gone on the parkway. And then you could see that there was a car on fire, mm-hmm. and the traffic was stopped because this car was on fire. It wasn't, I don't know why they just didn't let it keep going, but whatever. And the fire department, again, this is not far from my house. It's not a mile from my house. And I guess you could say that the fire department was more or less equidistant from where my house was. I could have gotten out of the car, walked home, gotten a fire extinguisher out of my house, walked down a mile or whatever it is, and put out the fire in the car before the fire department got there.
Oh my God. Yes.
This is the efficiency
or inefficiency
of a volunteer fire department. Yeah. And it's volunteer because they're not paid. They're not paid. So they do get a pension. And I learned this from my friend Joan Roth, who served on the volunteer fire department in West Hampton. Actually, that's how she got into the community, met all sorts of people, and she is a bona fide firefighter.
Oh my God.
She's a sweet woman, a model. She was a model, and she would go up, she said she'd fight fires. She'd get right in the fires. She says a lot of people can't do it. Yes. She can shoot shotguns and fight fires, and to see her, you would never think that. Mm-hmm. Sweet, and soft and feminine. But she can fight fires, and she taught me this. She says, no, they have to come because they can't go. I mean, you could, as I say, if one of the guys in the fire department would have come down with a fire extinguisher on a motorcycle, he could have put out that fire. The hood of a fire, of a car, of that. So, how the hell did I get off on talking about fires? Well, I'm talking about the Cho, mm-hmm. and I was talking about L. Ron Hubbard and his idea of freedom, and that you could ignite freedom. You give the idea people can be free, and wow, and he said this is a very dangerous thing. He wanted to write a book about it. In fact, it was so incendiary that it actually turned the whole Scientology movement inside out. It actually ruined it.
Jesus.
It's not that he meant it to be ruined, but because the people, he had a lot, both administratively and psychologically. One of his levels was called power release, ability to handle power. Now you can see that David Miscavige does not know how to handle power. He knows how to obtain power, but he misuses it. So he will eventually fall from it. You can even make the same argument about Hubbard, but Hubbard was very sensitive to power. It's a big issue. It's a big, big issue. And above power is control. This is the realm of Scorpio, control. Now, basically, what he said was when you give a suppressed people, like oppressed people, like they had in the French Revolution, and you start giving them the idea they can be free from the yoke of the royalty, the church, whatever. And that's basically, the people of France were fighting the yoke of the church and the royalty, which endorsed the church, that they fed each other. And this is why Napoleon was such an angst, because all the crown heads of Europe were afraid that he might do or might destroy them. And his first target was the Vatican.
Yes.
He went in and took care of them. And at some point, and I don't know what point it was, he really had no choice. He wasn't as power hungry, not to say he wasn't power hungry, but he wasn't as power hungry as people think, because he had to, if he didn't move, people would have moved on him, the crown heads of Europe. So he was damned either way.
Yes.
But, so anyway, when you give the French people or the American people or any people the feeling that they can be free, they will demand more.
Yes.
And they will get, okay, good. So we're working in the factory. Okay, so we don't have to have, we don't have to work 7 days a week. We can have 6 days a week. Oh, okay, let's have 5 days a week. Oh, let's have a company park. Let's have benefits. Now, you can see what happened. For those of you who are younger, you may not know General Motors. They were benefit happy.
Yes.
Friends said, he was talking about GM once, and he was saying, yeah, if you work for GM, you got it made. You got benefits, you got a pension. Now, of course, what happened with General Motors is it went broke.
Yes.
And it was because of the benefits. They couldn't sustain, all the retirement. This happened with the cities of at least Detroit and Chicago, whereas they were paying all these benefits to retired people, and they couldn't sustain them. I don't know eventually what happened.
Well, Detroit died. Motor City died. I mean, that's basically what happened.
I'm talking about the actual fiscal consequences of what happened, how the city, how it was, dished out. That's what I mean. I mean, Detroit and Chicago are still there, obviously. I don't know what all the financial ramifications of it were, and what, who was Peter and who was Paul and who robbed them.
Understood, but just I mean, the way that I would see it is, yeah, of course the city's still there, but it's not what it was. It's a giant ghetto. I mean, it's like there's no economic reason for it to exist. It's just kind of like a Rust Belt, remainder of
I don't really know. I mean, Paul and I were in Chicago last November, and it was a thriving city. It was fun to be in. I mean, it wasn't like, it's still there. I mean, it's what does a balance sheet say? Who owns who and who owns what? That's what I'm getting at. But this is not really what I'm saying. So you have a company like GM that, the workers become more free and all this, and it spills over into other companies as well. But then the company goes broke, and somewhere along the line, the people, the corporate executives tend to escape with golden parachutes or whatnot. It's all, this is part of the ridiculous. People talk about, taxing the rich. Well, why is there such this top of the food chain is with all these corporate raiding, all this illegality that took place in terms of raping companies for the last 20, 30 years. They're very rich people. And this is the real problem. And most of these people probably aren't even Epstein bait. Right. They're probably not even involved with Epstein. There's too many of them to be involved with Epstein. So in any case, when people get a taste of freedom, they want more. And they want more to the point where they will demand more, and they will destroy to the point of destroying the authority that's giving them the power, because they'll keep acting more, much like a spoiled child.
Yeah.
Give me more, give me more, give me more, until there's no more to give.
Right.
And so people at the top of the food chain, and we look at them as rapacious bastards. Now, they're also, in addition to being rapacious bastards, they're also juggling to stay alive.
Yeah.
Just to stay alive, just to survive.
Right.
And that becomes a double-edged sword for everybody. So it's whatever goodness they have is modified by the ability, their ability to stay at the top. So anyway, what Hubbard did in a spiritual sense with people, he gave them this idea that they could be freer than they are. And they're basically living in a slave world, which I called it a prison planet, which is, hard to argue with. You're slave to what the oil companies say, what the utility companies say, what the education is all stifled. There's all sorts of reasons to, you have to go out and get a job and support yourself.
There was an old saying, man is free and he is everywhere in chains. But by the way, with all those chains that you're mentioning, well, I've just been chained up. I do want to let people know there's been a development. Like right now, breaking news, so to speak. So what had happened was, fortunately, for what it's worth, and I think this is valuable, this is important, Peter Moon was able to share my latest promotional banner for tonight. So my hair was grown long, and we washed all of the dye out of it. So you see me white-haired, and this has to do with Memorial Day in Byzantium, Fall Day, the memorial of the 570th memorial of the downfall of Byzantium, 570 years ago. But what happened was that tonight I returned to, of course, be with all of you. I do my usual bit with what we can on Facebook. Facebook, it has been, of course, never been a friendly environment, and it's gotten worse. It seems to be getting worse and worse. So I've just received notice that my posts violate community standards. So they are banning me from Facebook for 6 days, at least, that I will be unable to tag anyone. Therefore, the last presentation we were able to get up was this promotional banner with Peter Moon. We're going to do a little test here. I'm going to provide him a hyperlink. So this hyperlink will be entered into the his message box. He might be able to publish that hyperlink. And if he's able to publish that hyperlink, then hopefully that will just take people directly to tonight's transmission, so they can hear us right now. That way, there'll be a direct link there. So we'll see if he can get away with that, and or if that gets him banned for 6 days. We'll find out. Yeah, it could have been the connection to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, but I don't think so, because Peter was able to actually share it. So this obviously is just something.
You know what?
Yeah.
I just shared it, and I think it just vanished.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah.
In fact, let me see here.
Yeah.
Let me go to my timeline.
We'll renew the page. I'll renew the page.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
It did stay.
I was able to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was able to do it.
Okay.
It did share.
Okay.
It did. Now, what I would also tell people, very important, those of you, I would recommend, if you haven't, to sign up at the Time Travel Education Center, and you can sign up for free and have access to 7 free videos on time travel. But the point here, the reason I'm telling you to sign up is that I will, if Facebook gets compromised, I will send out messages on if we're transmitting on YouTube, or if we end up going to Rumble or whatever, if YouTube undermines us. Not to say that they would, should, or could, but just so that if you subscribe to the Time Travel Education Center, timetraveleducationcenter.com, it will keep you in line in case something happens. So do that if you haven't already.
Yeah, and it's very important to emphasize the reason why it's important to do that is because the Time Travel Educational Center, Aristides Ioannas, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Aristides
Ioannas, he attempted to share something with the Time Travel Educational Center on Facebook the other day, and of course it was immediately withdrawn because Facebook considers both the DouglasDietrich.com website and the Time Travel Educational Center to be terrorist websites. By the way, this goes to show you the incredible influence of the enemy. And the enemy, it must be remembered, has all of the resources. And again, we must remind you that the first thing they do is they hit us with downvotes as soon as we transmit. And this is done automatically. They actually purchase downvotes. This can be done. Of course, thankfully, Stephen Outrim is so incredibly cheap that he purchases the cheapest downvotes available. So they are ultimately purged by the YouTube aggregator and its own search engines, but it takes hours to do that, and by that time we don't appear on any searches, which is the intent of Stephen Outrim, is to prevent us from appearing on searches. So understand that there's people out there, literally hundreds of people, and at least a dedicated quarter of 100 people that are working 24 hours a day in shifts that do nothing but prevent Douglas Dietrich or his affiliate Peter Moon at this point from receiving any exposure. So we are counting on you. It's your war. You have to fight it. We're talking about human freedom. There is no freedom. You live in a totalitarian tyranny. You live in the tyranny of the anti-gods. The satanic military junta rules your American empire. And they are determined that no one finds out that they lost World War I and World War II and every war they've ever fucking fought. So everyone, today, Memorial Day, we have this sham where we're honoring the war dead. I only respect the war dead because of my late and sainted father, and of course I respect the dead in general. But the American military dead are no more dead than anyone else who dies, but they're presented as something special, that we honor their deaths rather than mothers who died in labor or something like that. It's preposterous. You do what you do under orders, and we condemn the enemy for following orders, but somehow we uphold our own, quote unquote. You may think this is a natural thing to do. It's not in the case of the American empire because of all of the reasons we articulated in the Roswell deception. So make certain, of course, to promote the book. It was finally uploaded on some of the sites that are used by our friend Brett Luter. And Brett Luter sent a link to myself and to Peter Moon. I'll try to get that to my friends soon enough. Obviously, I can't publish it on Facebook. And it could be that Facebook instituted the ban to prevent myself from sharing that. There seems to be no reason why they did. I was getting a bunch of hits on the promotional banners that were put up from the last few days. So it was very bizarre. This has come out of nowhere. There's no reason for it. But then, after a while, you find out there seems to be a reason for everything and why these people do what they do. So with that being stated, again, hit those upvotes from every IP address you got. The enemy fights dirty, and if you don't fight dirty, you're going to finish last. Nice guys finish last, so you've got to be as dirty as they are. Use your PC, use your tablet, use your cell phone, whatever's got a different IP address, and slap us an upvote. And I do need to raise 205 United States dollars. Plenty of you out there should be able to contribute $5. I need to raise 205 United States dollars to make rent this month. So we're going to aim for 205 United States dollars. A number of you out there can slap the $5 down. I finally was able to change the PIN numbers on both of my PayPal cards, which of course the old PIN numbers, I had changed the password, but the old PIN numbers were actually, at least one of them would be one that Selena Khan knew of, and I had to prevent her from ultimately ever breaking into that if she ever was able to break the password. But it looks like everything is holding pretty steady for right now. And I guess out of frustration, the enemy has resorted to appealing to Facebook again. Of course, Facebook is the enemy for all intents and purposes. And with that, oh my God, we are going to give it back to Peter, and we'll take it from here. Now that he's got the hyperlink up, hopefully people will use that, get directly to this transmission through it from his PayPal timeline. And we'll keep going on these various media forums and platforms while we can. But I find it interesting that the attacks have stepped up. And, of course, they've stepped up with everyone, all of my affiliates as well. So do maintain, of course, the family of Samuel Romero in thought and prayer, his wife Maria, his son, Baby Scorpio, as he was given that nickname by someone we all know. So with that, back to Peter again, talking about this concept of freedom and why it drives people to, in a sense, excess, a sense of privilege, a sense of what I would call entitlement, a sense of entitlement, like veterans have. Veterans have a sense of entitlement, like you owe them when they got paid for what they do. See, that's what makes it so stupid. At least with the volunteer fire department that Peter Moon is describing, nobody's getting paid. You can understand why they don't give a shit. But when you are talking about military veterans, they were all paid for what they did. None of them did what they did for free. It was a job. And unlike the old days where you were drafted, the overwhelming majority of them, more and more since the era of Vietnam, have all volunteered. The idea that we owe something to someone who volunteers and then gets paid, not to mention all of the welfare benefits they get for the rest of their lives, is preposterous. They aren't protecting your freedom. You don't have freedom. I mean, look at me. I can't express myself. Peter Moon can barely express himself. He's been suppressed. And that goes orders of magnitude beyond what he's gone through with myself. And now he's entering my world and paying some consequences for it, as everyone around me does. So maintain him in thought and prayer as well. And let's get on with it, Peter. Back to you.
Well, yeah, and I would also tell people that I have and sacrificed, going in a different direction, which would be much more financially remunerative than, beating my head against the wall with Douglas Dietrich. but it's like there's very little integrity in the world, and it's important because I'm going to survive. I'm going to survive. So, in other words, do I want to be like those jackasses that are doing the conferences and doing the ancient aliens and all of this UFO nonsense. And it is nonsense.
Thank you.
And I should qualify that or clarify that and say it's big time nonsense. But I'm going to get more, we'll get back to that. We can get more to this issue of, but I would also say that my websites, skybooksusa.com and timetraveleducationcenter.com, have been declared terrorist websites by Facebook. I tried to correct it, but they don't answer back.
Of course not.
So,
so much for freedom of speech. Go on.
Well, it's ridiculous. It's like Facebook is there to suppress communication.
Thank you.
Clearly, there's no other way. Like freedom of speech. No, it's censorship. Censorship is what goes. So anyway, I'm trying to get this story out about Douglas's book, Douglas's life. So it's great in greater clarity for people who are all of you listening are interested in. If it wasn't for your interest, we couldn't do anything. But to get back, so it's important that you sign up at the Time Travel Education Center. If you want to sign up for my newsletter, you can do that. The Montauk Pulse, you can go to skybooksusa.com and sign up there. And that informs you of what's going on with my research and whatnot. But to get back to this issue of power, and this was what made Scientology appealing and successful to people, is that, okay, give them an idea that they can improve their lives. So this would work with somebody having demonstrated to them how they could improve a situation in their life. I remember one of my friends was crying her ass off at the university campus, and one of the staff saw her, talked to her, addressed her problems, and she was sold. She was sold.
Wow.
And she
What university campus was she on?
University of California, Davis. Her husband was a professor there, and he was leaving her. And she, was in abject grief.
Of course.
And her life was changed. Her future husband, who I knew, I lived with them for a short time.
Wow.
He was just a wreck. He was a mental wreck. His
Whoa.
brother committed suicide, and he was just, not pleasant to be around. And then he started getting Scientology auditing, and boy, did you see him change. He changed into the nicest guy in the world, and he was like, God, it was a pleasure to talk to him. And, he became a friend, rather than, you don't want to be around this guy. And his personality totally changed. There's so many stories like that. But basically, you do something for the person, you get them to see how the philosophy, what do they call it? Applied religious philosophy could help you in your life, teach you how to communicate, improve your communication skills, and so on and so forth, by just doing the simplest things. And then all of a sudden, you're fed that there's more freedom here. There's more freedom. And you can not only do this and that, you can do this, that, and the other thing. And if you really stretch your boundaries, you can leave your body and be free on the spiritual level. Now, there were many of us who experienced that in varying degrees of enlightenment. And some people were just, like, it's like, let's look at it this way. Look at the National Football League. Everybody's dream in the National Football League is to be on a Super Bowl winning team.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them get to the Super Bowl and don't get to win it, but they get there and they get the whole experience of doing whatever they do at the Super Bowl. Well, it's quite an experience, I guess.
Yeah.
And
It's a church all its own, yeah. It's a religious experience.
Yeah, and it's yeah. But whatever, it's like, but this is the dream, and it's, and I mean, that's what it became. And yeah, that's like the big dream of a football player. Well, so, as I say, some of them get to the Super Bowl, some of them don't. Some of them don't even get to the playoffs, but that's the dream. It depends on how good the team you are playing. So there's all sorts of, I guess, different situations for different people. Now, in Scientology, it's kind of like that too. Some people get to the Super Bowl and some people don't. and just as in the NFL has guys getting clobbered, we had this one guy last year that it was a playoff. I think it was a playoff. It was a Monday night game or Thursday night game, whatever it was, on national TV, and this guy had his heart stopped for like 10 minutes or something, and they had to drag him off the field, and everybody was flipping and going crazy. They stopped the game. They never completed the game. The game was never completed. It was a anomaly. They just called it, no game. This was the first time anything like that had ever happened. I think somebody did die on the field once in Detroit, but it was different circumstances, and this was, So anyway, what I'm saying is, some people, die on the football field. Very few. They get injured. They have career-ending injuries, and there are some that make the Super Bowl. And then there's Tom Brady, who's won something like 7 Super Bowls or something like this, and they call him the greatest player of all time. Played up till he was 45. And he is considered a success, definitely not the big and tough rendition of a football player, but certainly efficient, and has maxed out the success in football. So, as they say, life is, so you can go, I guess if you're recruiting for college, to the high schools and tell people, the young guys, to play football, and you can maybe be a Super Bowl champion someday. Well, it's not going to happen unless someone is very fortunate and very lucky. So nevertheless, you can inspire people. Just like Jimmy Stewart inspired a whole nation of young men to want to become Army Air Corps fighter pilots in World War II. He did a film on that, and that all of a sudden renewed interest, and they want to be fighter pilots. They didn't care. They weren't looking at the danger. They were looking at the glamour, and they were envisioning themselves being a hero, and whatever. So you can paint a picture for people. What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. When you brought up the word hero, I'm just thinking of these jack-offs bombing from thousands of feet in the air, basically civilian population centers, and just how glamorous that was for these idiots. Go on.
Well, that's how they saw it. So, as they say, the Scientologist would be envisioning a freedom of spiritual freedom, where one could ultimately do anything if one has the potential empowerment to do anything, to see without their body, to travel, astral travel. They didn't call it astral travel, but that's what other people would think of it as. Right. So this is freedom, and the more freedom you give a person, the more excited they get, the more desirous. Now, what happened in Scientology in 1981 was that it began to become much more liberal and unrestricted in terms of helping people with, particularly the book that started it all, the Dianetics book, which just created, people were getting tremendous results with it on just what you call raw public, and it was creating so much excitement and so much enthusiasm that the staff didn't understand it and couldn't keep up with it. It was embarrassing how incapable, and that applied to management as well. And so Scientology was expanding. Now, what this went hand in hand with Hubbard releasing this confidential procedure, which he called de-oppression. There were very few people who were privy to it, to read it. I was allowed to read it.
Wow.
And it was a whole procedure going around to the staff and saying, what oppresses you? What do you find oppressive? I remember my answer. I said, the Sea Organization has no mind. It has no mind. Because and that's what I said. Other people said different things. Of course, we need more money to get nicer clothes. We need more money and this, that, and the other thing. And we need to have more sleep. And so the response was, of course, okay, you can have more money. So they increased the pay. They responded because this was Hubbard's secret, powerful technology. And then this spread in quantum resonance, or what does Rupert Sheldrake call it? He calls it...
morphogenic fields.
No, yeah, but he has a word for it.
Okay.
God, what does he say? It's I forget what he calls it. I was listening to him. But anyway, yeah, morphogenic resonance. So it spread to the staffs out on the outer, because this was done in Clearwater in the particular organizations. We had different organizations down there, from management to delivering the top levels. And then it spread out into the staffs and across the world, and then it spread out into the public. And when it spread into the public, this became super incendiary, because they started asking questions, and they weren't necessarily having this delivered to them in terms of de-oppression, but it filtered through different channels. So it's almost as if you went to the zoo and went to the people working at the zoo and said, you need better hours. What's wrong? You're working too long. Okay, we'll increase your pay. And then all of a sudden the gorillas, in the exhibits want more bananas or something. It's like it just spreads. Not to compare the public to gorillas, but in a sense they were kind of caged by Scientology. If they were members, they were sort of caged and subject to the whims of what management would subject them to. It's just they were subjects, vassals. Although they might be very wealthy, they were subject to the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the Church of Scientology. So, and of course, I always had a great deal of freedom from that, because I was part of that, and I wasn't subject to what the public subjects were subject to. But as I began to get wind of it and see it and perceive it, I became very sensitive to it, unusually sensitive, because so many staff were just sort of dead in the head, for lack of a better word. They didn't perceive the ins and outs of what was going on, because it was not in their purview. So anyway, job description or even their perception, they were just being slaves or something similar.
Right.
Vassals. So in any case, as the public became like saying, well, we've got something here, and so they started to voice their dissatisfactions, and that spread because it coincided with what the staff was suffering from, and basically a lot of fingers came back, and the public did this very, I guess what you'd say, unstrategically and myopically. Certain ones would start to, they certainly targeted management was justification, and that targeting also extended to Hubbard, which was a big mistake to target him, because first off, it's not going to do you any favors.
Right.
And second off, you're targeting the person who brought this whole platform to you in the first place, which you believe in. Yeah. So they would it was very, I guess what you'd say, stupid manners, if not bad manners. And the management of the church was too, I guess what you'd say, obdurate, stupid, and not responsive. And instead, and of course, most of it had to do with David Miscavige, was scared. And he, instead of like saying, okay, we'll let the freedom reign, because these same people who wanted to overthrow the church management also would be the first to tell you that they needed the organization to stay strong, because as good as they were at exciting people, there was a certain point where they became technically challenged or didn't have all the facilities to fix the tough cases.
Right.
And it's even arguable that management could fix the tough. They were capable if given a chance. But in other words, there's this. There was something, I never read the book, called the Peter Principle, whereby people would rise to their level of incompetence.
Yes, their ultimate level of incompetence, where this is why nothing works, why everything goes wrong. The Peter Principle basically articulates that because everyone is competent to a degree, and you promote them as a reward for their competence, at some point you will inevitably promote them beyond their level of competence. And what the Peter Principle articulates or posits is that therefore everyone at their present level of responsibility is more than likely beyond their level of competence. And therefore, we have a world that is run by incompetence. Go on, Peter.
Well, yes. And because of my unique position, I was able to see all this. I understood it quite clearly. And I had a lot of authority, but I did not have, I guess, what you call political authority. In other words, I could overrule things on a technical basis, ecclesiastical basis, but not on a political basis, because the politics became very jaded. And so I was very good at avoiding being targeted by any of this, because I in other words, I wasn't doing what the public, I wasn't saying stupid things. And to the degree I did say things that were not agreed with by management, it ended up working to my advantage. But that's a whole nother story. But the point here is that the organization, which was promising all this freedom, couldn't handle the what I could even go so far as to say is, if they had handled it right, L. Ron Hubbard would have been a total success. He would have been just lauded beyond belief, because there were so many goodwill and solutions being offered. He could generate goodwill. So much will could be generated, but instead they opted for control. Big mistake. In other words, they sold themselves into the situation they're now in, which is not an enviable situation. And so but the point here is freedom. Now I'm going to run this back to the aliens, because so much of what Hubbard said was predicated on the proposition that this was a slave planet, was a slave universe, and that Scientology had the only solution in town to remedy this. Not just in town, but in the entire universe, as he went that far to say. But that's really sort of beside the point. The point is that he said, okay, mankind has all of these incredible spiritual abilities, which he doesn't realize or recognize, because he has been downgraded as a spirit. He has been degraded systematically for, as Carl Sagan would say, billions upon billions of years. He's been, and so now, and this is facilitated through implantation and making people forget, and that every 10 lifetimes or so, you would report back. You'd have a command to report back to the Between Lives area, and which he said was on Mars, I think, but it didn't have to be Mars. He made a comment once there, and he said the last known implant station on Earth, he said, was in the Pyrenees, where the Cho are from, by the way. But
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Ultimately,
yes, in the Pyrenees.
Yes, that's right.
Now, of course, when I discovered the Montauk Project, I said, well, he certainly didn't know everything. There was one right in his own backyard on Earth, Montauk. Yeah. Of course, we know. In other words, I think he underestimated how advanced or MKUltra had become, and as well as the work of Michael Aquino. That's right. They were one step ahead of him, and this would have shocked any Scientologist at the time. It would have shocked to even think that somebody could outthink Hubbard on some of these topics. So anyway, but this idea that we're all being forced to forget. Our friend who had asked, give another email to ask to talk on reincarnation. Mm-hmm. And while I'm not necessarily directing his questions here, I would say that reincarnation is something that most of the people, at least when I was growing up, most of the world believed in reincarnation. It was only the West that didn't. Right. And I would even say at this point, it's a sticky subject. It's a sticky subject. However, the memory of reincarnation is what becomes challenging. Can you remember what happened? And of course, if you can't remember what happened, if you could remember what happened in all your lifetimes, you'd be pretty smart, or a lot smarter than you are now, whoever you are.
Yes, and indeed that's why people try to recover their past lives. Go on.
Exactly. So this was this whole idea that you could remember, and now that's a vast panorama of excitement to fill into somebody's mind. But more to the point of the aliens, it's although they weren't called aliens necessarily, I don't think I ever heard them called aliens. They were the ones that were making you forget, and they would do it with their implant stations. And it wasn't just the implant stations you hear about on South Park or whatever that. There were, because you would address these things in your mind without any reference to that. So, and of course, when and if you did address these things, you could discover attitudes in your mind that would predispose you to being dumber than you might otherwise be. And it could increase your intelligence, increase your scope of viewing things and whatnot. So people could get X amount of results of that. But back to the alien issue, the whole idea is these aliens are implanting you to forget. There is no life. And this is how your universities teach you. There's this. Now, our whole attitude in this culture with psychology has gotten a lot more progressive than it ever was in the past. So even academics are not as anal retentive as they used to be. They can still be very problematic. But there's just, it's clear anal retentiveness and stupidity and myopic, and it's all controlled. You can read the whole history of how, accredited universities. They start with Dale Carnegie, and they basically get accredited if they agree with Dale Carnegie because he's so damn rich. So that's how the whole system. And people, what school did you go to? Well, you've got authority. You've got authority. And even Bruce Lipton, who was a PhD, is exposed the whole fraudulent aspect of how things are funded. Where'd you get your funding from? Where'd you get your funding? Funding. This is the world we live in, and this is the same people that fight us and try to get us get our websites declared terrorist websites. There's nothing even terroristic about them.
Well, we terrorize the elites, obviously. They're terrified of us. I guess we're terrorists in a sense.
But it's just ridiculous. It is what it is. So it's in your best interest to do what you can to counteract this and to support our efforts in this regards. And I will remind people to donate to Douglas to help him meet his rent this month. Getting back to the alien dilemma, the alien problem, the alien, whatever you want to call it, is that we have Hubbard presenting this idea that there are implanters that are making us forget. Now, the Cho are, and now it was posited by, I suppose, Scientologists when they read about the Greys. They'd say, oh, well, those must be the implanters. This is abductees kind of saying, oh, these are the same people Hubbard was talking about, the Greys that abduct people and implant them. It had a different flavor to it, but people could identify with that. Now, the Cho identify with that as well. But the Cho, when they appear in human form, are such a, I guess what you'd say, they don't, although Douglas has described them as virtually an alien presence, it has more to do with their mindset than what their physicality, not that their physicality is irrelevant.
Right.
And one thing, Douglas, I sort of listening to it for the second or third time, it really was brought home to me. When the Cho go to get tribute from a tribe, they're not just going to get, to give them a side of water buffalo or something, or whatever they would want for sustenance. They're asking for tithing, which is 10%, like Mormons tithe. Tithe to but you're tithing to the Cho.
Right.
Now, that's a very interesting concept. So for those of you who don't understand tithing, traditionally, a church will ask you to tithe. That means when you sit in the church, and this was my exposure to it in the Catholic Church, the limited amount of times I went, they would, pass a fishnet through. It was a fishnet. Mm-hmm. And you'd put money in it. Oh, how much money are we going to put in, Mom? Blah, 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 blah. Can I put it in?
Yes, that's how it used to be. Yes.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, it was fun. Here comes the money. I didn't know.
Yeah, my dad used to take me to the Catholic Church on the Presidio military base, which I actually showed Peter Moon some of these churches on site the Presidio military base when we were driving around up there. And it was that kind of, pass the, the basket around and here, have fun, put the dollar in.
It was fun for a kid who's not really even concerned about money.
Right.
Right. So anyway, the tithing. Now the Mormons tithe 10%. You 10% of your income if you're a Mormon, and what you get in return for that, theoretically, is help if you have problems. If your house would burn down, they'd rebuild your house. Nowadays we have insurance, but that was traditionally what they would do, and they still will to a certain extent. One friend of mine who was a Mormon, he was down on his luck, and they'd have like a food place where people, and this was during hard times, were hard times for everybody, during COVID and whatnot, and they'd have certain places where Mormons could go and get their get food, so they didn't starve. Mormon people. So the Mormons would have some visible demonstration of support for their people. But there was a certain limitation to it. And I remember being told the bishop was really screwing up and nobody wanted him because he wasn't distributing things fairly or accurately. And I don't know, he was just, seemed like he was really screwed up. Surprise, surprise. So now the Catholic Church doesn't, demand X amount from you. It will charge you for counseling services and this, that, and the other thing. But, so anyway, tithing is traditionally 10%. Now, my Qigong teacher taught us to spend 10% of our time tithing to ourselves so that we could improve our lives. That would mean practicing Qigong, helping yourself, doing something to improve yourself, not just taking it on the chin. And in Scientology, we were afforded 10% of our day to study and improve ourselves. And the great tragedy there was that people wouldn't do it. That was the worst thing. It wasn't that it was denied them. They'd say, oh, we're never going to study, because they wouldn't study. You could drag them. And I know this because it was often my job to get them to study. And it's like pulling teeth. And they were creating their own demise. Like, what the hell are you there for? Mm-hmm. You're there to learn all these wonderful things, and you're not even trying to learn them, let alone not learning them. So the problems were often the people themselves. So this is just the way human beings unfortunately can be. And the biggest enemy people have is generally themselves. Not to say that there aren't enemies in this world, because there certainly are. We're certainly experiencing them.
Yeah. Yes.
But in any case, so this whole idea of a race of Chou that are actively feeding off of humanity, intimidating humanity psychologically. They're wanting to tithe from certainly the indigenous tribes they would run across.
Terrorize, yes.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Whatever situation we're in on planet Earth, whether it came down the way L. Ron Hubbard said it did, or the way, whatever degree of accuracy he had, is sort of beside the point. We're tithing as a society to the Chou. You can say we're tithing to the world controllers that operate through all these clandestine organizations, whether it be the Bohemian Grove, the Bilderberger Group. The first thing you'll read about in conspiracy literature, going back to Gary Allen's None Dare Call a Conspiracy, is that they're using taxes. Rockefellers, people like that, are using the taxes to pay their bills, so to speak. They've subjugated the tax system to their advantage. Well, that's control. You should expect that. So we're tithing to them. We're tithing to them, but on a deeper level, we're tithing to the Chou on a psychological level. And this is where all of this alien stuff, all of the Sean David Mortons of the world, are in direct alignment with the Chou.
Yes.
And these stupid conferences that go on with the same people that are just feeding this alien theme. And it's ubiquitous.
Yes.
But that's the tithing to the Chou. Now, we're in a position here, we're not going to easily convince people. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're not. We're not, because they're addicted.
Yes.
They're addicted to their own stupidity.
Thank you.
And I will take this a step further, because I'm not really all that fascinated with any of this well, I guess what you'd say, alien business. I never have been. And but so when I say that these people are what I say, addicted, messed up, it's hard to change their mind, hard to get across to them. I can go to my Qigong experience, where you evolve into a completely different reality from the way the rest of the world is thinking, because you're breathing differently, you're living differently. If you do it right. And so you're not you plug out of the mindset of the rest of the world, and you learn that the rest of the world is crazy upside down just because they don't know how to breathe properly, and they're not close. And I watch martial arts videos of people who have X amount of sophistication and technique, and I could even say, they're good, but I don't see them talking about health or breathing at all. So it's like, I don't really know what their real skill is. Some of my fellow students would be very jaundiced view of them. I can't speak for them, but what I can say is that they're not teaching anybody how to breathe. They don't even mention it.
Right.
They might mention it a little bit. And look, if you can go outmaneuver somebody with push hands or whatnot, or even in a more aggressive physical encounter, it doesn't necessarily at all. I mean, it might improve you on some level physically, but it doesn't really help your health. And this is why my teacher used to point out a lot of really accomplished martial artists, would have big problems drinking and smoking, and they die because they couldn't balance the healthy side of themselves. They could become very competent with some practice. So I'm saying, from a Qigong perspective, it's hard to take anybody seriously in terms of, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Not to say there aren't pointers. I've been learning a lot about fascia from people who will allude to Tai Chi or Qigong, but they're basically coming from a scientific and sports medicine reference point. They're not, and they will acknowledge these things, and they complement them, they dovetail beautifully with them, but they're missing certain pieces. But so what? They're helping people, and this is very progressive. It's just like teaching somebody how to repair a broken arm. It's like, wow, it works, it's good. But so, as they say, it's hard to take people seriously when they don't even know how to breathe or certain basics. And then the more you start learning about Qigong, it's like, why are you listening to this crap? Why are you listening to this person? Why are you listening to conspiracy? Why are you doing this? Because you're going to spend a lot better time learning how to breathe and take care of your own personal life. This is important. So people will get into this conspiracy game, whether it's Epstein, whether it's whoever, and it becomes sort of like a jigsaw puzzle in their head. Oh, what's going on? I want to find out about this guy. It's kind of curious. And it is curious. But it's sort of like a lot of it ends up as a distraction, because you can take this woman who has devoted so much time to it, Whitney Webb, and you kind of, I see her emotions going down the tube. It's like, I don't think she's psychologically empowered by what she's doing in exposing all this stuff. Is she making a difference? I can't say. I wish her well. But it's sort of like this stuff can consume you. It can consume you, and it can consume audiences and whatnot. And it's like, and we can evaluate for ourselves what has been the relative value of the work of David Icke. We can debate this. I'm not saying it doesn't have value, but we can certainly question its value and say, has it improved the situation with world politics? It's as if it's had no effect on it at all, perhaps because the situation has gotten worse. That doesn't mean he's to blame, but it questions the value of what you would call, well, I guess what you'd say is that he's basically telling you that there's the world is full of a nasty conspiracy, and he's not wrong. It's like, what good does that teach you? Does it tell you? I can't answer that question. But the situation with these aliens making you forget, it's like, yeah, people can't even recognize the Cho, and they will fight you on deeper psychological levels. The point of it is, people are tithing to the Cho by being addicted to all of these Chograms, which range from Oprah Winfrey, who's no longer on the air.
Thank God.
They're talking about her becoming the senator from California.
Oh, my God.
To replace Dianne Feinstein.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
I mean, I didn't even know she had she's so wealthy, I assume she does have a California residency. But you have to be a California resident for, I think, X amount of time before you can be a senator. But she's probably had a residency for a long time because she's so wealthy.
Well, she must have had it because of the involvement with the studios here. It had to be because of the studios here, I would presume.
Chicago, as far as I know. Her studios were in Chicago.
Interesting. Okay.
But she's had multiple studios, so who the hell knows? I don't keep track of her. I thought she was kind of a dead horse in a lot of ways, but apparently not. She's still obviously still alive, but I didn't know she did.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Anyway, all people are addicted. Like Hollywood is all a Cho industry. It is Cho business.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Business like Cho business, and it is Cho business, and all of this alien stuff feeds off of this, and we could say it's occult, it's Cthulhu, and it is all of these things, and heavily influenced by the Spielberg faction,
yes,
which is aligned with Cthulhu,
yes,
and whatnot. So this is an enormous beast of an issue, but when we talk about the aliens and the Cho, it's like, can I? I think it's pretty simple. I don't think I need to say anymore. If people don't understand now, they're probably not going to understand. But this is the only place where you're going to learn about the Cho. So
yes,
people send me videos all the time and expect me to comment or look at them. I don't have time to look at them. I'm working on the Cho. It's going to take me off of my Cho chapter.
Thank you.
And I can't say that they're irrelevant. If you ask my intuition, I'd say probably highly irrelevant. But I mean, I'm not sold on that opinion because I can't say I haven't watched them. But it's not like valuable information from the public is generally very few and far between. Very few and far between. It's not that sometimes I get some very interesting things, but it's not in YouTube's. The only time I ever ran across anything on YouTube, I mean, I do get informative stuff, and usually, as I say, when I'm looking at sports medicine or some aspects of more rarefied esoteric aspects or some. But the only time I really sort of shifted my paradigm began to shift, is when I went through the long, strange process of getting an email that led me to Douglas's YouTube lecture on Roswell and Operation High Jump and the secret Yugoslavian secret space program.
Yes.
That was paradigm changing to me.
Thank you.
Don't know if some individual pontificating on this, that, or the other thing is even going to be close. In fact, if you think it's close, you probably don't get it at all.
Thank you.
But again, I will leave a bit of the back door open because, as I said, if I haven't read something, I'm not so arrogant that I'm going to say Douglas Dietrich has all of the answers. But he has answers that we need to know, and it's imperative that they are disseminated. I say that with all of my professional opinion and acumen. It's very, very important, and it's also important that you support him. This is not, in one way or another, this whole book idea is going to work. I'm going to make it work because I'm going to be violating the way it would usually work. Yes. If I go by the way it usually works, I'll be defeated. But I'm going to bypass the program, the program. And that because these happy idiots that we call the public are forcing me to do it. Yes. Because they're not accepting of what they should be accepting of if they want to become the enlightened people they think they or profess they want to become. But as they say, people, if I come and say, I'm going to teach you something that will help you get rid of this problem you have, people are generally going to fight me.
Right.
They're going to fight me.
It's true. They love their problems.
Yeah, they're going to fight me. And, of course, it's as my teacher used to say, you don't pay me enough to do this. If you're asking for something that's, to show you, to put his fist in front of your face so you do what he says. Right. He says, you don't pay me enough to do that. You're just going to have to do it yourself or not do it at all. Around the clock supervision. So this is this is what we're dealing with. Yes. So people don't know how to breathe, and when they don't know how to breathe, they don't know how to think, and when they don't know how to think, they watch stupid stuff that's not helping them with their health. It's not helping them do anything but sort of like make them think they're smart by figuring out what's going on planet Earth. And it's, as they say, we're doing stuff here that's unprecedented.
Yes, it's truly groundbreaking.
It's not only groundbreaking, understand this, and this is what the book goes into. This is why H.P. Lovecraft was killed. It's why Harry Houdini was killed. This is the story they couldn't write. And of course now there's much more to the story. It's much more to add to it. and why Charles Lindbergh was, taken out of relevancy in terms of his politics.
That's correct.
And FDR was fighting him. And so this is literally what we're taking a story that they tried to tell 100 years ago, and we're going to get this story out. I mean, it's been out on YouTube,
yes,
and whatnot, but YouTube doesn't quite stick as well, especially when the broadcasts are 12 hours and you've got to sift through that, and you'll be lost trying to put it. It's just not going to happen that way. So for whatever it is, it's just the processing of the information, which is what I'm doing, putting into book form. But this was the story that Sonia Green wanted to tell the world, or wanted her husband, H.P. Lovecraft, to tell the world, and he wanted to tell the world. And not only was he taken out for it, this became the utter fascination and backbone of Michael Aquino,
yes,
who was carrying forth the cults of the kings of Edom,
yes,
with August Derleth,
yes,
and this became the foundation for the most occult aspects of what the satanic faction of the U.S. Army was doing.
yes,
Culminating in the Vox Arca.
yes,
Culminating in the Vox Arca, which was a voice device which is designed to bring on the apocalypse.
yes.
We're not talking about the Jewish apocalypse. We're talking about the apocalypse amongst all denominations.
Yes.
The non-denominational apocalypse. And so, if some of these people on YouTube, so somebody might say, well, this guy's talking about the apocalypse. This is, I'm getting at really core things here.
Yes.
And I'm on the chapter on the Cho, and I'm putting a lot of thoroughness. It's more thoroughness than I would like. It's even in my chart to be, perfectionist and thoroughness, and even when I finish it, I could probably even make it more perfect, but I will stop at a certain point, because I'm going to, put in stuff about Cho chocolate.
By the way, wait, oh man, Peter sent me a handbag that had the big Cho logo, and was talking about from Cho chocolate, treat yourself. Yeah, the first thing
treat yourself.
Yeah.
It was a GIF. It was a GIF, and I couldn't stand the GIF on Facebook to Douglas. It just had the Cho handbag, like a Target handbag from Target. It says Target on it with the bullseye. And then you had, but it said in the flashing thing, it would say Cho, and then it would have another sort of tagline that would say treat yourself.
Oh, it actually said that. It actually said that. Holy shit.
Treat yourself.
Oh,
which
shit.
is almost as if they've been listening to my broadcast.
They must have been. Honestly, when he first sent me that, this is from Cho Chocolate. Honestly, what I was expecting was to see a cease and desist order from those idiots, claiming, hey, that's our... But, they can't trademark that name because it's a fucking historical name. It's like trademarking an ethnicity. You can't trademark Vietnamese or some other ethnicity. You couldn't trademark Cho, so they would go flame it down in court.
I don't think they're interested in
doing that. Yeah, true enough. Yeah, that too.
So, I mean, I get Cho stuff all the time because I signed up. I subscribe to Cho chocolate just because, it's of interest to me.
No, it makes perfect sense. It keeps you up to date on their shenanigans, so to speak, whatever crazy new marketing gimmicks that they're going to push for their product.
I can't see Cho chocolate ever even beginning to compete with Hershey's or Mars or even Ghirardelli, which is a San Francisco chocolate company that's right on Fisherman's Wharf. That's the famous chocolate factory of San Francisco. What are they even doing
in the Bay Area, you know. Eating with Ghirardelli, I don't know how you could. Maybe they'll change their name. Maybe they want to buy, they'll call it Choadelli, Chodeli. The pork sauce. Put a little pork sauce in that chocolate.
That's
which, of course, the pork sauce I'm referring to is actually the ganglia paste that the Cho would.
Yeah, bok banjoy that so many American special forces became addicted to. They would, in ethnic ghettos all over Asia, the Cho would pass it out unknowingly to consumers, especially, of course, true foreigners, whites that would show up and tell them it was white pork sauce. And but the special forces eventually caught on and got addicted to it, and specifically went to these, or patronized these ethnic ghetto Cho shops for that particular indulgence. It's something that that we need to bear in mind. This is one of the reasons why the entire Special Forces was behind bringing Cho over to the United States. In their prospectus, our man. I'm blocking his name out. Michael Aquino. I almost said Peter Moon because both gentlemen represent a kind of adult father figure to an extent at my life at a different point in time. But with in the dark and light sense, the negative and positive sense, the yin and yang, the balance. But Aquino had said that one of the things they presented in their prospectus was the joy and the delight of their ethnic cuisine to the Congress, to ultimately have the authority given to import so many of the Cho migrants to the United States. And of course these other loyal migrants, the Montagnards, the Hmong tribesmen, etc., that they ultimately brought over as their food. But when it comes to the Ban Bok Joy, I think I'm saying that correctly, or the Bok Banjoy, it's been so long since I've heard it said, I'll have to look back at my notes, but Peter's got similar notes now.
But can you go into a restaurant and ask for that and get it? And say, if I went into some restaurant here in New York and asked for that particular dish?
I would hope not.
They know what it is.
I doubt they would know what it is. Or if they did, they would pretend they didn't, is what I would presume. They would just say, I don't know what you're talking about, more than likely, or kind of... it's just one of these things where my point about bringing that up, of course, when you consider that kind of addictive fascination that this dish had. What was my point with that? Aside from the fact that the special forces were into it, then they were bringing up the cuisine angle. Oh, yeah, here was my point. Just to get back to a kind of humorous, yet very real experience, as I showed Peter Moon and mentioned on this transmission in the past, when I saw the announcement from Cho Chocolate that Cho has decided to go completely plant-based for their chocolate. I mean, the first thing that I thought quite seriously was, does that mean they've ceased to use human body parts? Was the first thing that came to my mind, because it would be so easy to just integrate that kind of bok banjiao into a chocolate. Of course, this is easy only in the sense that, sure, mechanically it can be done, but of course, mass production would obviously be a problem. Well, maybe it wouldn't really, but, that would go into gruesome detail that we don't need to go into. But there we have that. Just so people know, of course, most chocolate is milk chocolate, which is just considered garbage crap chocolate that would be inedible in other parts of the world. What most people do use is plant-based chocolate based on the cocoa, and the more cocoa plant there is, the less of an allergic reaction you will have. Most people are allergic to chocolate to one degree or another, or many people are, and that's because the milk that's in it, it's a form of lactose intolerance. So plant-based chocolates they taste completely different. They're much healthier, but at the same time, choke chocolate is, of course, got this culturally distinguished, I'll use that term, ironically, this culturally distinguished background to it that renders it, shall we say, a little bit questionable in terms of what you might expect. Like, what can you expect? You don't know what to expect, because you have to ask, why would they choose such a name? Because, in Asia, it has such a negative connotation. It would be like a chocolate in the West named Death Chocolate, quite literally, something like that. It wouldn't make any sense. So it's a form of trolling based on Western ignorance. But there you have it. Back to Peter.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Yes, the whole grisly aspect of this is, I'm getting more in swing because I've asked Douglas he's explained it. I've asked him to recapitulate it or ask certain things I didn't know, and I'm able to go deeper into it, or perhaps paint as accurate a picture as I can on how these characters have influenced the world, and but you were talking about the So is it possible if I went into a Asian restaurant in the Bay Area, might they know of this? Might they be more?
I would be surprised if they didn't, but then again, the response would be that they would pretend they didn't. In other words, it would be something that let's put it this way. I forget who it is now. I know for a fact it was Brendan Zogit, and I think it was also, who else do we both know? I believe there was someone else we both know. It wasn't Brett Luter. It was someone other than Brendan Zogit. But it may have been Aristides, but it was somebody recently, aside from Brendan Zogit, who has also done this. Brendan Zogit had asked an Asian lady that he knew through work about the show, and she knew quite a bit about them and said it's all true. I believe it was Sammy Romero who brought up, because Sammy Romero works for Cathay Pacific Airlines. He's a manager at Cathay Pacific Airlines, which, just so people know, is a Hong Kong-based airlines that's been around forever, but has been eviscerated by the communists because it was the site of a lot of anti-communist resistance because they're Hong Kong-based. And so when the communists took over Hong Kong, it became a site for the resistance, and so the communist Chinese purged it, and so it's operating at minimal capacity, but basically it's still operational and much more than you'd expect for all that it's been through. And Sammy Romero is a manager here in the greater Los Angeles area of California, and he was speaking with some of his co-workers who were Asian about the show, and they knew of the show, and said, again, it's all true. Whatever he related, which is, in general, both Brendan and Sammy know quite a bit about the show compared to your average person, thanks to myself in this program, and Peter Moon's own expositions based on his cross-referencing research. So the thing is that Asian people know of the show. So if you were to go inside of an Asian restaurant and bring up something like that particular cho dish, I have no doubt they would know about it, but they would definitively pretend they did not. Because it would be one of those situations that, unlike, say, for instance, Brendan or Sammy, who's approaching people in a fairly personal basis, off of the record, so to speak, something like that would be a public situation, and the cho are simply not what you would consider public discourse. In other words, it'd be like, I think you get the point. It's something that's not.
But more to the point, is would any of them have the dish?
I would highly doubt that. So just to clarify for people, one of the things that I did present before, at least traditionally, if you're making the dish traditionally, it does take days to prepare. So it's not something that you just churn out. So it's not like a McDonald's where you're just, pounding human brains flat and mushing them together with some herbs and spices, 11 herbs and spices. But it is something that I'm certain the process could be sped up or industrialized if someone had enough human brains or enough fetuses, say for instance from abortions or something, but it's not. It's not something that is. I don't see that necessarily having happened yet, or are being in, well, hopefully never in store for our future, but definitely when it comes to the dish, it is traditionally, now, this doesn't mean it couldn't be done quicker, but traditionally takes days to prepare. So it's something that's a little bit of a quote-unquote special treat. This is why it was kind of like a kind of, like, what do they call it for a fraternity? It's not hazing, but the fraternity when you're accepted.
Initiation.
Yeah, initiation. So it's kind of like an initiation ritual for the U.S. Army Special Forces and various other services that had the Vietnam experience. And so when it came to Michael Aquino, his sliding me, that dish, ultimately showed he was initiating me. And this showed how much he respected me, wanted me to be part of the team. By the way, I'm not effusing. I hope everyone understands. I'm not saying this with some sense of gratitude. I'm pointing out the fact that in his own sick way, Michael Aquino was showing that he cared and that he treasured me, valued me, and wanted me to be recognized as part of the team. I remember that I was so tired and from working through a day, and it wasn't unusual. Every once in a while, he'd take pictures of me. I mean, I was used to that throughout my entire life. Strangers would take photographs of me simply because I look exotic enough where that became the norm. But Michael Aquino, every once in a while, taking pictures of me was nothing out of the norm. But he took a picture of me while I was eating it. I have no doubt he was showing that around to the other guys and saying that Doug Dietrich is now one of us. And so he was demonstrating the fact that I was chowing down on the
chowing down.
Yeah, chowing down on the human ganglia paste. Yes. Right now what I'm doing is I'm scrolling up in my communications with Peter Moon, trying to find the notes I had sent him on the dish so I can actually pronounce it correctly, see if I remembered it correctly.
I can find it if it's even that important.
Yeah, I know. It's more of a pedantic thing on my part, as opposed to anything important.
By̶ántium?
Yeah, By̶ántium. Yes. Yeah. Sounds so appetizing. So there we are, By̶ántium, and that is a just this. It tastes, and I can tell you this from experience, everyone. Tastes like creamed artichokes with this peppery aftertaste. And I can see why it can become addictive to some people. As a matter of fact, I will confess that a few months ago I purchased a jar of artichoke and pepper bruschetta. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that is a vegetarian paste, vegetable dish made out of artichokes and peppers and kind of blended, lasts a long time, preserved. And so I purchased that out of a kind of desire to recapture that taste in a non-cannibalistic sense. So the tongue does have these cravings. So the bruschetta is the closest you can get to it without exposing yourself to cannibalism. At any rate, what our man Aquino was, and I say that, of course, ironically, what our man Aquino was attempting was to get me addicted and kind of draw me into his world. Now, think about what I've said about Michael Aquino in the past, and try and put this into some perspective. When you think about the fact that he was a thanatophage, meaning an eater of the dead, that this was how he would recover the memories of the decedent, the deceased, by cannibalizing them. As I've discussed in the past, he was one of these people who had this organic talent where this would transfer their memories from life into him. He would therefore inherit their memories, by devouring them physically, their bodies, their cadavers, when they had passed on. In that sense, he was a thanatophone, a communicator with the dead, but in the most violent sense. He was only equipped to communicate with them through literally violating them, desecrating them in the most the most brutal way imaginable, the most the physically intimate, and this was something that, of course, understand that it is known to the military elite, to the intelligence elite, that while part of the consciousness or the soul or the awareness may pass on, there is an element that remains, and that element stays with the body. So the dead are in a very real sense aware. They're aware of what happens, their surroundings. This is why we've always intuitively wanted to leave them at peace. So when you violate the dead in that manner, it's something horrific. What they experience is horrific. They are violated by that act. When it comes to the other aspect of Michael Aquino, we are to believe someone like David Schroeder or some of his other victims, and there's no reason that I can find not to believe them from what I've witnessed. Michael Aquino skewered human infants in front of them and roasted them on spits and ate them in front of such individuals. So then when you combine that with, say, for instance, a fairly, I wouldn't say regular, but maybe sporadic indulgence in the bok ban jiao and the so-called white pork sauce. And I mean, you're talking about a man who was regularly engaging in cannibalism. Again, maybe that's an abuse of the word regularly, but often enough, where at this point, his intestinal cancer has been rendered explicable. I mean, he died young. I mean, Michael Aquino did not live a very long life. He died young. And ultimately, this is because he brought about his own death. He killed himself. But certainly a factor that led to his killing himself was his surviving intestinal cancer. And we don't know exactly what motivated him to kill himself, but we can safely presume he wanted to be in total control of his destiny. And this enabled him to split his consciousness into the Horcrux, as Harry Potter's novels would call it. And if anyone thinks I'm devaluing the topic, the subject, or bringing it down by bringing in Harry Potter, remember what we've said about the fact that Michael Aquino was a religious leader to J.K. Rowling's. J.K. Rowling's, as a member of his church, presented Harry Potter with many of the occult paradigms that Michael Aquino taught her, shared with her, simply being presented to the public under a different name. And the name Horcrux is probably the best accessible term to use, because people can use the Harry Potter reference and understand the meaning that we are trying to convey here. But when it comes to the same individual who asked to be held in anonymity, he did contribute 10 United States dollars. The same individual who asked us a question about the Horcrux and egregores and tulpas and the like. This individual also sent me some links on arguments made by some literary professionals, some experts, and some critics that J.K. Rowling's never wrote Harry Potter. That when you compare what she wrote under her pseudonym, this male pseudonym that she uses to write the Cormorant detective series, in which we could look up Cormorant detective series to find out the male pseudonym she uses. And in terms of her writing is so completely different that let me see, Cormorant detective books, if we can look that up, and you see if we can find out who wrote it. Not that I mean, we'll have to look it up again. Maybe Robert Galbraith is the name she writes under. That would make sense. So okay, it's probably the name Cormoran Detective Books. Okay, there we are. So Cormoran Strike is the detective's name, this fictitious character. The author's name is Robert Galbraith. That is J.K. Rowling's. And she wrote under that name forever, long before she ever wrote under J.K. Rowling's. And people have argued that when you see how she writes in that series of books, and you know it's her, because that was her bread and butter. That's what she made her living off of before the gift from Michael Aquino of Harry Potter. Then you can see that, for one thing, the Harry Potter books are very, how would I say this? Homo friendly. They're gay friendly. They have basically sympathetic gay characters. So they're almost, you couldn't call it homoerotic. You would call it, there's another name for it, homophiliac, something of that nature. Yet she herself is violently homophobic, which is at full display in her Robert Galbraith books. So with this kind of evidence being amassed, the individual who was asking us various questions over the past several episodes that we've responded to, including the question about my Luciferin possession, ascribes to the thesis that J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter novels were written by someone else, perhaps even a series of consultants from the Temple of Set, to propel her into a position of fame, which she could then use to attack various minorities as she has. So all of this, I take it back to Peter now.
Okay. Now, I'm going to deal with a question from not this person, but from another person, and I'm not going to say his or her name. Again, it's a equigender name, so I'm not going to say what the name is. It could be, I get the impression it's a guy, though. Okay, and you can just address this, and then we'll get into our other friend's question about reincarnation. Regarding a question for because I asked people, so if you have any questions, ask. So here's the response. Well, I haven't given the response yet. This is the question. Hello, Peter. Regarding a question for the show, I will inquire of something I recently asked Douglas about, which received no response. A few weeks ago, I saw 2 different videos on YouTube about the, quote, moonshaft, unquote. A brief internet search will explain the story more succinctly than myself, but I found it absolutely fascinating and do not recall ever hearing it discussed by Douglas and yourself. I wonder what kind of inner Earth relic population could be responsible for such a phenomena. I'm surprised I haven't seen the usual suspects shilling their alien narratives on this subject. Well, would love to hear your thoughts on the story. One of the videos I saw was from the, quote, Mr. Mythos, quote, YouTube channel, which talks about many of the same subjects as you and DDD from what seems like a very rational perspective. I would be very curious if they're talking about Helazons, if they're talking about H.P. Lovecraft, if they're talking about August Derleth, if they're talking about World War II, Roswell deception stuff with the Yakuza, with Operation War Plan Crimson, FDR, all this stuff with the Nagas. I mean, are other people talking about the same subject, many of the same subjects as you? I don't know. I mean, I find that curious. I don't know what similar.
I doubt any of them are talking about any of that shit.
I mean, that's basically what we talk about. So anyway. And I wrote back to him. I said, like myself, I assumed that he, meaning Douglas Dietrich, probably has absolutely no idea of what you're referring to.
Thank you.
And he writes back, he says, well, I did explain the story to him. Here's a short summary I just found. I'm not familiar with this website, but the details presented here match what I've heard elsewhere. So right now, I'm opening his link, and this is a very ornate page. It looks like the page of a role-playing game. And I don't know what it is. It sounds like it is. It looks like it is. it says, Stronghold Nation. The kingdoms of Stronghold are at your service. Now, this sounds like a RPG. Now, meaning role-playing game. And even though it is an RPG, it doesn't mean, and I'm not putting it down for being an RPG, because sometimes these things penetrate the truth in their own weird little way.
Well, I've told just the last episode we were talking about some of these role-playing game companies are actual defense contractors, just as...
Well, exactly. So anyway, this is what it says. I'm going to read it. It says, by Crusader 1307. Now, first off, when somebody puts their name on that, I can't take it seriously. Crusader. I'm not putting the information down. And it also says, Castle, quote, it is better to be on hand with 10 men than absent with 10,000. Tamerlane, 14th century AD. Now, anyway, he's basically saying that this succinctly describes what Moonshaft was about. The Moonshaft, also known as the Moon Cave, is a mysterious cavern which contains a possible extraterrestrial artifact, thousands of years in age. The story begins in 1944 with Antonín Horák, a former military commander. While in the Tatra Mountains of Czechoslovakia, he came across a strange cave with an unusual opening. It appeared to have been torn and jagged as if something crashed into it. Several feet inside the cave, the entire interior was blocked by a large circular stone-like object. It felt like stone, but was possibly a kind of polished metal. Further examination showed that a large crack ran the length of the object. Horák could peer into the crack, but saw nothing. Further examination of the outside of the entrance revealed a strange impression of a crescent shape, which looked to be a part of the buried object in the cave. Sound inside the cave was greatly amplified as well. The object did not match up with any archaeological evidence of any culture in the region. When the object was struck, it gave off a green-colored spark. Seeing that the object was possibly worth something, Horák made a detailed map of the location and was determined to return later. Immigrating to the United States in the 1950s, Horák would try numerous times to secure funds to go back. He would die in 1975 without ever doing so. However, Horák told many people in the UFO community who cite the moonshaft may be the site of a long-crashed alien spacecraft. Despite many attempts to secure funding as well, local government refuses to allow the expedition, save the only explanation being that the region is unsafe for such a venture. Some even state the cave was sealed. As late as 2010, another expedition raised over $200,000 US dollars to investigate. The government is still resisting. What could the moon shaft really be? Well, what I would say, what the most interesting thing about this to me is the fact that it takes place in the Czech Republic, which is tied to the Moldavite and the John D and all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. That's of far more interest to me than this sort of whatever this is. However,
thank you.
But what this smacks of to me is a classic plot device. Like,
yes.
You follow a plot, you put this, extraterrestrial artifact, strange cave with unusual opening, bop, 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 bop. It's all kind of like pieced together very, very cleverly. And that's what these RPGs do. They do them ingeniously. It's as if it was generated by an artificial intelligence. It's that these things are that good.
Yeah. I didn't even think it was all that creative, personally. It sounds very hackneyed and cliche.
It does sound cliche, but I'm saying is some of them. But I mean, it's a story. I mean, you could write if you did but even to the point where if you did a story on this, like I've tried watching certain stories, I get very bored with modern stuff.
Yes, it's true.
It just bores me.
Yes.
So, and of course, people have talked to me about Radu Cinemar's work and say,
well, I see he's really taking this from here and that from here and this from here, and he's put it all together into this intriguing story. It doesn't really quite read like that, especially when you get deeper into it. It's like he's had some deep personal experiences. Did he fudge things here and there for literary purposes? It's possible. I don't know. But there is sort of an overall theme in them. I don't, so anyway, but all he's saying is this summates what somebody was trying to say about the moon shaft, and what he had said originally. I wonder what kind of earth relic for such a phenomena. Mr. Mythos YouTube channel. I don't know if I'll have time to look at that. As I say, the only thing that interests me about it is the correlation with the work of John Dee. Because John Dee is a lot like the Cho in respect that he's had a tremendous influence on the culture of the world. I don't mean to say he's had the same influence as the Cho. I would be curious as to correlate his work with the Cho. But I don't know where I'd begin to do that. But that's what interests me about that. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that.
I just think that it reminds me all too much of what I used to see in pulp magazines. It's the same thing over and over again. Somebody's Uncle Bubba goes into a cave and yes, and oh my God, I saw this thing, and then they mentioned something like, oh, it gives off sparks when I'm like hammering it. I mean, for God's sake, if I were to, heaven forbid, encounter something in some kind of cave, which I assure you I wouldn't even go into voluntarily, but if I were somehow to wind up in a situation where I were confronted with something, the last thing on earth I would do is pick up something and start hammering at it because of the fear of radioactivity, basically booby traps, setting off something that would be just to have a negative impact. I mean, just when people describe doing these things, it puzzles me. Their actions don't even seem to make any logical sense. Of course, people do a lot of stupid things, but let's put it this way. Here's a good example. The Soviets had satellites that fell all the time. One of them crashed into Siberia, and basically a couple of just nomadic tribesmen ran across a fallen Soviet satellite, and the nuclear furnace within it was so warm they just cuddled up against it throughout the night to stay warm, and of course died of radiation sickness. These things happen. This horrible incident in I believe it was Argentina or someplace in Latin America. I think it was Argentina, but some poor young lady was brought home this effervescent dust that had leaked from an x-ray machine, and her father brought it home and she rubbed it all over herself because she looked like an angel glowing in the dark, and of course died of radiation sickness. I mean, the first thing you're going to think of is, if you are encountering something that you don't understand, well, don't mess with it. If anything, get as far away from it as possible as fast as you can. That is the first thing that would strike me, as opposed to basically doing what these people do, which is essentially make love to the goddamn thing. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It defies all common sense, but obviously common sense is not common. And so when you're ever reading about these stories, then again, there's always this and then I tried to raise funds to go back. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Say, for instance, when it came to the two tribesmen in Siberia, I mean, when they were found, it was like, it's not like anybody needed to raise any funds to find these people. I mean, if you say, I've encountered something that's strange and mysterious, there's not going to be any problem raising funds. People are just going to be going there on their own dime. You can't stop them. everybody, unless it's something like you're in the middle of some dictatorship, like a Libya back when Gaddafi was in power, or Ayatollah Iran today, where you just can't get in, and you need the permission of the powers that be to get in. Unless it's a situation like that, everyone's just going to go there. Period. Nothing can stop them. Do you think anyone can stop people from going to Area 51? Everybody goes to Area 51. They stay there all night and they picnic and they watch the UFOs go by. Drones, basically, and various other experimental aircraft. They take photos to their heart's content. Nobody stops them. They may have made it a little harder to get in too close but it's really impossible to patrol so many of these areas. But this is why they'll constantly say that I encountered this in some inaccessible place, like Russia back when it was the Soviet Union. Or these days, they just throw everything in Russia because nobody can afford to go there. Not only that, they're essentially at war with the West, so now it's impossible really to go there unless you're willing to be taken a prisoner for potentially the rest of your life, like that Marine who went over there and they say, oh, we got Brittany Griner back, we should get that Marine back. Well, believe me, he's a far less sympathetic character and he's basically a traitor, so he's right where he belongs. But when it comes to so many of these people who go into these certain situations, it's just incredible to me. There's naivete. There was this one man, though this is kind of veering off into a tangent, it's to make a point. There was this one poor man who wanted his passport stamped by every nation on earth. And so he went to the Soviet Union while he was doing this, and they couldn't believe his reason, that he just wanted his passport stamped by every nation on earth. And so they executed him as a spy. And this was like in the 50s. And the United States did everything to diplomatically try to get this guy back, saying he was simply a naive individual, which is all he was. But you take a look at another individual who went to North Korea and came back brain dead and ultimately died as soon as he got back home brain dead, because he, in North Korea, acted as if he were somewhere else. He decided he was going to spray paint a picture of Kim Jong-il. And so he spray painted it in protest because of how he saw people being treated. Well, when you do that in North Korea, they beat you till you're brain dead, which is what they did to this poor guy. So when you're confronted with strange things, stay away, run away. When you hear people tell stories about strange things and they put them in strange places, which you can't access, then, very likely they're just making shit up. It's like, because the first question is, how did the first guy encounter it? I mean, if you know what it's like in North Korea and somebody says, I encountered this thing in North Korea, then your question is, well, how did you get in there? And maybe more importantly, how did you get out alive? It's just, the internet is full of shit. And most everybody is full of shit. Now, compare and contrast what these people say with these cliffhangers, leaving you hanging with these, absolutely no real significant details, to what I relay in terms of my experiences. And I wonder why people even find these stories compelling, or even compelling enough to retain in memory and then ask questions about. It's like, these are stories that don't even register for someone like myself who's had genuine paranormal experiences. It's like stories that don't even deserve attention. They're like stories without detail. It would be like somebody's action story without context, and which they're just trying to inflate themselves, and flex themselves is the term the kids use these days. People are just flexing. And I guess that's pretty much where I'll end it in terms of that train of thought. Back to Peter for now.
Well, I thank you for that, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's sometimes people need to be
I mean, I don't understand how either one of us can be compared except on the surface. In other words, because I've published stuff about the inner earth. I mean, my inner earth experiences are very limited, and that would be mostly to traveling into the cave, not into the context of, I mean, being exposed to the energies, not actually being in the inner earth per se, perhaps save once in a dream. But these are Radu stories, certainly that I published and talk about them and write about them. I could, if somebody could see a similarity in just it's the subject of the inner earth. It's a very surface association, just like you're in the military. We can't compare your adventures in the military to your to somebody else's adventures in the military. They're completely different.
Thank you.
And by the same token, it would apply to me in Scientology. Oh, this guy's at a Scientology channel. No, thank you. It's like whatever. Now. We got another from our friend, the one we don't name. Right. He's saying, I am sharing Brett Stewart Red Dog with you. I am sending you a PDF information of a very interesting video I watched. It was on Kerry Cassidy's channel, Project Camelot. Now, if you're watching Kerry Cassidy, there's something very wrong. I mean, it's like, this is there's a very deep programming there that's completely Cho related. It is. If people don't understand it, well, she has somebody on that's good. Sure, but it's very it's just you're not getting it. Like, why would you watch this channel? It means you don't understand what programming is and how it works. So you have to look deeper. He says, but if you search now, that's having said that, he's on his own thing. Brett Stewart, Project Red Dog, you may be able to view it yourself if you are interested. I'm sending it to you after listening to your information on what was discovered in the buye̶ántium Mountains. Brett remote viewed an artifact in North America. I believe in his remote viewing skills myself. Hope you find it interesting. Hope you can open it. Well, I'm not interested in people's remote viewing skills.
Thank you.
I would make the one exception for Radu, but because he writes about his adventures, but even then I don't take it too seriously, because his whole thing is dedicated to remote viewing, his recent book, and it's like, okay, we need to deliver something. Yeah. Brett Stewart from Technical Intuition is interviewed and talks about a number of different topics, including the reincarnation trap, aliens, secret research, hidden ancient technology, and more. He describes what happened when he tried to remote view a higher dimensional being, people affiliate with the secret space program, probably a blue avian. Well, here we are. We're in nutty land with blue avians. So, this is, I didn't want to address this. I mean, because it's just crap. I mean, seriously, all of this Corey Good stuff. I mean, I'm not even going to address it. I could go into the whole history of it, but it's like, it's just got to be, it's just a shit show. So be it. It's okay. Okay, now I'm going to read. He asked me another question, which is much more
relevant.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to read this. And then there's a correction on it. Hi, Peter. The subject of reincarnation is something that really interests me, and I've been interested in reincarnation for quite a while.
I mentioned you about Wes Penry in previous correspondence, and he has a theory about how to stop the cycle of birth and rebirth. Now, the first thing I'm going to say there, if he has a theory, maybe he should go, study the Tibetan Book of the Great Liberation or the Egyptian Book of all this stuff. There's all sorts of theories that have been around mankind for a long time. So if Wes Penry has come out with a theory,
he has to stand in line. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, to say the least. So it's hard to take something like that seriously. I mean, just the presentation of it. But anyway, he says, I would love Douglas to do a transmission on reincarnation on what he knows or perceives to be the truth relating to the questions below. Is there a tunnel of life our spirit goes through upon death? And then I think he qualified that by saying, is there a tunnel of light or spirit? Is there a tunnel of light our spirit goes through upon death? Why he thinks reincarnation is necessary, is it to do with karma? Whether he thinks we are reborn with the same group of people over and over again, soul group.
I would hope not.
Are the elites born again into the same families? Are there rituals involved to make this happen? Is there a between life area where we review our previous life? Of course, all this stuff has been talked about ad nauseum, and you can go listen to people ad nauseum on these subjects if you want. Is there a between life area where we review, do we exist in multiple dimensions living other lives? With him having a part of Miliak Taosi as a part of him, what does this mean for him? Will his spirit be separated upon death from his entity?
I believe he's referring to the peacock angel Miliak Taosi. Yes, go on.
With Aquino's spirit still existent on Earth, does he believe Aquino will try and communicate with Douglas in the future? There are many more questions I would like to ask, but if possible, if he could address these, it would be fantastic. Sending much respect for his work. But before you say anything about that, as you say, you can listen to this stuff ad nauseum, and whatever opinion Douglas has on it, or opinion I have on it, it's only one opinion amongst millions of opinions, and what only matters in the end is your own experience. And my advice is, do we exist in multiple dimensions, living other lives? The best thing is to focus on this life in this dimension. That is your best path towards living a good life, a positive life, and focusing on that. But I can understand people might struggle with. I know Scientologists struggled with all sorts of issues around reincarnation. But go ahead, you can answer that. If you want me to repeat the questions, I will. Starting with, is there a tunnel of life our spirit goes through?
I'm so sorry. By the way,
do we go through a tunnel of light? Do we go through a tunnel?
But by the way, there's no disrespect to the topic at all, and I do want people to understand that it's in a sense you're asking the right person, as I've actually brought up before on a number of other episodes. It seems to be more and more recently, for whatever reason, I've died more times than Danny and Brinkley. Yet, unlike Danny and Brinkley, I don't make much of it because I personally would like to think that my life is far more immediately important than all of my deaths put together. However, I do want people to understand that obviously, and I say this while trying not to sound ironic or facetious or sarcastic, obviously death is important. And the deathing process is something that we understandably are interested in. There's this perception that you can only do it once, yet there seems to be an intuitive understanding that, well, it happens a lot. In other words, we've all been through it before, many times. So the important thing to understand is we have a general impression that's given to us by others that we intuitively resonate with, that there is a tunnel of light, and that you go through this. And it's true. It is very true. You go through this tunnel of light. Now, my experience with the number of deaths that I had, my first clinical death was with the nanoplasma transfusion that Peter Moon and I will talk more about privately as he gets beyond the Cho chapter eventually, and goes into what likely will be the nanoplasma transfer with his next chapter. We'll see how that evolves. I do believe that Aquino's experience in this is relevant to us all, because it is relevant. Well, for one thing, I can tell you it is very relevant to myself right now, because Michael Aquino is still very active on this plane. And I've been asked not to speak about this, but he's definitely been tormenting a number of my affiliates. So I will ask them for permission as to whether I can speak of this publicly. But rest assured, they are all convinced, at least two of them, that Michael Aquino is very active in their lives, and that he has done things to hurt them severely, that he is still reaching out to hurt those around me. And this is his way of communicating with me. That's certainly his communication to me, and it's something he would do. This is the kind of individual that is also, we've seen different people, such as Jameson Reese, who I reference as Jambo the Reese Monkey, this horrible individual who I had to affiliate with for a time simply because I needed, as Peter Moon would say, T&P breaks, who took pride in claiming that Michael Aquino now inhabited his body. Now, he actually said this to me in a number of Skype messages that I could show to others. I just never bothered to open them. But I could see the first sentences on all of them, and almost invariably they started with his referencing Michael Aquino. And I knew from the past that he had tried to welcome Aquino into himself as soon as he was given the information that Aquino was very likely dead. Now remember, for those of you who don't know this, Michael Aquino's death certificate was released effectively only a few months ago. That until then, we were operating off of what news we could. He was reported as dead by the Temple of Set, but they never gave an exact date. And it was like hearing about the death of a dictator from a foreign communist dictatorship, where the death is kept secret for months, and then you're finally told, like Josip Broz Tito, when he died, it was months before his death was even released as having happened to the world. And then everybody went to his funeral. It was one of the most largely attended funerals in recorded history for a number of reasons that we don't need to go into right now. But when it comes to the death of these kinds of dictators, and that would include Michael Aquino, because he was the dictator of a state within a state. He was effectively the dictator of his own nation, his own tribe, his own people of or miscreants, his miscreant tribe of the criminally outcast. When this individual passed on, he did so of his own accord to maintain total control, and this was so that he could basically possess a number of willing volunteers. One of them was Jameson Reese, who only found me through his own admission, openly and publicly, through his search for Michael Aquino, and only was clinging on to me as kind of a shadow ersatz Michael Aquino. He had opened himself for occupation by Michael Aquino, and then complained in his open Facebook posts that he began having bloody bowel movements, and blaming this on me, claiming that I was assailing him astrally. This, of course, is his madness. He was manifesting these symptoms of Michael Aquino's intestinal cancer. One of the observations by Samuel Romero was that this showed that Aquino's curse was that even though he could inhabit other bodies, he took his illness with him, that he was still manifesting the same illness he had in life in other bodies. Now, a person might argue that Jameson Rees was doing a lot of damage to himself through all his drug abuse, but the symptoms that would result from Jameson Rees's drug abuse, like rhabdomyolysis, were not the symptoms that would manifest as a bloody bowel movement. In other words, this was an atypical symptom that should not have been manifesting in resultant the self-abuses of Jameson Rees. So he was definitely manifesting some of Aquino's symptoms from life, and this tends to reinforce the fact that Aquino's displacement of himself into a number of different bodies worked, that he is still among us in that sense, and other people, affiliates of mine, have sensed him incorporeally, meaning immaterially, usually recognized by animals, etc., and other things I won't go into because I don't want to give away too many details without their permission. So until I discuss with these individuals whether or not they're open to my bringing up the full story on air, do take my word on this. Michael Aquino has been attacking a number of people around me to lethal effect, to beings around them, and that he has been very active in making his presence known. So he's still operating on this plane. He's operating on this plane through the power of his will, which was enormous. And his killing himself was a way of manifesting, in terms of quantum mechanics, a kind of ability to do just that. As a matter of fact, you will see a kind of takeoff on this without, shall I say, take away the politics that are involved in, oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of the film now. But there was, let me see if I can find it, because there's a series of 3 films, and they're completely disconnected. They don't really connect to each other at all. So I'm going to try and find exactly what the names of the films were.
Douglas, while you look for that,
yeah,
I do have a comment from one of his recent victims, and I'm just going to
please share it. Yes,
right now.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Yeah, that's.
We have to have a little bit of levity here.
Yes, of course. We do need that.
What Douglas is saying is serious, but
yeah.
You're going to look for these.
Oh, films. I found it. So there's 3 films as part of this trilogy. One of them is to be completely ignored because it's like just pure shit. The other 2 are kind of, shall I say, to be considered. One of them is middling, I would say, but the only excellent one in its own way is the first one, titled Outpost. So Outpost is, if you look up Nazi zombie film, which just shows you how awful this whole subject is. It's not about zombies. These are not zombies per se, but in the original Outpost, the first in the franchise, it's a fairly serious film because it takes place basically in Yugoslavia. So this is where I served as a mercenary, and it shows a Nazi outpost. But what's portrayed never happened. But it's taking into account quantum mechanics as Aquino practiced them. And what it's doing is it's taking what Aquino did and it's trying to Nazify it. So the whole point is that the way the Edomites work, and remember the Edomites are ultimately their core ideology or populace is based on the Herodian insurgency, which is essentially the Zionists. So Edomite, or the Edomite movement, is ultimately Zionistic and affiliated with Zionism. And we're talking about basically all Zionism, because the average Jewish diasporic person who is simply trying to survive, like H.P. Lovecraft's wife, Sonia Green, would never have cleaved to Zionism, because Zionism is militant, it's terroristic, it's ultimately not Jewish at all, has nothing to do with the Jewish population. But it does have everything to do with the kings of Edom and the anti-gods of Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set and the entire cultic insurgency that has tormented humanity throughout the human experience. Now, in the film Outpost, what they show is the entire outpost of SS personnel killing themselves, or basically lining up to be shot by their commander, so that they are trapped in a quantum continuum where they're not dead. They're simply going to reappear whenever the quantum flux is disturbed by intruders into the region. This was supposedly an attempt to retain a presence in the material world beyond death, but still able to interact with this matrix of reality, with our present paradigm of corporeal experience remanifesting at a point when the outpost is disturbed. So this is exactly what Aquino explained to me was an option that was always there for him, because I think he ultimately understood, with all the crap he was eating. Just to give you an example, one of the things that Sammy Romero brought up as a person who has worked with the undertaker's industry, his sister being a professional mortician and himself having worked with her a number of times. The dead, of course, are pumped full of embalming fluids, and oftentimes, as the body, well, always, ultimately, the body leaks. And these embalming fluids will be potent enough where if the casket is not sealed properly, they'll leak through the casket. And ultimately, you'll see this when you visit various cemeteries. And you see some areas of the cemetery where caskets are stacked on top of one another in kind of like these mausoleums, kind of like condominiums for the dead. These are like people who pay to have their bodies basically put on top of other bodies or in company of other bodies. And I don't know whether this is because of budgetary reasons or what, or to be surrounded by family perhaps. But an example of this would be Marilyn Monroe. There are other people buried like this where you can see their casket on top of others, and they're in kind of like this shelf arrangement, but they're listed by name. And so you'll see this leaking of what looks like blood, and you'll smell the stench on many of these cases because they haven't been stored properly, and the casket will leak, and all these embalming fluids will ultimately just leak out like putrescent liquid, because basically the corpse has exploded. The cadaver's exploded from inside with the pressure of all the bubbling embalming fluid just kind of moldering and rotting, and when the cadaver can no longer hold it, it bursts like a beached whale. And then the stuff will come out through the seams in the casket and ultimately out of the mausoleum. I mean, when you see something that potent being able to do what it does, which is eat through the lining of the coffin, imagine Michael Aquino having devoured that through a number of the cadavers he was eating, one of them in front of my eyes. I'm not saying this as rumor. This is what I personally was witness to. I've seen him doing this. I'm certain he was confronting the fact that this would ultimately have medical repercussions. Now, you might ask why he did that then. It was for the power of course, absorbing those memories, that power of being able to absorb the memories of the dead, and then with their knowledge, increase his own power, his own knowledge through their secrets of what else he could take advantage of in life, including blackmail against all their relatives and professional affiliates. So when he was taking advantage of this, shall we say, outpost kind of technology. Take the politics out. This isn't Nazi technology. This is Edomite technology. And in typical satanic inversion, you have the Edomite Zionists trying to portray this as Nazi technology. So when you review the movie Outpost, enjoy it for what it is, but take the Nazism out, replace it with Edomite military, as in your American military junta, as embodied and personified in Michael Aquino, then you understand why he did what he did, why he killed himself, and why, as I understand it, from what I've been told from a number of people, a number of other people killed themselves on the same day he did. And there was a cultic covenant to basically bind them, where he and a number of his followers decided to go incorporeal, where with the help of the technologies developed by the U.S. military, their souls remain active here, that they have not passed on. So we've come to the point of technology where we can do that. So that way he doesn't face some form of ultimate, dissension due to his resonance being so low that his vibrational levels would take him into ultimately towards that great flushing cesspit of the decreator, not even towards the Kleepoth, but well beneath them, towards that fountain at the bottom of creation, that flush mechanism which leads to that eternal nothingness, where, like, if you enter a black hole, you will spend forever disintegrating. This is like where he was destined to go ultimately, and he knew it. So to preempt or prevent that, he did what he did, and thus retained as much control as he could over his destiny. This is the intent behind the other technology that he was working with that was never shared with myself. Again, it was leaked intentionally by Nazifying it so that people warp their brains and misunderstand it, misconceive it, misperceive it the way the Americans intend it, so that they think of this as some kind of Nazi phenomenon. You might ask, why would the Americans bother? Well, why wouldn't they? They do what they do because, for the same reason that they want you to think in the movie Battle of Los Angeles, that aliens once really did buzz LA in World War II, and that America may ultimately end up fighting them. So the Americans want you to perceive the Asians as aliens. They would want you to perceive this satanic technology of that was under the budget of men like Michael Aquino as something the Nazis would have done. And with that, we turn it back to Peter. I think I've answered the question as best as I could. I think that puts it in a perspective that hopefully makes people understand.
Well, I think you've taken it beyond into a much more interesting area.
Thank you.
Yes, and you're answering with the most. These are the most diabolical aspects of karma that goes beyond the normal framework. If I could be so bold as to assess what the collective unconscious thinks about reincarnation, it's like you're going through life after life in sort of the standard metaphysical rap, is that you're going through life after life and you're trying to learn lessons so that you can develop and evolve into a whole soul. Now, that's usually in the context of our own personal struggles and whatnot. And of course, when Douglas talks about the diabolism of Michael Aquino, this is on a whole new level that most people are not exposed to or think of. The only people that would understand it or have some concourse with it, whether or not they understand it is another issue, is people who are involved in deep, dark, occult practices, which these people do exist. The idea that he is, he is in concourse with the dead, but he's not in concourse with the dead in a very positive sense. And everything you said there is of great interest.
Thank you.
And Douglas is also revealing that there are, manifestations of him still being around. Now, this idea of him shooting himself on the same day with other people is very reminiscent of that cult we knew as Heaven's Gate.
Yes.
This, because Heaven's Gate was so outrageous, it was like made into a big deal on the news media. There's no way they're going to make a big news media deal out of Michael Aquino. Oh, do you know that 20 members of the Temple of Set killed themselves to reincarnate in this crazy ass? Yeah. Now, they're not going to do that. Although there was a ritual in Switzerland, I remember, that was done. There was a bunch of dead, occultists. That really got, I forgot about that.
That's right.
But that got a lot of, and in fact, I even knew some connection to that, or recognized some connection. I don't know that it was anybody I knew, but that was a pretty grisly scene.
And they were involved with some people in Quebec, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was thinking it was the Raelians, but I'm not sure it was the Raelians.
It wasn't them, but it was something like them. Something similar.
Well, the Raelians were very strong in Quebec. So
yeah.
I can't imagine that it wasn't them, just because of the connections.
Right.
They were first and foremost Canadian.
Right.
And so, but that goes back into time. It all happened a long time ago, and I just don't remember it that clearly.
Right.
But yeah, so he's talking about, are elites born into the same families, and are there rituals involved to make this happen? Yeah, there are certain. The whole Tibetan stuff gets into this as well.
Yes.
With the Dalai Lama and all this stuff, there's a lot of manipulation. Of course, it stands to reason, if our world is controlled the way it is here on Earth, as above, so below, it's controlled in the afterlife too. Or there are certainly efforts to control it. And I will, from an astrological perspective, Scorpio is the house, the 8th house of death, regeneration, taxes, tithing, deep occult stuff. It's ruled by Pluto, which is the underworld, and Scorpio, it's its power. So when we think of death, this is the realm of Pluto, and part of that realm, on a personal basis, is to purge your misgivings, your sins, and to transmute you and regenerate you into a better place. That's the positive side of Pluto. The negative side of Pluto is, of course, very obvious. So what I would also say, from a personal perspective, I am about to have what's called my Jupiter return. Jupiter, now, what a return is, like the Saturn return is the one most talked about. And that means when Saturn comes about to the same place in your birth chart when you were born. So that happens about more or less the age of 29. And Saturn is in the same spot where it was when you were born. And that's about 29, which is your full maturity. And then it occurs again around age 58, 59, and that's your second Saturn return, which is sort of your adult expression. You've been an adult, you've had your children, you've had your job, you're getting ready for retirement. And after the second Saturn return, that's when you get your rewards. Or the opposite, if you've, sowed bad seeds. Now, so that's the Saturn return. Now, I'm coming upon a Jupiter return, and I'm mentioning this for a specific reason. Of course, the Jupiter return, my Jupiter, when I was born, was in Taurus, in the 8th house. My 8th house is actually ruled by Aries, or is in Aries, ruled by Mars in Aries. But my Jupiter is placed in the 8th house of Taurus, because my 8th house extends into Taurus. Taurus is my 9th house, which is ruled by Jupiter, which is the house, the 9th house is the normal 9th house is Sagittarius, which is higher learning, the law, and it's education, expansion, foreign travel. I'll be going to Romania as my Jupiter return happens. So it means my foreign travel this year should be magnified. Now, Jupiter is called a benefic. A benefic meaning it's generally will give you benefits. It's also can expand things. Jupiter is the planet of inflation and exaggeration. So if you're having problems, it can exaggerate those as well. But Jupiter return is generally a benefic situation in your life. In my case, it's going to happen 3 times, which is not that unusual because it's going to retrograde and it's going to, back and forth. The first one will be happening in July. Because Jupiter is in the 8th house, this is the house that's generally ruled by Pluto. Now, my 8th house is Aries, which is ruled by Mars, and Jupiter is in Taurus. So anyway, this bodes very interesting for me, if not very well. And when it has to do with the 8th house, now because my Jupiter is natally in the 8th house, which is the house of occult, it means my whole association with the occult is expanded and amplified. It would also apply to death. I was told once, because I have that, I would have a very expansive death, very beautiful death.
Cool.
It's a very nice thing to hear. So wow, that's good psychology. It's also, my Jupiter is well aspected, I believe, with Neptune, which is spirituality. So this is a very interesting thing. But when we're talking about death, death is Pluto. Now, there's only one of the gods in Greek mythology could go into Hades besides Pluto, and that was Mercury. Mercury had the wings on his feet. He could go in and he could negotiate with Pluto, communicate. So Pluto would communicate via Mercury. So when we get into the realm of death, this is a real fact of existence. And Douglas pays a lot of attention to it just by reason of his Asian heritage.
Yes.
They take ancestors and death very seriously.
Yes.
And in the martial arts, they're always talking about the lineage, the linear school you come from. This goes into, like, if you go into the Taoist holy house, they'll have all these pictures of all these people that were part of that lineage. And it's that just is what it is. It's like acknowledging. I've had very sparing interaction with my ancestors. I have had some, and it's had to do with my successes in with writing or just even when my parents died, was visited. But just like, wow, you've got to carry on. This is you. You are it. Now, but as they say, at least in my family, people just kind of get by and they don't pay so much attention to that. It becomes bordering on incidental. But anyway, so for Jupiter to be returning, and I didn't even realize I was in a Jupiter return till they were talking about Jupiter moving into Taurus, and they're saying, well, you should see where it moves into your house. I realized, God, I'm coming upon a Jupiter return because Jupiter is in Taurus right now, and it could mean a lot of good things. I would certainly hope it means a lot of good things for what we're doing with our work here.
Absolutely.
Because it is in the house of the occult, it bodes well, and it bodes well for my foreign travel to Romania this year. So and of course everybody, Jupiter is in Taurus. You look into where Taurus is in your birth chart, it'll tell you what's going on there. So it's very positive development in the scheme of things. It would also, when we go into the 8th house, when we're dealing with occult and Pluto, that's like going from transmutation, going from one life to another. I would also comment here with regards to my Scientology experience and in what so many people, particularly in the early 60s, before I was involved in it, were wrestling with past lives, goals in past lives. And they called it goals processing, where you'd be figuring out all your goal was to, if you were a knight in shining armor, to marry the maiden, to protect the maiden, to get the Holy Grail, whatever was going on. And that's just from the perspective of when you were a knight, to win Jerusalem. And then you could have one is maybe as a Muslim jihadist. You're trying to wipe out the what do they call them? The infidels, the
unbelievers. Yes.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yes. And you could have a life where you were a prospector and wanted to get gold. You could have a prospect where you wanted to marry the queen, where you wanted to be the king, where you wanted to beat up the bully. You could even have a goal to be the bully, if you were beat up too much. You can have all sorts of goals, to be a rocket scientist, to be a warrior, to be a mother, to be a peaceful mother with a happy family. There's all these goals. And the Scientologists of that day would not only take the goal, but say, who would oppose that? Who would oppose that? What would oppose that? And you'd look at the opposition. You'd have a goals, and they call it goals problem mass. You'd have the opposition between the goal and this would all, if it could hyper exacerbate on an e-meter into a phenomena where the needle is going crazy, they would call that a rock slam. And because it's slamming, and you get the push pull of two forces that are just like inside of you, it's like. I like Douglas Dietrich. I want to be. I like this happy little bottom over here. I'm on the fence, and I don't know which side to go with. I know Douglas is telling me the truth. I'll not fight anywhere, but I got this happy little bottom. and I'm alluding to the fact that, these characters wanted to
they were bent over by their fascination with homosexuality than they were with learning Douglas's information. So they turned against Douglas.
Yes. Slam and Shake, among others. Yes. Thank you.
It could be like, what was it? We had that idiot. He was he was the one that was like, it's like testifying against Trump. He was just, I forget what his name. He dressed in his dress uniform, and he was practically like a security guard, a janitor, and he was overhearing this stuff at Trump, and he had to take it upon himself to be moral and testify against Trump. It was not his business to be even commenting on what this was. I don't remember that guy.
I'm not remembering him by that description.
He was just a jerk. In other words, his testimony meant nothing, and it never amounted to anything anyway.
Right.
It was just like he was just like saying, "I heard what Trump was saying, and I." It was just, he'd take it upon himself. I have to tell the truth, and nobody cares who you are. You're a jerk. Now, of course, the media and the Democrats cared about it only because he was dissing Trump, but the guy was still an idiot. He had no foundation to be doing what he was doing. Somebody made a comment of who he looked like, and it was pretty funny. I don't. I think they said he looked like Chuck Schumer's wife or something. But in other words, people can have these, like Comey was an example of like, he screwed with Hillary Clinton, and then he changed, he was like, he really hurt Hillary Clinton, he was like, but he hated Trump too, in other words, it was like he had all these cross things of saying, well, Hillary could be guilty. I'm going to look into this. And then it turns out, well, she's not guilty. I mean, it's like, but he hurt her during the election. And it turns to be all about Comey.
Right.
But the thing is, he's like wrestling with this, the good Hillary, the bad Hillary. Hillary's bad, but she's better than Trump. So I'm going to, whatever he was thinking. It's like people get crisscrossed in their goals because they could have, maybe he had a past life goal to be a good Democrat versus a good Republican. A good FBI director versus a corrupt FBI director, whatever the hell, I mean, I'm oversimplifying these things, and they're not the best examples, but it could be like an example, where you're a member of the KKK, and you're like, your object is to kill, rid the world of Jews, blacks, and Catholics, and you do this so industriously that you polarize into the next life of becoming what you fought.
Yeah.
So you become a black Catholic Jew.
Sammy Davis Jr. or something.
Yes. Catholic Jew for Jesus. And you become, fighting the KKK, getting from the Southern Poverty Center, whatever it's called, and you become, you can get all like crisscrossed, and you're not, you've lost yourself. All you're doing is, you're being a Democrat fighting Republicans, and now you're a Republican fighting Democrats, and this sort of thing. And this is what would go on in people's minds. And I may not be giving the best examples, but it's like, Jack the Ripper is probably somebody who went to prostitutes, and then he killed them.
Right.
Not necessarily the same ones, maybe the same ones. In other words, he likes the prostitute. He hates the prostitute. Whatever. It's like you get crisscrossed in these things. And these were like supposed to be struggles that people were going through had been going through for eternity. And this is stuff that he was turning up in the early 60s. By the time I came around, things were probably, I would say, much more simplified. But the whole idea of people wrestling to find their goals and
is in terms of their reincarnated lives, of like what was the whole thing about. You could have people have different goals. They wanna make the planet a peaceful place. They want to clear up the planet of toxicity. They want to live in harmony and peace with other people. There are all sorts of people want to heal the world. They want to do all sorts of things. There are people who have negative goals equally. And your goal might not even be, it might be kind of selfish or very directed. Like somebody might here to bring clocks to the world and invent clocks. It's not a bad thing, but it's very specifically directed. So for whatever purpose, who's to evaluate that purpose? So finding your goal, and then you would be, first off, it could be very, I think the simpler, the better the goal. And if you can kind of take all of these incarnations into one ball and just sort of wrap them up and say, okay, here I am to do this, and we can put all that behind me. I'm not trying to work out my frustration to be a doctor because I could never become a doctor, or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And this can relieve somebody of great mental anguish and tension if they find out what the hell they're supposed to do and what the hell they're supposed to be. Because, and of course, all this is, I guess what you'd say, challenged by having to make a living. So that's why all these great self-help type people say you need to find a job that is what you really want to do. Of course.
Follow your bliss. Yes.
Exactly. And it's true. It's true. Perhaps it's easier said than done. But and people do it, and they can do it, and they can find it. But the reincarnation thing is coming to a what are you going to reincarnate for? In fact, I had an interesting discussion with one of my readers who became a friend. I only met him once, but he was a high-level Scientologist, and he found my work, and we were talking once, and he said, we're talking about reincarnating, and we had two totally opposing views. Saying, oh yeah, why not? Just pick up a new body. And yeah. I said, why would you want to do that? Why on earth would you want to do that? That's what I said to him. Mm-hmm. We had two totally different views. Right. So you're like, who'd want to come back? Why would you want to come back? And, why not? Oh, okay. I mean, it was not something that I had ever, anticipated wanting to do, wanting to get off the scale, thinking that I might be so bold as to be off the scale. From perhaps my viewpoint now would be if that I passed away and had full consciousness, and with what I've learned in Qigong, it's like, okay, I'm going to live life. I'm still living. And what would that entail? It would be a new experience, which may or may not involve reincarnation. I would like to think it did not in the traditional sense. What one of my friends once pointed out to me was that the real mastery is to be able to return to this continuum at will. Okay. Mm-hmm. Transcend this dimension. Okay, good. I can come back. I can come back anytime I want. Somehow, though, I think the biggest challenge there would be like the transporter in Star Trek.
Right.
Well, what if it doesn't work? What if the Klingons are messing with it? That would be a challenge there. it has to do with being, totally having the game figured out and wishful thinking. So what I've learned from Taoist Qigong is that life is valuable, and you have to honor life and respect life and further life. And that could involve whatever life brings you. But what I would say is that a lot of this stuff we're ranting against is not life.
Right.
As the med beds, such as the super soldiers, such as the fascination with the alien shows and all of this stuff. And so much of the, conspiracy stories that get iterated. And I would also say many, if not, I can't say all, of these role-playing games are right out of the military. Well, Douglas already said it, the military-industrial complex, and they're based upon the Chograms of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
Emulating that. So I think I've said a mouthful, and I think it's time for me to go. If you have any last comments or questions, I can answer them.
Absolutely. I think that what you've articulated is wonderful and profound, and we'll all be dwelling on it. I think that it's also important to emphasize that when we take a look at the truly evil people in this world that are obviously Edomite, they have encouraged basically when you die to veer away from the light, to go towards the darkness. This is something that Art Bell, who obviously is on the dark side, a true pedophile, who we've articulated all of the evidence behind that in the past. No need to go into it again tonight in any detail, but you're talking about somebody who wanted to speak with Dr. David Lewis Anderson, but while asking Peter Moon to assess that individual, specified he didn't want Peter Moon on his program. And this was the individual who would consistently and constantly, whenever he was on a slow night, just like he would always bring on those two assholes who claimed they were exorcists and have them play ghost tapes over and over again and encourage people to go ghost hunting and expose themselves to the dead, the warrants. He would always...
Ed Warren.
Warren, thank you. Yeah, he'd always bring on the Lear, and John Lear, of course, was the heir to a bit of the fortune. There were other heirs to that fortune of the inventor of the Learjet, but he'd bring on this son of a bitch, and this son of a bitch would always say the same thing: when you die, go away from the light, veer away towards the darkness, encouraging people to effectively damn themselves, to be lost in the aftermath of their physical passing, and this was something that Art Bell was encouraging, and it goes to show you where he was at and the true depths of his evil. And even though Michael Aquino never spoke much of him, he did come up once in a while and was mentioned. So I want people to understand that there is a natural intuition that we have to go towards the light when we die, and that you have a choice. You can go away from it as well. But what John Lear was always claiming was that it was a giant bug zapper. The light's a giant bug zapper, and your soul will just be incinerated like an insect. And so he was speaking of the second death, which I articulated in the latest episode before tonight's. And he was trying to convince you would experience that if you went towards the light. So he was definitely trying to damn people. Then we had another case in which someone like, say for instance, Daniel Brinkley would try and guide people to the light, holding their hands while they died, making a big effort of especially trying to help veterans to transition because they were so swaddled in darkness. But you really have to ask yourself why. Since all of these veterans were so antithetical to Daniel Brinkley, and many of them attacked him claimed that he had never been what he had articulated himself as being during the Vietnam War. It goes to show you his own sense of, I feel, overcompensation for basically trying to be nice to people who he really shouldn't be nice to at all. And
I would say in the case of Daniel Brinkley, aside from the vets, he has brought so much awareness, what he called compassion and action, and now the Twilight Brigade. In other words, bringing understanding to the death state, which just was not there before he started doing this. There is now, people are much more savvy in terms of dealing with this than they were. There's still a long way to go. Yeah. But in other words, it's kind of his mission in life. He's been dead many times, to bring compassion, as he said, compassion and action. And I know my friend Marianne was deeply involved with him and this herself, because I have no personal experience with that, but this is what she told me, because she learned so much about the situation, and she, so it's like so much progress has been made, just as progress has been made with cancer. Yeah. I mean, they're talking about now long-term COVID. Now there's long-term COVID, and you could be exhausted for the rest of your life. And it's just completely idiotic. All they need to do is pump these people with ozone. We're doing research. They're not doing research. They're doing shit.
By the way, you're quite right. They this has been what long-term COVID sufferers have been complaining about, is that they've been promised results forever now, and nothing's being done. So yes, by all means, continue. Yes.
It's just like, oxygen kills disease. And the best way to do it is with the ozone. And they do even have ozone centers. Of course, insurance won't give it because it's still a racket. It's still industry. It's just like, they don't want to go after Joe Biden. They don't want to go after the medical profession. I'm going to read something before I go from our listener who did ask the question about the moon shaft. He did give me a comment here, which I appreciate him getting back to us. But there was... I read today that State Farm Insurance is no longer going to be insuring new houses in California. Now, I don't know if that means the new house is purchase of a new house, or a home buyer going in and buying a house that's old. But the thing is because the fire damage is so dangerous that they don't want to insure it anymore. And I think it's a big mistake on their part, because I think now they're reacting to the past few years. It seems like California is now water abundant for a while. Yeah. So it's probably okay to do it. Or they want no liability whatsoever. That's a big deal. It's like, it means you're going to have to be like the third little pig who built his house out of brick. Which is the way to build a house out of stone. Yes. Because the stone will keep you warm in the summer and cool in the winter and warm in the summer. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer and warm in the winter. A stone house. So, but this was very interesting. Now I'm going to read this. This person wrote back to me about the moon shaft that I read. And he said, I should have searched for a better link. I just wanted to get the details conveyed, as I thought you might be familiar with the story. Not at all. But I would say is, if you ever want to convince somebody of something, you don't want to be sloppy or careless with your words or links. If you just want to send it, say, hell with it, fine. But if you really want to get across a point, don't be casual. Or it's just like if you're proposing to a woman, hey, you want to go out and get a hamburger? I want to propose to you. It's like, you don't do it that way. If you want to be taken with your information seriously. He says, I absolutely am not of the impression that it was a crashed spacecraft, but rather some kind of ancient inner Earth relic population remnant, which I just don't see it that way. The story I heard was based off the soldiers' journals entries of the experience and was considerably more detailed and interesting, which is okay, fair enough. The website I linked did not do it justice. I am literally doing my final packing, as this is my last night before moving to a new house tomorrow, and I did not invest the time to find a better link. Well, again, here, to be productive, when you do have the time, take the time and do it. And I'm not saying you should, but you make a presentation if you want to get somebody interested. By the way, I wasn't suggesting the channel I mentioned goes to the same depths as you and Douglas or is of a similar caliber. I don't believe such a thing exists. However, it does cover a plethora of inner earth legends, history, time, psychic experiments, white, black magic, and demonology, occult, Japanese legends, etc. The channel is not as advanced as what you and Douglas cover, but it's nice to see someone talking about these things on YouTube who doesn't seem like a member of the cult. There's a lot of people that talk about a lot of different things. There's no question about that. As they say, I'm far more interested in what I'm doing here with Douglas. If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't, of course, be doing it. But thank you for your communication. It's good to communicate with people and find out what's going on. So with that, thank you for an interesting evening of information and stuff. And the stuff with, I'm going to ask you one thing, if I could.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe we should save this for Wednesday.
Well, go on.
I'm going to say to the audience, we'll save this for Wednesday.
Okay.
Douglas made a comment when he was being interviewed by Christine Joanna Hart, and it's not a comment he hasn't made before, but it really dawned on me the way he said it. And he talked about when he went behind the Iron Curtain on behalf of directions from Michael Aquino and actually met with Putin's Rasputin, Alexander Dugin.
Yes.
And we'll go into that deeper, because this has a lot of geopolitical meaning with what's going on and the relationship. He's talked about this before, but I think we have a new perspective.
Yes.
And it'll be a good show.
Thank you. And I appreciate the pun, and I will possibly go into Dugin a bit tonight, perhaps on Wednesday in monologue. But before you go, I do want to recite an ancient warning from the Chaldean oracles. Step not down, therefore, to the darkly shining world. Beneath is spread the deep, forever formless, lightless, foul, joying in illusion, irrational, precipitous and sinuous, ceaselessly whirling around its own maimed depth, eternally wed to a shape inert, not breathing, and void. Now, this is something that was taught to me by Michael Aquino himself, because just as the Atsaluthic, the upper realms of the Tree of Life, the Atsaluthic world holds the fountainhead of all existence, the Klipothic world holds the drain down which all existence eventually runs. And at the absolute limit of negative existence, there lurks the solipsist, or the decreator, the ultimate anti-God. And the decreator itself is unknowable. And just as anyone who reached Kether, or the Godhead, would become one with the Creator and creation alike, anyone who reached the solipsist, that which recreates reality as it wills, would join in its total unbeing and suffer annihilation. But what this annihilation is, the closest that any being can come to the solipsist is the entity which was alluded to, again, an unpronounceable name. There's no right or wrong way to pronounce these names, because the human voice with the vocal cords simply cannot pronounce them at all, but something similar to Quemetiel, or the crowd of gods. Quemetiel is this churning, chaotic fusion of long-defunct cosmic entities. It mindlessly sucks in anything that comes near, like a supernatural black hole, and anything eaten by Quemetiel is gone forever, because it will be essentially disintegrating forever, as one would when they enter a black hole, where time ceases to exist because of the tremendous force of that gravity. This is the fate Aquino has evaded, at least for the present, by doing what he has done. But when it comes to these subjects, we'll speak about the Duganite perspective on them on Wednesday. So do join us. And that at least is on the itinerary now. And with that, our dear blessed Peter, sweet be thy dreams. And of course, peaceful be thy slumber.
Okay, thank you. And good night to everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas. He needs to make that $200.
Thank you.
At the end of the next few days. Okay.
Thank you so much. And,
Yep.
Okay. Take
Good
care.
night.
Bye
Bye-bye.
for now. Skybooks.usa.com. And, of course, we will start another call now so that I can take a break as soon as possible. I'm going to call Ian West because he seems to be active. And that at least gives me a tether on which to bring others so that I can basically try to get my voice back. There we are. Okay, I'm going
Hello?
to... Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Oh, yeah,
you.
let me grab my headphones real quick. Hold on.
Yes, of course. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and bring other participants on so we can anchor the call.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can anchor down. You can go do your shit. You're good.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I'll try to bring others on first. But definitely so glad to have that you answered, and of course going to apologize for not having reviewed the music you created yet. I will definitely attempt to try and I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought just having heard something from somebody. So let me
Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh.
What did you just say? I can hear you now. What did you just say?
I'm just going to see if she responds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it.
Yes, I'm going for it. Then I'll try and bring some other people on because I'll need adult supervision for both of you. Oh my God! So we're confronted with two very iffy people.
Oh, I thought we were working about
Peter
that.
was-
I thought we were worried about the hate speech.
Yeah,
Now,
yes,
come
yes.
on now.
Hate speech. Hey, honey. Hey, no, nothing about anyone we know. All right.
No,
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
was listening. Just no. I'm just saying. I was just letting you know. I
Hey,
was
Brooke.
listening just now. Hey, and I thought I was live, and Peter was still talking. So when the phone came through, I was like, I guess I wasn't live. I was still. I had been on the phone with someone we know, and I had
What?
hung up.
Whoa.
I have been on the phone with someone we know.
Well, whatever
That's
it is you've got in that vape machine, let us have some, honey. I mean, we could use
Oh
it.
no, that was me sniffing a line of coke.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm taking a break from the meth too. So it's good.
yes. Now,
Well,
now-
I mean, I'm trying to cross the blood-brain barrier because I've gotten better. I haven't got to tell you, Ian, but I've gotten better. But I'm feeling
You
like
have?
if I,
Good.
yeah, I actually have.
Yes.
But I feel like maybe if something crosses that blood-brain barrier just a little stronger, I'll be like all the way there.
no,
So you
go-
better have that 8-ball on standby.
yeah. We're
I
good.
got two. What do you think why do you think my boobs stand up, man? I got one under each one every day.
There you go. Like I feel it.
Oh
Anyway.
my god. Okay, we're gonna try and bring on some others because
I would prefer you not. I'm pretty sure me and Ian can handle this part if you're gonna take a break.
I do need to take that break desperately, trying to get my voice back.
Yeah, go
honey.
take your break because you always do this. You always prolong it. You pee your pants.
Bring them on when you come back. Just go. You shut up and go.
Honey,
Go.
no, not yet. I'm afraid. I'm
Get
gonna
'em,
try.
Sass.
Gonna try and bring some.
Then I'll
others.
hang up. I'll get
No,
off. Call somebody else. You don't hear.
Oh, no, don't do that, honey. Come on, life is difficult enough. Let's just try around a little bit with some other people just in case, so that
You're just gonna make it more uncomfortable, and me and Ian can't just jive. Can you just let me and Ian jive, and then get somebody else on? Because I either have to shut up while Ian and somebody talks about their dick, or Ian has
Yeah,
to.
that's true. You got a point. She's got a point, Doug. She does.
Oh my God! I tried to merge the call from Joe Tai.
Yeah, that's the.
I was
person
worried this was
thinking
going to
of.
happen.
Thank you. That was the one name I was not going to name, but that's the last person you left alone with me and Ian, who then brought up, what was it, birth control, and that went on a whole rampage.
I don't remember this.
I never did such a
Gift
thing.
that keeps on giving.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, I like to replay that for you.
It's been like 3 months.
At least even Joe Ty remembers.
Oh my
Looks
God.
like a big reunion here.
Oh,
We just need George.
He sounds like real tech geek. Joe Ty
Greetings.
really does.
I will
Yes,
say, though,
greetings,
Douglas,
Brendan.
you were the two
Yes.
people that I said that,
Yeah.
like, I
Yes.
wouldn't, if I had to kill, like, if I just totally got a 3-month, like, thing and I had to kill people, like, I wanted to kill people, I'd kill all, like, the animal abusers and the drug dealers, and then everybody on your show except for 2 people. And who were they?
You said that Ian and Joe Ty were kind of innocent because they were too stupid to be evil.
Okay, you didn't have to say it like
Thank
that.
you, Brooke.
I did not. Okay, fuck you. Fuck you, Douglas. I swear to God, you're going to get it back. Fucking. Next time Aquino comes to me, I'm fucking sending him and not in love and line peace. I'm going to give him some shit to fucking do.
Hey, something came into my room like after we talked last night.
Wow.
Yeah, welcome to our fucking world, bitch.
What was it like, Joe?
It was in my corner of the eye. It's like a small animal, but it's not. Every time I turn, it's like I can't really see the image, but it's not.
Oh, shit.
And it disappears.
Oh
Twice.
shit, dude. That's for fucking real. And I have not experienced that, but I do know somebody that has experienced that, or I don't know them personally, but engineer, NASA, like literally worked for NASA, like left, had this happen, didn't fucking believe it. I will send you, it's a YouTube story you can watch, but it was completely 100%. I don't know if you've seen, like, I think it was Mr. Ballard, but like some things are completely fake. This one was completely real, and it was exactly what you said, except the point that it gets worse, not better.
It went under my
better.
bed, man.
Well, the situation
That's
is
where it will live under your bed, and you're probably going to feel something crawl over your fucking feet.
I mean, so
Brendan.
our visual field only covers 0.1 of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah.
So there's so much that your eye can't see and any of your senses. Like we're in this tiny band, and then there's like all these frequencies on each side.
Yes.
So there are tons of beings we can't see.
Yes.
Not just like the big ones like Jinn, but like there's little ones. There's like
There's all kinds of things. But what was cool about this story was he had gone through a divorce. He was an engineer, had gone through a divorce. They didn't have kids. And he had finally decided he wanted to just like start over. I don't know if he lost a job. Who knows? They don't maybe give you the exacts. I'm like, why did he do that? But he moved back to where he was from, like Midwest, I think, and his brother lived there. And his brother worked for this water company.
Wow.
And so he decided, he bought a house. He had the money to buy the house. He bought his own house. And then he decided just to go to work for the water company. And basically all he would do is just go out, do a demo, like basic salesperson, show them the thing and set it up if they wanted it. Like that was it. Like he had just been there a year, and he got a
like
call.
water purification
Stuff. Yep.
Right.
And so he got a call to be like that. They wanted somebody there on a Saturday, and they wanted him there at exactly 3:00. So he said he didn't care. Like normally he didn't take Saturday calls, but he was like, I don't have anything to do. You know, he was single, older. He was like, I'll take it. He was in his mid 40s to 50, and he's like, I'll do it. It's fine. But they said the person, whoever had taken the call, they said they have an exact situation that you have to be there at exactly 3:00. I think it was 3. I don't know what time it was exactly, but 3:00 on the dot. Not a minute late, not a minute earlier. And he said he thought that was weird. It was written also in the instructions. Thought that was kind of weird, but didn't really think much of it. Just somebody that's anal. So he pulls up a couple minutes before 3, and he walks up to the door. He's walking up like right at 3. And he knocks, and the door nobody comes to the door, and he can hear noise inside, but the door opens, and he knocks. Like, as he knocks, like, the door opens, like it was halfway, I guess, done. So he waited a minute, and then he stepped inside, and then he could hear stuff, and he looks down this hallway, and again, I'm not a great storyteller, but he can look to his right, he looks in, he sees nothing in the living room, and then he looks to his right, and he sees down this hallway an open door, like probably a bedroom, I'm assuming, and there are 3 men, he thinks were men, all on the floor, and this woman walking around, and she is speaking to them in what sounds like another language to him, like Latin, and she's walking in circles around them, touching their heads, speaking in Latin, and he said, "Hey," and she didn't acknowledge it, and then she kept speaking, and then she said something, and I can't remember if she actually said "devil be gone" or "demon be gone" or what the fuck ever, but whatever she said, whether she said it in Latin or not, she just turned around and she pointed down that fucking hallway directly at him.
Wow.
Like, pointed. And just like he said, it was just like the weirdest fucking thing he'd ever fucking experienced. He didn't obviously believe in shit like that or like think anything about it, but he realized she's weird, this is weird. And then she's not speaking anymore. She's pointing and saying nothing. So he just left. And he's like, "Hey, I don't know what's going on with that call. Call back, discount me. But I'm not going back there, and just don't ever see if they call back and want somebody else to come out, don't send me. There's something's weird on there. They're weird people. I don't know what they're doing." And that was it. And then exactly what you just said about the little thing Joe said. He first was sitting in his living room like that first night or two and saw something like a mouse, thought it was, cut all on his lights. Anyway, it continued. Under his bed, things got a lot worse.
Yeah, it's like it wasn't.
Sounds like some Scooby-Doo shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe, go on. Joe, go on.
Animal.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds. You hear sounds.
Yeah, it was thump. It thumped like a person, but it's like an animal. It's weird, man.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. It's gonna thump, and then here's what's
I'm
happen.
gonna resist from mentioning
bed,
Harry Potter again.
Stand up.
What? Don't
He
resist.
stood up into a tall black presence in his room. He ended up finally, like, he didn't believe it. He called his brother over. His brother, was like, he said, "Go in that closet," because he had seen her in the closet. Now, his brother had something actually run across his feet in the closet, but his brother didn't want to tell him because he just figured he was losing it. And so he didn't tell his brother anything. He didn't tell the brother that called him over there that something had happened in the closet. So he thinks, "Oh shit, like, I'm just crazy." His brother leaves.
I like the way these two brothers are in the closet when something happens to them. There's something metaphorical there. Go on, honey.
Right. Well, yeah, especially when but then he had it again, like, to the point that he literally ended up sitting up one night, like, under his covers with his head pulled like a kid with the lights on. Because something had touched him from under the bed.
Yeah, this happens.
I thought it was those animals you were talking about, the animal spirits. Like
Right.
was talking Reikos or something. Like that.
Right. Like the Henge.
Right.
The Henge. We're talking about the fox spirits, of course.
Right.
Yes. You're hoping it's something like that because
that's what I was saying. It's not that. Fuck, that would not be what's visiting you, Joe. You haven't done anything good enough for that. I'm sorry. Plus, you're affiliated with Douglas. Like, if they're not attacking me, they're gonna be attacking somebody. You're probably an easy target.
Hey,
I don't know. I think Joe is actually formidable in his knowledge.
That's right. Joe's formidable. He's like, give me a break.
He's more knowledgeable than most.
Yeah. Beyond that, Aquino would have.
They're not going to
which
use him
is
as a
also
sock puppet
another
like
reason
J-Mo.
they will attack him. They're not going to attack like a 2-year-old unless it's to kill it, to hurt the fucking parent.
Right.
Like, it's not about attacking somebody that's stupid. It's about what I said, is that it's like Joe.
That's a fair point because
the stupider you are, the more the spirits show up to help you.
That's what I'm saying. The stupider you are, you can't see the bad spirits. You're not even going to think, could this be bad? You've already thought it could be bad. You've opened that door. Don't open it, man.
Well, what I think is that I don't think it's a Reiko because that would be like Joe Tai hitting the jackpot. That would be like him getting lucky with a porn actress. But
you know what? Ian has not been attacked by shit. That's when you call stupid. Like, he's not even going to notice. Someone called him stupid. I got fucked. No, sucking my toe last night. I don't fucking know. Bitch broke and sucking my toe. Oh, good. I just jacked off.
Are you gonna take a picture of the toe now?
Fucking a demon will be attacking fucking him, and he won't even know. He'll just be jacking off. They can't attack somebody like fucking Ian.
But okay, so before I go to try and reclaim my voice,
me and Ian could have just done this back and forth.
Douglas, is that from like smoking, or do you think it was like a taboo or something?
No, it's a smoking. But I do want do want Brooke to understand something. Brooke, this is your first night back, but both Brendan and I did kind of an analysis here on what the what do we call them? The Bulgar bozos, the Bulgarian clowns did. You are aware the Bulgarian clowns reported me and got me banned for a week off YouTube, right, honey?
Yes, I did know that, but then I thought tonight you got banned again because as I told you, I didn't read the whole thing.
No. So when it comes to the Bulgarian bozos, when we took a look at what they reported, but Brendan and I agreed on.
Hey, Bulgarian bozos, if you are listening, I don't think you're bozos. I have enough attacks. I support you, whatever you fucking did.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Come on, honey.
Too.
Come on, honey. Stop that.
I don't need any more attacks, bitch.
Anyhow.
They're definitely like low level.
Yeah. So Brooke, they tried again, and they're trying to get my channel shut down. So I have no doubt they'll be contacted by the enemy. Whether or not they join the enemy or not, it's like Brendan said. Peter Moon is going to be camping for a week worth of time with these people in the Romanian wilderness.
Well, maybe they're going to do us all a fucking favor.
Oh well, hey honey, nothing.
Brooke, why are you afraid?
Don't say.
I'll talk about
it,
Douglas, later.
But honey, let's not talk ever about Peter.
I mean, he'll give you money. They'll give Peter money to give you. Is all I meant.
But what I'm saying is that when it comes to what they are attempting to do, what Brendan and I discovered with our analysis when we appealed is that the AI or motherfucker who couldn't speak English who reviewed my appeal and then reviewed, presumably, the episode, there were several hit points, or rather areas that just linked in for the so-called artificial intelligence, the expert system, such as Peter Moon in that same episode talking continuously about circumcision, such as you, for instance, Ian dropped off. Well, I guess...
because me and Ian asked to be alone together. We needed some time.
Yeah.
You know what would stop people from giving kids circumcision? Okay,
let's not talk about the subject. Let's not talk about the subject tonight.
You are not bringing it up.
I'm not discounting what you have to say, but I feel like that's just...
Let's not.
It's all subject.
And of course, when you responded to Ian one time, but by the way, it was quite funny. It was very funny. It's something I would have said, but you said, you vocalized it. You said something about his being an Afro-Jewish person, and you said it differently, but it's
brought that up.
Yeah, they brought that up. Yes, so all of that factored into my being.
It was one of the dozen hits.
We had a dozen hits on that. So let's not use any of those terms tonight.
Can we just say one? Can I just say one thing and I'll stop? One thing and I'll shut the fuck up for at least 1 minute.
Well, you don't need to shut up, honey. We just got to be careful what we say.
I said for 1 minute I would shut up. Okay, Bulgarians, if you are listening. Okay, then I will be more than glad to come camp out with you and Peter Moon, and let's all deal with each other on a personal basis. See where we end up. I am coming. I will come. I just need you have to pay for the plane ticket because to me you are not worth me paying for that.
I don't think you can bring guns to Romania. Just a heads up.
Trust me. I don't need to bring the guns to Romania.
Oh my god. So we're gonna ignore all of this. We're gonna move on. So
she's got 2 guns on her chest. So
yeah. There you go. So I wonder why Ian left.
Douglas. Quickly before you go, I was gonna ask you. Did you see that important piece about how Star Wars, the format of Star Wars is the identical format of Harry Potter. So it's the same writer, basically.
Wow. So that's the man who wrote it.
It was like there was a young boy adopted by his uncle. His father was the enemy. Voldemort was his enemy, but he was also part of his soul was in there. So it's like his father. It's like the same exact format. Like that Pinterest thing I sent you was like... Yeah. The characters side by side, exactly.
Right down to the token black.
He gets discovered, the token guy, and he gets discovered by a mysterious bearded stranger, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Hagrid, but the mysterious stranger had given him to his uncle back in the day. It's like literally the same format.
There you go. It is like,
and it's not just it's not just like a what's that guy's name? Joseph Campbell level story. It's like too uncanny,
Yes, thank you. I get it.
It's not the hero's journey just in its essence. It's like actual plot points were similar.
Thank you. No, that's very important. So the I buy it. It makes
And you've
sense.
mentioned the deal with George Lucas and all these guys, and how he ended up. George Lucas owned the Presidio at one point.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm putting you guys on hold for a minute.
Why, honey?
I just have to do 1 second. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yes, we'll do.
But you get it, Douglas. We can bring it up next time Peter's back.
I agree.
Anyone.
Let's do that. As a matter of fact, Peter enjoys having you on. So on Wednesday night, I'll bring you on during the Peter hours. Okay. Wednesday, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
good.
appreciate that.
Good. Excellent. Good.
I'll try and plan ahead so I'm not like dinging shit and like throwing trash.
Yeah,
cans.
he gets triggered by that for some reason. He said whatever he was doing, it was so loud, and I was like,
I listened to it back. I mean, I could see where it is, but it didn't seem to come through that much.
Yeah,
I think maybe the Skype call doesn't do a good filtering.
Oh, it's much louder on Skype than it is to the people. Yeah, but so I think Brooke is back. But Joe, so honey, may I beg you on bended knee to behave and just lay off any words.
I don't even know what that word means. I feel better. I feel so much good. I feel so good, and I'm so happy.
I miss Brooke's voice.
I mean, it's okay to have it's better to have like a female balance, of course.
Find us a female. And we can get that.
What are you talking about?
There's something I want to say, but I feel like it'll create like an issue.
Yeah. Go ahead and say it.
Did you notice Brooke and I insulted each other simultaneously? She said Douglas is hosting, so it's already the female. And I was saying concerning Brooke, exactly where do we find the female? That's a good point.
I mean, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
I was just saying I kind of miss Saren.
Yeah, Saren.
Yeah, I love
Maria Saren.
Picture.
Oh shit! Don't get us started on that.
I don't remember which is Maria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to bring it up, but anyway.
No, that wasn't somebody I hated. I don't think. Or was
No,
it?
not necessarily.
Did
I ever speak to Maria Saren?
I just don't want to have to go find the OF again.
Can you just shut the fuck up and let Douglas answer the question? Did I ever speak to Marina Saren?
No, thank God.
Okay, then I don't know. Is that the fucking bitch out of Mexico that put me fucking down that goes by 4 fucking names?
No. That's the lady in Spain who you were all angry about because with
her...
Marina
Saren! Marina Saren! I wish she'd go fucking on. I don't dislike Marina Saren. That's the thing. You think I'm jealous of Marina Saren? I just know I have a better chance of fucking her than Douglas does. And I can't believe Douglas thinks she would actually fuck him. She probably won't fuck me, but she's definitely not going to fuck him.
Honey, okay, it's not the swear words that got us in trouble, it's hate stuff, but yeah, just be careful anyway. I'm going to do some lines.
Okay, fine. I will do less cussing because it's such a non-Southern thing to do.
Yeah. I mean...
You know what my mother told me before I got better?
Become more graceful.
Try
Thank
and...
you, Peter.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Peter did say it's just so unfeminine of you to, just keep on cussing like that. Yeah.
Let's not bring that up.
Yeah, let's not bring that up. Yeah. So, okay. No talking about anybody we know, honey. Okay.
Well, I can just keep it cordial.
I just want to say something positive. Marina Saren is gorgeous. And Marina Saren, if I ever have a show, I will beg you to come on, not even sleep with you, just because I actually believe in your alien stuff, unlike Douglas, who just wanted to fuck you.
Yeah, that's cute. So, Brendan, I'm counting on you to be the adult supervision here. You're the only mature person here. I'm going to count on you.
That's saying something.
Sure. I know. That's saying quite a bit.
You know what? I feel very actually inspired by that. Like, at least I am a young at heart still.
No, that's a good point.
Honey, this is like in the movie Monster Squad, the original one, where the entire fate of the universe relies on a bunch of nerdy kids. It's just, it's gotten that bad. It's
but
that.
I told you, who would I be in that movie, Monster Squad? Who would I be?
No, you're talking about Suicide Squad, honey. Then you'd be
yes.
Then you'd be Harley Quinn. But honey, every girl wants to be Harley Quinn.
Cliche.
Yes.
You know the real Suicide Squad.
But the difference is I just wish you all would accept Joe die. I don't even actually don't have anything really against Brendan, honestly. I mean, he's sometimes a little snobby and boring with his like intellectual trying to be like, this is going to bother me because they're joking too much.
Who Joe Ty?
No, Brendan. Joe Ty, no. I already told you Joe Ty. Those were the last
I was about to say, when does Joe Ty come with a snotty intellectual attitude? Holy shit. Joe Ty, you know how you respond?
I just come across like that, but it's not like it's not like my intent. You know?
Yeah, that's not his intent. No, really, honey. He's
well,
very.
My intent is to never come across as a bitch.
But you always do.
That's shocking.
Yeah, we can't believe that.
I won't say never. I mean, but I do come across.
But
I mean, everyone has their shtick, but
beautiful.
It's like I'm just trying to be that thing.
Yeah.
See, Joe Ty's a gentleman.
So yeah.
Joe Ty is a gentleman.
Again, like I said, in the case of the first Monster Squad film, it's hard to imagine a universe that hard up, but we're here. So, Brandon.
I don't even know what the fuck Monster Squad is. It must be like a '60s film from.
Yeah, it's something you should take. It's like I said, you couldn't take your kids to see that because it's just too kind of G-rated and they wouldn't relate. But if you took them to see Evil Dead Rise, your son would say, "Oh my God, it's Mom." He'd be crying. He'd be like, "Oh my God, it's Mom. They got the story down." Oh yeah.
Mom, fucking go. After he saw me fake his fucking note for school and how perfect I did it, and I was like, "I was doing this shit at 12 by myself, bitch. I didn't have to have my mom do it at 18."
Yes, she faked it. She faked a note for her son. Believe that, people? I mean, she's bad. She's a bad mother. Bad mother. Needs to be spanked.
Faked on doctor's letterhead with a stamp of approval from the doctor.
Document alteration, no less. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Luckily, nobody.
That brings up a funny comment.
Yes.
Or a thought.
So, how's your teeth, Brooke? What happened to your teeth?
My teeth.
Yeah, I think you're confusing her. I think you're confusing her with Deanna Fraser, Joe. I mean, this is kind of like.
Was it Deanna Fraser? Didn't she have problems with her teeth or something after the surgery or something?
Damn, Joe, lay off whatever Ian's giving you.
Actually, Joe remembers probably more than you. No, right during the colonoscopy, I had to have my tooth removed to have the dental implant done.
Yeah.
So
piece of your jaw. You had some kind of jaw removal, right?
No, not jaw. It's just a tooth fucking removal. But they put a implant, like they put a thing in the gum so that they can implant a fake tooth. In the back, like it's in the back of my. I mean, nobody can. It's not like I smile, nobody can see it. It's
you
in
had
the back.
A black dentist do this.
Yes, and he's so awesome. I asked if I could work there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's and he had these great teeth, and then you realized that he couldn't have done his own teeth.
Yeah, he just showed me. He was like, "See my teeth," because that's just a back tooth, but I'm wanting to get overlays over the forefront just because. My two front, actually from throwing up for so many years, like they're white and they're straight. I have great teeth.
Explain this throwing up part. It's the toothbrush and you're anorexic, right?
I'm not anorexic. I was anorexic and bulimic when I was like 20. Okay. But so that may have played some part. But the thing that I've had the last since like September, October, that I just got fixed, made me either, number one, we don't want to talk about it, like go straight through you, or number two, throw it up. So I'd asked them when I went in to get it cleaned, the other dentist, and I was like, I feel like the front two, my two front teeth, I'm not bragging, but I do have nice front. I've always just gotten complimented on my smile because I have nice front teeth, and my two front teeth, they aren't too small, they're perfectly spaced, pretty size. But I was like, they're looking clear. Like at the very end, when I would get in the mirror, I would get close, I'd whiten them, but they would look clear, almost clear,
translucent,
like clear.
That sounds. I don't know if that sounds attractive. That doesn't sound too attractive to me. If I can see through your teeth to see your tongue, that sounds pretty gross.
Okay, first of all, if it was my whole tooth, that's what I was worried about. Yes, eventually, if it was going to be my whole tooth, everyone would be like, man, that's fucking gross. Right now, just the very tip. It's just like you would notice it.
I got that shit to a degree. Yeah, so it must be my acidic saliva.
I might notice a tiny pimple on my cheek that you might never ever notice as long as it wasn't a whitehead. Like the thing is, it was something tiny. But I said, I see this. Why would that start happening? Is that going to continue? That's what I was worried. Right. And the woman was like, "Do you have acid reflux?" And I said, "No, I mean, not really. I don't think." Although now, because of what I got diagnosed with, I think I probably was having astral reflux.
Yes, you were. And I was
and I didn't know that.
So, by the way, before I go off, honey, Brendan, I'm not going to leave till I hear your voice. I want you to be unmuted before I leave.
The fuck up. Goodbye.
Yeah, Brendan, unmute. I'm not going to leave till you're unmuted.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So I
was
want
just letting you talk.
Okay, yeah. Oh, she left. Oh my God. So, okay, it's you two gentlemen. I'll leave you two gentlemen to handle this. I'll be back in a few minutes. And
she may come back.
Yeah, who knows? It's one of those things where I'm not quite sure if that's a plus if she does. Either way, it's you're the adult here, and so when I come back, let's see how things are going. But definitely, Brendan and Joseph hold a nice conversation. You can start in the direction of what you're seeing, Joseph. There's other aspects to this thing. Tell us more about what you're experiencing.
Okay. Yeah, it may look like an animal, but it sounded like something big, like a person. Okay. And it's like once it hit the floor, it sounds like a person walking. But it's weird. It was weird.
This happened multiple times or just once?
No, that just like the last transmission. The next night, the lights were going in and out, so it might be a dimensional being or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you have a guru that you're studying with, Brent?
Myself, yes. I mean, in a way, they're like some beings. Yeah.
Oh, beings?
Were you like saw my page? Is that why you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
so
I heard the royal families of Prince Andrew was trying to get his guru paid off by Prince Charles, and Charles refused to pay his guru a yearly stipend. So all the royal family
can't find him.
Guru too. So.
Right, but I feel like the royals, like, who knows who their gurus are.
Yeah, they're Indian gurus. So you're in the Indian tradition, right? You're really into.
It's Vedic, not Indian. Vedic. So I can go into a bit of that. So Vedic is the pre-Hindu culture, what we would call culture, but it was actually the pervading culture of the entire planet.
Oh yeah.
So Vedic is like
they have a form of feng shui too.
Oh yeah, that's where martial arts comes from. It comes from India, and it was laid down by a being called Prajapati, which is an incarnation of Shiv, like Lord Shiv, which is known as Shiva in the West, but it's actually pronounced Shiv. There's no ah at the end. So Prajapati, when he manifested on Earth, like this Earth, he showed humans how to use martial arts through their chi, through their spiritual power, like similar to like the anime. I don't know if you've seen some of these, like
I was talking about the house placement of their Vedic art of house placement, like how the
I was gonna get there. Yeah, of course. There's that aspect of it, and then there's also Vastu. Vastu is feng shui.
Oh, okay, Vastu.
And feng shui means air, water, right?
Yep.
Like wind, water.
Yep.
And Vastu means the science of the air currents. So it's the same science.
Yeah.
And they use the same principles where you align north-south, and you have to have certain things facing north and certain, like,
they said northeast is where the head is, the demon or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, Rahu. Rahu is like one of the nodes. Yeah. Like each area, it's just like feng shui with the elements. They have the 5 elements. Yeah, and ether is connected to metal and ether. And which doesn't make sense. Like if you were to just look at it for face value, you'd be like, how is that the same?
Yeah.
Right? But if you look at it, it's like the things we use to transmit to ether is pure metal. So you have like antennas and stuff. So the ancient Chinese had that knowledge that metal can transmit into the ether. So that's why that element represented the so-called 5th element, which in Ayurveda, it's the 5 dhatus, like earth.
They don't have ether in Chinese.
Yeah.
Metal creates water, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they have the chakra natures that what I call chakra natures, but they create each other in a way, or they mold into each other. And even Ayurveda, the ancient form of it, the original form of Ayurveda went around. It created Greek medicine, it created TCM, and the Japanese medicines. So it's, but the thing is, it's not like this Vedic concept is not geographically centered anywhere. Like you can go to the Maya in South America and or Central Mesoamerica, and they have the same concepts encoded in their language, encoded in their culture. And then you can go to Egypt. You can go to the North American Native Americans. They put Orion, the constellation in importance, and there's certain Vedic connections there. And so this whole thing of connections worldwide. Even the ancient Druids were on the same system. And the Druids used triplicities, like the triple goddess. Same with the Vedic had the triple goddess. They had the triple god, the Trimurti, 3 gods. So
what do you think about Satiguru, this guy that's
Sadhguru, the bearded guy?
Yeah,
I mean, he's a total charlatan. I mean,
you think so?
No, he is. He's like a tailor-made. He's one of these tailor-made guys where they just roll him out. And I have some information about him. I can get to it, but just in brief, it's like, first of all, he wears like a $25,000 watch. So any real guru would never do that. He wears like a Nike tracksuit. No real guru would ever do that.
He rides a motorcycle.
He rides a motor, yeah. So there's these tip-off clues that you could find.
Yeah, one thing I stopped listening to him is because he's trying to change history. It was we gotta get rid of these history of the Moguls because they're terrible and all this stuff. So I said,
he has agendas.
Say basically. That I mean,
he has agendas.
History is history. You're supposed to learn from it, even if it's bad, right? You can't change it. So he's and I stopped listening to him because of that stupid shit he talked about.
Yeah, that stuff is because he wants to basically that will allow the people of India to be his fan, because that's what those like. There's a lot of like Hindu nationalists called Hindutva and these people. So of course they're gonna be like happy about that. Like, oh, this guy, like they'll start applauding just for him saying that.
Yeah,
but that goes back to
good. But once you get deeper and understand his mindset, he's like, there's something wrong with it.
Well, he was invited to the World Economic Forum, and he spoke upon reducing population. That's one of his main goals.
Okay.
And he said, he was like, the world has too many souls. We got to reduce the souls. Like, so whoever he's working for is not cool. And then he also did, this is, I guess, if you want some kind of like more spiritual version of why he's, in my opinion, sketchy at best, is he performed a ritual, which is normal for Hinduism, but instead of doing it to like Ganesha or Durga, the goddess, or any of these like normal deities, he did a Naga Puja. So a Naga Puja, which also the Nagas are enlightened, so it's not negative off bat. But the point is, he did a Naga Puja, the first of its type, of that specific type of Naga Puja that hadn't been done, in over 400 years.
Oh yeah,
so he brought back a forbidden jutsu, forbidden Naga jutsu, to basically reclaim land up here for the beings down below. That's how I see it. Because no normal Hindu person would do a Naga Puja. I mean, like, you have to be on, like, even the Shivites and stuff, like, they know about.
He said he's taking cobra venom. He's intaking.
Okay, yeah. So he's a Naga basically. I mean, he's just wearing a human skin suit, and like he's actually a Naga. Okay, so that's like what I'll say. That's my opinion. So.
Okay, yeah,
but he's not from this plane, because I don't like, no one really, like, there's no history of him before that too. Like, even on Wikipedia it just says like he just shows up, right? Like they like gave him a script and then he just shows up. Like, I don't know like how much background they give for him, because I haven't looked.
He does dowsing, and he goes all around the world trying to figure out all these special places with these magical things.
And why would he do that? Because he's working for the beings underground.
Well, absolutely, and you heard about this, right?
He's the soil guy. He talks about soil and all that.
Suicide. He made his he taught his wife how to commit suicide, a meditative suicide.
A meditative version. Did she do it?
Yeah, she died.
So then, he's definitely not a positive entity at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just got back. Go on.
Okay.
With what you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was it. Yeah, pretty much. Did you have any other questions? Because that's just from my angle. I don't really.
Yeah, I want your angle.
What's the interesting point, though? Oh, he's come. The point he does.
Is that your cat just clawed you or something?
Yeah, I just got hit by a creature. But yeah, like so. But it's that he brings up stuff that is true, but it's jumbled, just like the classic. I call it the 80-20 split. Like movies do it, all these gurus like Eckhart Tolle and all these guys, they give you 20% truth, but then 80% misinformation. And Douglas knows this trick.
That's what I was realizing.
They all do it. Like they all do it.
Yeah, it's like it's not a complete narrative.
Right. So they give you that 20% so your spirit can resonate with it and be like, oh, well, okay, there's something there. And then when you're finally vulnerable in that way, then they start loading up all this other like pseudo-Gnostic. And like, if anyone doesn't know, the Gnostics are actually like a negative group. The GNO, like the Gnostics, like there's a negative version of that.
Oh, okay.
That is pervasive, and that's what all these so-called gurus are. None of them are true Vedic.
Okay. I was trying to understand. Yeah, it was interesting to understand parts of Hinduism, but it sways too far off some of these info. Yeah.
Yeah, Douglas, I don't know if you heard that the Naga Puja thing that this guy did.
Tell me about it.
We just briefly spoke on it, but
okay.
This Sadhguru guy, he basically revived a jutsu that had been banned in India for 500 years.
Okay.
It was a Naga Puja ritual. So it's like summoning the Nagas to this plane.
Wow.
So he works for the beings underground, basically.
Okay.
That's why he's always talking about soil. Sadhguru, you've seen Sadhguru, the guy with the beard. Mm-hmm. I'm sure you've seen him somewhere. Yeah. And he also works for World Economic Forum and all these guys, these groups. Mm-hmm. So, but that's all I was saying. He did like a special.
Okay.
When I say jutsu, it means technique. They do like a special.
Yeah, as in jujutsu. As in jujutsu. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, jutsu means art. Jutsu in Japanese is art.
As in ninjutsu. Yes.
Yeah, ninjutsu or shinjutsu or different things.
Thank you. And by the way, we've been joined by Nemo Albano from Queensland, Australia. I'd like to introduce him to Brendan Zogit and Joseph Tai. Joe Tai and Brendan Zogit. Say hello to Nemo Albano.
How's it going?
What's up?
Going well.
Excellent. Okay, the three of you.
How's everything down under? Anything interesting?
Nothing really. Just more corrupt politicians trying to pass more ridiculous laws.
Oh yeah. That's expected. That's like California. It's like you hear it and you're like, oh okay. normal day.
At least you don't have a debt ceiling, do you?
Delightful. I might go a bit into that during monologue. But right now I'm just so grateful.
That's the class. Just briefly, I want to say how silly it is. It's like they get to the limit and then all of a sudden they can raise it. It's like, it's the same carrot and stick shit. Like to me, it's just cheesy.
No, you're right.
I'm sure there's more details. But...
No. Brendan's got it down.
Because one of those fools from the what is that thing called? The Fed.
Yeah.
He straight up said, we can print infinite money.
Yeah.
It's like an infinite money glitch. So they're just scheming people by like scaring them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's all I want to say.
No, you're right. It really, Brendan's quite correct when it comes to that. It comes down to it being a psyop of a sort. But with that, so grateful for these three gentlemen. I really would have liked Brooke to have met Nemo. Maybe that'll happen sometime in the near future. You never can tell with Brooke, of course. Ian says that work called. He says checks 8 come.
He works?
Yeah, I know, it's shocking.
No,
I don't,
good for him, but still, that's shocking.
No, it's. I don't think he works in any conventional sense. It's he basically buys a bunch of really cheap.
Why would they be calling it like?
Yeah,
12,
thank you.
Anyway.
Yeah, work calls means that some crack whore showed up and was knocking at the door, and he basically has to give her a bag full of powder. That's right. He's probably has to hand it to her because the last time he let a crack whore into his home, she stole everything while he wasn't looking, and then he wound up. I lost this watch. It was my magnificent underground surveillance watch or whatever it was, and I was thinking, you're lucky she just grabbed what she could see. Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
He needs security cameras on his property and inside his house.
Well, how's that going to help? So he can see that she stole everything? How does that
help? He'll have video evidence and report to the police and get his stuff back from her once they arrest her.
Yeah, well, he was selling her drugs. While he was selling her drugs, Nemo, give me a break. Come on.
I thought you were joking. I thought you were being facetious when you're saying he's selling drugs.
Oh, no, there's no joke here. This is how
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the problem is that Ian is a dealer who uses all his stash. So the problem is he's always barely breaking even because he's using his drugs to get sex. Well, and then half the time he's not getting the sex. Half the time they roofie him and he wakes up and, not only is he missing the drugs, he's missing a bunch of other shit. That they don't steal everything because they can't understand what might be valuable in his home. Actually, they look around, they find out there's not much that's of any value. He buys all this cheap shit from China and then sells it. He jacks up the price by orders of magnitude, and that's how he makes some extra money on the side. That's his job. Other than that...
Well, at least he fixed your microphone.
I was never going to have him on again, except that the enemy sabotaged Brendan Zogit's Skype, so Brendan Zogit couldn't get any of my messages. That's how the enemy forced me to bring Ian West back on, because I had to call him and say, Ian, how do we get the mic working? And that's what went down. So there you go. So it's kind of like,
yeah, my Skype got like logged out of for almost a week, and I didn't even notice.
Yeah, and
which normally doesn't happen.
Yeah, they did. That's what
they
did.
It didn't update or anything.
Yeah, that's what they did to force me to bring Ian back. Otherwise, I would have called Bren up. Bren, how do I get the mic working? But no, he wasn't available because they logged him out of Skype. Oh my fucking God. So I was talking to that Brett Luter guy, and Brett Luter, the link's on fucking 4chan and what's the other one? You know, all the hate channels. He's got it all the hate platforms, I mean to say.
Oh yeah.
Is where he uploaded our interview. So.
You're talking about the freedom of speech platforms.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-called.
Yeah. So let me see if I can find Brett here. Poor guy. He had a zit as big as his face. Well, he was he grew a beard to try and cover it. I'm not quite sure that helps. Who's the character that was on I don't know, Snuffleupagus or what was it they used to have, the kind of characters that had the faces that are all hair, like these little Muppets they used to have and shit. It was kind of like that effect. But
Lorax and shit. Who'sville? I don't remember.
Yeah, I was trying to. What was that shit? Anyhow, Brett, dear man. Okay, so here he is. BitChute. Yeah, that's the other hate platform. BitChute and what is it? Rumble? Yeah, Rumble and BitChute. So
those are the bastions of free speech, Douglas.
Yeah.
Rumble's way too strict. I had my account banned after uploading a lot of Douglas's content.
So there's their free speech for you.
Yeah, there you go. Holy shit, so maybe he'll get banned after uploading mine. So there you go, there's the Roswell deception. Part 1? What's this part 1 shit? I don't get it. Like, he didn't upload part 2. They're only 40 minutes each. It's like, well, anyhow, get this shit. So it's like Brett Loiter is telling me, basically, that, okay, we got 40 minutes. I can't make it longer than that. And I'm like, why? Are you scheduled on some kind of, like, actual show or something where they have time limits? No, it's because I got to use Zoom. And Zoom is free if I don't go over 40 minutes.
Unless you pay them.
Yeah, but if I go over 40 minutes, then I got to pay them to open an account. And I'm like, why don't you just use free fucking Skype and you can talk as long as you fucking want? and you can record it because I guess that makes too much fucking sense. And it says, no, instead he wants to go Zoom, which is communist Chinese owned. And,
which is Chicom.
And which, of course, when he sent me the link, wouldn't work because, of course, I'm Taiwanese and shit, and I'm infamous in communist China and shit. So he had to go, like, send me some subterfuge link or something like that. It was just like, none of this needs to happen. It's like, but I guess he can't use a Skype because then he'd have to download OBS, right? Because he'd have to download OBS or no? I mean, he just recorded off the Skype and then just download it.
Well,
right?
It's very easy to learn.
OBS. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I don't think it would be a big deal.
You just need to watch one tutorial guide on YouTube and then you're ready.
Well, I don't even think that he's doing the Zoom live because I thought maybe he's doing the Zoom because it's live.
Oh, so yeah, that's what he's doing then. He's just recording it. Yeah,
maybe, but I don't think so. That's not my impression. It's not my impression that he's doing it live. So then,
well, that's what I'm saying. So he's not using OBS. He just talks to you and then downloads it like you do Skype.
That's right. So you might as well go Skype. And then it'd just be free, and then you just download it anyway. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
It's even less of a reason. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
it's like that permanent Lorianne Fenton cack.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Lorianne Fenton fucked him over so bad.
For those who don't know, the slang cack is like, it means you're burnt.
Yeah.
Toast, done,
yes.
burnt.
Yeah, it's oh my God.
Wasted would be the word.
Thank you. And then he read the book. He took all these notes. He had it all dog-eared and bookmarked and shit. And then when he tried to repeat what had happened, it was like totally the opposite of what we said in the book.
Oh my God.
It was like,
in verse? Like,
yeah, something like that. It was like, so Doug, what happened was they, I can't even remember what he said. You'll hear it if he ever publishes the second part. It was like something that was just like, they brought the Japanese over and killed him because, something. I guess you just have to. I can't even remember it. It was, but there you go. It's I mean, he means well, but it's it's just he can make his own life so much easier. And I mean, one of these days I'll have him on and we can go over his story. Maybe. But then again, I thought the same about Brooke, and look what happened there. I mean, can anybody should be able to understand? I said I can't leave till I hear Brendan talking. Brendan, I want to know you're here before I go. Then she was like, "Oh, fuck you, I'm hanging up." Yes, it's like Jesus Christ. It's like really, and
she's too sensitive.
To say the least. I mean, yeah, and when she says she wants to, I'd be Harley Quinn in Suicide Squad. I mean, every girl wants to be Harley Quinn. What was that you said, Brendan? That it was like what? What was that?
I said, yeah, maybe that's what pissed her off. I said it was cliche. It was just like,
even I want to be Harley Quinn.
Yeah, there you go.
Every white chick that doesn't drugs wants to be
every white chick wants to be Harley Quinn, but Harley Quinn was a psychiatrist, for God's sake. I mean, you're talking about somebody who was through 30 years of school and shit. So it's like no white chick wants to go through that.
In the character's defense, I agree.
Thank you. Anyone who goes through 30 years of school is gonna go batshit crazy. But she was also supposed to be like a gymnast too. That explains her limber physique. Girls, if you want to be Harley Quinn, go through 30 years of school and do gymnastics on the side. Then you can be Harley Quinn. Okay, it's a lot more than
brainwashed by Joker there.
Actually, it's the opposite. Like I said, for those of you who don't remember the original Suicide Squad, there is an entire film that is in the records that they got in the vaults that they may never release. But I forget the actor who was with her. Who was the guy who played the Joker in that film? The young guy who was with Harley Quinn. I'm forgetting both their names now. It's been so long. But
are you talking about the most recent one? Or?
No, the original Suicide Squad, the first one that came out, which is comparative.
The original Suicide Squad was Dr. Wily. I think he created the FDA. He was feeding he was paying these young guys to poison themselves with toxic food.
Thank you for that. That's, by the way, for anybody who's listening, that has nothing to do with the DC Comics, but, whatever. Okay, so I'll look up actor and actress. Actor, actress, actress.
You're talking about Jared Leto?
Probably, yeah. Jared Leto. How do you spell his last name?
I think it's double T.
Leto. Okay, he was probably the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. These people are just
Yeah. Looks like him.
He's like a musical artist that became a whatever.
Yeah. So the point,
definitely a cultist for sure.
Yes. So
Let's not go there.
Yeah, he did the Joker in the 2016 Suicide Squad, and there is like a whole film they made around him that they then just locked up. So in other words, if you see the scenes that they have of him, they have this whole film that they made around him that was supposed to be just him as the Joker and maybe, involving Harley Quinn, but then they just took a few scenes, put it into the Suicide Squad, and the rest of that they put away. But like they said, they filmed enough scenes of him to make a second film. And the whole point was that it's not the Joker brainwashing Harley Quinn. She actually creates the Joker. The point is that they were pointing out that the original Joker was much older, but then she basically takes Robin. That's who Jared Leto is supposed to be. He's Robin, and she just brainwashes Robin into being the new Joker because she wants a younger, sexy Joker as opposed to this old man. So that was the point of the whole thing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right, and so they left the punchline out, basically.
Yeah, they left the whole punchline out because they were going to make a whole second film about it, and then they didn't. It was just weird. Yeah. It was just, but then, they do this shit all the time. But that being said, okay then, gentlemen. So what was all this crap you were sending me, Nemo? Don't become like Ian, where you just send me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I hate that. I don't look at any of it unless it's something like you truly think is important. Yeah, don't send me these things because I mean I'm not offended. It's just that I never.
You have no interest.
Yeah, I have no interest unless you say, Douglas, this is definitely, ultimately, indispensably. You've got to see this.
I
But
understand.
yeah, but Ian does that, of course, with Brooke. He was doing that forever, and then he does that with me, of course, too. And I can't look at. All kinds of people do that stuff. With Joe, of course, then the other issue is like Joe processes differently and shit. And so when I said to him what I said to everyone, I've been banned from Facebook for 6 days for no goddamn good reason. And then Joe writes back, what are you going to do about it? And I'm like, okay, you don't even, it's like, you just shake your head. It's like, I'm not going to do nothing about it, Joe, because there's nothing I can do about it. It's like...
Just make another account.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, conceivably, I could ultimately do that. I mean, you wonder if it's worth the trouble. I may be forced to do that ultimately, of course, simply because...
That's what I was forced to do on YouTube, make shitloads of accounts because I kept getting banned.
Jesus, I mean, ultimately, I'll probably have to do that with the Facebook, likely.
Yeah, make sure you back everything up you have on Facebook.
Nemo gave you some ideas. See,
you gotta find another JAV actress.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, yeah, just another
Sarah J.
Sarah J's okay.
I found a vegan one.
Yeah, cool. And are you two gonna hit it on or? You approached her? Or?
No, I mean, I couldn't make it to Japan if I wanted to. But, although that would be good motivation. But.
Yeah, there you go. I was about to say. So in terms of what it was there anything that you were sending me, Nemo, that you felt might be important? Something that you could give me a summary on?
I gotta go back and look in the fucking chat. Yeah. It was just the latest one was Christine's live stream. So you would have want to check that out if you were online. She did yesterday.
Oh, okay. What
she was talking about the people she's going to sue from being harassed and all that. Just a bunch of topics of suing and harassment and whatnot.
Wow, what a life. What a life.
She's struggling.
Yeah. And so yes. So did she say she's moving or something like that, or that she's been forced into a different neighborhood, or did she bring that up? Or
I didn't hear anything about that.
Okay.
All I know is she has a man that she's living with, like a boyfriend, and I think she lives near an airport because you just hear planes flying past all the time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. When she's interviewing me, we get that shit. Yeah. The planes flying.
I posted on a chat like I wish her the best, and I hope she becomes stronger spiritually and physically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just supporting her.
Yeah. Did she say she was sick?
No, I didn't hear anything about
Okay, so when you said spiritually and physically, you just meant...
Oh, she's trying to gain more spiritual power through her own ways.
Okay. Yeah. And that's... Yeah, understandable. Who is this man? Any idea as to just who
No. But she said she was getting threats from an individual. He said he's going to come over at her house and knock down a door. And she responded, letting him know, yeah, I have a man with me. You'll be having to deal with him if you try to kick down the door and break in.
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. Maybe she means her son?
Possible. I think it's another different individual. Why would it be her son that would threaten her like that? I don't know much about her.
No. What I meant was...
Oh, the man she's living with might be her son, yes.
Right.
Yeah, she said boyfriend. I'm pretty sure. I think she said boyfriend or just the man she has in her life.
Okay. Well, I'm glad she's got someone. So that's something new. That's good. Yes. And so...
Oh, and one more. Yeah. Just one of the videos I posted to you was raw footage of the attack on the Pentagon at 9/11. You can clearly see it wasn't a plane that hit it. It looked like a missile. Is that legit or fake? It looks real to me.
It's I'd have to take a look at, but honestly,
it's short.
The one thing that I would I'd guarantee it's probably deep fake because the one thing I can tell you is that there were eyewitnesses to the plane hitting the Pentagon. It's not like it's I don't understand why this is so hard for people to believe, but obviously when a plane lands, it goes very low and ultimately is parallel to the ground, right? And ultimately touches the ground. Yet people have a hard time believing that a plane could go parallel to the ground and go that low to hit the Pentagon. Why?
Yeah, I don't have a hard time believing that. It's just after that video, it just looks so real. I thought it was a fucking missile that hit it.
It is... by the way, when a lot of times they present videos like this, they'll present it with a very compelling background story. They'll even say that here's the backstory, and they'll say that there was a missile launcher that was mounted on this fake plane, or the plane was empty and had a missile. I mean, you'll hear all kinds of shit. With someone like John Miranda, he ultimately fell for the ultimate, which was just the most craziest shit of all, that it was holograms. These were holograms.
You hear people say that, yeah.
Yeah, and but ultimately, and you just, it's all bullshit. And but the one thing that yes, the planes hit these places, but certainly on the Twin Towers and Building 7, it was controlled demolitions. But the planes did hit the towers. Yeah. But there was controlled demolitions that brought them down. With the Pentagon, the plane hit it, and then it may have been some controlled demolitions inside the Pentagon, but didn't seem to be any real need for them. It was all reinforced on that one side that the plane hit, and but everybody they wanted to kill got killed. They were all in that one wing of the Pentagon, and these were all the auditors who were trying to audit where all of the billions of dollars were being misspent by the Pentagon. And
trillions, not billions.
Trillions. Thank you.
I think they also are doing the audit at the Twin Towers because they got federal files over there too, and the conjoining buildings had files too. So they took all the places that had files.
It's true. That's true as well. I mean, Joe's quite correct. So, Brendan, you still with us? Yeah, go on, Nemo.
It's just disgusting. They willingly sacrifice thousands of lives just to fucking hide their criminal activities.
Well, beyond that, go on, Joe.
Little John Jr. had like a restaurant on the Twin Towers. I think it's called the View of the World. So I think he was piling a bunch of information in those buildings before he died, and
John Jr. John Jr. being who?
Kennedy's son that was missing on the plane.
Okay.
He had a share of the restaurant on.
Right. You're talking about the John F. Kennedy, the man who John, the kid.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, who ultimately died on his own plane.
Yeah.
Right. So Brendan's back.
See the irony of this?
No, there's a terrible irony there, and God knows what happened on that plane. I mean, it's some things we heard that sound reasonable enough, that he was drunk and the girl was drunk with him and they got into an argument. And but, I mean, if I were a girl riding in a plane, I would think there'd be enough of a survival instinct in myself where I wouldn't be clawing at the guy who's piloting the plane, who could bring me safely to the ground again. Right? Something
not too bright. I mean, you would think he would have a Secret Service with him or something.
No, right? He's too macho for that shit. He'd be like that.
I mean, because Kennedy was president, right? Oh yeah, that's right. The Secret Service had one guy kill him too, so I guess he doesn't trust him either.
There you go. You
saw that picture where the guy in front of the car shot.
well, we know for a fact that the certainly the security behind Robert Kennedy shot him. Whether the Secret Service was involved with any of that is almost a moot point, but they might as well have been.
Because they refused to protect them afterwards.
Essentially, yeah. So Brendan, you there? Because he did return. Let's see if he can talk. Are you able to speak?
I'm doing astronomical observations.
Oh, okay, so that's what's going on. Okay.
Doug.
Yes.
Did you check out the Joe Biden video of that child handing him something?
I didn't get a chance. Is that one of the things you sent me?
Yeah, I don't know if it's real. It looks fucking real. It looks like he's handing him a vial of blood. I would like you or other people to verify if that's full of shit or just... It's a bootleg footage. I think it's from someone recorded off their phone.
Yeah, okay.
I think.
Okay.
Well, when you're that old, you need everything.
Yeah, it just looks very sus. A kid handing him what looks like a vial of blood.
I'll take a look at it.
Discreetly, in a discreet manner too, not just like, oh, here you go.
Right. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Certainly, just like I said, there's so much that's out there. I mean, certainly we all know that there's real footage of Biden basically assaulting a young girl on stage.
Groping girls and young boys, and adults, just anyone he can get his hands on.
Right, yeah. I mean, so he does have that aspect to him that they've really downplayed while he's been president. That being said, while our man...
I'll upload it in the main chat for
Don't
the
be surprised,
guys to look at.
His son is a proven drug addict, so... Big thing.
So that being said, by the way, you had something about the hypersonic missile. Would you care to kind of like go a bit into that?
The hypersonic generator.
Yeah.
It's not right now because I haven't got the tabs open. I'm going to upload this other video I want, but I will go into that. Sure. If you want.
Sure. Something else. Then go into something else for a few minutes with because Brendan's observing the stars. Brendan, maybe you can tell us a bit about what you're observing. Are you up to that for a few minutes while I rinse the taste of this liquid Coke out of my mouth? I'll be back in a few moments.
Brendan.
If not,
he's too in charge.
Yeah, if he's too starstruck, we're going to have Joe and our man Nemo do some talking.
Chat about anything.
Yeah.
So, Nemo, what's the deal with the eruptions? You know anything about all these?
Yeah, actually, no chat. Yeah, no chatting about anything at all. Make certain nothing that would hurt any protected population's feelings or.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I was talking about all the volcanoes that are going off.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds.
You mean
safe.
Around the world?
Because we have a big solar sunspot that's exploding. So I think that's it affects our volcano systems.
All right. Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't aware of that.
Joe, maybe you can bring up something that Nemo can actually respond to with some degree of finesse, as opposed to, like, when you bring up something like that, how can Nemo even respond to that? How can any normal guy respond to that? I mean, it's that's like saying, hey, man, what do you think about, increases in carbon and the ratio to our industrial output? I mean, it's like, what's your normal guy got to say to that? It's like,
I get the topic he's trying to. I just haven't looked into it recently to give a good response.
Dude, but it's not even like you're have a geological background. It's like something you couldn't respond to unless you were reading it off somebody else's column. So there's no point in asking. It's like think about something that Nemo could respond to. Or
like the music industry or whatever. I know a lot of shit about
there you go.
Oh, okay. All right, music.
Entertainment industry.
Yeah.
You know the band, the Mamas and the Papas, that was popular.
Oh, yeah.
They released that song, California Dreaming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Didn't one of the daughters sleep with the father or something?
Mackenzie Phillip. What was the father's name? John? Was it John or... Mackenzie Phillip's father. He was putting her in a drug-induced coma and having sex with her, and he was probably grooming her to stay, because they were in a 10-year incest relationship, and most likely he groomed her as a youngling, condition her to think this is how they should have a relationship, father and daughter, by fucking each other while he drugs her with heroin. Yeah, she released that on her book, 2005 or 6. She even went on Oprah, on the Oprah Winfrey show, and explained all about that when she read in one part of the book. She just find herself waking up and having sex with her father, then she blacks out.
Oh, wow.
And just saying, a father is not supposed to fuck her daughter, supposed to protect her. Yeah. A lot of this goes on in the music industry and just overall entertainment industry. It doesn't matter if music, acting, comedy. Just ever since the 50s,
what I realized.
40s. Yep.
Yeah, I was watching Brad Pitt's son with Joanna Lee, right?
Yep.
I think they're trying to change him to a her, like Will Smith's son. They're trying to.
Jaden?
Jaden wants to cut off his own penis, remember?
Yeah, they've conditioned their children to want to adopt the opposite
unfortunately
sex. Like it's unnatural. Because naturally there are people who identify as the opposite sex or attracted to the opposite sex, but you can program an individual to be like that as well. You can make them become that way and crop their mind.
Well, I think it's all. I
Sorry?
think it's all because of the plastic pollution in our water that's affecting their hormones. So that's why there's a lot of disassociated with most of their own genders.
Yeah, that would contribute into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we have this Bud Light thing where they got a transgender guy trying to.
I don't get why. It's useless people getting angry at that, because they should primarily just be saying fuck Bud Light because it's a shit beer overall.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Who cares if it's I don't care if it's a fucking chimpanzee in a dress. It's just a shit beer.
You're right. It is. Exactly.
Oh, there's a tranny on. I'm not buying it. Why are you buying it in the first place?
Good observation. Exactly.
And I may be wrong on this.
You drink?
Bad drunks who drinks that.
No, I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking ages ago.
I don't know what you guys have down there. It's just people like always make jokes about Fosters, and I always thought
a lot of Americans have this misconception that Australians drink Fosters because it's an Australian, but Australians hate Fosters. It's a shit.
Yeah, that's what I always thought.
The most popular brands are the state-themed brands like Queensland, Forex, Gold, Victoria, Bitter, stuff like that. They're the most popular ones.
Stuff
like my grandfather. My grandfather drinks Forex Gold every fucking day. Been doing that for years. Well, he's like, it's like water to me.
Yeah, those older Australian guys are definitely
actually. It's actually a clean. The beer in the water is cleaner because it goes deeper into the mantle, so it's less polluted. So in a sense, I can understand why people drink beer now. And plus,
so you're saying they use well water or something?
Yeah, it goes down like thousands of feet deeper, so those water are more pure.
That definitely makes sense.
Yeah. So I learned this from a guy who I was trying to understand.
Like there's definitely no fluoride in it, but it definitely
actually, Newark, New Jersey is the most polluted place in the world. I said, why would I drink a beer from this most polluted area? Oh, he was telling me how deep they drill down to the bedrock to get their water to make their beer. Mm-hmm. So I was surprised because I was talking to another state lawyer that was dealing with all the pollution in North Jersey, and he was telling me you shouldn't even be buying property up there to live. And Newark did have the problem, almost the same problem as Detroit there. So
that's the place that's right across from Manhattan, or just somewhere else?
Yeah, right across from Manhattan. Newark is like across from Manhattan. It's in the Jersey side. Mm-hmm. It's where Newark Airport is. Yeah, it's right across the tunnel bridges. Yeah.
I see.
Does New Jersey have a lot of like factories and shit that release a lot of toxic waste?
Yeah, it's like industrial.
They do. I mean,
okay.
We have a bridge in Trenton, New Jersey. We make what the world takes. So it was a manufacturing hub.
Wow.
Exactly.
State capital.
And is Nemo trying to look for an explanation for Jotai's condition or something via the industrial effluvia, kind of like a Toxic Avenger origin story or something like that?
Okay, he was saying how
that's where the Toxic Avenger came from, New Jersey.
Oh my fucking god! Yes. Oh my.
Apparently, the beer is cleaner than the water, so that's why he drinks it. Which is a fair point. But.
Yes. So that being said, Brendan has rejoined us, and so you're back in the kitchen with some of that vegan dish being made, right, or something new?
Yes. No. This is. I'm working with the city guns, so I mentioned those before, the 5 positive millets. So
excellent.
That's kind of that's my staple right now, and it's very effective.
Yes. So what
increases mana and it's very beneficial. Yeah.
Right. So what Brooke had found out was that there's some kind of element in her body, DMO or something. What do you think it might be talking about in terms of there's something that was being affected by her diet where she was eating things that were simply producing too much of something and her body wasn't producing enough of something else.
Well, you can't be a healthy vegetarian, so she of course she'll be missing a bunch of minerals and other nutrition. It's really unhealthy. But
did you mean vegan?
Yeah, she's vegetarian.
Oh,
I don't think she's vegan because she was trying to raise ducks for the eggs.
Right. Vegetarians will eat eggs and fish.
Right. Yeah. But whatever she was eating, it was just all bad for her. So she's on a very special diet now, very specific. So I don't know
what can she eat.
I don't know. She'd have to tell us. She was telling me this the other day, but I can't retain all that. It was a lot of detail. But certainly Brendan is welcome to answer to. Obviously, Jotai feels that people cannot be vegan or perhaps even vegetarian while retaining their health. But I'm sure you have a counterpoint to that. Obviously, that
wasn't Adolf Hitler vegetarian?
Yes.
It's hard. It's not impossible. It's harder.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you caveating me because that's all I was gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes work. It takes work because. So I'll actually throw in a good point here. It's like the main nutrient that's lost is B12, obviously, is like and D. And the way to get vitamin D is the sun, everyone knows that. But B12, the way to get that, the way the ancient peoples absorbed vitamin B12 was through the microbiome and the microbes in the soil. So they would work the fields, they would get microbes on their hands, they would get microbes in their mouth and their food. And these microbes would then produce the B12. In a way that wasn't neither vegan nor meat.
Well, good luck with glycosylated aerosol or whatever around us.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly the point. So because they're using all these pesticides and herbicides, they deplete the soil of the bacteria. So there's no B12 in the actual produce anymore, let alone the all the other microbes that would get into your food are all getting killed by these antibiotics and things.
Pesticides.
Pesticides and glyphosates.
It's like, is it even worth eating the fruit and vegetables from the stores now because of all that?
No.
Grow your own.
Minimum, I've said it before.
I eat apples
like
and bananas.
Yeah. You peeled apples here?
I cut the apples and I eat the flesh. I don't eat the skin.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but most of the nutrition is in the skin.
Skin tastes like shit.
Well, if you get a good, if you get a homegrown apple, it's a whole different world.
You gotta pick your own apples. Golden delicious, my God.
In Japan, the fruits are known to be far more superior than any other nations. The fruits they grow there. You're not allowed to bring the fruits out of Japan when you leave.
Out. Yeah, that's right.
I found some in Hawaii.
I want to go there and eat their food. It looks so good.
Well, apparently you can find some in Hawaii. This is what Brendan's going to tell us about. Brendan was finding all kinds of shit in Hawaii because it is a crossroads of the Pacific, and they essentially do some smuggling, right, Brendan?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the Japanese food was brought here by Hokkaido-based bakery. So they had all kinds of Japanese goods because they can make so much money off of the Japanese tourists. So they bring all the goods while they're on vacation. Like a pack of strawberries was like $28 for like 7 strawberries or something.
Wow, holy shit.
But they were the best looking strawberries I ever saw. And I was like, I'd already spent so much money on fruit at that point. I was like, I can't do it. Like
they got $100 mangoes too.
Yeah, $100 mangoes. Like grapes, their grapes are like super expensive. I mean, what they do is those are like respect gifts, so that you give it to your senpai or your boss, basically, or people above you.
Right.
And so it's like kind of like whoever gives the most expensive fruit. That's just like respect level.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's the point of those Japanese
They do
fruits.
that in Japan too. You're giving expensive fruits as gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's new.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what can you tell us about the... apparently what they're saying is that the human gut microbiome, that the bacteria and other microorganisms living in our gut that are essential for our survival, that they're going extinct. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, it's just like what we said. It's from the pesticides and especially glyphosate, because once it's in the soil, it will not deplete from the soil for I think a minimum 20 years.
Okay. Jesus.
So, will this make us more vulnerable to illness?
Of course.
Totally. It totally depletes your immune system.
Yeah.
Can you combat that with injecting plasma and fecal matter of a healthy younger person into your own body?
Yeah,
to combat
that's
that?
what you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, just so people.
No.
Yeah, but no. Go on. We'll go on, Brendan, with what you're going to respond with.
You just do simple things like whatever your local environment is. Like you'll create a
kombucha or kombucha.
No, kombucha is actually a net negative because it's a monoculture.
Okay.
Yes.
So kombucha, if you're using, especially the commercial ones, they only use it's called Bacteria coagulantis, and it's one type, so it's a monoculture, which is actually bad. It acidifies your stomach. So what the ancients, this is where my background comes in handy, is like the ancients, they would always have, every culture has fermented foods, whether it's Japanese with miso. You have the Germans with sauerkraut. You have the Indians have their achar, which are pickles. You have the Russians had their turnips, and the Arabs have their same thing, turnips and vinegar and these things. And then there's techniques in, this was in every ancient culture, even the European ones, but the only reference left nowadays is southern India. They make a grain porridge called ambali. So they take millet or some kind of grain, right? And they'll ferment it. So the fermented grain will then carry all of your environment's bacteria, and it will boost your own immune system in symbiosis with your environment. So once the colony is established in your gut, then you will slowly replenish it, not only inside of you, but from your environment. So that's why all these ancient cultures, not only to preserve the food, but they knew the value of, like, sauerkraut. That's why the Germans, everyone says kraut, like, because they had it with every meal for a reason. Helps you digest.
We should be eating those foods, you're saying?
So do you eat
especially
yogurt?
if you make them yourself. Yeah, yogurt's okay. Yeah, yogurt's a good one.
I eat a lot of probiotic yogurt every day. I eat probiotic yogurt.
Yeah, so that'll give you lactobacillus. So, but that's once again just a monoculture. So, but it depends if it's locally made and stuff. You'll get more, and a lot of them nowadays they'll give what are called multicultural sounds kind of cheesy, but you know what I mean. There's like a bunch of different types of bacteria, like especially the craft yogurt, the more expensive yogurts. They'll do that. The organic people, they know about this. Like the kefir. There's also another technique called like kefir, where lassi in India they call it lassi. It's just buttermilk. So if you have like a good local buttermilk, you can do that.
All right.
But what that does is so not only have they proven that it creates all the B spectrum, B12, B6, niacin, it like pulls that out of the vegetarian food. It also, what they do is once the microbiome stabilizes in your gut, it balances your neurotransmitters. So they've discovered this now, without a healthy gut bacterium, you will not have a sound mind, because the second mind is, they have this saying, the second mind is in the gut.
Yes.
And what they mean by that is their neurotransmitter precursor molecules get created by the gut bacteria. And then your body absorbs that and uses that to create serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine. So without those together, you can't have a sound mind. So, and hormones, your hormones will be out of whack. I mean, everything goes after that. Yeah.
Thank you. No, that's so important. It's impossible to overemphasize. And
right. And then I like mentioning this because it's a simple fix. Like we were saying, anyone can get yogurt, anyone can get, but the key is not to deplete. So some of the things that deplete are like if you take antibiotics, if you are like, drinking heavily, or if there's so many things that deplete. If you're eating inorganic grain, like especially oats and stuff, the glyphosate will just wipe out your gut bacteria to like zero, basically. Wow. And because those things are so potent, they don't discriminate between good and bad bacteria.
That's right.
Just like the penicillin and stuff. Like, no doctor, or hardly any in other countries like Germany, for example. If you get antibiotics, they put you on a prescription strict probiotic after the treatment's over, because they understand that without that, you're just a sitting duck to get another infection. Yes. But out here, they just give you like Z-Packs like candy and all these different weird, like ultra synthetic penicillin or amoxicillin type things. What are they called? Antibiotics. So they'll just not only overprescribe, but they won't give you the backup plan of probiotics afterwards. So that's why people always get sicker and sicker and they don't heal.
They don't give a shit about your health. They just want to make their money and prescribe you drugs.
Or they're just ignorant themselves, some of these people.
Yeah, incompetent.
Yeah. They don't care, basically.
Yeah.
I've only had one doctor that ever given a shit about me. The rest of the doctors I've ever had just don't give a fuck about you.
True. I could say the same. The one doctor that sticks in my memory, she was this, when I was a child, this was like this wonderful lady. She worked for a clinic, so it's like welfare doctor, but she was the best doctor I've ever had. And she actually told me about the origin of my name. So there's a Saint Brendan from Ireland, and Saint Brendan, he came to the area like near Newfoundland in the 1st century. I think it was like 1000 AD, even maybe not 1st century. It was like 1000, something like that, 800 AD, something. Mm-hmm. But he was one of the first Westerners in North America. And he made it all the way back to Ireland, and he told stories about he was writing riding whales with a tusk, like a unicorn, a water unicorn, and they basically thought he was joking. They thought but it turned out to be a real. They didn't discover them until 1,000 years later that narwhals were real. They thought the St. Brendan guy was just out of his mind.
No, that's true.
He brought back paintings of himself like riding them, and he befriended them because he got blown off course, and something happened to where he lost his ship, and they were on like little like craft, smaller craft.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I just got a message from Mark H that our stream ended. Let's see if we're still on. So I need everybody to respond in the chat. Let us know if you can hear us. Live stream still says excellent connection. Let me check the online broadcasting software.
It's still playing.
Okay. So not quite sure what's going on with Mark. But what we'll do is we'll see if we can bring him on to the call, which I tried earlier, but doesn't hurt to try and add him again. And of course, we could always, we should let Brooke sleep, of course, because it's...
Hey, Douglas, what was...
Yeah. What was what? Then Brendan dropped. That was...
Dropped that.
That was weird, so we'll call Brendan again, see if we can bring him back on. Weird shit. Then it says Brendan's Ogid unavailable.
He's modern. Oh, no, he's good.
Yeah, so Brendan, that was weird. What the fuck was that, Brendan?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it keeps saying call failed. Okay, no, I'm
okay.
here. I'm here.
Yeah.
I think it works.
Yeah, we saw you there for a second on camera, too.
Did you get a chance to... Is it still on?
No,
Did you get a chance to... It's still on here. I'm going to turn it off.
Did I get a chance to what? No, it's off. It's off.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you'll see my my sword and my Lord of the Rings poster. But did you get a chance to see that Rurouni Kenshin Chocho thing?
Oh no, not yet. But I want to take a look at it.
I mean, it's uncanny. You know, okay. It had to be what they were referencing.
Yeah.
Maybe send it to Peter too. You might be interested.
Good idea. And so I definitely will do that. Let me review it myself first. Make certain. I'm sure it's legit. Enough to send to Peter.
The first 30 seconds, you'll just see the image.
Yeah.
Open the video.
Yeah. And and aside from all of that, what else comes to everybody's mind while I, just try and get my head out of my ass to begin our monologue for tonight? There's plenty of other topics, but the microcut. Now, here's what our man Nemo was saying. Nemo was saying that certain wealthy people do indeed pay to have young people's fecal matter pumped into their own digestive tract. And this is to basically get the microbiome going again. Now, this happens to a lot of people whose systems have been so denuded by antibiotics that they develop sepsis, kind of like this kind of disease that thrives in antibiotic environments. So with these kinds of staph infections that are possible, both of my parents had to have fecal matter pumped into their stomachs at one point to get their systems going again, because they were completely depleted of any bacteria by all of the antibiotics that had been pumped into them in their hospital stays. So this is the way that hospitals deal with what they do. They cause all kinds of damage, and then they pump shit into you. That's but our man Brendan is...
Pump full of shit, huh?
Yeah. So our man Brendan is saying that that's not even necessary, that they don't need to do this, right, Brendan? This is essentially what
No, not at all. There's a doctor called Dr. Khadarvali. He's this Southern Indian doctor, but he's cured he's cured some of the most gnarliest diseases with that umbali I was telling you about. Like people with cancer, less than a year, they'll recover. People with diabetes, they basically recover within 6 months because it's just glucose imbalance, and the grains will help that. Mm-hmm. But there's other diseases that they would consider unhealable, like Parkinson's and stuff, where he's basically brought people back to functionality, not necessarily cured them, but just by changing to umbali and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Can you post a link of this doctor, please, and I can look him up?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's very famous. He just won the Padma Award from the Indian government, so that's that's like a big deal for the.
Wouldn't that make him a targeted enemy for the big pharmaceutical companies? Because he's trying to cure people's illnesses.
Yeah, but in India they're very open. Like they're more because he's Ayurvedic based. They tolerate him.
Okay.
Like in India, they have
most
this
people
like
are
dichotomy.
ignorant, so.
Yeah, they have this dichotomy where they're like serfs or what's the word? Not they're subservient to the Western kind of doctors, but they'll allow these Unani medicine, which is Greek medicine, or they'll allow the Ayurvedic people because it's so ingrained in their culture. Like you can't delete it. Like there's too many people, and like so they actually, but they did acknowledge him. So to their credit, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's important.
I'll look him up.
Yeah.
Do you want the YouTube link or do you want his actual website?
Yeah, any links you can provide, I'll look them all up.
Okay.
YouTube and website.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so
Thanks.
So this guy, he's vetted, like, in my opinion.
I'll share them with other people so I can learn about them.
Yes. So what I was lucky to do with my food stamps, which I got onto thanks to Brendan Zogit. If it weren't Brendan Zogit suggesting the food stamps, I never would have gotten the opportunity to get money pumped into this card, which I used to buy the Gerolsteiner water, which I'm using now, and I made certain to get a new heating thermos, which I then filled with the Gerolsteiner water on the new heating thermos, because the old one I just couldn't use anymore because it had been too damaged by all of the industrial grade, simply unpotable water that comes out of my sink here in this hellhole that I live in. So Brendan, I do owe you so much.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and it's you got it from, I don't know if we can say fatherland on here, but you got it from, the source land.
Yeah, Germany. Yes, it's German water. Yes, and heated in a Japanese thermos that I'll use to prepare my Chinese tea. Yes, true fusion there. Yes,
pretty good at it.
Yes, yes. And so that being said,
of course you bought the Zojirushi again.
Yes, Zojirushi, of course. Yes, you have one of those, don't you?
I just use a stove. But,
okay.
If I were pressed to buy one, I would definitely get a Zojirushi.
Yes. Okay. And so in terms of our man Joe Tai, so Joe, with this phenomenon that you encountered, it sounded to me almost as if Our Lady Brooke was trying to get you freaked out about it. I don't get the feeling that that's necessarily what you feel about it, but this phenomenon, she was trying to say this other individual experienced it due to apparently some, almost like he was cursed. But if you feel that this phenomenon has developed in your personal experience, your environs, and Brendan, feel free to participate here. I don't believe Nemo heard what had happened, but maybe, Brendan, do you get the impression that Joe picked this up somewhere, or is this something that seems to have spontaneously manifested in his environs?
I mean, Douglas, you know that, like, anyone that comes on your show is not you're going to be seeing shit around them.
Yes.
But,
maybe as a keynote, we don't know.
Well, not necessarily, but what you said, it was like it appeared as an animal, but it clearly had the footprint of a human. So, and I didn't want to bring up Harry Potter again, but I have to because it's like pop culture. So they had some of those beings in Harry Potter, the wizards, right, the magic users. They would have this. They would be called animangus, meaning they can transform into an animal. Yeah. And so some of them could transform into like rats or snakes or dogs. Like, and they were only certain wizards could do that. So it kind of sounded to me like you had like an astral version of that.
Yeah.
That someone's trying to just like.
Well, the house is, I got 3 dead. If I chop down these 3 trees, I wouldn't have a problem.
Oh yes, yeah, you mentioned that, and that is a sign. Yeah.
Yeah, there's signs.
That there's some kind of.
Well, I saw this on some lady that talks about China and the government, and Beijing has a bunch of dead trees, and this shows you how bad China is right now because all the trees are dying.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it goes back to the Hermetic principle: as inside, so outside; as within, so without; as above, so below.
So they're trying to paint these dead trees with greens, and they're charging people $1,000 a tree, fake tree.
Wow.
To like clean them up, yeah. Because that's, even if you look into, like we were speaking about feng shui and stuff, that's like a bad sign that your chi is fucking.
Yeah, the energy of the property. There's something wrong.
So maybe try planting some like holy basil or some really small herbs to kind of like keep the.
Well, you still got to get rid of the dead trees first.
At some point, yeah, because that's just stagnant, chi for sure.
Yeah, because that's most deadly. Because if something is dying, that means something is dying on the property too. So.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this sounds so awful. I'm just sorry you're going through this, Joe. But you notice how Brooke was kind of sadistic about it. You're going to feel it chewing on your toes, and it's only going to get worse. I mean, oh my God.
Well, I had my first house. We did have a spirit there. My girlfriend saw a ghost that from her previous life, her ex-husband, and I saw it too. I mean, dressed in like old Chinese regalia, man. I told her we got to move out of there and sell the place. But she wouldn't have it. But I saw it coming, so there's only so much you can do on the property.
Uh-huh. And so she wouldn't move, and you're still there.
No, I'm at a different place now. But she did move, so.
Mm-hmm. She ultimately moved because she had to.
No, she's still there. She's the ones that she's like those dumb ones that. The spirits help her once in a while.
Oh, this is what you meant by spirits helping stupid people.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And all right.
She can see them, but
okay.
She thinks, because when I moved there, it was a good the feng shui over there was perfect. But once it changed to, there's cycles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I tried to get her out of that place in 2004, when the cycle was going to change, she refused to move. I saw that our relationship was gone.
Wow.
But there's just certain ignorance. There's only so much the ghost can do for you if you're going to be stupid enough to stay.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Hey, they showed up. That's the reason why you should keep going. Right? If the ghost shows up, right? They're telling you the place is not clean, so why the fuck are you staying?
Yes.
Can't you expel those spirits? Can't you remove them?
It's pretty hard. We tried it. I mean, she even went back to ask one of the temples in China how to clear up the house. They told her to use willow leaf and salt to spread around the house, but the spirits were still coming in,
Wow. So go on. You were going to say something, Brendan. What were you going to say about this?
I got cut off for some reason.
Okay. It wasn't me, so go on and say.
Well, I know it wasn't. Yeah. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I was going to say the spirits. I said if you sometimes if these psychics or even just random people work with the spirits, they don't realize that the spirit's expecting something from them, whether it's after they die or while they're alive. So that's the unfortunate part about it.
Thank you. No, it's true. Yeah, go on.
What simple offerings could you give to appease the spirits?
Well, the best thing is a cleanse, I guess, but I didn't see it work.
Yeah. Okay, so both of you spoke at once. What Brendan said was you just get your ancestors to defend you. Repeat what you said, Jotai.
I'll cleanse the house. Or cleanse it. I mean, clean it out.
Like
how many methods are there?
Well, how do you mean like clean it like just Hoover vacuum clean it, or do you mean like sagebrush?
I tried a voodoo type. They call it a Chino cleaning. So, I mean, that's what the Chinese do every year. They try to clean out their house before the New Year comes.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you got to do it all the time, and she's not too clean, so it's hard to keep the spirits away if you're gonna be a total mess all the time. You know, it has to be religious. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what about animals? Do animals partake in this in any way? I mean, you can. I mean, Brendan, animals help, right? Or can?
They definitely
Can't cats get rid of spirits?
Oh, I mean, the best way to. I mean,
in a way.
Not really. They can see them. I mean,
right.
The best way to, even at a house, you want an aquarium to stop the negative energy.
Yes.
You can always do that. You know?
They're basically like interceptors or like capacitors. They're able to like take some of the heat off of them.
Or crystals, right? Crystals.
Mm-hmm.
Well, crystals, you got to be careful because they're amplifiers. So
yes.
People don't realize this. They think all this love and light is going to protect me. But if you neglect the crystal, or you, like mine are actually covered up currently. Like totally, like the Palantir in Lord of the Rings, where he's like, you don't know who's watching. You know, he like covers it back up.
Right.
Gandalf like throws the curtain back on it because he's like, you don't know who else has one, you know, of that same piece. So the Palantir, I'm talking about the Palantir, but it's the same concept. It's like those beings know how to use crystals too, like the jinn and stuff. Like they can use them just as easily, and crystals are amplifiers. That's why they're used in electronics. That's why they're used in laser beams. They're amplifiers of energy, and people don't realize that each crystal is amplifying a planetary energy. And just because you have a positive, like say a planet in your chart is 10% positive or 10% negative, but 90% positive, you're still amplifying that whole 10% and 90%. So you're still getting double the negative energy. So that's why a lot of these astrological talismans, like you have to be very sure and you have to work with someone who knows what they're doing.
I heard
to actually wear these crystals.
You have to cleanse the crystals too, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why, why would they say that? Because it's those other beings can like use them, and if you don't put your energy into the crystal, it's going to get, like I said, mine are actually covered up like by towels and stuff. Like I don't even put them on anymore because they were using whatever beings were attacking you were like multiplied by it. It's so. Yeah.
Excellent point. Excellent.
That's why Mihail sent me those. Remember, I told you, Douglas, he sent me like amethyst crystals and different things that I naively put in my collection. I thought I was like, oh, cool,
because it seems harmless enough. It seems innocuous enough.
It was innocuous because, I like all these people. They always say, oh, crystals are positive. They always have this psyop that crystals are 100% positive. Right. You can have thousands of crystals. And they're always positive, but that's not true.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that a problem with geologists who like collecting these crystals but have no knowledge about the magical properties, so they store them in their house and they're being affected by it?
100%.
Yes.
A lot of these crystal collectors go mad. Like I have this one friend. Yes. He was like one of those hippie guys, he was doing wire wrapping and he literally lived in his room with all of his crystals like surrounding him, and it just frazzled him out. And he's my age and he's lived with his parents his whole life. He's never had a job, and it's not just the drugs. This is just like he got totally burnt out and now he just plays video games all day. And
sounds like
I think it's no offense, but I think it's because if you're not careful with
on Jade?
Jade's a net positive. I mean, Jade's, it increases chi.
Yeah, Jade's not a crystal. Jade's not a crystal.
What's a jade? Can you send a link about it? I've never heard of it.
Nephrite jade. Like the Chinese
stone,
the green stone.
Jade. You've heard of it, Nemo. You know what jade is. Jade, like jade, green stone, jade.
Okay. I'll look into it.
Yeah, there's different colors of jade, but but just give us an example with Bartzi's, Andrew Bartzi's, and his fucking crystal array, and how that's fucking like turning him. It's like he lives in a microwave oven, right?
Yeah, Bartzi's. I mean, he was already way out, but like this was like what when we were talking about this when I watched his video last. It was like 2018.
Yeah,
he had like his backyard was full of those giant terminated amethyst crystals.
Yeah,
and then he had like he made a fire from Palo Santo, which is like a sacred bark, but it wasn't like one stick, where people wave it around. It was literally like a bonfire of Palo Santo with like. Yeah. Surrounded by these amethyst crystal points, and like he was doing he called it Living the Mystical Life Daily podcast. It was like something you could buy for like $500 and watch him do this in his backyard. And it's like, but it just seemed to me like it was so cheesy. And then the irony was in the next video I saw of him, which was like one of the last ones he appeared in public, from what I could tell. I'm not sure. I don't follow him very closely, but he looked like so depleted, and he had like bags under his eyes, and he was wearing like this weird, bizarre getup. It was like a leopard skin vest. And he just like looked like he was possessed by like some entities.
Freddie Mercury and shit.
He was. What did I call it? I was like he's like the fortune teller Freddie Mercury or something.
Yeah. Like
it was something like that. It was just so.
Yeah.
It was so weird.
Where Eddie Mercury is dead, right?
Right.
Yeah.
He's another one who got frazzled. Like he couldn't handle the fame, and he admitted that at one point. That because before he became famous, he was like very soft spoken and shy, and he was actually
Indian
apparently
too.
Syrian.
I heard he was Indian. He's Syrian?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of Arab. He has Arab blood in him.
Yeah.
I thought he grew up in India or something.
Yeah, his father was Indian, I think.
Or something, yes.
He went to an Indian boarding school, and he was probably raped by one of the fucking pedo homos.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, by the way,
that's why they call them fags, right?
Hey! What did we say about hate speech?
We got to refrain from that.
Jesus Christ!
No, I mean, that's what they call them over there.
They don't care. They don't care. Yeah, they just understand, Joe. They don't care. They just focus on anything and just say this term was used. I mean, I brought up all the context.
Churchill, right? Churchill.
Oh God.
All the boarding schools.
Speaking of which, Brooke Gibson has joined us. Speaking of rape. So, because that's what she does to me. Just kind of like rapes my fucking soul. Every time that, she gets her strap on and she like...
you keep coming back for more.
I was at peace for weeks, but then, you can't win with this lady. I mean, she was bitching at me, you didn't call. And I'm like, you told me not to call you, and I was respecting boundaries. And then she was like, oh yeah, now I remember. And I'm like, oh God. It's like, there you go. It's like,
just to make sure, these jade stones, should I buy some of these and get them?
Yeah, what do you think, Brendan? What do you think? You've got the chat. He puts up some of these jade stones in the chat. I mean, this is true jade. What do you think, Brendan? Should he invest in something like this?
Oh yeah, no, that's jade. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Nemo.
What did he say?
Pardon? His voice kind of.
Who? I was saying who put the. Oh, it is you, Nemo, who put the.
Yeah,
those are jade. For sure.
That's right. Yeah.
It says it helps balance bodily fluids and the body's filtering organs like the kidneys, bladder, spleen, and adrenal glands by removing toxins.
Oh, well, what people normally do is they buy a jade bracelet. Yeah, they buy a jade bracelet, right? Or what would you recommend?
Oh, a necklace or a ring or a bracelet?
A jade piece. A jade, just like a palm stone, is fine. They carve talismans as well, like different creatures for protection.
Nice.
Just a bee, if there's a term called a bee, a jade bee, it's just a round circle with a hole in it. That's like the most protective one.
Yeah, like
and the ancients used it.
Okay, so
its magical properties isn't ethnic exclusive. It works for other ethnicities.
Yes, it works for other ethnicities.
It works.
Yes. Brooke, Brendan, describe to Brooke what jade you think might be best for her. But Brooke, please tell us about this new diet, the new diet that you're on. Honey, what is it that's missing from your body? DMO, what is this that you were
Malachite. Malachite's totally what I'm missing.
Oh yeah. You don't have any malachite. That's shocking.
No, I actually don't have malachite, and that's one of the few stones that you have to be very careful wearing if you know about stones.
Oh, for sure.
No, but honey, what's missing from your body that you changed your diet?
You don't get an answer to any question that you ask me directly.
Oh, Brooke, I wanted to introduce you to...
I was just curious because he didn't know what to...
Yes, that's right. Brendan needs to know. Beyond that, Brooke, I want to introduce you to Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia. He's the other crazy Australian that has all these dreams.
Does he know that there's a country named after him as well?
Nemo Albano. No. What country is that?
You know, that was on the map that we got from Ian, the Nemo country.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Ian West has got this like map of the flat world beyond the ice wall.
Oh, it's the Tartarians.
Yeah.
He believes the National Socialists created the ice wall artificially.
Ian?
Yeah.
I don't know if Ian believes.
I don't know if he believes
he
that.
Posted a video on that.
I just remember that Ian posts anything and he does not research it. We've already been through that.
Yeah.
Like the Phil Schneider shit. He thinks Phil Schneider he was going around saying, "Oh, there's grey aliens underground in Dulce," and he was attacked and got, his fingers ripped off and his guts hanging out.
Yeah, all that bullshit.
He looks like a mind control victim with implanted memories, like giving him the memories of being attacked by grey aliens when he was probably tortured severely, hence why the injuries. And he goes around spreading this to cause confusion for the truth seekers and investigators. Because he says he was saved by a Green Beret. A Green Beret sacrificed his own life to save Bill Schneider to bring him up out of the base.
I think that...
I'm pretty sure, Douglas, what are those dreams called again that my friend had?
Cascade memories?
The dreams. The kind of dreams.
Dreams.
Where he met Trump in his dreams.
Oh, astral. He calls it astral traveling.
Astral projection, astral traveling. So I have a friend that astral projection out of Australia that met Trump a couple of times because I offered to introduce him when he came here.
You friend-zoned him? You friend-zoned him? He wanted to give you money so that you would become his lover.
That was back when I didn't talk to him in months. That was when I told you back then.
Yes, that's right. He said, I want to come to the U.S. to meet you. And you said astrally or physically. And he said physically. And then you said, fuck this shit. Yes, I remember that.
Then he was putting Trump up. And he said how Trump had brought America together again.
Yes,
and how we were more united than we have ever been. And I said, no, we're not more united than we've ever been.
More divided than ever.
More divided, yes.
Yes. And he argued with me, even though he's not in my country.
And he said he met Trump's son, too.
Yes, I was wrong. And so then I said, I tell you what, because he was planning on traveling here anyway. Like, I tell you what, when you come to America, you come on through the South, and I will take you to a Trump rally. You meet the people. You meet Trump. And then he said, I've already met Trump. And then I thought, oh, this guy's already been here. He's met Trump. And I'm like, really? And then he says, yes, I've met him 3 times in my astral travels. Also, I've met his son, who is going to be the next president and basically the savior of the world, meaning his youngest son.
Oh, God.
And then he's met him several times, too. Like, the next Jesus Christ is basically the way
that's how he thinks of it. And then he published all this transphobic crap. By the way, we're getting an echo from somebody.
Brendan, there's audio coming from your mic.
Yeah, it's audio from Brendan's mic. But Brendan does need to know, honey, before we go back.
I'm off the call, which is bizarre. So let me see if I can.
Okay, it seems to have stopped. No, it hasn't. so, honey, before we get back to Nemo Albano, while Brendan is still here, could you please tell him a bit about what it was in your diet that was killing you, and what is it that your body needs?
So it was basically ended up being, the doctor said, after everything I went to, is histamine. Have we tried any antihistamines on you? And I, after being at the GI doctor 3 times, looked at this fucker and was like, any histamines? No, you haven't. And that sucks. Like, that was what I was thinking. Like, yeah, antihistamine's going to fucking work. But he said, because we went into me having COVID and I was going into some other things with COVID and something I wanted. And he was like, I want to try this. Went into some science that he had recently done. He's actually an anti-vaccine doctor, surprisingly enough. So, or just at least not pro, because, you know, he had done enough research that he said there's some other things that we've seen with COVID that it can cause. And he went into some science. I didn't know these terms. Like, I knew about ACE1 inhibitors and ACE2 that it affects. And that's where I was going with my argument with him about trying something else. And because all they give me was enzymes, and enzymes only made me worse and worse to the point of almost death on the last enzyme. And, because I just thought I didn't have enough enzymes to whatever. So this regular doctor said, hey, let's try these antihistamines. I'm like, what the fuck ever. Like, I didn't even have the energy to argue that day. Like, I'm at death's door. And he said, let's just try for a couple days. And so I go home, fill the fucking antihistamines, which basically by antihistamines, I mean, one of them was hydroxine, which is basically to me a less sleepy form of Benadryl is the way I would guess describe it. The way it works. And then the other one was basically just like what you get from Zantac or from Prilosec, one of those, because those are actually looked at kind of as antihistamines for the stomach, although people don't realize that. So I took those two that night, but I had no hope and just Googled, why the fuck did this goddamn doctor prescribe me histamines? Excuse me for saying GD. But why did he prescribe me histamines, like stomach, my symptoms? And then lo and behold, the trove of everything I needed opened up. And basically what it was is that everything I had been eating and everything everyone told me to eat, including my GI doctor and the people both before and after, was the wrong thing. And then things even people weren't telling me to eat. Like, I already kind of cut out soy. But you can't have like spinach on it. Like, you can't have citrus fruits on it. You can't have all the things like yogurt, anything fermented. So all the fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut and kombucha, supposed to be good for you, can't have. Avocados, can't have. Tomatoes, can't have. Beans, can't have. I'm a vegetarian, so even when I cut out the tofu, I was still eating a lot of beans, legumes, avocados. Citrus fruits, supposed to be fucking good for you. Of course, everything that is on a IBS diet that tells you to eat on IBS, which I told them not to diagnose me with, but that's still what they tell you to do, and that's what sounds good for your stomach. All of those things are high histamine foods. All your foods have histamine in them. So the same way when you get introduced to a cat and you are allergic to a cat, the way I can explain this, people don't realize this. You're not allergic actually to the cat. You're allergic to the cat's dander. It's why, like, my mother was allergic to cats forever, but then she met a cat and she'd be around it because it had very low dander. It had low histamine. The histamine level in foods are there. A lot of foods are high histamine. Some foods are low histamine. Vinegar, for instance, high histamine. I can't have olives. I can't have ketchup. I can't have anything with vinegar in it. Like, again, apple cider vinegar sounded like was supposed to be fun to me. Like, nope. Everything, alcohol, anything fermented, not reheating food. The cheeses I ate were Swiss cheese and blue cheese. Again, no aged cheese, no cheddar cheese, like no buttermilk. All those things were exactly what I was eating. The only thing on that fucking list that I wasn't eating that was high histamine was oily fish and some beef. Because and shellfish. They're all high histamine foods, meaning they are like the cat that would make someone allergic. The difference is you eat them every day and I eat them every day, and we all do. We have something called, I'm not downstairs to look at my vitamin prescription. It's DAO or DHO. It's basically a histamine blocker. It's a natural thing we make. It's in our intestines, and we all have it. Everyone has it. And so it naturally blocks histamines from food because our body is smart and it made these things so we can eat food, and it blocks them. I mean, there's tons of oils I can't have either, like soybean oil, all these oils, like kind of olive oil. But it blocks those. And then what happens is if you get a low amount of this for different reasons, it can be genetic, although I don't think that's what caused mine, because it didn't start early. It can be viral, again, going back to COVID. And that's, my doctor was kind of looking at, they're seeing some studies there. And then the other things that can cause it are stress, hormones, stress, blood medications, primarily blood pressure medication, which I started last year, and alcohol, which again was using heavily last year. So all of that, which one caused it, I don't know. But I didn't really believe it until I saw the list of foods, and I was like, oh my God, there's everything on here. And so maybe this is it. So it said the thing to do was to take what he had said, but to also get a DAO or whatever it is, supplement. So I immediately the next morning went to the health food store and got that supplement to start supplementing my body. And literally within 48 hours, like I was not going to, like I went like 3 days without going to the bathroom. Like I hadn't been fucking 3 hours without, like in the morning, 3 minutes at points. Like it was just a complete 180. But like I'm eating arugula, but I can't have spinach. Okay. So like I have to, and I'm not eating bread, and I'm not eating most any rice or pastas or anything. Like there's just so much. It's a very, very limited diet. But it's not means you're allergic. It does not mean you're allergic. Finish what Brendan asked. I can probably reintroduce most of these foods, but to cut off, as we know antihistamines do, or histamines do, you have to cut them off, stop them from going in the body, or you can leave a cat. If you know, you can keep itching your eyes for 2 weeks after until your body cuts those antihistamines and cut the histamines off. So the antihistamines help cutting them off, but then I have to have enough DAO built up in my system to be able to then slowly reintegrate food. So I'm not allergic to any of these foods. It's different than a food allergy. It is you don't have enough natural antihistamine to fight high histamine foods.
So it's called diamine oxidase, by the way.
Yes. There you go. You got it. You can say it better than me because I just say DAO. Yeah.
Yeah, DAO. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We got our own doctor here. We got our own doctor.
Had you ever heard of that? Because I just found it weird that I had never heard of that after all the people I've talked to. And
yes, and I'm not saying I was able to tell that's what you had, but I did mention to take magnesium and vitamin C, and it turns out that magnesium is needed to make this enzyme DAO, which mops up the histamines. Yeah, so, and also the vitamin C does increase.
And quercetin.
Quercetin so I mentioned all those because of this, but I wasn't like, I don't give out like diagnoses or anything. Obviously,
stop taking bleach supplements from Ian West.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Though. Like, so for instance, as a matter of fact, though, everyone that told me to eat anything, and there's so many, the only time I felt better was during the food, because you got to remember, he was telling me, in Ian's defense, he was telling me to put a drop of bleach in like a bottle of water. Now, I want you to understand that. As crazy as that sounds, you are ingesting more bleach than your baby is if you put it in a pool. Okay? Sodium hydrochloride. Like, that is in a pool.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, and the reason I was probably feeling better those couple of days, I now look back, was because I would drink it and I really wasn't eating much. And so I was taking a break from ingesting what was obviously everything else that I thought, mushrooms, everything that I thought was so going to help me, and everything everybody said. And so I'd taken a break from that and was pretty much just like drinking the water, and the water doesn't really make you feel good, and it doesn't taste good because it still tastes like bleach, even though it's a bottle with one tiny drip. So there were 3 days that I was like, kind of feel better. And so Ian's plan didn't work. But what I will
that was
say,
Trump's idea. You know that, right?
Also,
it
what
doesn't
works for
matter.
some doesn't work for others.
I said it didn't work. What I did say is that it didn't make me for my personal condition, kombucha and yogurt and mushrooms and spinach and soy and alcohol and everything I put in my body.
So you got a well water or you got a city water?
There's nothing to do with it at all. That's the point. If I had well water and there were some that's why I had 7 fecal studies run. I don't know if you know how to get 1 fecal study done. Actually, 7 at my doctor plus 1 at the hospital. That's 8. I don't know if you've ever had to have a fecal study done and shit in a tiny cup, but I had fucking 8 of them. So that was looking for parasites and which is what you would be referring to, I assume, when you're referring to water, which would be looking for parasites, looking for too much of this or too much of that, or not a blood test done. Nothing showed. That was the problem. Nothing.
That's
showed.
good. That's good then.
No, it wasn't good. It was horrible. I wanted something to show. I would have much rather than been like, you have the worst worm from Africa in the world.
The Ian West worm. Yes, go on.
It would have been fine if they had said, here's the poison that'll kill it 3 months ago or 6 months ago. But to think, when I was at that doctor and they told me that, I didn't have any hope in him. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I'm a death's door, man. I don't know. I couldn't even speak. I couldn't walk out of there. I didn't get up on Mother's Day. I didn't get up on Monday. I couldn't even dial the doctors. I was so weak Monday. So, and I had to make myself get up on Tuesday, and that was for the love of my daughter who's moving out. But what I am saying is that you don't realize and have respect for people that have been through a long-term illness until you had one. So you have complete respect for people that have gone through anything. That you look at them sometimes and you're like, oh, you're just complaining. No, they're probably complaining a lot fucking less than they could, is what I would say after being through it. So I'm so happy.
More magnesium.
I have magnesium, so I'm taking magnesium, quercetin, and vitamin C actually with the DAO, but the DAO or whatever is the main thing that I needed.
The DAO is the stopgap.
Those would have done nothing really without stopping the diet, changing some of the diet, and definitely.
And like you said, you can slowly reintroduce stuff once you stabilize. That's my intuition.
Yeah. No, I plan on. Oh God, I hope to. God, I'm living it between either make stuff with. I'm pretty much living on arugula and basil and olive oil. I make it with that. And I can have fresh mozzarella.
So you found out about the olive oil then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the olive oil has been shown to increase it by 500%. The DAO.
Yeah, so, I'm doing olive oil every day. Yeah.
So that's true.
Extra virgin.
Yeah, like the pure stuff. Yeah. Right. Hopefully.
Yeah, extra virgin. Just neither of you have ever had.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. It was just too easy of a joke. It was totally easy, but I totally am just kidding, obviously.
Funny.
I really just meant joke tie.
So.
Well, I'm adopted. I was adopted, so I'm a virgin birth,
Our next Jesus Christ is on the phone.
Yes, we can all find our salvation now. So, darling.
I appreciate you actually asking, Brendan, and I did not want to give that spill on mine, but thank you for asking.
No, it's very important.
I was just curious, and it's important.
Well, I am Jewish,
Okay, let's not go there. I don't want any more. He used the F word earlier that rhymes with hag.
Fuck? You're talking about fuck?
Yeah, no, it rhymes with hag. And so,
God.
and
why don't you say this is why when you came on my
No, that's what they call them over there in their private school.
You shut up.
Well, that's what they call cigarettes too, but there's
no, say what you were gonna say, dear lady, please.
It's like when I take up for you all the time, Joe, and I do love you. But then you come on my Facebook Like when I put that, what was that one thing I put? And it was like, it was a video of like a mom, and she was like the guy had fucking beat the shit out of her daughter and fucking raped her daughter. And so then she went out and fucking found him in his fucking sports car convertible. She took her fucking shotgun and she blew his fucking balls off. And then your comment was what, Joe?
I forgot. Tell me what I said. It's been so long that way.
I don't even remember. It's so fucking horrible that I don't even want to fucking remember. It's so stupid. Like you were like, is this
basically what he said was we need to treat all such men this way, kind of like that. You know, we need to blow balls off every man like that. You know, kind of. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We it's right, isn't it? Wouldn't you? That's why you showed us that, right? He's agreeing with you.
Yeah, Joe. I showed it because I think every man deserves his balls blown off. That's exactly what I thought. The man had raped and beat the shit out of her daughter to a pulp, and she was taking vengeance for her daughter. And so, yes, for any man that does that, maybe he does deserve his balls blown off. Was my point, and then your point was a little bit different.
Remind me. What was the difference?
Oh my god. Let me look. I'll tell you. I don't have many posts anyway.
You had a photographic memory. What's going on here? You got to do research.
No, I remember it just because I can't even probably deleted your comment. But it was so ridiculously stupid.
I wouldn't get into
you also made a comment on my fucking dog page, by the way, too. It was stupid. But,
isn't every comment that he makes stupid? Like when he said to me today when I said, I've been banned for 6 days from Facebook. What are you going to do about it? Like,
okay, so I don't see that one yet, but I put a picture up, and it's like all I can describe it is it's a man and a dog, and you can only see their back. Okay, the back of them, and they're just looking out like at a river. You see the back of a man, back of a dog. They're sitting on a bench.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and the man have little thought bubbles coming out of the man. And the man here's the thing: the thing coming out of the man is 4 thought bubbles. He has a thought bubble of a car. He has a thought bubble of an airplane. Thought bubble of a house, and I'm pretty sure like a thought bubble of a pool and some women. And then the dog has a thought bubble, and his thought bubble is the exact picture of him sitting there in presence with the man and himself.
Yes, the animal is always in the present moment.
In the present moment. Yes. That's what it meant. Present moment. Yeah, he's present. And Joe Ty put... No, Joe Ty's question, so what is on your mind, bro?
Oh, that Gerald Steiner just went up my nose. Oh, that German mineral water. Holy fucking shit, it burns. That carbonation hurts. So
that's called a deviated septum, Douglas.
Yes, there we are. Thank you.
Yes, it comes from cocaine usage.
Yeah, that's right. So
I mean, it can come from other things, but I'm just saying. I know, my DEA agent sister was on coke. And
that must be a high amount because if the nanoplasma doesn't repair that must be you must be off the charts right there.
So like when Jotai said that, Jotai's being suggestive. He was hoping you'd respond with something like, "Whoa, what's on my mind is fucking you, Jotai." Yes,
and I still can't even find what he said the last time. I think I actually deleted it because of what he said.
In a fit of rage. You deleted it in a fit of rage.
I think I deleted it. But here's what he said. I didn't even know this on April 3rd. Hope you colonoscopies went well, ? Like there's multiple colonoscopies. Number 1. Number 2, you're going to need a little pond to keep those ducks. Hope you don't have any male ducks or they'll rape those chickens.
That is so sick. And it's so,
it's not
just
sick.
saying, like, I take up for Joe Ty, but Joe, I'm sorry, you've never made a great
German
comment.
Told me that.
Yeah, it's like this is his world he lives in. People rape each other. Animals of different species rape each other.
Yeah, we know. It's all about the satanic military thing, right?
Yeah, my satanic dog.
yeah, her satanic military ducks and chickens. Yes, it's like, oh my God, it's Joe. It's like your mind is monofocal. it is what it is. But oh God. Oh, maybe what Brooke said is right. It's just going to get worse for you, and this phantom animal will start chewing on your toes. You'll wake up and they'll be nibbling on your balls. And
I don't want it to get worse for him. I'm just saying it could get worse.
I do know for a fact, though, that male ducks are aggressive when they start the mating process. That's all.
Yeah, they'll do
They're very aggressive.
Well, you know what? We're not going to talk about ducks and chickens anymore. The conversation is over. Done.
Yes.
D-O-N-E.
Yes.
Also, Brooke, why do you choose to have ducks? Because don't they cause a lot of mess?
It's something bad. We're not going to talk about them anymore because there was a tragedy. So we won't talk about that. But it brings us back into Brendan left us. I hope he's okay. Our man Nemo Albano. Let me properly introduce you to Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson, this is Nemo Albano from Queensland,
nice
Australia.
To meet you,
he also has very vibrant dreams. I discussed them with our lady Brooke, and she and I agreed that the Aboriginal peoples, the indigenous peoples of Australia, and Brendan, help me out here. Tell us what you know about the dream time. Now, the dream time in Australia was supposed to be a time before recorded history, back when the Aboriginals were one with nature, right? And they were kind of like, jiving with the entities, and everybody's kind of like on the same vibe. Then the white man came along, and
Yes.
Yeah. So all these Australian guys having all these vibrant dreams that are just like so visual, so potent. So what would you call them? There's a word for that. Intense.
It feels like it's like getting into a simulator, like a new simulation of a new
lucid,
life.
Lucid.
It feels very real.
Yeah. Like they're in the Star Trek hologram deck, the holodeck and shit. And so what Brooke and I agreed is that the Aboriginal indigenous peoples have been like taking old white men's skulls and boiling them in pots and shit. Kind of like sending these dreams to all these white guys in Australia. Kind of like
we
dream
do not
time,
agree on that.
right?
I want to speak to all the Aboriginals. Do not agree with that at all. 100% against everything Douglas is saying.
That is so fucking stupid. I mean, Brooke, how is what I'm saying anti-Aboriginal? I mean, it's like you said, I hope they give them all a bunch of dreams that drive the white men to shoot themselves, is what you said.
It like it's the Aboriginals fucking doing it, like, purposefully without, like, my point is this.
I think it's it's a funny as hell image.
That's what I said, is that it's like a Montezuma's curse level, where they got revenge over time.
Yeah. And all these white guys,
may deserve revenge, is what I'm saying. But then again, shouldn't the Native American all have it on us?
Yeah,
they do.
At least the Australians didn't slaughter the natives to extinction, unlike the Americans did to their natives.
Well, all I know is the Australian that I met, Michael Christopher Andrich, admitted to all the drugs that he was doing
while living with his mom. While living with his mom. While living with his mom.
With living with his mom, yeah. Shrooms, LSD, and what's the other one that people take? The other trip thing? Ayahuasca. Yeah, and then I was like, why are you having these dreams? Like, do you do drugs? No. I do ayahuasca, some shrooms, and occasionally LSD. I'd probably be having goddamn
I posted something about the dream time.
Yes.
Aboriginals.
Yeah, so what Nemo says is Australian Aboriginal gods and goddesses such as... Could you pronounce these names for us, please?
I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Okay. Yeah. First emerge in mythology as the creators during Dreamtime, coming to the earth or the sky to create all things. Yes, so the Dreamtimes come back, and it's more like a nightmare for white people. And these guys keep having these incredibly vivid dreams because it's not just... the drugged out guy, Michael Christopher Andreevich, living with his mom.
If it's a nightmare,
yeah.
You just said it's like a nightmare.
Yeah.
But if it's a nightmare, the number
you
one,
could also interpret it as
he's all excited. He's meeting Trump and the savior of the world, Trump's son.
Well, it's a nightmare for the rest of us. He's all excited about it.
Well, you did say Nemo met you in a dream, which I'm pretty sure that would be.
No, whoa. Nemo actually met my biological father, Hitler, in a dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I met him. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, you were better off. I mean, you could have met Douglas, so at least you met Hitler instead.
He was so casual and cordial. Like everything people say about him, so wrong.
I know. I wrote an entire paper on him.
She wrote a paper on Hitler. When she was young, she actually chose. Nice. Yeah, she chose Hitler, and she presented him as basically a human being, as opposed to an evil caricature. So
and this is before I knew Douglas, and also didn't know about all the Nazi stuff. And
do you have that saved? What you wrote down? Do you have that saved?
I'm an only child, and my mother has every paper that I've ever written. I'm pretty sure in a drawer. Obviously, this was before you were writing things on computer, so it was handwritten. But she probably does. And I told Douglas I need to see if she does, because I didn't even remember it till Douglas was talking one day, and I was like, oh my god. I was in like 7th or 8th grade, and they had to give us, the biography, pick somebody. And I picked Hitler, but I remember writing about him, and I didn't want to read the whole fucking book to begin with. Like, I'm not going to read a biography at that age. So, like, I'm going through, and I'm like, oh, he was born April 1st. Oh, he was born. And then I'm just looking at him as a good, pretty guy. Like, I'm not seeing things too bad here.
From a non-biased perspective.
Yeah, I came totally was non-biased. So, like, I'm pretty sure when I turned in the paper, I probably got like a B on it. Probably would have been an A had I put some bad shit about him. But
definitely true.
Yeah, that's
just like how when I did that project on that college project on the djinn.
Yeah.
And the bastard teacher that was he was like a Knight of Columbus, so he's seen some dark occult shit.
Yeah.
He didn't pass me. He gave me a B in that whole entire class off that one presentation.
Jesus.
And I even did extra credit and everything, and I met with him like multiple times. And he was just like, because I said that djinn were real, he like basically wouldn't give me the A. So my whole college was like all straight A's except for that one class. So it's like clearly foul play.
Yes.
Oh like it's God. Like obvious.
That's so offensive. It truly is. Right. Just really abusive. Well,
it scared him. It scared him because he'd obviously been part of some rituals that like summoned them and shit.
Oh fuck
like
yeah.
I could see it in his eyes. He was like scared when I was like talking about it.
Yeah, no, I get it. It. Yeah, these bastards live off of denial. They live off denial of what they know is true. That's all of academia. So much of it is like that.
And the funny part about it was I had actual citations that they were real from it was literally, I'm not joking, a university in Malaysia that invented a computer software that can detect if people are possessed by jinn.
Incredible.
And I used that as a citation, and he was like, yeah, but you didn't mention it in your presentation. And I was like, oh my God, of course. Super shiesty bastard.
What? Yeah. That's again. I'm left without words. Just shaking my head. Yeah. So, Brooke.
Never trust the Knights of Columbus. Sorry if anyone out there is part of it, but you guys are fucking secret society scum.
I get it. I totally get it.
I agree.
Yeah. So Brooke, honey, if you're there, just checking, making sure that she hasn't checked out, even though I see her. Hard to tell.
I did want to address the Dreamtime quickly, though.
Please, by all means.
It was like, as opposed to, I mean, it most likely is like a Montezuma type effect where they it's like a curse, but it could also be because all the Aboriginals were murdered. Mm-hmm. They used to do song lines to purify the ley lines out there.
Yeah.
So because all those Aborigines are either westernized or no longer connected to their ancestors, that all those ley lines are polluted with all this other stuff, the Westerners. And so it's like, it's muddling up that region's stability.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing that proves that sonics can actually stabilize the land, is that Australia is the most stable continent on the planet. There's no earthquakes, hardly.
Yeah, that's because it's physically impossible. Yeah, it's physically impossible because solid rock.
Is that? Because the natives had maintained a lineage of song lines and purification of the Dreamtime in that region to solidify the land to the point where it was as stable as it was. And it's literally set up. They have the rock in the middle, the site in the middle, and then they it was deliberately set up by like the rishis or whatever being was there in the Vedic times to be stable, be a stable land. And so it was once connected to like Malaysia and stuff anyways. So.
Yes, during the Ice Age. So in terms of one thing that I think that's very important. And so there's a reason, of course, I'm trying to ascertain whether Brooke is here just to make sure she hears this. Brooke, honey, can you respond? Just trying to see if you're there physically to make certain you hear this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't go into it, really. There's no point unless you're here to hear it. But with that, I remember Nemo saying that at least we didn't kill all the natives the way the Americans did. I think that proportionately, Nemo, not that I'm defending Americans at all. Quite the opposite. I'll be the first to argue that the United States in particular, as opposed to, say, for instance, the British Empire, as bad as the natives were treated in Canada, which was horrific, under the British Dominion, certainly in the United States, it was far, far worse. So being part of the British Commonwealth, you might think it was something similar, but certainly what Australia did to the Aboriginal peoples, the indigenous peoples, was, of course, just unspeakable. It was very much an attempted genocide and effectively a cultural genocide. But there were enough survivors where apparently there's a semi-stabilized population, from what I understand. Now, as for the languages or other aspects of original Australian culture, the Aboriginal culture, I'm not too sure about, but I do think that
there's about 500 different Aboriginal
nations,
people, types of tribes in Australia with their own language and territory.
Yeah,
there were.
Okay, and so it's definitely we'll see as things stabilize, or hopefully things continue to stabilize for them. And
I only use that as an argument against Americans when they shit on Australians. I just say, well, at least we didn't slaughter the indigenous people to extinction, unlike them. Just to make them look stupid.
Yeah, no, and it's points well taken.
But no doubt the Aboriginals, were treated horribly, and the British did attempt to try to exterminate them and take over all their land. Yeah,
and with the Americans, for all intents and purposes, they succeeded. It's horrible. The Native Americans, while the nations still exist, and hopefully will make some kind of demographic comeback, slowly are. It's just been their experience is just, there's no words for it. I mean, I don't think anything matches it on Earth, really. It's got to be short of like total extermination. It's as close as you can get. So it's going to take a lot to help them recover to any degree. I believe it can be done, but it's going to take some work. And
time and effort.
Yeah, time and effort, and even a degree of cloning, to tell you the truth.
Preserving the DNA and being successfully bringing them back to existence at full pure ethnicity.
It's.
I hope that happens. I hope to see actual ancient Indians coming back into existence with technology.
It would be an interesting effort. What the hell is that, Brendan?
Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan. What is that? Is that?
Oh, sorry. There's some music going on in the back.
Okay. Is that like?
There's
go on.
There's even news topics about how scientists are trying to go for bringing back the mammoth into existence from the DNA they preserved, and they're researching it, and hopefully they'll find a way to bring it back and maybe reproduce them.
Yeah, well, think of the ethical challenge. Of course, a lot of people would complain about this ethically, but if you were to take the cloned DNA or DNA of Native Americans, try to get some fairly purebred strains and then kind of raise them in the wild, so to speak, basically with kind of, well, doing your best to recreate the original living conditions of the tents, the original kinds of hunting and gathering with the repopulation of the bison that has taken place. Well, it would be a challenge because you'd have to really confront all of the assholes who would say that that's unethical. So that would be
education.
Yeah, that would be the main challenge. Well, I'm not quite sure that education helps anybody. I mean, most of the education that's provided to white Americans or black Americans or any other ethnicity generally doesn't seem to get them employed with any great degree of guarantee. At any rate, I think I figured out what's going on. Brooke and Joe Ty are both on mute. They're probably engaged in some kind of obscene camera Skype sex while not talking to the rest of us. That I think is what's going on here. Maybe that's the music we heard in the background through Brendan Zogit. That's the music that's playing in the background that they're going at it with.
Good for them.
Yes, there we are. Good for them. See if that taunts her enough to get her to respond. But at least she explained her condition, which Brendan was able to respond to. Now he has a hint of now he has an idea of what's going on with her. So
Ian says I'm almost back.
It's like, thank you, Ian. It's like, I'll just I don't know what to do with that. Hearted, I guess, because it's cute, but it's like we're doing well enough, I guess, without
Can I say one more thing
sorry.
about the Aboriginals?
Yeah.
1984, the last Aboriginal tribe found in Australia, almost 200 years after the European settlement. It's called the Pintupi or Pintupi 9.
Yeah.
Pintupi 9.
Yeah.
Emerged from the Gibson Desert in 1984.
Wow.
Almost 200 years after European settlement began on the nation's east coast, and were thought to be the very last Aboriginal tribes to live as hunter-gatherers.
Wow. That's incredible.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
There's a lot of documentaries you'll find on YouTube about Aboriginal tribes, like made in the 60s and 70s. You'd find very interesting in 80s.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
Whoa. So, Brendan, what was that? What was that music? What was that? It was kind of interesting. What was it?
It's I'll have to go into it another time.
Okay.
It's like some supreme sonics. That's what I'll call it.
Okay, interesting. Yes.
And one more important thing, I just want to say, it's being made up in a slight way for the bad things that happen to Aboriginals, because Aboriginals over here actually get better benefits than the whites. They get cheaper renting, they get affordable renting benefits, and just a whole bunch of financial benefits, even free housing communities and that, which had like millions of dollars have been put into free housing communities. But some of them, because they're not fully acclimated into living in modern society, they ended up making bonfires in the side of their homes and destroying the homes that were built for them, because they weren't educated properly on how to live as a modern civilized person, because they're still kind of tied with their tribalistic ways.
Yes.
They need more help to assimilate if going to be funding them free houses.
Right.
But yeah, they do get more benefit. It's some way of making it up for them.
Right.
At least.
It's something. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not, but it's definitely nothing compared
That's
to
why
like
you'll see
what a sovereign country could produce.
Yeah. That's why you'll see more white dudes engaging in a relationship with Aboriginals, so they get some of the benefits that the Aboriginals get. Yeah, the cheaper rent and all that. More money for their kids from Centrelink.
Right. I mean, that's almost like colonial in and of itself, that kind of mentality.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like a backwards, I don't know, just situational. But that's interesting. But it seems that they would be better off just having sovereignty, just like the Hawaiians would have been, you know. But that, of course, is not the case, you know, as you can see. Yeah. It reminds me of that David Bowie music video, Let's Dance, where he shows like the Aboriginals are like scrubbing the sidewalk as like all these people walk by them and like look down on them because they took up all those like servant class jobs for like the especially during that time, that period. Yeah, so 60s, 70s, 80s, right? Like they were mainly just like the ones that were assimilated were just working.
It was, in some states, back in the old days, it was actually it was that bad. It was legal to shoot and kill Aboriginals. That's how fucked it was.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And what's the story on just briefly, the rabbits? Like I heard that there was like a problem with rabbits. I feel like
that's an understatement. Australia is the only nation. Yeah, Australia is the only nation on Earth that produced a horror film about rabbits because the problem with rabbits is so bad. It's called Night of the Lepus. Lepus is the Latin word for rabbit, and it's about giant fucking radiated rabbits that become carnivorous because Australians truly find rabbits frightening because rabbits they swarm. They swarm like, imagine hordes of rats overrunning an entire, landscape. That's what you have with rabbits in Australia.
They're quite a problem.
Yeah.
European hare. Yeah, they destroy all the crops and lands and leading to soil erosions.
Wow.
They negatively affect the agricultural aspect.
Right.
Well, not to mention the cane toads and every other animal you bring over.
I highly encourage people to keep their population down. The cane toads and the European hares in Australia. Just get your dogs to hunt the hares.
Yeah, and so
right, because there used to be like more fauna that was predatory, like dingoes and type bigger things that could deal with it. But it seems their
dingo population must be going down.
Well, what they need to do is they need to clone the fucking Australian sloths and shit that used to be big as fucking. There she is. She's back. Okay,
the giant sloth.
Brooke, honey, could you say something?
I didn't know we had sloths.
You, Jesus Christ. I love that. That's.
Did you? I'm sorry. Look, let's just say this. Like, I was in the shower earlier and I had a call and I got out and realized I didn't wash conditioner out. I got back in the shower, so I couldn't hear you guys, except I opened the door once or twice. And all I could hear was why Australian boy sounds sexy no matter what he says. And someone saying something about me fucking Joe Tie.
That's not what I said.
I don't remember hearing that.
Yeah, that's right.
I just replayed it. That's why you were on hold.
Yeah. No, Brooke. What I said was that I noticed that Joe Ty and Brooke are both on mute, and I said they're both having mad Skype video sex with each other while not talking to us. That explains why neither of them will participate in the conversation because they're so lost in each other.
Maybe so, because maybe Joe Ty be better at Skype sex than you.
At any rate, honey, now that you're back, Nemo. Perhaps you could describe to this young lady some of the dreams that you and your father had, because this is rather uncanny, about hell, the devil, the afterlife, kind of like your father seeing footsteps that were, it's a tower.
I'll elaborate more on that.
Dude, you can just literally, I'm going to tell you, in your voice right now, you can be like, hey, I ate mustard, threw it up against a wall, there was hot dogs. I'll just be like, keep talking, it sounds fucking good.
Oh, my voice. I think my voice sounds repugnant, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. Some of you Australians are repugnant. I met one, but I still let him talk for much longer than I should have.
Of course.
But you do have a nice voice, and you seem to be a little more coherent.
All right. Thank you.
That's yes. So go on, Nemo.
One of my father had about those footsteps. He. Just after there was a young man that was bashed to death, beaten to death over drug money by a bunch of crooks, thugs.
Jesus.
And his father witnessed the beating. Yeah, but my father dreamt of this whole thing going down. Just after he was beaten to death, he saw the body and the people looking at the bodies, and he saw the vehicle of the people that beaten him to death. And as he was witnessing all of this, like the father was crying, and just trying to understand why his son was beaten to death. And after that, he saw footsteps moving right past the body, and he just saw the large footstep. The son that was beaten to death, he was a large guy. He was a big, tall, lanky guy, and he had large footsteps. And next to those large footsteps were small, miniature footsteps. That's what he saw, the little footsteps guiding the larger footsteps. I have no idea what that possibly could be. Like, have you heard anything about, smaller footsteps being next to larger footsteps after a person's killed, like their soul being accompanied by another spirit or entity?
Well, one certainly presumes that some of these entities would be much larger than human beings. But such being said, tell her about your other dream of hell with the new Satan. I am the new Satan.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just remember I was laying paralyzed onto the ground. In this area I'm in, it looks desolated, as if a nuclear bomb just went off. The skies were just thunderous, orange haze, dark. And there was just a mass congregation of these undescribable monsters. They weren't human at all. Oh, she's gone.
Did you?
How rude. I'm trying to tell her a story. She just leaves.
And so did Brendan. Holy shit. It's like, yeah, she's back. She's back for more. They're both back for more. What the fuck was that? Both of you disappeared and
I was talking and no one could hear me.
No.
Yeah, same with me. So
that is so weird. But why were both of you talking? Did you both find what Nemo was saying?
I had an answer about the small footprints. I mean, I don't know if they're
Yeah,
right.
same.
But
Tell me.
Okay, both of you tell us about this footprint thing. Yes. Ladies
so for
first.
me, I go back to, first of all, everything we go back historically, we can look at anything. So the whole footprint story of Jesus carrying you when you couldn't walk, right? There's footprints beside you.
Yeah.
So those footprints.
By the way I always interpreted that is that's when I was carrying Jesus and he was riding my back while pissing down it. But yeah, go back to Brooke.
Yeah, because you know what's hilarious about that? Even though when we get into an argument about religion, you take up for, well, you can't take back for Jesus being born. And I'm like, Christ consciousness is one thing, but the Bible story about Jesus is completely wrong. But you fucking want to take up for that, but then say that. What the fuck ever? Shut up, Douglas. The point is, the story about literally the walking, what I'm saying is, if he saw someone walking by him, it's just like Douglas said, although as much as Douglas says it is so much more knowledgeable than me, I would say a small footprint walking beside you is a soul walking beside you, meaning had the son, the father, lost a child or a grandchild or someone at a young age, a brother or a sister, because many times the invisible footprints are what's coming to show you that I'm here with you. And so if they were smaller, the smaller person could have been a woman, could have been a child. And so I think for us to assume negativity in anything, which is what Aquino and everything else wants, just assume negativity and assume that there's the worst possible outcome. You don't give that, number one. And number two, I think it's a choice. You have a choice on which way to see it. And the which way you see it is the truth. There's no right or wrong. It's just that is your truth. That is the truth. You make your own world. And that is dictating what you see can be either way. And you can make it into some small demon, or you can understand that it may have been very well a child or a small woman.
Yeah.
That had passed before them, that was there to greet them and was there with them, which was the representation of the story of Jesus, which is where I say that the Bible, again, is wrong. But there are many stories in it that are symbolic, and they are meant to be symbology to teach us things.
Yeah. Metaphor. The Bible's full of metaphors and cryptic messages.
So,
yes,
the hell,
yeah.
Brendan, go on, because you notice I said ladies first, but Brooke started talking before I even got that out of my mouth. So, Brendan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Douglas. I didn't know you wanted to go first.
Delightful. So, Brendan.
I appreciate the Brooks interpretation. That's very, very positive. I appreciate that a lot. Mm-hmm. And like you were saying, it could be like the child they could have had, right? Something that's kind of a nice way to put it, in kind of a messed up way, but things beyond the veil that we can't see. But as per the ancient cultures, it would be like when someone passes, you definitely get like beings come to take you where your spirit needs to go, right? Mm-hmm. Like the Valkyrie in the Norse mythology, like there's always some beings that come and take you, and they call them like angels now or whatever, cherubs, different things. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's like that. And in the Vedic, there's a being called Yam, and Yam is the Lord of Death, Yama.
Yes.
So Yama will send his beings to collect you after death, and then you get your judgment later on. But they do things to help you with that passage. Like the Egyptians had Anubis, so sometimes those beings can be seen through the veil. That would be my interpretation of that.
Yeah,
it's just like it's a being that helps you out.
Like Anubis, really? Like,
wait, what were you saying?
I'm saying
he travels to the death world and to the
and he judges you and like basically rips your heart out if you fucking weren't good enough. Yeah, that's what Anubis does. So,
I didn't know he would judge. All right.
He's a judge.
Anubis is like Mercury. He's like neutral. He's a neutral party. He's not like a that's what the problem. I brought this up to Douglas, that all these movies, they always show Anubis as like a demon or like a negative.
They always demonize him in video games and movies and shows.
Yeah, video games, movies.
They make him out as the enemy.
Yeah, but Anubis is really just like a neutral.
You're the god. The god Anubis would greet you, a newly departed soul. You're Osiris is what I meant, so I got the names wrong.
Osiris.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Osiris is the one that would rip your heart out. But don't get me wrong, Anubis didn't stop you from going. He ushered you to the call of truth, where you would then be judged by Osiris, who would rip your heart out. So I'm just saying, beliefs are as much as you want to make them. Like, these people believe this to be true. So is it truth? Or was it their truth? And did it become real afterlife? Or was it
there's truth. There's truth in the fact that we can just generalize and say there are beings that you go to after you die. That's a fact. Like, that's like a fact.
Have you watched enough near-death experiences? Like, how many have you watched?
Yeah, many. And those every time someone they're never alone.
They're not judged. They're not judged. They said we have it all wrong. It has nothing to do with religion. That we are not judged. As a matter of fact, the only person...
It's not like a religious judgment. It's like your soul caliber...
you judge... You're calibrating yourself. So you will look at a review of your life, and you will see... Like, I remember the boy... One of the ones that hit me the worst, like when I first started studying them, was a young boy who had a near-death experience, a teenager. Or he looked at himself as a teenager. He kicked a tree. He saw the tree fucking hurt. Shut the fuck up laughing.
What? Who's laughing?
I thought Douglas was laughing. Sorry.
Jesus Christ, honey.
I'm sorry. I thought you were laughing. I'm expecting.
Nobody was laughing.
Good God.
I sounded like he was probably snorting a line of coke. I don't know.
No, there's background noise in Brendan's mic you might have just heard.
Sorry. Anyway, the point is he kicked a tree. And so what you're talking about is the experience of, I do hear the background noise. That's what it is. Near-death experience of rejudging yourself. The only person judging you is yourself, because you came here to learn lessons. You came here as a soul without a mental mind or an emotional thing that would get in the way. And it's just as a pure soul. So when you get back as a pure soul, you judge yourself, and he sees the tree. And that's what he said. He remembers being an angry teenager. This is what got me, because I looked at animals, I never looked at plants. He kicked the tree. He was just angry. He was a very mad teenager, and he kicked that tree out of fucking hate. He was just so fucking mad. And he said he remembers, and the way this guy said this, it was just like it wasn't a lie, and I've read enough. Like he said, I felt the tree's pain, and I can't describe that to you now being here, but I could feel it there. It was me putting hateful energy out into another being. Like, it was a tree, it was alive. And he pushed that energy in there. And so he'd even judged himself for that. So my point is, there's a lot of other things we judge ourselves for, but it's all judge ourselves, because if you read anybody's, they all say the angels, your guides, whether it's your family member, you usually see who you want to see. So people that believe in Jesus, a lot of them will see Jesus. People that don't believe in Jesus and that believe are Vedic and believe in the gods of Vedic astrology, the Vedic religion, they would see, or Hinduism, they would see who they expected to see at first, because you were slowly being introduced, and especially I say at first, but I think it's most likely for the people that are going to come back, because I would think that would change as you're there. But yes, people see Jesus, or people see, but they're all told, they're not judged, and there is no ripping your fucking heart out by fucking Anubis. Like, and you fucking go to hell. Or Cyrus, I'm sorry. Yes.
I mean, those were all like, those weren't literal. Those were like just metaphors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, metaphorically, then I would agree with you if they are, but then we would have to take the Bible metaphorically, and then Douglas needs to be talked to about that.
That's a problem with most religious fanatics. They take the Bible fully literally. They don't see it as metaphors or cryptic messages. They've been indoctrinated just to believe it in a one exact way. The way they thought it's supposed to be interpreted, which is way off.
I think two things. I think it was, number one, yes, it was supposed to be it was supposed to be a metaphor metaphorically and not interpreted the way we have. And then I think religion used it as a power source as well. So then we've had things, you have, like, I'm in the South, in the Bible Belt, at least in Southern Christianity and baptism and Baptist religion, at least, I know for a fact we believe the Bible cannot be touched, meaning it was pure, so no one could have altered it ever. Cannot have actually been altered by man. So so somehow God lets babies die and get raped and killed, but somehow He kept His word perfect, and man couldn't corrupt that. And to me, that's ignorance. So there is,
which is objectively not true. The Bible's been like edited many times.
Yeah, but that's you saying as an objective, rational person. But as these people that are completely indoctrinated and born into this,
they say this is the word of God, and that's it. That's all it is.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
But, honey, you've never heard me talk about how God does not believe the Bible, and the fact that I've dissected the Bible with all of its evils. You reject everything I've said about that because you've never listened to it. You never listen to.
Listened to everything
you don't listen to anything I say because you're too busy talking. That's what goes on.
I actually hear you when you're here. When I'm here, I don't listen to you when I'm not. But I will say this: you argued with me about Jesus, and you're like, Brooke, how can you deny that? We can replay that. How can you can't deny Jesus? He was born. He's the Son of God.
Wait a second. Are we in the same reality?
Yes,
I mean,
dude.
it's
my God, that's on a show.
Honey, that's not what went down. Maybe that's the way you perceived it. But then you also, it's like this. You also perceive it that, oh, well, we'll go into this some other time. Probably better to cover that privately. But such being said, with the other dream that you had, perhaps you can, by the way, for all of you, I did present a marsupial article in the text box because I know you love animals, Brooke, and I thought that would you would appreciate that. Marsupials are far more evolved than you.
But you did. I won't say that there weren't times like when you made that joke earlier that I got mad about not coming on. Although I love the way you tell the story because that wasn't exactly the way it went down. But I'll let you do it for your audience. It's fine. But I will look that up, I swear to God, and replay it and record it and replay it for you because you told me that because I couldn't believe that it was coming out of your mouth because of the things you had said before. So, yes, you said that, and you were like, you can't deny, Brooke, there is witnesses to this, all about Jesus, all about the witnesses, all about blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, there's certainly we have our differences concerning the Christ figure. Yes, there's that. And, there's just, shall we say, when you represent it, you do tend to represent it a bit differently from, shall we say, kind of like not exactly what I said. There's times I do that with what you say. Most of the time I'm doing that for the sake of entertainment, yes. Yeah, the tragedy is that you tend to truly believe what you say about me, as opposed to me just saying something. I mean, to the point where you're seeking the negative, like you think I'm laughing at you while you're talking. That's disturbing. But of course, it's based on the echo feedback from Brendan's Brendan's side, but yeah, still, there you go with that. But yeah, so that both of them can respond to your other dream, your dream about the desolated wasteland, ground zero.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember how it started. I was just paralyzed, face down onto the ground, like my torso face down to the ground, with my head up, looking at the large amount of monsters that were gathering around. And then there was just this one beast in front of me, this giant monster. He had trophies around his waist that of heads of other monsters that he's slain. You know, you cut their heads off and you claim it as a trophy, show it off to people. Now, he had multiple heads around his waist, his belt, and he was just standing in front of this crowd, screaming at them, holding a head of another.
Well, this crowd were they were all fellow monsters. Yes, giant.
Yes.
They're all kaiju sized. Yes, go on. Yes, and these were giant heads.
That's a good
giant
way
heads.
to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, that he was displaying on his belt. He had giant heads on his belt that he had beheaded other giants. Go on. Yes.
And he's holding the head in front of these monsters and he's screaming at them, "I am the new Satan. I am the new Satan." Like trying to make them bow down to him and make them acknowledge he's the new top dog of that realm. And I was just paralyzed witnessing the whole thing. I couldn't do anything. It was just a very interesting experience. But yeah, thinking about it, I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, there's good shit in the water down there, down under. There's, definitely the Aborigines are having their revenge. They're definitely sending bad vibes into the...
Yeah, I've had a fair bit of dreams like that where you perceive it's hell, multiple dreams. Been bitten by like over 30 snakes in one dreams when I was entering a man-made canal tunnel that leads into an ancient building, brick-made building, and it was very old because the only light was coming from the torches on the wall, and I was just on a little tiny boat floating on some kind of thing. I don't know if it was a boat, and it was a very narrow river, man-made river canal going into this building, and on the sidewalk platforms on left and right side was just cobra snakes, all like leering at me, just waiting to pounce at me. As soon as I got close enough to them, they just all started leaping at me and biting me, and I could feel all the venom going into my body, just multiple bites. But I didn't die in that dream, or nothing bad happened. I was able to endure all that like it was nothing, like it was a test. Yeah, I felt the venom being put in my bloodstream after they're biting me.
Well, there you go. I mean, good shit. I mean, whatever it is that you're imbibing in, I mean, Michael Christopher Andreevich, it was all the mushrooms and shit. If you've got some secret recipe...
Drugs. I just do marijuana, but I just stopped smoking that 3 days ago.
Thank God!
Yeah.
So,
save money.
Yes, that's for the best. So, both of you, any dream analysis here?
Typically, the cannabis will suppress dreams, so that's kind of interesting that it didn't for you. So I guess everyone's different.
Yes.
Like I explained it felt like an involuntary astral projection.
Yes,
like
that's a factor.
Yeah, it wasn't by my own will, but yeah, it felt very real.
But did it appear like a different plane or something?
Yeah, different area, different realm.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's some kind of astral travel. It's an unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. And Brooke? Let's see if she responds or whether she's...
Also, like, the unconscious realms are rather deep if you go by the Freud... the Jung version.
Yeah. And...
Is there any information about the netherworld or the lower realms of hell where these demonic monsters are trying to gain control of that realm, like trying to be the new top alpha dog by slaying whoever's the top dog?
There's
like they're monsters battling each other for domination.
Yeah. In Vedic, there's 7 realms below us, and they're all fighting each other. That's why they're here fighting for control of this realm as well. That's why there's so many factions, and everything seems so convoluted.
Right.
Like it's not just black and white, like evil, not evil. Like even the Nagas are down there at the lowest level. There's 6 levels above Patal. So
you can imagine all the infighting and all the different things, politics going on with them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There you go. And yeah, Brooke. She was going to say something. Okay. No, she was going to say something.
I mean, what's the point? There's no point. I mean, like, what's the point of saying anything? Nobody's going to fucking listen.
Where does it come from, that attitude? I mean,
we listen to everything you say.
Yes, we were.
That is my attitude. Everybody's like, "Oh, Brooke talks too much." What was on the last one? Brooke won't shut up. It's Brooke's show.
No, you talk over people when other people are talking. That's the only problem.
Because they won't shut up.
Oh my God, honey, that's what I was going to tell you about. Brooke honestly thinks that I go onto tangents, and she doesn't remember herself hitting me with
no, I know.
questions.
I know. That's the thing. I do know I go on tangents. I recognize that on myself. I recognize I talk over people. I try not to. I work on it. I do work on it.
Okay.
It's just natural for me once I get passionate on something to continue to talk. And I apologize for those I talk over. The joke, I was joking. It was a dry joke, but it was a joke of they won't shut up. That was a dry joke.
Of what? Oh, yeah.
It was a dry joke. It was
no. I get that. It's some kind of dry joke. Who were you telling to shut up? That was the dry joke?
Nobody. When I just said that, when he said, "Oh, you talk over people," I was like, "Yeah, because they won't shut up."
Oh! Right. Oh, okay.
I said that was just dry humor.
Okay. Yeah.
Understood.
So okay, now I get it. So honey, go ahead and respond. We listen to what you say enwrapped. We're all enwrapped when you speak, believe me. People love your voice. We really do. Just as much as you like the Australian guy harping on. Yes. So, yeah. So go on, darling.
I would just say that, number one, that, I mean, this is going to sound like an insult to begin with, but it's really not after you listen. You're Australian, and you're having these dreams. You're Australian. You're dreaming about snakes. Like, you realize these people dream, like, they can watch a movie about Australia. Like, I was watching the live guy, and they're like, it's always like there's a joke. There's one of those shows that's live on there, and I can't remember what it is, and, Outbackers. And he'll go up and grab a snake. And they're like, this would be crazy or unreal. But then I realized it's an Australian. It's completely real. Like, because y'all live in a world where there's tons of poisonous shit out there. I wouldn't live there at all.
But there's no cobras here, and the snakes were cobras.
Y'all got water snakes, you've got fucking great whites, you've got fucking poisonous, ocean snakes running up. I mean, like, y'all got all kinds of things.
You were saying you saw a cobra in your dream?
These snakes in my dreams were cobras. It was like I was entering a pyramid in Egypt through a man-made tunnel canal leading into the building.
Right.
It was an ancient.
But by the way, just to how would I say it? Reinforce what Brooke is saying. Australia is also home to the world's deadliest snake.
Most deadliest snake.
Yes, the taipan snake.
King brown, taipan.
Yes. So, yeah.
And some of the deadliest spiders. I mean, hell, even the kangaroo can be deadly there,
Oh, yeah, they can rip your guts out with one kick.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Have you seen any of those venomous creatures near you? Or do you see them ever? Or are they just very rare?
In real life, you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh yeah, redbacks. Just only redbacks. You'll usually find.
Those are just like black widows. I mean, we have them.
Yeah.
No, but they got all kinds of horrible things.
Brown. Yeah, I've had a king brown in one of our yards.
Yeah,
but that's nothing.
That's a snake.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, we don't get deadly snakes everywhere, like all the time. Depends where you are. I'm near the coast.
Right.
A fair bit. Yeah, I get spider bites casually when I wake up on my body. Like,
are they poisonous spiders?
Yeah. Some of them are.
Yeah.
Okay,
like they leave a nasty bite.
Brent, how many times have you
seen? I could explain the dreams about venomous creatures.
Well, let's just get off air so you can. I just want to ask you. You were like, "Oh no, we have those here. Like America's like Australia. Like go make a show in America like they do in Australia." Because I want to see. I've seen two black widows in my entire 45 fucking years. And my parents live on a mountain. So, where are you seeing all these black widows, dude?
Redbacks, they love to hang around in your garden or just in your garden.
No, you make sense. I'm not talking to you.
She's talking to Brendan. She's challenging Brendan to...
Because he's like, we have those here. It's no big deal. We have them here
with tons, like... California's full of black widows. So is like Arizona. All these
places.
Full of.
Well, I mean, admittedly, I have never seen a black widow in my life that I consciously remember. We do have a lot of brown widows in this old.
Brown widows. I have brown widows. Literally 100 of them in one bush. Okay, brown widows are poisonous, so that's not a thing. But a black widow or brown recluse, how many has Brendan seen? Because it does not compare to Australia. This guy's literally seen poisonous shit.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're in the more suburban areas, Brooke, they can be pretty they're pretty common. They're he's in the much more suburban areas more often than I am, and but I do want you to know that.
Where do you think I am?
Well, I know you're in kind of a suburban area, but he's gone to some exurban areas, meaning like a bit further out than that. So do trust me, when it comes to these desert areas, some of the spiders and snakes that people can encounter in America are pretty prevalent. But granted, however, Brooke, I will say that in terms of Australia, yes, it has an overabundance of dangerous animals, and that includes even on the beaches. So yeah, Australia is a pretty gnarly place to live, and people.
I just meant comparatively speaking. I wasn't saying we don't have them. I just meant.
I get that. I get that. And I do want you to know again.
We also have diamondbacks, which are very venomous as well.
Yeah, different types of and she knows that as well. I mean, but what she's saying is that Americans don't typically encounter them in their daily lives, whereas Australians, on the other hand, can just go a bit further out into the outback or even just stay at home, and a lot of these animals wind up invading their backyard, their homes. I mean, it is pretty.
It's kind of like Florida with gators. Like in South Carolina or in California, we're not going to picture a gator somewhere in our garage, but you go to Florida.
Yes.
Ian West or fucking gator might be in your garage when you walk out.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, there you go. But certainly Brendan's been in the more desert areas of California, and like you said, if you go into Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, a lot of these animals become really pestilent. So they especially in Nevada.
There are more diamondbacks out there for sure, and definitely tarantulas out there that we don't have down here. I wouldn't necessarily say that black widows are, but either way, only because I studied spiders, so I was so scared of them. But
that's cute.
I can send you photos like every time I see one if you want.
So love that. Can you send me one like crawling on you?
Well, certainly Nemo can. Nemo wakes up.
When it comes to those type of spiders, they don't bite unless you like pin them down or like
It depends on which spider. There's only 2 poisonous spiders deadly we have in the U.S. Okay,
venomous.
And one venomous. Well, no, a lot of them are venomous actually. Many even small spiders are venomous. One of the worst filling bites you can get is from the wolf spider, which is the only spider that can't build a web, and it's a horrible, painful bite. Now, it won't kill you. It's a horrible, painful bite.
Do you have white-tailed spiders in your region? Because they can cause necrotizing fasciitis.
Ooh.
No, that sounds like an Australian
My dad's been bitten by them twice.
Oh my god.
Sounds like a brown recluse or a black widow bite, which is basically what those do. They don't. Black widows and brown recluses don't immediately kill you, but if you don't get it treated, it will usually lead to what you're saying, like a necrotizing fasciitis. It's an infection, starts
eating your flesh.
The skin starts dying, eating the flesh. Exactly. And what I was going to say to Brendan was, he's right about the black widow. It hides in moist, dark, wet places. So like the only 2 times I've seen them were like one was in between some stones when I was moving my rocks, and another at my parents' when I was moving something. And you know them immediately because the red on the bottom. But the second thing about is the brown recluse, not the brown widow, brown recluse. Now those are very aggressive spiders. They will bite you without. They are aggressive.
Yes,
so
but
they
tend to be extremely hard to find because of they're just naturally they hide and they don't come out very often.
But the places that they hide are usually where people end up getting bit are in dry places where, like, Ford, you had a coat or a jacket that you put on. He's barking at something at the fucking window. There's nothing there.
By the way, that's the Kino window.
Yeah, Ford, come on. Come on. Ford, stop growling.
Yeah. Maybe you can tell us a bit about Aquino looking through the window.
I'm not giving him attention right now. I'm
okay.
not going to do that.
Good point.
Right now.
Okay. Your point's well taken.
So the spider, I want to stay on that because I'm not going to let somebody get me off that. Especially something like that. Yeah, they get in your jackets is what I was trying to say, and in your coat or like your boots. So like last winter, like the jacket you haven't put on or the boots you haven't put on, like we check our boots. Like I will usually put like my hand in the sock and put my hand down in the boot before I put it on, just because that's where they love a dry place. So obviously something's sitting all winter in your dry heat, and then you go to put it on in it later on or sitting all summer. Whenever you go to put something on, you haven't in a while. That's where they can be. And that's
always give your shoes a good bang and shake before you put them on.
Yes. I'm sure y'all are. That's why I'm not telling you anything, because I'm sure you have it a lot worse.
Before I put a jacket on, I always turn the sleeves inside out and shake the shit out of it to make sure nothing's inside.
See, that's what I mean. Y'all have it worse. Like I don't do all that. I just occasionally. But that's what I mean. It's just so much worse out there. And I'm not saying that's why you had your dreams. It was kind of a joke. But I do think that, like, we all have a tendency, number one, to have dreams on what we've seen or what we've been through. And then, like, our fears that day or our fears that week. And then, like, sometimes those get interpreted. And then
I don't fear snakes, by the way, just to let you know. I don't fear them.
Well, that's good. That's probably.
Well, I presume you respect them. I presume that, yes, you.
Yeah, I respect them. I don't fuck with them. I don't mistreat them.
Yeah.
But in that dream that you had snakes in it, you also said you didn't feel like you were in hell.
No, just that particular one. It wasn't really a hellish dream, that snake one, but it was like time traveling to ancient Egypt into a pyramid in a man-made canal and being bitten by snakes that they have traps. You know how those traps where they just have a lot of snakes in there to kill intruders? That's what it felt like. I was an intruder and I just got bitten by all these snakes and I felt all their venom coursing through my blood. You could feel it.
I would be more likely to say that you had either a dream. This is just my interpretation, and everyone's, again, will be different. My interpretation of the dream would be one of two things. Either one, the easiest route would go to, you probably... saw something on things or saw something on Ancient Egypt in that week or something triggered something.
No, it had nothing to do with that.
So then the second one that I would go to, which is going to be different than Brendan's, and again, nothing's wrong or right. It's all interpretation. I just would say it seems to be more of a past life dream to me. Instead of a traveling, traveling to a realm. I feel like that was more of a past life dream.
When I explain some of these dreams to people, they just say, you're probably watching a movie or a TV show or you read a book about it. And there was I didn't watch or read or listen to anything relating to these dreams. For example, I also get a lot of dreams traveling in airplanes, and I've never been on a plane and I never intend to go on a plane. But I'm always, most of the time I'll be on a plane, and whenever I'm on a plane, I feel like something bad's always going to occur, and half of the time something does bad, like the plane just crashes, or all the people inside die.
In one of your past lives, I would say that you probably, I don't know if you have a fear of planes like now, like in your present day.
After those dreams I do, I'm never going on a fucking plane after having those dreams.
Right. Well, that makes sense. But I was saying that I think that sometimes our fears, whether they come in our dream form or not, like I know, like one of my past lives, like I know that I drowned in the ocean. Like I know that. I've had enough interpretations of dreams and just total fear since I was a baby. Like my mom sat me down on the beach, completely happy, 2 years old, and like as soon as she sat me, like ocean water touched me, I was screaming, couldn't get, like, I did not stop until I got back to the pool. And then I started like loving the ocean because who wants to go to the beach? So I was fine to get up to like my knees. But the first 2 times I went as a teenager, I got stung by a jellyfish on the same day, one on my wrist, went back and only went up to my knees, and I was scooping water to get sand off my butt. I scooped a jellyfish up and got stung on my butt by actually scooping the old jellyfish up.
That's cute.
That I wouldn't say would be anything to do with any of this, but I have such a fear of deep water, like to the point of nausea. Right. Like I want to throw up. I went to watch that 47 meters deep with my son, and I like had to go to the bathroom and throw up. Like it's just, so I have such deep fears with that. So to me, that's past life. That's what I believe. And so I believe like you may have died before, and I believe you may have lived in Egypt before. Those the way I would look at that. Versus looking at you went to some deep dark realm.
Past life experiences.
Yes, you're reliving, and so maybe because you're in Australia, maybe more people have that because you've got to like at least make relay lines through a very small country, which is energy travel. Whether the Aborigines have anything to do with it or not, I don't know. And we could go into other things that could have something to do with it, but I would think that there's just energy there that is giving you more energy, and you can see it as negative. Like, oh, I'm going to some deep dark realm. I see it as more you're in touch with your intuition and you're remembering your past lives. And the more you can look at it from the positive, the more you may be able to get in touch with more of those past lives.
Right.
But that's just
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Ian.
Mm-hmm. And so
philosophical. It's very.
I learned from the best, Ian.
Obviously. So anyway, let's get this shit knocked out. Look, here I'm gonna share my screen with y'all. We'll knock this out.
Whoa! Wait a second. We're screen sharing with what? I mean,
it's all good news. It's all good news.
Well, I mean, no
there's
weird.
not ever going to be a president again in the United States. I'm pretty sure.
Thank you so much, Brooke. No, you're learning fast. You're learning fast. That's great.
No,
we're gonna.
Wait, you're gonna knock down the channel again, or
don't knock down the channel again with some kind of weird transphobic.
Oh no, I'm not talking to Bulgarian dudes. I don't see that happening. But here, let's just knock this shit out. All right. Sorry to just come in, on the breaks like this, but that's a good thing.
Okay, so no transphobia, no Judeo.
No, nothing like that. It's the good shit. It's all good shit. Don't worry. I set this up. It's good shit. It's all good shit.
Oh my god.
There we go. All right, here we go. All right, check this out. Robin Williams is alive. Here you go.
Oh my god.
Everybody's like, he's daddy.
Well, you know what the good.
How is that good?
Let your light so shine before men that they would see your good works.
Wait a second. This is more deep fake stuff. I'm not seeing anything. All I see is the spider. So it's like the spider's talking to me.
Yeah, always see a black widow. Not even
I
black
see
widow.
Spider.
It's a white-tailed spider, and he's talking like Robin Williams. But I always thought Robin Williams was nothing but vermin.
Yeah, he totally looks like.
Why don't you like? What's wrong with fucking Robin Williams?
Robin Williams is he's
a mind control victim like the rest.
Yeah, he was a cokehead who was beyond. He was impotent.
Oh, we all are, dog.
Which is why fucking Ian needs him alive because Ian's dealer just fucking died.
Right.
I mean, one of my favorite porn actresses, Christy Canyon. Her and another girl.
You like Christy Canyon? I love Christy Canyon.
Yeah. So
she had the best tits. The best tits.
Yeah. And so her and another girl were hired by Robin Williams, and they went to see him, and he was all coked out, and they said he stank, he smelled, and he was just he couldn't get it up. So they finally had to make out with each other in front of him, and he couldn't even whack off over that. So finally they just had to leave. But at any rate, this is all the heroin he used. So this is why he wound up dying while he was masturbating through that autoerotic stimulation bullshit. And then they tried to make.
Did you say Robin Williams or did you say Frank Black?
Yeah.
No,
I'm confused.
That was good. That was very good.
Yeah. So what's so awful is that these families try to take something like, look, the guy had autoerotic stimulation and because he had erectile issues, and they could have talked about issues like that, but they went chicken shit and said, oh, he killed himself because he was depressed. And so then they try to encourage other people to get on antidepressants. So they wind up working for the pharmaceuticals. So the family sells out. I mean, it's just such bullshit. I mean, the guy couldn't get it up because he was on heroin all the time. So the only way he could get that stimulation was by suffocating himself. And that's how he fucking died. I mean, the guy had a belt that was tied around a doorknob. I mean, you can't hang yourself with that, no matter how depressed you are. So it's just how he wound up strangling himself.
So it sounds like he faked his death, right?
No, he didn't fake his death. No, he died.
Some people think that he was assassinated and they staged. and then they staged it to look like he killed himself through strangulation and masturbation.
Oh my god!
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what goes around about his death.
Oh my god!
No, I don't. First of all,
like the singer from INXS, people say that.
Sure. What's that, Brooke? What's that? Did Brendan?
I think that's completely stupid. I think he did kill himself. Like that, he was too rich. So like that was not gonna fucking happen. But there is a girl no one seems to really care about that was fucking pregnant. She had started an affair at 13 with a police officer in Pennsylvania, I believe it is. And his brother was also a police officer. And then she got pregnant at 8,
that's like statutory. That's not like an affair.
Yeah, but they had started like.
Thank you.
She didn't have the best family, and he had started like first they had both groomed her, kind of like brought her into the police department. Like there were pictures with her, like we're bringing her in like as one of these child people, like. And then they groomed her, both of them supposedly slept with her, but obviously this one, he was married. And the day his wife was giving birth to their second child, she was, I think, 18, 19. And she was pregnant and just found out she was pregnant. And her friends all knew she was pregnant and knew it was his. And there's a video of him coming in the apartment building.
You mean Robin Williams?
No, the police officer.
Well, what's this got to do with Robin Williams?
It doesn't, but just listen to the story. Comes in the apartment building, goes upstairs. She had just called up about 30 minutes before. She's never seen again alive. Somebody finally does a welfare check on her, and she's sitting on the floor, hanging from a doorknob, sitting on the floor. And the police officer came in, was there 10 minutes and left, and then drove to where his wife was giving birth. She was pregnant with this baby. Do you think those police officers have been charged?
No, of course not. And they probably killed that young girl. But you're saying that Robin Williams, somebody did this to him because he's rich?
No, I'm saying that nobody did this to Robin Williams. He's not an innocent fucking 19-year-old. Somebody with a police officer that's 10 times fucking bigger.
Oh, so I get what you're saying. So it's stupid that people say he was murdered, and he obviously was just... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you're siding with myself. Yeah.
I'm siding with you. I'm saying... They're saying, is it possible? Yes. But do you think somebody much bigger than Robin got into the doorknob, tied him up, faked it? Like, and plus the amount of autopsies that his family could afford and have to make sure that he was strangled. And
they were all happy he was dead just so they could get the money. But go on.
Well, part of them. I mean, but I don't. Robin Williams was not fucking murdered. Period.
Yes, got it. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And so
I'm
this.
not saying I wasn't I wasn't saying that as a fact. I'm just saying that's what's going around about his death.
Right.
Like different things about
got it. Well, and of course,
to make confusion.
Right. Yeah. Of course. But what happened to this girl is horrible, and her story bears telling. What did you say this young lady's name was?
I'll actually look it up and send the link while we're talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And definitely.
At least David Carradine's family was honest. Or whatever.
No, they weren't. That's the problem too. I mean, what happened was that the David Carradine
such a common thing.
Yeah, the David
jerking off and drink.
Because they're all heroin addicts, and once you do the heroin, then what happens is you can't get it up anymore because your system's not working anymore the same way. So the only way you can simulate, not stimulate,
it depletes
but simulate.
It depletes the dopaminergic endogenous system.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is why Jambo the Reese monkey, J-Mo Reese, was impotent, was because he was doing all the cough syrup, and the cough syrup did the same shit, because it's like hitting the same nerve endings as the heroin does. So, so what happens with David Carradine was you could tell he was a former hophead heroin addict because he's just the way he acted. Everything was slow. That's why they all think he's Buddhistic and shit. They all think he's into Zen because he's just, doped out. And so, because he was affected the way he behaved, it also affected his sexual ability. So what happened was in Thailand, he hired a young boy to basically kind of stimulate him while he was choking himself with the autoerotic stimulation. When he started truly going past the danger zone, the young boy panicked and ran away and left him to die. And so when the police came in and found him, the family wanted to hide it, But the Thai police told him, fuck you, and just published the forensic result that he died autoerotic stimulation. Otherwise, they would have pulled a Robin Williams and said he was depressed and, he really had depression all these years. And you should treat your depression, as this kind of like public service announcement bullshit, and this is the part like what really got me when I was young about fucking, who's that kid who was in that Spin City and that time travel franchise, Back to the Future? What was his name? The popular young guy at the time?
Michael J. Fox.
Yeah. Michael J. Fox. Basically, what pissed me off was when I was young, and believe me, I'm no prude. I'm not somebody who's judgmental, but he always irritated me. And I remembered when he came down with the quote-unquote Parkinson's, and hi to Mark H, who has joined us. Mark H, do say hi to Brooke. You can see she's back. Fucking Mark H jinxed me. He asked about her the other day when I called him after the interview with Brett Luter, and he's like, hey, where's Brooke been? Hey, where's Brooke? And I said, don't jinx me. She's going to come back. Motherfucker, then what happens? Then Brooke shows up again, Thanks, Mark.
Hey, listen,
it's like Bloody Mary. You say it 3 times in a mirror.
Yeah, thanks for the Bloody Mary curse, Mark.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing in disguise.
It is? How so?
She's the best. She's awesome. But Brooke, how you doing? It's good to talk to you and hear you again. She's probably I think she's mute.
She's definitely mute.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, Nemo.
Yes. Yeah.
Just chatting with you
Mark.
guys.
Yes. And
what's up, Ben? What's going on?
Yeah. And Bren's not often on with Mark. Yeah. So, there we are. And Joe Ty's asleep as usual. Then again...
we got a full house.
He sleeps a lot while he's on the stream with you.
It's because, it's hard to tell. It's arguable whether he's ever really awake. But with Brooke, honey, so... what the fuck's going on with her? I mean, it's like she does this, she goes mute, then she tries to call me separately to knock me off the call when I say I can't answer the...
She probably went to go freshen up for Mark.
Eat for Mark. Right! Yes, that's right. There she is, she's back. Brooke, so I was telling Mark how he pulled the Bloody Mary curse, said your name 3 times, and how you came back through the mirror and shit. That's what I saw late at night. That's why I had my nightmares. It's worse than Australia.
You there, Brooke? Oh, no.
Seems to be there. I mean,
hello?
Her mute's off.
Brooklyn, where are you?
and then she comes on and says, no point in my talking. Nobody listens. I mean, really? I mean...
No, we listen. We just don't want to.
Then she left.
She'll be back.
That's very funny. That's funny.
Fuck you. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I told you she'd be back. I told you.
Fucking couldn't hear.
Wow,
Don't tell me. Fuck you,
Now
bitch.
you can.
Yeah, I know you can. And hello, Mark. Welcome to the party.
Hey,
You're the only fucking decent gentleman here.
There you go. There's the old sailor's way.
Good to listen to you. Good to hear that voice.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I appreciate that, actually.
Did you put your face on, Brooke, for Mark?
Fuck you. I put my face on. Douglas and I did our first FaceTime with faces on the other day. He called me and he had his face on, so I decided to do it now.
Yes.
I'm not doing it at fucking 2 a.m, though. I can assure you of that.
And she was eating this weird ass crustless pizza.
I can't have crust. Okay, it's a weird diet.
Yes, it is the weirdest diet I've ever seen. And she kept licking her fingers. It was like just sticking her hand in the dip.
He said that because it was turning him on, but I have pesto sauce.
I could tell.
Yeah. He was, regardless.
Oh my God. I was less psychologically scarred for life. It was like,
sure.
It was like
after sucking the blood boys and raping a bunch of girls, you're totally worried about me sucking some fingers.
Yes, it's like she's eating vegetables. It's like a form of cannibalism.
That's good. That was good. Okay, Doug, that was good. You got me there.
I told him I thought I had him fixed because I told him the number one thing that I'm eating right now, like on the thing I can eat, because it's a pizzaless pizza. It's garlic. It's one of like the 2 toppings I can have. So I'm like so heavily loaded with garlic. I'm like, nobody will get near me, and I'm like, especially you with your vampire ass.
I love garlic too. Yeah.
I put garlic on all my steaks.
I love garlic. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so glad. Like I have an excuse to eat it right now. I can be like,
so I did explain to her that I'm different from your average vampire. I am a dampfire, and I brought up the example, which is actually surprisingly accurate, where they show in the Blade movie franchise, Blade, who is a dampfire, a half vampire, who is known as a daywalker. Chris Christopherson is the crazy old, dirty old hippie white man who adopts him as a black boy. So we can imagine how he grew up all fucked up. But Chris Christopherson, apparently they had a platonic relationship, but we can only surmise, actually injects him in the film franchise with a daily injection of something that helps him take the sunlight. And this includes the ingredient of garlic in that daily injection. So I actually can take garlic myself and actually enjoy it. So there you go, Brooke. It doesn't my mother, of course, would have found it.
God, now I know how everybody thinks my stories are so long. Like you could have just said injected with garlic, the end. But like I do the same thing, man. It's like you have to go through the old details. Yeah. At least you have a better way of doing it, I guess. I can't figure out how to share this on the thing. Like, that's what I was looking up, the woman's name. I wanted to share it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, by the way, I gave you a link to that marsupial article because I thought you'd like that in your private messenger.
Maybe I can click on that. Oh, you said that on private then. See, I'm not getting anything in the actual call. Like, Ian, did you share something in the call?
Yeah, I turned a screen share on, but not a file or anything.
Oh, wait a minute. I do see it now.
Yeah, my screen share is off.
Yeah. So Brooke is typing.
Okay.
Oh, no, there's the link. Okay, so we got it.
Thank you, Brooke.
She was tied. She was literally like the last. Like that's what kills me. Like you see the police officer going in. His wife is in labor at a hospital. Yeah. He goes in here. She's known to be pregnant with his baby, but obviously his wife doesn't know. Only her friends know. Yeah. And then he's been fired, and his brother, and another police officer that. They don't know that the brother had sex with her, but the other police officer did. Because since she'd been 13, they had been grooming her and using her. And she was 19. And she goes in, and she had like a mop in her hand and some stuff. She goes in. There's an elevator. She goes up the elevator. You see her disappear. Like an hour or two later, the police officer comes in. They prove it's him. He goes up. But when they find her body, she's tied to a doorknob, but she's sitting down. And they say she killed herself. Because she was depressed because he didn't want to be with her.
That's what they said about Robin Williams.
Who didn't want to be with Robin Williams?
No, he was depressed.
Right, but there was a police officer that had fucked her and had a baby, had one child already at home and a wife, and another baby on the way that night, and stood to lose every fucking thing. Mm-hmm. And knew he could cover himself as a police officer, and the police did cover him.
I mean, believe me, honey, we all know these guys are guilty. When it comes to Robin Williams, somebody said when, Ian was saying they all said he was depressed, and then somebody said he was. I mean, he was depressed in the sense that he couldn't get his dick up, but he wasn't depressed in the sense that he was going to kill himself.
He came off as just not a jolly guy.
Yeah.
I don't think that's actually fair. I will disagree with Douglas on this, although I don't know the facts. He does. Everything he says may be very well true. It does not negate from the fact that it is well known that comedians in general overwhelmingly over actors in general, but comedians
have shit lives.
They have a side of them that's very depressive, right?
And a lot of them kill themselves. Yeah, I mean, overwhelmingly.
I come off all comedic. Sometimes you also call me comedic or call me a bitch, but when I hang up, I'm the most quiet, non-talking fucking person you're gonna meet, right? Until somebody pisses me off. But but I'm just saying, so I'm not a comedian. I can't imagine being a comedian on drugs and ruining to the point they ruin their dopamine levels so badly because most of them were on coke, especially in the 80s and 90s at SNL. They ruin those dopamine levels, and I think that he probably did have depression regardless of any other bad things he had done, I do think he probably had depression.
Well, in all fairness, I don't feel that he was evil. He was just pathetic. He was pathetic as opposed to evil, as far as I can understand. I mean, it's like I said, it was Christy Canyon and the other chick who went to see him were of legal age when they went to see him. It's not like he was some pedo or something. He just couldn't get it up, and he was pathetic. And it was pathetic the way his family handled it. You know, like I was saying about that Michael J. Fox, when there was something about him that irritated me. And then I remember when he came down with quote unquote Parkinson's, and that happened a long time ago. Because my parents were, my parents were still alive and they were still functional. This was before I became a care provider.
He's about to die though, man. He's not doing good.
I'll believe that. At any rate, when that happened, my parents, when I was kind of bemused or even amused by his coming down with this, my parents said, "Don't be jealous because he's successful." I mean, and I couldn't believe that. I was like, oh my God. But then, you know, here's what really happened. And I never had a chance to explain it to them because other things developed and I never got back to the subject with them. But basically what happened was that everybody in the studio one night all came down with Parkinson's, which is, of course, totally impossible. But what happened was somebody brought a big batch of street drugs. And like idiots, they all partook because they all partied and wanted to show they weren't scared. And all right, they all did this. And the next day they all had Parkinsonian symptoms and came down hard. And so this is all obviously toxic reaction to...
Well, this is documented on some other people that this happened to, like some teenagers.
Yeah. Well, this was documented with what happened to them too. But then what happened was Michael J. Fox then hijacked the narrative. He then jacked the narrative and said, I got Parkinson's, but I'm a hero and I'm fighting it. And nobody else in their experience ever got published or no one ever paid attention to them. So the whole thing was like, for what happened to everybody else was dismissed. And I don't know whether he paid to have that done or threatened them or what, or a combination of both. But somehow this guy managed to jack the entire narrative and just basically presented that he was the only one who was like this and write books about fighting Parkinson's and all this bullshit, when in reality it was the result of a drug overdose with something he never should have touched. And
Michael J. Fox, I think there was a quote of him saying, most likely, I think it was, I was exposed to some kind of chemical.
Yeah, that's what he tried to say. So he was trying. So he probably paid him off, and then he tried to play it off as, even though he went in the war, he tried to play it off as like, because like my uncle got Lou Gehrig's disease from Agent Orange, like over being in Saudi or wherever. So he got Lou Gehrig's.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, it was very bad. And but I think he was trying to play it off like that. So like then the military supported him, and then like just to the research and the funding he could get. So it makes like he probably sold himself as, I can get more funding for this disease overall if y'all just shut the fuck up.
Right.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Right. Oh my God.
He started a foundation. Michael J. Fox started a foundation in 2000 to help fund the research for finding a cure for Parkinson's.
Right, and that again, it's like this is like this is not good. It's not good because it takes away all attention from the real problem, which is, or at least certainly his problem, which was all he had to do was make a point to kids saying, "Look what happened to me. Don't do what I did." Like, don't be stupid. Don't partake in street drugs that people bring into a party all of a sudden.
That's not the real problem, unfortunately.
How do you mean?
So the real problem is the fact that we've had a war on drugs since I remember, since I was born, forever. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Reagan started that, and so I was like in the early 80s. Mm-hmm. And has it worked? We have a higher drug level and opiate level, like than we've ever had.
But don't you feel that it would help if a celebrity showed what happened to him?
Do you know how many celebrities have done that and showed, or they've shown?
Wait a second. There's no celebrities that have done that.
Okay, well, we've known. First of all, we know how many. We know Whitney Houston overdosed. We know what's her name, fucking the blonde bitch over there.
Yeah, but if somebody were alive, but if someone were alive and personally trembling and looking like shit in front of you and saying, you see what I'm saying is that
was it Batman? I mean, the Joker.
I mean, but wait a second, it's Michael J. Fox who was very popular. If Michael J. Fox showed up in front of the kids,
he was not more popular than the Joker. Oh my God.
Well, just as popular. Michael J. Fox was pretty fucking popular. So if he's
more well known.
Yeah, and so if he just showed up and just said, "Look, I'm all fucked up,"
first of all,
with this,
you're talking about the kids. My kids wouldn't even know who Michael J. Fox is. So you're thinking
No. I'm talking about back then. Jesus Christ, honey, you're
20 years ago.
At least 40, more like 30.
My kids would not have known. I can assure you, my daughter's 23. If I had told her,
no, not your kids. They weren't even born. I'm talking about back then when he was a thing.
It was 15 to 20 years when he got diagnosed. I don't know. We'll look it up. But I'm telling
1991.
Honey, we're talking about when it happened. Back when it happened,
okay,
he was well known.
Matter. Okay, so me and you are.
Yeah, it matters if he came out at that time. Does anyone get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back, Brooke.
He needs to tell each generation of youth, I'm an example of what not to be.
Yeah, no. I mean, not each generation, because like she said, nobody would care with her kids' generations.
Yeah.
And by the way, and the reason Brooke doesn't care is because the reason Brooke doesn't care is because she's basically barely older than her kids. It's a household of 3 teenagers. She's basically like the older sister. But at any rate, when it comes to Michael J. Fox, I mean, at the time.
You could have let me fucking finish. You might have agreed with what I said.
Also, he didn't disclose the diagnosis until 1998. He was diagnosed in 91. Yeah.
But do finish, Brooke. Then maybe I'll agree with what you said. So go.
So my point is not that, like, maybe that would have had some effect on a few, but the majority of teenagers are people that use drugs, period, whether they're already addicts in their 20s or 30s or fucking 40s, and or teenagers, and they see somebody come out and they're like, oh, look, it's Snoop Dogg telling me not to smoke pot suddenly. Like, okay, well, whatever.
Did Snoop Dogg ever say that?
They won't care. No. She's using that as an example.
I'm just using this example. Like, I mean, it could be anybody. It could be fucking, I don't know, pick your rapper.
Bobby Brown. Hey, kids, don't smoke crack.
Right. Or pick your person.
Yeah, but we're not just... Yeah, okay. I mean, go on.
Okay, then let me finish.
Yes.
This is just an example. I'm not done. That was like a quarter.
Yeah.
So now
Take your time, Brooke. Take your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know Ian truly means that from the bottom of his heart. So my point is, it doesn't work. The war on drugs doesn't work.
Yes,
children and people are going to use drugs if they want them. As a matter of fact, making them illegal makes them, number one, probably more prone to be used. But number two, it definitely makes them what you said, where you don't know what you're getting. Number three, if you don't think our government is running, as you have already pointed out, from when you were over there and you burnt the marijuana rings, but then sent the opium shit fucking back, like, we're running the drug cartels anyway. If you think people that are like, oh my God, the black people are shooting all over Chicago, the gangs that are running the drugs. You want to shut the gangs down? Okay, shut down what they're selling. You want to shut down what they're selling? Shut down the good drugs. You know how you shut that down? Well, your war on drugs didn't work, so you make drugs legal. And you know what you do with that money? Number one, you say, hey, we're taxing it like we tax cigarettes and alcohol. Number two, that's a lot of money to go into rehab and to go into programs like you're saying, where if a kid wants to say, I want to try pot. Okay, well, let me show you what it's going to do to your brain. Let me show your brain's go like in 6 years. You really want to try heroin? Here's what you're going to look like. You got to go through a fucking 20-day, like, whatever. But you get a fucking clean needle. You sure you want to end up like this? But the day that you fucking want to get off, you've actually got a true program to go to, because not only is it taxed and all that money is going there, but on top of it, the DEA, which I have 2 neighbors, one has moved out, the other one lives here, make well over $120,000 a year and drive Mercedes, okay? That's 2 DEA agents in South Carolina. You tell me, if you took the DEA, what we're funding them to keep drugs, they're not keeping drugs out. They're doing occasional busts to make us think that they're keeping drugs out. If it was working, we wouldn't be in the same or worse place in the 80s. There is no work. So then you take that money and you actually fund it to when you want to get off. I remember being on pain pills at a clinic of a doctor, getting pain pills from the doctor that I thought I needed, and then realizing I wanted off. Do you know what options I had? None. Zero. The only thing I had was to go to a methadone clinic, which at the time was for mainly heroin addicts, and go every day and see these people. And it was not any counseling. It was horrible, nasty place. And it was to get methadone to slowly decrease, which I did get off in 10 months, which they said was way too fast. But I was determined to get off of the pain pills I'd been on. But most people, like, can't even get the ride to the clinic every day because it's daily. And then you got like because we're not in a place where we have taxis or there's Uber, but then you get to pay for the Uber. I mean, most drug addicts don't have that money. And then to go and then not even have the counseling, not have the actual tools that you would need to stay sober. Had I not already been from a good family and had a great support system and all the other great things around me and just been on 3 Lortabs a day and wanting to get off that, sometimes 4 when I abused them and then ran out early. Like, if I had not been that person that was those people that were taking stuff, I can't imagine. And we don't have that treatment. And then we're sitting here paying our DEA to not keep drugs out, allowing our government to basically run the Mexican cartel. And then you're going to sit here and say, oh, but if Michael J. Fox had come out, it would have fixed it.
That's not what I said.
Understood.
That's not what I said.
Amazing.
That's not where I was coming from.
I know that's not what you said. I'm just saying that when you said that would be an answer, I'm just saying.
The irony about all this is that ibogaine is still illegal when it could just literally alleviate all.
Tell us about
especially
this, please.
Opiates and stuff.
And then I'll give a response about the Michael J. Fox thing briefly. I'll just say briefly.
Ibogaine is this African herb, or it's like a tree or something, but it basically, the derivative of it is called ibogaine. It's called iboga. Yeah. And it's pretty much overnight or in 24 hours it can cure anyone of even years of addiction, literal year, people that would be considered by the Western model to be completely incurable. It could it resets the synapse at the synaptic level. The
neurosynaptic program. It resets the neurosynaptic program.
It resets the receptors. It's definitely not a fun experience, but the fact is it's a safe way to wean people off of drugs, and they come out totally cleansed and not desiring any of these substances.
And why do you think that's not offered in America?
Because it's a Schedule I drug, and they consider it's on a higher level than cocaine.
And why haven't they looked at it? They're already looking at mushrooms. They're actually legally looking at mushrooms now.
Well, they have
because being fighted.
Well, you know the answer to that, because then they couldn't sell methadone and fentanyl and all these things to people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And those same
they're
people
also
are
making
selling,
money off everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. There. And yeah. And yeah. So what I meant, just very briefly, was yes, of course, like Brooke said, if she went on with what she said, I would agree with it. But I always said the war on drugs didn't work. It's not. Does anyone ever heard me say we've got to shut down on drugs? Has anyone ever heard Douglas Dietrich say that? Thank you.
I didn't say that, but in my defense, your words were when I interrupted you. When I first interrupted you, you said, if Michael J.
When did you interrupt him? What time?
What time did she not?
Let's be clear here.
That's a good one. Good one.
Yeah. But what I still believe is that if Michael J. Fox had immediately come out the next day and said, look at me, kids, I'm all fucked up, and this is what I did, and I made a terrible mistake. Don't do what I did. I'm certain a lot of people would have been impressed.
He would have saved 3 children, most likely.
Well, I think that you're really fucking cynical. I think that you're incredibly cynical.
If he went public about it immediately, a lot of people would have been listening and taken heed to what he said.
Yeah, it truly. Yeah, it would have been big. It would have been big. He could have had
just 6 years after Back to the Future.
Red Ribbon Week. Or something, or more.
I'm gonna tell you, you're telling me this right now, and if I'm in a bar and I was to get drunk, I swear to God, someone offered me a line of coke, I'd fucking do it, and I know this to my heart, in my core, and I'd be like, I'll try it. So, I don't believe that.
Wasn't that like one of you guys? I forgot which one it was, but Douglas, you were saying that they just woke up with like a nose in their mouth, or like a straw in their nose, and like someone said snort the slime.
Oh my God, he's on the phone.
That was Ian?
Ian West. I think it was Ian, right? He's like, hey, listen, isn't that an natural instinct, a response to you?
Yeah, reflexively. Like, I wasn't even paying attention, just all of a sudden there's a straw in my nose, and I'm like,
yes, like anyone would do.
Right.
If somebody,
just do it.
Yes.
If somebody proposed,
it's like walking. It's like walking to me.
Yes. Brooke,
if somebody,
sorry,
if somebody
Nemo.
proposed to you, this particular drug, it'll give you incredible high, but if you take it, it'll destroy your body and give you Parkinson's. Would you still do it?
Of course you would.
But here's the thing: what's going to come out as soon as he does that, you've got an entire. See, this is what Douglas knows, and I love that he's defending his argument because he has a right to. It's his show, number one, and number two, he's always going to never let me be right. But if he would truly admit this, everything he's ever argued about the military-industrial complex and the military and the government, he knows very well that as soon as Michael J. Fox came out, the government's running half the shit, and something would have come out. There has suddenly been some newscasts where people were like, oh, this was, yes, you should not do Michael J. Fox. It's like, apparently there was this one small group in California or wherever the fuck he was that did it. And they were very small, just to make everybody feel better that suddenly watching like, oh, well, my coke's good. Oh, I'm in South Carolina. I'm in Florida. I'm in fucking New York.
I can be the judge of that.
I'm just saying, I don't think it would have, like, you're acting like it.
It would have been worth doing regardless.
Yes,
because it would have saved some people.
Thank you.
There's a million things that would be worth doing.
And also, you're undermining how people idolize these celebrities. These people like emulate what the celebrities tell them to do. Michael J. Fox was heavily idolized by many people. They would have listened and took what he said seriously.
Yeah, look what they did with the COVID shot in the celebrities.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. They use the celebrities to convince everyone, take the shot.
Or at least they tried to. That didn't work because most of these celebrities, I mean, like, for instance, one of them was Tom Hanks, and pretty much everybody knows Tom Hanks, a fucking pedo, shank.
Yeah, he's gone. He's dead.
Yeah, so when he came out promoting the shots, that almost was an argument against them. Yes. But with Michael J. Fox, it was different. So Brooke, I understand what you're saying, but I will argue that you're far too cynical about this. I
think you're being not cynical enough about the way the government works.
No, I mean, honey, I mean, if anyone is cynical about the government, it is Douglas Dietrich. You know that. But this
Brooke,
is something.
I can't believe you just said that. I really can't believe you just said that.
You want to be right, and there's something.
No. He had a front row fucking seat to this.
Yes, thank you, honey. I mean, I know how bad.
He was an insider.
Yeah, I know how bad the government is, but there's a limit to what they can do, and it's not like they could at that point just kill Michael J. Fox. It's not like they could just.
I didn't say they could kill Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, I know what you. I get it. I get what you're saying. What you're saying is they could like manipulate the media and say this was just a bunch of elitists in Hollywood who got together on set.
Apparently, a bad batch came out of California, and it's
right. But what you're also implying is that the. By the way, Brendan, please go mute for that because the echo is driving me mad. The echo comes from Brendan. Oh God, and that's what. Yeah. So what's this? Okay, now he's sharing screen. This is so Ian. What's your?
Can y'all see it?
Yes, I see it. We see it. So what's this?
See the globe? All right. Did you feel an earthquake today over there by in San Francisco somewhere? Like right over here?
There's earthquakes all the time. I don't even feel them. Yeah. What about it?
Okay, I just didn't know. It was in your region. I didn't know if like you heard anything or whatever.
That was the plane that took off to kill Biden.
Biden's been dead.
Oh my God.
So, all right, cool. No, that's all. I was just running it by you because I wanted to,
No, I appreciate that. Okay, no, I didn't. Cool. I didn't feel it, but I
whatever. Believe you have more to that. You don't just care about earthquakes. Why don't you give the rest of your story?
Yeah. So what?
Call me. Stop to share. There we go. There we go. Thank you.
Oh my God. So something happened where Brendan finally cut off that echo? No, He's still on. Brendan, are you okay? Did you fall asleep?
No,
What, is he on a ham radio or something?
Yeah, Brendan, what is with the echo? Do something about
I'm
it.
not sure.
Or
the audio of the stream comes through your mic.
Yeah, it comes through your mic for some reason, and it's maddening. So just go mute until you talk. Whenever you talk, unmute. But
it just sounds like a TV behind you. Honestly, if there's like a TV near you.
No, it's not. It's not. It's our audio. It's our audio for some reason has a delay that comes through him.
Oh, are you playing the show in the background? Maybe you should pause it if you're playing the show.
It's kind of like that, but he's not.
Is that better?
It's not. It's
Yeah, that is better.
Oh, thank you.
Brandon, if you got headphones, you could put those on and that would stop
But that's what caused Brooke to think I was laughing, was because she heard a delay that sounded like my chortling or something. Chuckles from the peanut gallery. Brooke, what I would recommend to you is that there's 2 excerpts I took from that 12-hour long interview. I can give you the links, but one of them is about the evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson. He was the man who actually set up the marriage between Peter Moon and his wife, in a sense. But it went way beyond that. I mean, like Brendan Zogit, this is where, please, by all means, relay just a little bit about some of the conditions. I mean, Peter Moon was in a monastery where they said all men must remain chaste and fast throughout the night, when this kind of hooker comes in to Peter Moon and says, "Eat this," and it's like Peter said, "Yeah, that's what happened." Well, they, I mean, tell us about some of this. How do you remember this shit? It's like, I remember it too.
It was he went, like, the day he was invited to that monastery was the same day that they had set the cornerstone on the day they consecrated the building. So it was like
almost like a violation. Yeah. It
was like an inversion of
a desecration. Yeah.
Right.
And but there was all this other stuff that went on, and of course
I kind of deleted from my memory.
Her father is a Romanian priest who turned out to be a practicing Satanist and was just extraordinarily abusive, and she grew up with that. And wound up she had to be adopted by another person in order to get away from the satanic father. So it's like, and then amidst all that, David kind of introduces them. So it's in that one segment that I insist, of course, that David Lewis Anderson is a evanescer. That was one of the faders who came in from the Philadelphia experiment. So that would give you some background there. And the other one is where you hear the 2 Bulgarian bozos start laughing when I'm talking about my mother and relaying this one particular war story. And it's just, there's no cultural excuse for it. Peter keeps trying to say, there's, cultural differences. There's no goddamn cultural differences. Eastern Europeans are no different from any Westerners. They know when not to laugh. So it's just one of those things where, like Brendan said, why didn't they ever go mute? And they just kept chuckling and snorting until I had to talk to them about it. So anyhow, there you go, Brooke. That's why I don't know what you were saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been chuckling and snorting the entire time you were telling the story.
Yeah. So
you always do that, bro.
Yes. Yeah.
I know, but I mute while I'm doing it.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh.
I was muted.
Yeah.
Oh, you try. Okay.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
That nose up. Okay, I'm good.
Brooke, are you doing good? You okay, or what's going on?
I'm good.
You notice everyone's concerned about you.
Yeah.
I'm feeling really good right now. I'm telling you what.
Good. Yeah, I'm all out of weed tonight, so I'm a little on edge, but it's okay.
Hey, well, maybe you'll actually be able to get it up once.
I went cold turkey. How do you think I feel?
Well, I mean, you are in Australia, I thought it'd be like growing wild around there. So.
No, the government doesn't want the humans utilizing marijuana.
Yeah.
Only certain parts of Australia it's legal, and they only just legalized medical marijuana in Queensland.
I haven't had any weed in Australia, to be honest.
Nemo, how long did you go cold turkey Were you cold turkey without weed when you had this dream of yours about the cold?
No. Actually, I don't know because it was such a long time ago. I don't think I was. I have gone cold turkey a few times, though, but I could only last for like 3 to 4 months, and I went back on it.
Yeah, because I think Brennan Zoget was saying, when you stop using it, because I think it suppresses your dreams when you're using it, and then when you stop using it, you have these fantastical dreams and all these crazy and they're actually really intense.
Yeah. So the last dream I just had last night was pretty intense. It was a big mix of different things. The last bit I could tell you is I was at a big dining table and I was surrounded by people at the table, and we're all served this little, very red Jello cup, a big Jello cup, and it looked like blood, blood jelly. And
you were getting like taco casa sauce.
And one of the guys that was sitting next to me, like the head of the fucking table, looked like Anton LaVey. We're all like being served this fucking blood jelly. I can't remember if I ate it. But that was the last part of the dream I had last night.
Did you introduce any new supplements like melatonin or anything like that?
No.
Because no.
Tell them about the other dream with, who was it? Quentin Tarantino. He was biting that child's foot.
Yeah. He was eating a child in the upper torso around the neck. I just remember seeing him in a room. You and
Wes should be good friends.
Yeah, I remember I wasn't an observing spirit. I was actually physically walking around like I could have full control of this moment. Because some dreams I just feel like an observer spirit where I have no control of it. But this one, I just saw Quentin Tarantino in a room eating a child. And I just immediately grabbed a knife. It was a blunt knife, though. It was like a butter knife. And I just stuck it in his neck and I just kept cutting as hard as I could. And even though I kept cutting through his neck, he would not stop eating the child. And he was eating it in a very savage, bestial way, like a monster. His teeth were sharp as fuck. And I just kept cutting and I fully cut his head off. And that's when he stopped. But the child was dead, so I couldn't save the child.
Yeah, we need a Jungian interpretation on this. I feel like it's something deeper.
I feel like I'm wondering what you're interested in there. Like the last 10 years, have you been watching, number one, Quentin Tarantino movies? Number two, have you been into anything that Ian West would be into?
No, not really.
Like QAnon, did you believe in Fox? Did you believe anything Fox News?
The stuff Ian West.
Did you believe anything that Fox News told you? Or what's his name? What's his name, Douglas? That runs Australia?
Oh, Rupert Murdoch.
Bosco.
No, yeah. I don't believe in any of it.
I love Bosco.
Fox equals 666, by the way.
Yes, interesting. Fox equals 666. I like that.
Know what? 666 is actually a fucking great number. That's what people don't realize. That was such a lie in the Bible, because 6 actually is a love number. 7's a defensive number. 5 is your fucking bad number if you want to call a number bad. If you want to go bad.
Nickel 5 numbers of death or some shit.
That's why me and fucking Peter Moon were both born on the 15th. Triple nickel. We were fucking both devils.
Right. Like Fox, the F.
Well, 15 would be 6, but that's
F is the 6th letter of the alphabet. O is the 15th letter, and X is the 24th. Yeah, so when you additionally add the numbers, you get 6 out of each of those last 2 letters.
Yeah, but they've done that with the internet.
I like Douglas's interpretation that they named it that because they were just hiring
foxy ladies, sex slaves.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah,
they're all hot as fuck and they're sex slaves. Yeah,
because I think that's like the mental level that Murdoch guy was at. I don't think he.
It is the mental level. I agree. That is a completely great interpretation, Douglas. If you came up with that one.
Well, it's not an interpretation. It was just a fact. I mean, this is what all of them were busted for. That stupid, what was his name? The Irish guy, O'Reilly, and all the rest of them were just busted for basically harassing.
I know what they were all busted for, but I never thought of the name coming from.
Oh yeah, but the reason they were busted for it was because these guys took it for granted that all the women employed knew that. I mean, they know what they're here for. I mean, they'd have to be stupid not to know what they're here for. Look what we named the organization. So it's kind of like not to rationalize their attitude, but that's why they had that attitude. And They couldn't understand it when the woman started complaining, like they didn't expect it. I'm just
going to be honest, though. I miss two people that I hate. And they are Trump and Tucker Carlson, because the news was so much more fucking interesting hearing what the fuck they said that day.
I'm so proud of you.
I
just
miss hearing the bullshit he fucking was gonna say on Twitter the next day. I didn't even get on Twitter. I just watched it on whatever somebody was responding to on fucking a video. But like, it's unbelievably how boring Biden is. Like, did he trip down the step? Is he alive?
Watching him stumble on his words is actually funny for me. I like watching him make a fool of himself.
Yeah, it's funny when you're outside of the policies.
Yeah, when you're outside of the country, you should make fun of the fact that our two electors. Well, wait a minute. Ian's going to have another thing on this. But if we do get a new president, according to Ian, we're not. But if we do get a new president, which he will explain, if we do get a new president, it's probably going to be between Joe Biden, sadly, and Donald Trump. Like, it's the worst of two. Like, most people are just
it's like a stuck record.
Write your name in it, because like,
I know I'll miss the golden days. Like right now, Brooke, I will miss these golden days. Let me tell you.
What golden days?
I don't even know what the fuck you mean.
I'm just saying that our current predicament is so good. If you're bitching about these two guys coming back, you're complaining it's going to get worse. You see what I'm saying?
I'm complaining it's going to get worse if either one of them come back. It is not good for America. We need somebody better.
How would you all feel as Americans if Bernie Sanders were to actually become president? Would you?
He's dead. Bernie's dead.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love
but
Bernie.
when he was running.
It's not going to happen. Thank God.
Trump or Biden, I'm saying.
Well, it's not going to. It's not going to happen. Thank God. But just to put this in perspective,
Bernie's dead.
Who should be president? Who should be looking at is Robert Kennedy Jr., which Ian already knows. Robert Kennedy.
Oh my God.
Jr.
The anti-vaxxer.
The one that is trying.
Take it easy on him.
He's liberal.
He barely
he's a Democrat.
Yeah.
He's a Democrat. But yes, he's also anti-vaxxer, and I'm an anti-vaxxer, and you have me on your show. My son's not vaccinated, and neither am I. And they have proven now that the vaccine causes many myocarditis and many other things, as well as what COVID. Which what did Anthony Fauci? You believed him. We all believe. Anthony Fauci is the fucking greatest. Ian, you want to go on about Anthony Fauci?
Wait a second, honey. I understand the mRNA vaccines are something that we haven't seen any real long-term effects of yet, and they may be dire. So even Brendan Zoge.
Okay, so that's untrue. So the problem is.
No, don't put me into this one.
Whoa. Well, I was going to say Brendan Zoge was pointing out that the mRNA. He himself would not take any of the mRNA vaccines. It's fair to say that.
Do you know how many? So first of all, they are not supposed to report. I have videos I can share with you. You don't watch videos of doctors in the hospital, in the ER. These are doctors in ERs throughout the world, sitting there, the doctors bitching, saying that this is bullshit, and they're not taking it. One of them was a fucking, like, just one, I remember. Like, a freaking 17-year-old boy, perfectly healthy, had the fucking vaccine a fucking week fucking before. He's in there, and they have to tell him his heart is failing. He has myocarditis. If you have not heard about the myocarditis, and heard about the fact that it is completely increased. Number one, read the book that I told you to read it months ago that I mentioned on there, which came out of Blackwater. Was it Blackwater or Black Rock? I forget. Not
Black
the one.
Rock.
Yes. So came out of there, and he does the numbers. He's not even Republican. He doesn't even care about Republican, Democrat. He was just a numbers guy. He did the numbers because he was saying, look at the amount of what's happening is with the life insurance policy paying out. And the life insurance policies paying out were not on you had old people dying. They didn't have a lot of life insurance. But suddenly you had people dying in their fucking 20s, 30s, and 40s. Healthy fucking people skyrocketed through the fucking roof. And it was not on the basis, and if the book is there to read it, like this is not, so it's no longer not factual what Ian's saying or what I'm saying. The vaccine did cause a problem. They didn't test it right. That's why, look, I worked in pharmaceuticals. I didn't take the vaccine because I wasn't on like Ian's kick. I wasn't a QAnon person. Like I wasn't on like, oh, I think it's going to, I'm not putting him down. What I am saying is maybe he was ahead of me on that particular part because I didn't even look at it that way. I just knew this. Factually, I knew if they wouldn't put naproxen in a liquid on the shelf, we couldn't give it to fucking children. We couldn't get it approved for fucking, it been on the shelf for 2 years with them testing, and then it fucking, it changed a little bit on the last 3 months, so we got to go back to the drawing board for another fucking year of testing. Fucking for naproxen. This is naproxen, a leave, by the way, if you don't know what naproxen is. It's a leave, okay? Liquid form is all we were putting it in. That's how long it took to get a single drug to liquid form. Now, you tell me they rushed a vaccine through? No, I don't want it. I don't want it because of the other things we've seen, like the things they rushed through that ended up giving children birth defects because their mothers took this drug back in the, 40s or 50s? Like, I don't want a drug that they haven't tested right. That's what I didn't take it. But now looking at the overall data and what Fauci did and knowing that this probably did come out of Wuhan, at the end of the day, regardless, you can just look at the data on the fact of the people that have died. You don't have to believe anything else. The data speaks for itself. There is no way, give me something else that happened between 2020 and 2022 that made this many healthy teenagers, 20 and 30-year-olds die.
Yeah.
Haven't some professional athletes mysteriously just drop dead from a heart problem or some health issue after they've taken the vaccine? Like healthy athletes.
Oh, they do that all the time. No, they do that all the time.
Do they just kill them for no reason?
I'm joking with you.
Yeah, but that's what I've been looking up.
You're right. They'll say, that's what the media will love to report. If an athlete dies, they'll just report it's another cardiac arrest. Because occasionally you have somebody really tall drop dead of a cardiac. There are people with that. The point is, this guy took the time to do the numbers, and he was able to get them. The reason he was able to get them because CDC's not giving it fucking out. They're not even wanting to report it. That's what the doctor was saying. They don't even want us to report these numbers. They were told not to, the CDC did not want the numbers reported. If you thought that there was a death from a shot, what they were making the doctors do, and again, I have video of this, 35-page reports.
I think,
okay? Now, these are
I
ER
appreciate
doctors.
what you're saying, but this is preaching to the choir here.
Yeah.
Especially me and Ian.
but not to Douglas.
Hey, Brendan,
wait, honey, I was never. I said. Honey, I said that the mRNA.
I mean, Douglas was one of the first people I heard that.
Robert Kennedy, you mean
he was one of the first people that talked against Fauci. So.
Yeah, I did speak against Fauci.
But you also said you mean the anti-vaxxer?
Yeah, but he is an anti-vaxxer. Only in a more generic sense.
He said it in a negative light, anti-vaxxer.
Well, it's not a vaccine.
Well, Kennedy, yeah, exactly. Kennedy would not even acquiesce to that it's a vaccine. That was his whole trip.
Yes.
Which is fair point, but
yeah.
I don't want to get into the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, without diving too much into that, one of the things that we were saying before we got into that was about Bernie Sanders. And the thing about Bernie Sanders is that he came back from the Soviet Union just before its collapse. And he said, I have seen the future, and it is the greater Soviet Union. So you're talking about an idiot who felt that the Soviet Union just before its collapse was the wave of the future, that we should
he basically fell for their propaganda.
Did you vote for Biden, Douglas?
What's that?
Did you vote for Biden?
I was forced to vote for the least of all evils at the time, which was Biden at the time.
Can't you apply for exempt status for voting?
I
Because
wish
of your health problems?
No.
I can in my country. You can apply for exempt.
But
we don't have that. Yeah.
I'm not sure what that does.
I was about to say, why is that even necessary?
Nowadays, they'll just steal your vote anyways, whatever side they feel is right this time around.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we all write down Brooke Gibson on our write-in?
Because I thought you were, when it came to modern domestic politics, I thought you were a political atheist, Doug.
No, I've mentioned that term in the past, and I've said that many people use that term, but I noticed that you two fall into kind of like this, a pox on all their houses. Both the parties are phony, that sort of thing. That they're all. Unfortunately, it's gone well beyond anything like that at this point in history. Choices just have to be made. We are left with no choice but to make a choice. And the problem that many people don't understand is just how dire the situation is and why choices need to be made. Now, Brooke, of course, is a Democrat. Yeah.
That's the exact same reason me and you vote Democrat. So
yes.
I'm with you.
Yes.
I'm going to vote Democrat because to me that's the lesser of two evils. Even if I don't believe in everything that party is standing for, some of the things, or the extremism, or the candidate itself especially. But what I can say is the problem with our philosophy, mine and yours, what we have to remember is the right that even though we disagree with everything they say and we cannot understand what they're saying and believing because we are not in that mindset, they think the same thing. And so many of them who, yes, you had your Trumpers who were at the rallies, but so many Republicans went and were like, I'll put Trump down, right? And they may do it this time because they're like, it's better than a liberal agenda. So the problem is you've got two extremes and it's all run by the media is what I'm trying to get back to. The parties don't even get to be the parties. They're run by a media agenda.
But honey, there's two separate medias. There's the liberal media, and then there's the reactionary media.
They both serve they are both run by your military-industrial complex, or they are run by. Help me out, Ian. What were our three parties earlier? So you gave me names of let's see, what are the three rich parties?
He's busy writing in the text. I was waiting on Doug to say, "Oh, gee, Brooke, thanks for lumping me in that area." That's what he's writing.
What are the three parties? The three rich parties that meet.
Oh, are you talking about the Club of Rome, the Council of Foreign Relations, and the
Brendan, say good morning to everyone before you go to sleep. Brendan's going to go to sleep now, but Brendan, do say good morning to everyone, including our listeners.
Good morning.
Have a good sleep, Brendan.
I appreciate that. Yes. I must retire from this.
We love you dearly, Brendan.
Yes.
I know.
Thank you for standing up to Douglas for me.
Yeah, it's hard without drugs.
Yeah.
Right there, buddy.
Yeah. I'm trying to make them legal for you, dude, but you don't support
it. He supports. Look, like Brendan said, the stupidest thing the pop people ever did was support legal drugs because they lost everything and the government took over. Right, Brendan? Come on, you agree?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I didn't hear that. But that we should all support legal drugs, but the problem is it's just like the stupid when the liberals came out with the whole, let's defund the police. Bad move to say those words, even though what they were going for was fund mental health. Defunding the police got the right wing all upset.
Well, yeah, I mean, it did, but it also, in a sense, needed to be said. I mean, it did need to be said.
Also, it should only be the naturally grown drugs legalized, like mushrooms, peyote, and weed.
Well, whatever.
They should all be legal. You can't go there. Okay, so here's the thing: you can't do that because at the end of the day, you're just saying, well, I think these are drugs I would do or I think are okay. The problem is there are people that are going to do drugs that you don't think are okay. They deserve mental health for those. They deserve to be able to know the ramifications they're getting into ahead of time legally.
Of course.
And then they deserve to also get those drugs if they're going to do them without getting fucking whatever Fox got. And then the second they wake up, if they're 19 like I was trying shit, and then they're like fucking 22 and they're like, fuck, I want off this, and actually have a true healthy way to get off of it, they deserve that because it's a lot better than the DA who does nothing but get pumped by the government, who is making money off the cartels, which we want to call Mexican cartels, which are actually run by the U.S. fucking government.
That's right. Good job.
Yeah, but the U.S. fucking government does not really run the cartels, so to speak. I mean, where the U.S. Well, just to put this into some perspective. Yeah. Just what was your question?
how the cartels run by the U.S. military.
Right.
I think she's referring to the Rothschilds heroin operations that we got sent over to what's that Afghanistan for. I think that's what she's referring to.
I'm referring to that's one of them, and the basic.
Jesus Christ, Brooke, you're agreeing with that? Jesus.
I'm agreeing with what you said about the opium that was sent back.
Yes. So to put this into perspective for people so that they understand, the United States government has been one of the greatest criminal organizations in the world when it comes to narcotics and drug dealing, but it has competitors. So there are competitors to that trade, and so it does not have a monopoly by any means. But
it does have a monopoly. The problem is, do you think because it's not a country that's a monopoly doesn't mean the Rothschilds, and also what was the other group?
Whoa! Wait a second. Dissect that again. You said the United States does have a monopoly.
We said the Council of Rome, the Rothschild,
Club of Rome.
No, and what's the other two big ones? The
Bilderberg Group and the Council of Foreign Relations.
No, not Council of Foreign Relations. There's one. The
she
other
rejected one of those.
In Sweden.
Trilateral Commission.
No. What's it called?
World Economic Forum.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Doug's right.
What?
World Economic
Forum.
Yes.
World Economic Forum.
Davos, Switzerland. World Economic Forum.
Davos.
Yeah, but Davos is simply where they meet, honey. They just call it Davos as like.
I know. That's why it's my name, okay? I'm Southern. I can say Davos, okay? And I don't remember the name.
No. I mean, but darling, I can't believe you're going into.
I can't believe that you honestly think I'm so cynical that you are not cynical enough to understand that there is a powerful. First of all, 3% on the majority, 1% on the huge majority of the wealth in the not U.S., the entire world.
Yeah.
The entire fucking world, okay?
Yeah.
And you are sitting there like we have fucking Bezos gonna tear down a fucking bridge in fucking Norwegia or whatever just to move his yacht through it and rebuild it. Like when you have that much money, like if you don't think that these people who have a lot more money than him are controlling everything that's going on, including your drug cartels.
Whoa! Wait a second. Okay, just again for the kids out there, classroom time. All of our listeners, economic pie chart. So we have an economic pie chart that's on the wall, and you've got so much is oil, so much is pharmaceuticals, so much is military budget, and of course this pie chart, as complete as it looks,
which is why, by the way, all of you, we don't have
Brooke, can you not interrupt Doug?
No, why we don't have free energy, why we do go to war over energy and oil, why we do have drugs that we don't need, instead of like even Brendan was here saying, oh, well, there's a drug that can get everybody off of this, right? Or saying, hey, like our sugar has increased 100% in the last 100 since 1900, and that's why the obesity and the type 2 diabetes and everything fucking else going through the goddamn roof, and they're just making more drugs to sell for it.
Well, I mean,
it is pharmaceutical, the military-industrial complex, which is war, and the energy oil companies running the fucking world. So now you want to go back into it.
But Brooke, right. So just so everyone knows, Brooke did work for the pharmaceutical industry, so she understands a bit of their machinations, but that it does take it a bit far. So, I mean, the sugar part. There's a lot of sugar.
Really?
Well, I mean, your average American is pre-diabetic, granted, but
sugar has increased 100%.
Yeah, it's awful. It's a health issue. Yeah, it's a health issue. When we kind of
realize soybean oil and soybean oil, soybean oil, canola oil.
Oh yeah, it's all garbage.
Those were all byproducts of industry.
Yeah, but then you kind of linked it up with war.
Because I'm saying there are three things they want to make money off of. They make money off.
Yeah. I get it. Okay. So just so
I don't think you should assume for the bad guys, Brooke. I don't think you should do that.
But what she's saying is a dynamic part of the pie, the pie graph. But of course, the pie graph is incomplete. It's not a complete pie chart. It's pie a la mode. So much larger than the pie itself is the big, gloppy, gooey, black budget pile of ice cream that's on top of the pie. And that big black pile of ice cream, a pie a la mode, means there's ice cream on top of the pie, honey, if you've never heard of the dish.
No. There's something else in my house.
Oh, okay. So, everybody, thoughts and prayers for Brooke. Maintain her safety.
No, it's not. It's not me. It's like two cats fucking fighting. You can hear them.
Yes, but that's still unusual. Still unusual.
Yeah, it is. I've never heard that.
Yeah, so everybody do maintain Brooke in thought and prayer. And we are, of course, always projecting safety, the shell of safety around her home. And so that being said, because, of course, she'll explain it when she's ready to explain it. But a lot of unusual things happening in her neighborhood. This happens to all of my affiliates, of course. So that being said, when we're talking about the pie a la mode, that big invisible black budget, the big pile of ice cream dumped on top of the pie, really covers it, overwhelms it, runs over all its sides. That is the narcotics economy. And it's far larger than all the other elements of the world economy combined. Military, oil, legal pharmaceuticals, all of that combined does not even come close to illicit narcotics. It is essentially what makes the world run. It is incredible that this is so, but evidently it is. And that being said, there's enough of it where no one really has a monopoly. So when one brings in certain names like Rothschild, these various economic forums, okay, Nemo says, gonna make coffee and something to eat back in 15 minutes at most. Okay, we'll let you know when I'm back. Thank you, sir. I just want people to understand that, say for instance, we take a look at different military-industrial complexes. So when you take a look at the former Soviet Union, the former Greater Soviet Union never had a military-industrial complex. It was a military-industrial complex. That was all that its economy ever was. It was the only thing they produced. All they had to offer the world was war. And because all they had to offer the world was war, then they ultimately lost. They ultimately lost because nobody was willing to buy their war. Now Russia finally said, fuck it, we'll just give you war, whether you want it or not, using the remnants of the Soviet military-industrial complex. But it's a shadow of itself, and it's pathetic, and it's on its way out, down and out. But when it comes
how's that going for them?
Yeah, but my point was that just like the Greater Soviet Union had no military-industrial complex, but essentially was one, that was its sole employer of its people. So to take a look at a nation like Mexico, Mexico really doesn't have a narcotics economy. Its economy is effectively narcotics. So this is why there's this enormous anti-Mexican propaganda campaign by the radicalized right, which is effectively controlled by too much of what you would consider your deep state. So understand that the deep state is that people keep alluding to is very much the supporter and sponsor of the radicalized right, which hates the Mexicans. And the reason they hate the Mexicans is because they're a competitor in the narcotics economy. Their cartels are not controlled by the U.S. military. Matter of fact, the U.S. military is seriously considering military incursions into Mexico to combat the cartels because they're... I'm sorry? Hopefully she's not overrun by the invading cats at this point. Ooh.
She is such a pleasure, Doug. Just such a pleasure.
Ooh. And it's like 3, 4 in the morning where she's at. I mean, I hope her neighbors don't hear this. Lives in kind of like a suburban cul-de-sac area.
Oh, no. Her neighbors are probably half dead and asleep. So,
yeah.
Yeah, talk to him, Brooke. They'll listen.
Yeah.
Shit.
Imagine when I was. Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry.
I
Sure, honey. Yeah.
No, there was so I had not only a cat crying and screaming like it's fighting.
Yeah.
But in my backyard.
Yeah.
Which cats, we have one cat we've had for 20 years, or my neighbor, next door. He lives next door.
Yeah.
They don't go in no cat goes in my backyard. It's fenced around a 9-foot wooden fence, okay, all the way around. And they know I have 4 dogs, right? Cats don't jump over that where they smell dogs where no dogs run. So why the fuck did I? That's why the second time I heard it, I knew it was coming from my back fucking yard.
Yeah.
Why would there be a cat in my backyard crying like?
Somebody dropped it in there. Somebody dropped it into your backyard. Somebody dropped it.
No, I just went back there and yelled. No, it was like a cat. It sounded like a cat fight, but I only heard one cat. But it wasn't like a cat crying like meow or like hell. It was like a fucking when a cat's fighting like a mad.
Yeah. Go on.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
I know a cat fight. I don't know. I just went back there and screamed and told whatever the fuck it was to get the fuck out. My dogs were trying to run out there and go to it, and I told them to get the fuck in.
Right. Got it. Yeah. Best thing to do is keep the dog from out of that because you don't know what kind of trap it is. So you didn't see anything. No,
I can't see because my backyard is
pitch black.
Pretty much pitch black. Oh my god.
Why don't you set it up so you have lights in the backyard that you can turn on?
That's what you just said. It's so fucking weird. I guess maybe because it did rain today, so I'm going to go with that. It rained today. I do have lights all over, because where I had the baby.
The ducks, yes. Go on.
So I had solar lights all over it, spread out, and then 4 post lights. They're all solar, and they're all, I look at them every night. They're all out.
Yeah, they're all
it's all black.
So somebody knocked your lights out.
Well, the solar lights are all out. So the only thing I can think is maybe because it was cloudy today.
Okay.
So maybe they just didn't get enough sun. Maybe that was what it was.
Okay, great. So hopefully that's what it was. But maintain your guard. You really should have weapons around the house to defend yourself with. And, hopefully you've purchased some by now. Yeah. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I know y'all think I'm crazy. There's a meow.
Yeah, no. I don't think you're crazy. Honey, basically maintain yourself in safety and keep all the doors locked, all the windows locked, and make certain that, next morning, check around the property.
I'm not locking them. The only thing that's going to fucking come in and try to get fucking me can come on the fuck in because the only thing that's coming in is probably fucking invisible and I'll deal with it anyway.
Yeah, understood. And this is something that, I
don't want to deal with it. I don't want to talk about it anyway.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's for the best.
Yes. That's the first time I've heard.
Yeah.
Heard that or heard anything like that, ever.
I get it. No, I totally get it.
I've lived here 20
years, I
guess now. Exactly 19, 20 years.
Yeah. I totally get it. And I think that this is something that... So there you have it. So I was talking a bit about the difference in narcotics economies, and it's not like there's a world monopoly, would be my stance. So we can go back to that another time. I don't think that that's all that really important to our personal lives right now. But obviously, Brooke and I both agree that we're voting Democrat simply because it's the lesser of two evils. But it goes a bit beyond that. There are 2 separate media machines, and they have... 2 separate realities. So we are in a very polarized world right now, and the differences are very real. It's not like a pox on both their houses, they're both the same. It's not that at all. It is very real agendas that both sides have, and they're antithetical to each other. So there's the only compromise that was reached was in not going over the debt ceiling, which of course was kind of like a financial Armageddon scenario. So they couldn't do that anyway. It was like Brendan said, it was all just bullshit that they were even arguing about.
I don't know what you mean. We were totally so much closer now after Trump.
You're being facetious, of course. Michael Christopher Andreevich facetious. Yes.
He called me that. He met Trump.
Yeah, in the astral. Yes, our Australian friend who met my biological sire met him in the astral as well, where he witnessed him drinking a beer and enjoying his beer, which of course belies the fact that my biological sire was a teetotaler and didn't drink. But that being
your
said,
biological sire was a fucking meth head.
Well, there you go. The alcohol would have been redundant, right? I mean, so yeah.
I don't know if he drank. I do know that he was on some meth. Well, I don't even know that, but like there are some
well,
good videos.
he didn't drink. That much we know for a historical fact. Just like we know he was a vegetarian, which apparently you didn't know until I told you that.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
No.
I thought everybody knew that.
No, but I wrote a good report on him talking about he was a good person. I didn't put that in there because I wanted to put it in.
Oh, you left that out.
Yeah.
I know, I would have put it in there.
Yeah.
I hope my mom still has that report. I hope to God I need to ask her to look.
Yeah.
Now, that would have scored you some left-wing points if you had put that in. Hell, I wasn't that guy. I'm right. You know,
Oh my
I can
God.
totally hear that.
I can imagine. As a matter of fact, I remember the teacher I had for this fucking report, and she had number one, she had melasma, but like really bad, like dark. You know how they're like really dark spots on the white skin, like black, brown spots.
Yeah.
And she was really short. She was like 4'3", and she was total lesbian. And at that time, I just like was so like did not understand lesbian and was like, what the fuck? Like, you're so dykish. Like, I don't know what that is really, but I kind of do. And you're definitely that. Like, we all knew and talked about it. Like, it was very obvious. But like, so I turned in a report. Can you imagine, to this lesbian woman who in like the 90s, early 90s, very early 90s to late 80s, early 90s, she was like got a report on Hitler, and then I'm like, yeah, so he was like this great guy was born. Like, and I think I was like April. I thought I put April 21st. You said it was April 20th, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I thought the 21st, but and and like he was born here. I'm like, I went through the whole fucking thing. I didn't even mention fucking anything about. Like, I don't think there's anything in the report that mentions Nazi camps. Anything like Star Wars in World War II, son of it. He died. I mean, now, granted, part of that was probably also laziness because I didn't want to read the whole book and didn't know anything about him and was just like, front cover, front pages, born, skip through middle, war, okay, died, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, it was lazy. But I find it funny now talking to you that I literally did leave all the parts out that were probably
What grade did
so
she give
negative.
you? What grade did she give you?
I think I got because I always wrote really well. I always got straight A's and or B's if I was being lazy. And I'm pretty sure I got a B on this because I was being lazy. And she couldn't give me like a C because she would have to probably give me a C for. She may have. I don't know. I gotta get my mom to pull the report. I mean, I don't remember, but like I never got a C ever until I got to high school, like overall for an actual grade, like from the whole class. But I could have gotten a C on the report. I don't know.
But that's fascinating, and I appreciate that, of course. And our friend, to reinforce what you said, our friend Ian West put into the text box here, you can see it in Skype text, he says, before I met Dietrich, this is who I learned from, and he puts in, hi Hitler with crystal meth. I guess this was a History Channel episode, might have been something different. Might be part of a series of World War II videos or something now available on YouTube. But it was all about, Nazis on crystal meth. So, it was...
There is one video where he totally... Now, they may have totally messed up the video, obviously, like they can now. Mm-hmm. But, like, if they didn't, if he wasn't on crystal meth, he was crazy. He was watching, like, a ball game. Mm-hmm. And it was just like I have never been that high in my life on anything. Like it was just like nonstop movement of his leg and his arm. Like, I gotta move. Which, I mean, we already see his speeches where they're like very blah, blah, blah. So, but he was trying to sit still, but could not. So I think probably a little crystal meth or something. They were developing a lot of drugs as Nazis both experimental for different reasons. So I'm pretty sure some of the stories may be true about him testing some of those drugs.
They are. And I put this into context before. There's no need to go into it again. But Ian, I mean, while we're gifted with Brooke, I mean, you may as well participate. Was there anything in particular you wanted to bring to our attention?
I got a shitload of good news, but I'll wait for you. Y'all get it all
No, because I'm about to hang up, Ian, and I need to make fun of you before I do. So why don't you fucking go ahead?
Yes. I agree. Ian, go for it.
Oh my God. Oh, Lord, you got little blue balls now.
Oh my God, Ian. Just do it. Show us.
Oh my God. Well, now I don't have it queued up now to close everything else because it'll be another 5 minutes to find it.
Story about like how many times have I said you call Ian? He'll be like, "I want to show you something." Oh my God, fuck, shit, damn, it ain't right. And the computer from China that I put together in 4 different pieces.
Well, I was waiting for the Gibson Power Hour to be over, you know.
Yeah.
That's never fucking over with. That will not be over. When I die, I'll be like a Kino. I'll still be coming back to your goddamn window.
And he does have a processor that's about the size of a peanut. He was downloading our that 12.
I was about to talk to you about that. Will you quit saying that shit? I got a goddamn 5-core or 6-core or something. Jesus Christ! It just takes half a day to download a fucking 12-hour fucking episode.
Oh my God. It took a while. Oh my God. He did go off to work that day. That was the day he was working outside of the home. That was building a stage or something, I presume.
I do the paperwork or something. I forgot. Anyway. No. That was before. Anyway. I got more battle footage underneath the White House and
okay.
a building next to Washington. I got some of that footage, and I got one of those chimera things, and then I got a whole bunch of shit.
Okay, show it to us.
But let her get it out. Let her get it out of her.
She'll get it out of her when you show us this shit. Then you'll hear it.
Running when she's on the show.
No, show it to us.
Just
find it. Dig it up one at a time if you have to, and show it to us, because then you'll hear her get it out. You'll hear her get it out then. Yes, I guarantee it.
I just wish it was like the 80s, because the one drug I didn't try was crack, and I feel like right now, if we had been on the show in the 80s, I'd be looking for a crack dealer.
Yeah.
Now. Just to fucking deal with whatever Ian's fixing to say.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Brooke. Thank you.
Yeah. He's going to show us.
Shows you really try. You really try, Brooke. Thank you.
I mean, I would try. Like, I wouldn't try that drug back then.
Oh, here it is. We're going to see it now. He's going to do his searches. So
like the island of Nemo, which Nemo didn't even know existed.
Yeah, Nemo didn't know he had a continent.
That's a ton of porn together here, and holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to play some encouraging clips for everybody, so here's the first one.
Oh, gosh. Helicopter. Just so our listeners understand, this is a helicopter.
Right at the building.
Yeah.
It just looks like it's running into the building.
Yeah, troops dropping down. They're rappelling. They're rappelling down into the roof. People walking by, like the cops smoking.
Down onto a roof.
Yeah. Personnel. Cops just walking by, smoking.
Helicopters do that.
Was that not badass? Are you proud of our fucking country? Goddamn.
What is there to be
proud
of?
That was amazing, wasn't it?
No.
I mean, it happens probably all the time. Like they do that as trial and also in the war. So what are you saying that was?
That was amazing.
There's a cop walking by smoking a cigarette.
They did it in 1940, in January, in February of 1940, in March of 1940. Would you like me to continue the months and years till today?
Oh, well, I'm sorry it didn't have Clemson written on the side of it. But,
it fucking wouldn't, because goddamn it, you wouldn't be able to read it if it had Clemson on the side. They'd be like, don't even let him fucking see this shit, because he'll think it's something special.
Thank you so much.
They were repelling. Explain for the listeners. No, Ian.
Where's that mute button?
What did I miss?
Hey, I want to thank Ian for
Well, you know
Uncle
what the
Sam's
good book
goals.
says?
Yes. What was it?
Let your light so shine before men that they would see your good works and glorify your God. Hey, I don't take credit for all this stuff. If I ever won an award, I'd be like,
oh my God,
all
this is
because
deep
Jesus.
fake and it's disgusting.
Dead in the gutter
It's
somewhere
like
for
gross.
freedom. Change my life.
It's
change
supposed
my
to be.
soul.
It's an
Change my
aged
life,
version
change my
of
soul.
Robin Williams.
Give me a new
It's
life.
so fake. It is so fucking
It
fake.
doesn't even look like Robin Williams.
Thank you. Oh my
In the
God.
wrong life.
I'm gonna do
Look,
one
I know,
next.
so I'm gonna hate
Made a lot of
myself.
mistakes. You know what? It's okay. We're allowed to make mistakes. So we learn. Not only is that how we learn, it's how we grow.
Well, I don't think that's a deep fake. I ran a filter over it, and there's no like face layer on top of it.
Okay.
If
send
he
me
was
a
still
5
alive, you would never know about it. He'd be fucked off to another country or another realm.
Well, he is in another country.
Yeah, but he'd never reveal himself.
Well, if the people that were after him were taken care of, then he would reveal himself now, wouldn't he?
Why?
Or Ian, you know what you could do? You could send me like a 5-minute video of you this week for proof, and I can prove you
Because
wrong.
why would he fake his death?
Because he got wrapped up with the goddamn cabal.
Ian is just
testify.
fascinated with alternatives. Ian's fascinated with alternatives.
Anyway, okay.
The only
all right,
people
all right.
I would believe that faked their death was Tupac and Michael Jackson, but that's
Oh,
because
no,
they knew.
Tupac's still alive.
Listen. Tupac had an assassination attempt on him, and he knew that he was getting more death threats. So it'd be believable that he'd fake his death so he'd stop being terrorized and threatened. And Michael Jackson said before he died, to his sister, he said, "They're trying to kill me. They want me dead." So only for those reasons, I believe those people would possibly fake their deaths. But I'm not saying they did. But just those two,
I love our
because of the
Australian-
assassination
Michael Jackson's
attempts.
still alive. Michael Jackson's still alive.
Hey, he's not still alive. He's not, but I love
I wouldn't
our
be
Australian
surprised, but I'm not. He's most
Yeah.
likely he's dead.
I think that I think Michael Jackson and Tupac were both on to what a lot of the music industry is now acknowledging out loud. Even our friend
They were
that
being
is-
threatened, and
they were being
Tupac
threatened, and their money was Tupac was being threatened, and also assassination attempt with the Biggie Tupac thing going
He
on.
was shot 5 times.
So there was a lot with Tupac just in the rap game itself. Plus,
Yes, because we asked you, Brooke. Yes, go ahead.
I know no one asked me. I just like to be the most intelligent person in the fucking room, and that's what I am right now. So in addition to that, maybe not the Australian guy, because he said exactly, I'm just agreeing with him. So yes, at the end of the day, it was Tupac and Biggie, but it was also the fact that we had a music industry, which we can now see, even our anti-Jew guy.
God, use a different term, Judeo-phobic.
No, I'm saying he was.
Oh,
he was.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying we are. No, the guy that came out, that's what I'm trying to say. Even though he was, I can't remember his name, or I would just said his name.
But,
the Kardashian husband.
Right.
Kanye.
Kanye
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all you needed
He's
to say.
pretending.
Jesus. Yeah. Just remember that to the arbitrators are these people who monitor.
So
they
can listen to this. So it's
don't.
Kanye and Ye came out, and he was bashing Jews, which I am not okay with. But what he was also doing was also, while he did that, he also acknowledged the problem in which many other media and especially music professionals have come out with, which is all over YouTube and all over anything Ukrainians can see or any American can see or any other person can see. They are coming out and they're stating the way the industry works, which is also what Douglas Dietrich has been stating from day one. They have talked about the sexuality, how the actors especially, about sexuality, how they were brought to rooms, how they were told they could have this part if they did this, and then the music
casting
industry.
couch, you mean? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, and then of course the music industry, how they own your name when they sign you. They want to. They own.
Yes.
They own everything about you. And so Michael Jackson was owned. Kanye was owned. Tupac was owned. So you had people that were owned by music industry, and then like Tupac also then facing wars from gangs. I think Tupac, unfortunately, I wanted to believe he was alive because Tupac to me had just like the best heart ever. I believe, like, I just think he was a good soul, and I think he did probably get taken out because of I think it was probably, unfortunately,
Tupac's still alive.
No, he got taken out by Biggie. That was too much of a gang rival. It was too much ego. It was too much male fucking ego, like you all guys fucking have sometimes.
The people that shot him, though, were probably actual hitmen, not gang members.
Well, the one thing that we do know is that
that's why Biggie got taken out. They wouldn't take out their. So the thing about the music industry, you have to remember, they're all about money.
Let me hear this, please.
Okay, so they're all about money. Their biggest rappers during that time, because I was listening and I was paying for it, was Tupac and Biggie. Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls. They were making money for that industry. So those were the last two people that they would have had killed, because they weren't speaking out like some of the people now where they're like, hey, let's call it the music industry. They were really just calling out each other. At that time, they weren't even calling out the music industry, really. So there was no reason that the music industry, who's making billions of dollars off them, millions, probably billions back then, but at least millions, would have taken them out. They took out each other because they were still in the, Reds and Bloods, the East Coast, West Coast thing. And they both actually came from hoods. That's what you have to remember. These guys were not born into
Tupac wasn't in any gang, though. He wasn't a gangster. He went to an actual art school and had a decent education. He went to an art
school, but he sold drugs while he was in school.
Yeah, he probably sold drugs.
Yeah,
well, we all
sold
drugs.
And we know he didn't fake his death because his ego is so big he could never hide himself. But go on.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Brooke, do you see what I highlighted on my Facebook page here?
I can't.
Do you know who that is?
It's too fucking small. No. I'm not.
We're not seeing your Facebook page on the screen share. No.
Oh, you're not?
No.
I can see it. But
you can?
Yeah, I can see it. It's smaller. I can't read the letters.
Oh, sorry. Here. Do you see what my Facebook says?
Oh, wait. Mark H, do say goodnight to everyone and our listeners before you go, please.
Actually, Mark, no.
Have a good sleep, Mark.
Mark, you fucking stay. I am gone. Bye, Mark. Nope, you're not for me.
Whoa. Mark, say
Mark.
Yeah,
Mark, I need you to stay.
Why do you keep me to stay? Why is that?
Because I'm no longer, and I'm more annoying to everyone, and you're not. So can you stay? And I need to go to bed.
Actually, you know what? No, we needed to catch up on a little bit of Brooke. It's been a while, so no, you need to stick.
Mark, no, I need a little more. I need some rest, and I really, I've been getting healthier, and so I need to continue that. And so if you care about my health, you would probably.
No, we don't want to interrupt that, Brooke.
Yeah. So tell Mark he should stay on for my health.
Well, we do see the Facebook page now. We did see the Facebook page. I'm sorry. Go on, Mark. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, you're coming on Wednesday, right? So.
No, Douglas has a message for me that I will not be coming back on for quite a while. This will be it.
I never said that.
Gets better.
I never said that.
No, I said you have a message for me, but obviously have not read.
I do? Mm-hmm. Or Mark?
Yeah, because I send Mark messages to say, I'm not going on Douglas's show. Can you please tell Douglas that I will not be back on his show for freaking whatever? Now,
so she sent you messages that you're supposed to read to us, Mark, is what she's saying.
No, Doug, she's fucking with you, man.
Okay.
Totally
At least Mark is the only other person here that fucking gets me. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, there we are.
No worries.
So both of you are welcome to get some rest. We'll be left with Ian for a few minutes until I, go into monologue.
And nothing.
Oh no, okay, if he's gonna leave, it's fine. If Mark needs to leave, Ian finish it. I don't know, Ian, no, I'm not gonna leave your shit. For real. I need to make fun of you. You deserve it.
Okay. Well, let's just,
So he's showing us a lot of crystal meth resources for the Third Reich. It's just basically that the Reich was swimming in meth. Yeah. Okay.
That's how I got so much shit done,
Yes, that's true. It's true. It's true.
And by the way, Mark, if you do leave, goodbye. I'll miss you, and you have a very sexy voice.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, listen, you're coming on Wednesday, so I'll talk to you then.
I will not be. You will have to cover for me on Wednesday.
Good seeing you, Mark. Good seeing you.
Yes.
Good seeing everybody.
He's just wanting your sister's phone number.
And we love you dearly, Mark. Blessed dreams.
We do. We love
likewise.
Yes.
God bless you.
I
Sweet
love
dreams.
Mark
Take
that
care,
can
everybody.
put up with us. Mark is the only person that can be like that quiet.
Yeah.
And
He's
be
so
like,
civil. He's so
but
civil.
he's so civil, but he's not like some people I won't say that are civil. He's just a cool fucking guy. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, he is.
You're buttering me up too nice. I appreciate that.
I mean it though, really. Like I'm not saying I'm negative. I'm sure you do, but I have yet to see it. So,
Well, if he was my son, I wouldn't beat him. So it's good.
Yes.
All right, well, here's the chimera.
Thanks, man.
I don't even know what that means, but you don't feed yourself because you're on coke.
Oh look, this is one of those creatures. This looks real. This looks real.
What are you?
I wanted to hear it's AI. It's fake. It's AI. I was waiting for that.
No, this looks real.
This is one of those things they're making in the dumps.
Yeah.
Is that a rat monkey?
Just a monkey.
It's
What is
AI.
that?
It's fake. It's AI. It's fake.
It didn't even
It's
look
fake.
scary. It's just a monkey.
That's all I hear. That's all I hear.
No, but
It's
it's
a monkey.
But it's
a monkey.
but-
It's a monkey.
Yeah, it looks like a half rat, half monkey.
Look
yeah,
at those fingers.
it looks chimerically altered.
That fucker could climb, right?
Yeah,
Look at
almost
him.
like
He's
it's
so
got
cute,
bat
though.
ears.
He's so cute.
It's like got bad
Yeah.
ears.
I would
rat ears.
adopt that fucker in a heartbeat. I swear to God, if I had a choice to fucking you or that fucking thing, I'd fuck him.
Yeah.
This
She's
is
like,
yeah.
I want.
This is a great image to go to sleep through right here.
That's a good one, Mark. Good one.
Yes.
That's a great one.
Just think of that face. Yes, while you close
Like
your
he's
eyes.
eating a
Oh
little
my
banana.
God.
He's eating a banana like a little monkey. I'm pretty sure that's
That's
the
so
type
cute.
of monkey.
No, it's
You're so
Look at
definitely
its legs.
yeah,
Look
it's
at its
definitely
arms.
different. It's definitely different. It's been altered.
Monkeys do not have
No,
legs.
no,
Okay.
like
This is definitely real. This is real. And so just so people understand, this looks like it has
All right.
bat's
Well,
ears.
do you want to know who does this? The Rothschild. Do you know that they have developed giraffes? So you want to go here? Then we'll go. And Ian's right. So maybe it is. Maybe I don't know. Maybe
What did you
those
say?
little
You said they developed giraffes?
They developed giraffes that eat meat. They are meat eaters. Giraffes have always been carnivores. The Rothschilds have on their property, they're called the Rothschilds giraffes. Look at the fuck up. And they fucking eat meat. They're carnivores.
Okay, let me
First
look this
fucking
up.
You just
giraffe.
say all giraffes are meat eaters.
No, giraffes are herbivores. That's the
I thought you
point.
just said all giraffes were meat eaters before.
No,
Never mind.
Oh,
missed that.
it was a miscommunication. It did sound like she said that. It did sound like that's not what she
I'm
meant.
sorry.
That's not what she meant.
Fast and Southern, it's a hard thing to get. If you
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. And pandas are all carnivores, but they can never catch meat. But that's how they catch pandas, is by offering them meat. Believe
Just
it or
look
not.
up the Rothschild giraffe.
Okay, I'm gonna look this up. I know I'm gonna regret this. Rothschild giraffes.
You already lost an hour, Doug. Might as well just write it out.
I mean, really, this is going to be. I
You're
mean,
looking
just,
at this fucking monkey. What the fuck ever?
yeah, but the monkey's real. Okay, so what I get when I look up Rothschild giraffes is I get Nubian giraffe. Okay, the Rothschild giraffe, also known as the Baringo giraffe, is one of the most famous types of giraffes. So it's a subspecies of the northern giraffe. It's one of the most endangered, distinct populations of giraffe. So there you go. It's doesn't seem like anything sinister here, honey.
No, it doesn't. It seems like that the Rothschilds might have billions of fucking dollars to fucking make you goddamn, like, what are you reading that shit on? Do you think that they're just going to be like, man, we create... Yeah, it would be
Is that
not that fucking many of them?
Is that honestly where you're gonna come at this from? You're gonna come at this from this angle that they've scrubbed the internet to protect their carnivorous giraffes that they created?
Website. You went to one fucking website and you act like, and I'm pretty sure you probably clicked on the first or second when you saw.
Oh my fucking
I'm
god!
pretty sure is right.
Look, Brooke, look, white hats, Brooke, white hats. Look, Brooke, white hats.
Can you
white
not
hats.
take out for me on this, Ian? Because I'm pretty sure you should be, if anybody should.
I don't know about the giraffes, to be honest with you.
It's.
I'm waiting for the AI. I'm waiting for the AI so I can play it.
I'm just saying. All I see is your monkey.
Oh no! See the logo in the top right here? It's white hats.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, you had to ruin it. You had to fucking ruin it.
I was making fun of Brooke.
I understand, but then you had to ruin it. Yes, I see a white hat there. It ruins it all. But yes, this does seem like real footage. Otherwise,
isn't it cute though?
Honey, yeah. It's bizarre, but Brooke, I'm shocked. I mean, this is like hearing you. You're coming at me with pure Q shit now. I mean, it's like this is beneath you.
All right, here's the video right now. This is our video. It's a video. This is a video I can send you and you can play. This giraffe with a taste for meat, lofty herbivore, is caught munching on a bone at a South African game reserve. That's the
Unless it's eating a kid, I don't want to see it. No, I'm just joking.
Tony, a pure Rothschild's giraffe at Werribee Open Plains Zoo, which if you look up where the Rothschilds,
where are you sending me this?
It's called the Rothschilds is a reason. At Werribee Open Palm Zoo, and I'll show you, it was notorious for eating dead rabbits in front of visitors.
Oh,
honey, they're in a zoo. They're fucking traumatized.
Okay, so you're taking up for the Rothschilds. That's fine. Go ahead.
Now I'm sticking up for the Rothschilds. Oh my fucking god, honey, don't
think they can fucking? Okay,
honey, you're better than this. Honey, you're better than this.
You don't deserve this, dog.
Yes, this is. Honey,
you know what? Fuck you, Ian. Good play, and fuck you with your bullshit that you fucking say and then gonna come back and you can't even stand up for me. Okay, whatever.
I'm disappointed. I really am. This is what happens to animals in zoos, honey. They become cannibals because they're trapped in an unnatural situation, and they go crazy. This is like what happens to them.
First of all, I would completely agree with you on that. I do not believe in zoos, and I do believe that zooing does make for odd behavior.
Yes. Yeah.
However, I do not believe that the giraffe would suddenly start eating flesh if it had not.
It's gnawing on a bone. It's gnawing on a bone.
It wasn't a bone. Yeah, that's a bone on the picture. But it plainly says, if you read the fucking thing, like it says, they were caught eating multiple times dead fucking rabbits.
Yeah, but they're not killing the rabbits. They're not killing the rabbits.
We found 3 giraffe cows moving slowly out of some dense bush into the open, but focused on something on the ground. As they got closer, one female spread her legs slightly, leaned forward to pick up something. She picked it up. I realized it was a bone. That was the people that actually saw this. Then the other 2 giraffes also picked up bones and started chewing. It's funny to watch for the first time because you don't expect it. The giraffes bend over. Who do you think controlled this fucking article?
They're just gnawing bones. They're gnawing bones, honey. They're just getting the flesh taste off of it. But they've caught deer in the wild. They've caught deer in the wild doing this.
For the Rothschilds, because this is so
how does that make me? Wait a second. Now she's saying I'm
for eating meat. Although Tony, the purebred Rothschild's giraffe.
Honey, they're named that not because they're bred by the Rothschilds, but because the Rothschilds are trying to finance the survival of an endangered species.
I know, they're so good. Was notorious for eating dead rabbits in front of visitors. It ruined your talk. You'd explain how giraffes were herbivores, and then he would do that right after you explained how they were herbivores.
What?
This was an open zoo, open plain zoo. So it wasn't a zoo like me and you. Like I have a zoo that I go to that makes me sick. Like how small the enclosure is for these giraffes.
But these are like more like safari land. This is more like
this is like safari land. These giraffes were eating dead rabbits, and they are all. So even if you were to say
but this is like they've caught deer in the wild doing this on cameras that they've set up in the forest. They've caught deer gnawing at animal bones. This just happens.
Show me that video.
Oh, we can look it up. Here, I'll look that up.
Yeah, here, I'll stop the screen share.
Oh my god!
Just fucking forget it. Just fucking forget it. Let him do his shit. Because he's not gonna take up for me, and you fucking are definitely going on. I just want to get off the fucking phone.
But get off the phone.
But honey, here, deer gnawing human bones. Deer gnawing human bones. Here we are, darling. Right here. So here's the link. Oh my god. I mean, you leave me so disappointed in you. I thought better of you. then
you give them an inch, they take a mile. I'm telling you, Doug.
Then she, oh my God. There you go, honey. Click on that, Dear Knowing Human Bones. You'll see it. But I mean, oh my God. So this is just, these things happen with herbivores. So herbivores need a little spice once in a while, apparently. But just because they're named after the Rothschilds, you've turned them into some kind of Jewish conspiracy. It's honey, you're better than this.
She left.
She left. Oh my God. It's
I was holding my breath.
I'm oh my God. It's
now you know how I feel, Doug.
Oh my God. Was she serious?
Yeah, she was serious. That's the sad part.
Oh my God. I'm just so there we go.
She'll be back. She's not going to turn down that free attention. She's not going to.
Oh Jesus.
She's not.
Yeah.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
It is. She's left me drained. I'm drained.
And she's not even fucking you. You know?
I honestly, it's like, and then she thought I was laughing at her that time she heard the echo. It was just, oh, fuck you, Dave. It was just, oh my God.
No, there was no laughing. There was no laughing. You know?
She might have heard me laughing, but it was a feedback loop from, Brendan's weird shit that was going on with his stuff. But okay, I'll give her that, and just hopefully she looks at that later on her own. But I'm just, now we see Ian. Very shocked look on his face. Mouth open.
No, I'm exhausted.
His jaw hanging open. His jaw hanging open in disbelief. By the way she described that deer, that the female deer then spread her legs and bent down to bite that bone. It sounded very suggestive. Yes, it was.
I thought she was making it sound like you would go eat little kids and like run through the field and stuff. And
she made them sound like these were zombie giraffes that were like biting people's heads off and shit. Yes, it was. Oh my God. I'm left.
But at least she sounds healthy. That's the important thing. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Then she has to throw us that curveball. Oh my God. I'm left enervated.
Well, they try to stay relevant with and the topics. They try to stay relevant.
Oh my God. So go on. What else was there to show us?
All right, now I was going to do the battle in Washington D.C. under at this building next to the White House.
Okay.
I just got this today too.
A battle in Washington D.C.
Yeah, an underground battle in Washington.
Yeah, Doug, have you came across just before Ian gets in this? Did you happen to come across any documents regarding underground bases and battles between other military divisions or? Strange monster.
Dude, our man Ian, ask him about it. He's got the file, Uncle Sam's Ghouls. Tell him, Ian.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, which country do you want to start with?
No. I mean, you have literally the illustration that I gave you.
Yeah.
And it's
right
filed
here.
as Uncle Sam's Ghouls. And
right here. Here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and
here, let me turn this screen on.
Yeah. So, I actually speak about this in that 12-hour interview, and we covered that on the banned episode, which Ian will hopefully someday cut into segments that we can publish.
Yes, I could do that.
Yes, thank you. Based on,
I downloaded that episode. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, I see.
Okay. So what this is indicative of is what the government called the Hellstorm Hives. This is simply a kind of popular mechanics illustration presented for public consumption so that if the public ever got hints on the surface of what was going on, then the public would think that the U.S. government was working on a development like this. Now, understand that in this illustration, if you take a look at the very top, you'll notice there's bridges on either side, implying that there's water, bridges on either side of this city, and the city has major ventilation shafts that are going underground. And what this is based on is what the government could do by lowering nuclear weapons for underground nuclear testing. And when they conducted these bore drilling processes by which they created the borehole down which they would later use the cable to lower a warhead. At the bottom of that borehole, they would detonate the warhead, and it would create ultimately a perfect spherical glassed macro terrarium, essentially an underground sealed environment, which they could then pump free of all existing atmosphere and then pump in a replacement atmosphere. Now, this didn't deradiate it. It was still highly radioactive, but the potential was there to use clean bombs that would not release or produce that amount of radioactivity. And such bombs do exist. And so a clean bomb or a macro conventional explosive could produce something fairly similar, but it wouldn't glass the terraria the way a radioactive bomb would. But nevertheless, this is what they were just showing the public as kind of like, see, we can produce underground cities for you in the event of all-out nuclear war that you can retreat down into for a period of time while the land is glowing upstairs. And
it's sponsored by Coke.
Yes! It's got a Coke.
Kind of like
that?
Yes.
The underground vaults in the game Fallout.
Yeah.
Where the nuclear fallout, they went in the vaults underground.
Yes,
nuclear
but
war.
Here you see helicopters being used underground. There's a helicopter in the sky, so to speak, within the half space of this containment sphere. But the reality was something similar. But what the U.S. government did was within these glassed terraria that were highly radioactive, but the bomb had fused all of the sand into glass in this perfect sphere, there would be a single entry through the bottleneck, so to speak, the borehole, that they could then pump in various types of atmospheres to simulate other planets, like potentially Venus or Mars, arid atmosphere, but because it was terraria and all of the moisture, whatever moisture there was, would be recycled, just basically create its own condensation and rain, like in a terrarium, a bottle terrarium. They worked mostly with plants, creating a kind of jungle environment on plants that were radiovorous. So just so people understand in a positive sense, bananas are radiovorous plants. They absorb solar radiation. There's much more solar radiation, which is good radiation. It doesn't hurt you. Good solar radiation you'd get from eating a banana than there is radiation you would get from exposure to your cell phone. So, but this is the kind of radiation that you seek. Now, down below in these artificial environments they created, this was not the radiation that you seek. This is lethal radioactivity, but there are various plants that take it and process it, banana-like, that would then absorb the radiation, feed off it, and then grow to enormous proportions. So they had these whole fetid jungle atmospheres within these sealed macro terraria, feeding off the radiation, and then the moisture being recycled and rained back down upon the plants in a self-recycling ecosystem. And they populated it with mutations. The mutations meant to survive in a radioactive environment. Fairly radiovorous, like the plants, but humanoid. And very...
Ghouls.
Yeah, like ghouls. Their artificial equivalent thereof. This is where some of them, in these hives, where they developed a very collective society, spaced extraordinarily close together, yet unmindful of each other's invasive nature of each other's space. They adapted with basically reproducing through sexual stumps, meaning certain ones of them had their arms and legs basically amputated where they were used solely for reproduction. This was a truly collective communistic environment in which there was no sense of identity. The idea was that they would inherit the earth in the event that the surface world was devastated or denuded of life through radioactivity in the kind of all-out nuclear war that the Russians are threatening today. The Russians are threatening to use salted nukes, meaning that the radiation that would be spilt by these nuclear weapons would be eternal, that it would be effectively no half-life. It would be an eternal strategic denial of the land that is radioactivated forever. The Russians are threatening to use such weapons, so in the event such weapons were ever used, the Americans had this as the backup system that would populate such lands. So the problem is that there are times when they attempt to swarm out of their hellstorm hives. And this is these underground battles that are hidden as battles with aliens that are being kept as guests down under Dulce and shit. They're really breakouts from these hellstorm hives. This is why when I described my gang brother Beaver's relative, who was a nuclear physicist and an engineer, both degrees, and he was paid to live out in the middle of the bumfuck desert where he had to spend half the day driving to get to work and half the day driving to get back to even further out in the desert where they were burying all this toxic waste. He lived in a home that had this shutdown mechanism, which Beaver couldn't grasp. He thought that the guy was simply pathologically paranoid. But because at night he would press a button and these steel shutters would come down over the windows and all of the openings of the house, like it was the movie The Purge, where you see the house shuts down to prevent the purgers from breaking into the home and massacring the families. His home was built like that well before that movie was made. And my gang brother Beaver just thought he was protecting all the money he had in the safe because he made so much money and had to cash the federal checks. Or, you had to cash them, or after a while you wouldn't be able to. So his monthly paychecks he would cash and then stash the money in a safe, which he told Beaver he wanted to be buried with that money. And Beaver thought that the whole mechanism was for that, but it was not for that. It's because if the hellstorm hives ever swarmed, that would protect him and his family in that home out in the middle of the desert. It was intended so that they could survive a swarming until they could be rescued by a military rescue operation or the like. So this is all very real. These hives contain.
It's just like a twist in the story from these other people saying, "Oh, they're grey aliens and all that shit," but they're different to what you're saying.
Thank you. That they're not gray aliens. They're produced by your government, and there's millions of these humanoids that are seething in hives beneath the deserts of Nevada, in particular. So it's there we have it. So this is something that thank you, Ian. I very much appreciate Ian indulging us with this. He actually put a black frame around the illustration, so it's actually more high def looking. So I appreciate his doing that. Actually, if you could send me a copy of that, black framed illustration, I would appreciate it, Ian. Thank you. Okay, so everybody now knows this aspect. I'll go more into it in the future, but it's definitely something that is real. And
let me add something to this.
By all means.
For the audience, it's like the end of Resident Evil 2. There we go.
By the way, what's the end of Resident Evil 2 like?
They're in one of these the whole time and they don't realize it, and they're doing like a test on a virus.
Okay. Wow. So they're in a contained vacuum sealed environment, essentially.
Correct. Yeah. And it's called Raccoon City.
Okay. Right.
That got blown up from a missile in number 2 in the second movie.
Correct. Yeah, because they couldn't contain the virus and it affected the whole city, so they just said, blow it up.
Uh-huh. Oh my God! So Brooke left a bunch of messages in the chat.
She's drinking again. It sounds like she was drinking.
She said, "I hung up a while ago. Good night. Ian blocked permanently. Don't worry."
Oh, boo fucking who? Boo fucking who?
Don't worry. I will go back into hibernation, but for much longer. You are welcome.
Please.
Love you all.
Please. I'll buy her a pillow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Doug, have you seen the Resident Evil movies? You'd probably like that from all the shit they try to hint out. All the subtle stuff, underground bases and experimentations on stuff.
I probably would enjoy them. I think that it's one of these things that I know has been around forever. The Resident Evil franchise has been around, for fucking ever. But it's one of these things I'll probably have to review them all in one sitting at one point, sometime soon.
The first one's very good.
Yeah, Doug, don't even watch the movies. Just go get the first, second, and third video game on PlayStation.
Yeah,
That's all you need.
Oh, to play the game.
Games. Play the game. Too. Oh, the game.
I have all the Resident Evil games.
Me too.
Nearly all of them.
Oh my god.
Which ones are you lacking?
The ones that are exclusive to, Nintendo Wii and all that. I only got it all on PC. I've only got all the versions available on PC.
Yeah, I bought all the PlayStation 3 versions. I bought like the remake 1, remake 2, and
they're on PC.
I mean, they're great.
Remakes. Yep.
Yeah. I never got into PC gaming, but I had a PlayStation 3 and stuff.
Yeah, same.
I think I freaked Brooke out with that Chimera because it's like, she loves animals, but all her life, she thought she knew every animal, and then she sees this animal. Her mind doesn't know how to process it.
It's
like she doesn't know to kill it or save it. You know what I'm saying?
She said it was so cute she would fuck it. I don't think that's what bothered her. I think what it's then she came up with that Rothschild giraffe thing, and I was like, oh my god, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. You can't be serious. Oh my god.
That sounded weird.
That's a cute chimera, though. It's a real cute chimera.
It is.
It didn't look cute to me, but to each their own.
Yes, it's not. Let's just put it this way.
It looked like an abomination.
It's not intimidating. It's not intimidating.
You could keep it as a pet, definitely.
Yeah, it's one of those things that doesn't look well. It'd be more like the pet of some kind of sorcerer or something like that.
Yes.
It's what you'd see in a sorcerer's lab.
And it'd be saying, "You must feed me rats."
Something.
But look, it's obviously vegetarian. It's eating vegetables because it's half bat and rat and shit. And
and kangaroo or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Kangaroos themselves look like a hybrid of different animals.
Yes.
Right.
Oh my god. But she said Ian blocked permanently because you weren't taking her side on this. You weren't taking her side.
Where's my violin? Where's my violin?
You weren't taking her side with the Rothschild giraffes.
I've never seen that thing. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. It's not my fault. I don't fucking look at the shit. I don't know. I don't even know where that fucking
She has a lot of energy.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know. She's a little fire starter. She is. She is a little fire starter.
Okay. So so anything else you want to show us before I go into monologue for tonight? I do feel.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the goddamn Washington D.C. underground battle footage.
Okay, find that.
I don't know where I put it because I got distracted by Brooks. Did you hear the songs yet?
I like I said at the beginning, I want to thank you so much for writing those. I haven't had a chance. I will. I've been so busy. I've been so overwhelmed. The interview with that guy lately. I gave you burn those for me so that we can burn them from you off your channel. Okay.
Okay, I can do that.
Oh my God.
I'm still working on the MK Ultra musical.
Yeah.
Still doing that.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have part 2 up yet, but maybe you can see if he does. I mean, these are the hate platforms you're always cruising.
I run them. Yeah, I uploaded some new Trump videos today.
Yeah, and
I was very proud of Trump.
Yeah.
One of the people. Oh, sorry.
Go on.
One of the people in the chat were asking, "Have you guys heard of Tim Refat?"
Wait, that name keeps coming up, and I'm wondering if he's the same guy who asked that before. There's some other guy who keeps it.
Did you ever meet that guy? He's a British person who claims he used to work for MI6 or MI5 Secret Service as a psychic agent because he self-proclaims as a black magician who offers he offers services to save your soul with his crystals, his psychotronic crystal, whatever he calls them. I just said, he's a black magician con man ripping people off with his phony services. Do you know this guy personally?
No. It sounds like Brandon though with the crystals.
He sounds like a rival. He sounds like a rival of Aquino because he has mentioned him, but he didn't mention him in a good light.
Well, let me take a look at my messages and see if this is the same individual. This other gentleman I know.
He has his own channel on YouTube. He tries to teach people about Kabbalah and the magic that the Rothschild practice.
Oh no!
And that alone would render him as sinister to most of these people who are, just listen to what Brooke said. I mean, she thinks
That
the
poor
Rothschilds
girl,
are
that poor thing.
breeding.
He came off as a con man. The first time I saw his videos, I'm like, this guy's a con man. All he is just entertaining because he talks a lot of shit about the people we don't like. Like he brags about putting curses, using his magic setup to put curses on these Hollywood celebrities and moguls and business people. Like he's only worth watching as a comedy act. I can't take him serious.
So according to David Fitzsimons, who is in Atlantic City, New Jersey, he says he provided some links to Tim Rifat, and he says Gridkeeper and Super Spirit School of Magic. He says, I have studied him for the last 2 years. It's all on YouTube. So apparently he has much respect for this individual. So I don't know. I've this is all I've heard is what David Fitzsimons had to say. And other than that, I've never heard of Tim Rifat, but people do keep bringing him up. So
you never met him.
Yeah, no, God, no. I never met him.
I'll be honest with you.
He just comes off
with crystals. That's pretty desperate. You know?
Yeah.
It's
like he says when I watch his videos, he says, for my services they cost from $600 to $900, and the price is going to keep going up because he uses
fucking crystal.
He tries to convince you that everybody has their chakras attached to a parasite that the evil what's that I can't mention put on us. They mold this reality to be infected by these parasites. So whenever you try to power yourself up or energize yourself through your chakras, you're just feeding the parasites.
Maybe that's where Judith Eggert was getting that shit about me.
Yeah.
She kept calling me a vril, not in the sense that Marina Sarin says she's a vril, but in this negative sense. She kept calling me a vril like it was some kind of an insult, like I was some kind of a parasite.
Well,
so
did you ever have a pain in one of your eyes and it was black the next day, or did you?
No. Why?
Well, then you're not a vril. You're not vril.
But anyway, he tries to persuade them about this, and once you buy into his shit, then he's like, yeah, you just have to pay me this amount of money and I'll remove the parasite and give you a magic kit so you can practice these rituals to keep removing the parasites because they'll keep coming attached to you because they keep breeding, laying eggs. He just says all this.
Oh my God! I wonder if Judith bought into that shit.
Crystals aren't going to get rid of that.
I wonder if Judith ever wound up paying them or something like that. But I've got to start some scam like that. Damn, I gotta, man.
People are buying into it. He's so confident in it too. He says China. He's trying to convince China to pay him billions of dollars to fuck over England government and American government with his black magic, Kabbalah magic. He's going to side with China, he reckons, to combat him. Yeah.
Oh my God! How on earth would that redeem him in anyone's eyes? I mean, oh my God!
He says he's not a saint. He admits he's kind of a scumbag, but he's selfish. But he's just persuading people to buy his stuff.
Yeah, whenever you're making money with rocks, that's pretty pathetic. I'm just saying. You know, see that putting on a job application. You know, what are your past experience? Rock holder. You know, it's just like, come on.
You got to look him up, Doug, and you'll have a laugh on YouTube.
I'm afraid to. I mean, oh my God, I'll probably just be so depressed that Judith Eggert was swayed by this person.
Right.
One of your supporters, the maggot or whatever his name, he uploaded a small video on Tim Rifat. I don't know if you see the Maggot's channel.
Okay,
he's one of your supporters, isn't he?
Yeah. The Maggot Man, the Grand Maggotor, is one of my great supporters. I'm sure he's fascinated by other people as beside myself.
I don't know if he uploaded
play with rocks.
It didn't sound like he uploaded it as a support, like he just put it out there.
Yeah. He does a lot of what our man Jonathan Warrington publishes is very ironic in nature. If you ever take a look at his Facebook timeline, much of what he publishes is mostly ironic. He publishes it humorously, and sees humor in it. So it's probably along those lines that he did that.
Yes.
Yeah, is what I would think.
Humor.
Yep. Yeah. And oh my God, I'm so. That being said, our man Ian is looking for some other stuff. We're looking through his files.
I can't find the goddamn video. Brooks got me all fucking flustered. God damn it.
I uploaded a video. Just if you want to check that out for a good laugh. The Chakra Rescue Service, he calls it. The Chakra Rescue Service.
I've got to get in on a scam like this. I got to start something, you know.
Make some money.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Oh, y'all want to see this daycare I busted
People
today?
are stupid enough to buy into it.
It's awful.
Check this out.
So now we're looking at GPS or Google search. What do you call that? Google fucking, what is that again? Google something.
See,
Amaze. I just said
no,
Amaze.
I made it. You see that?
Yeah.
That's the pedo symbols that the Satanists use to communicate with, and it's
Dude, that's one of those little walking mazes that they use to meditate.
Yeah, that's not exactly the symbol you're talking about, Ian. That's the symbol you're talking about. Just starts off as a regular swell. It doesn't look like a maze.
It's called a kid squall.
Just one line.
It's called a kid squall. Squall.
Oh my God. Oh.
You see it in.
I was very proud, though. I was very proud that I found this on the maps today.
So my God, I'm looking at this Chakra Rescue Service. He's got some blonde there.
So
she looks like she might be hot.
Yeah, this old lady supports him.
Oh my God.
Her and her husband.
Okay, so that's the lady he's conning. This poor old lady. Does
she buy the rocks?
Yeah, most likely, yeah. What is
the world coming to? That is,
He's just the only thing, for what it's worth, that you can take from him. He's just kind of a comedic person. He should just have his own comedy podcast because he says a lot of funny shit about the people you can't mention.
Yeah.
Oh.
He hates them himself.
So he's situationally aware, but
yeah, he's well aware of everything we know, but he's using it as a con to rip people off to gain money. Like he probably practices black magic and all that shit, but he's using it as just.
Does he throw the rocks at the chosen, or?
No, he just gives them cancer. He claims he gave. He's trying to give Adam. He did a ritual where he said, "Oh, I'm giving Adam Sandler prostate cancer and giving Orlando Bloom cancer and all that through the magic."
Yeah, I'd put that energy somewhere else.
Yeah, thank you. Even Ian would put his energy someplace else.
Like read a book or something.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Oh my God. I have to admit, yes, Brooke got us all flustered. I mean, now we're haunted by images of cannibal giraffes. We can't get it out of our heads.
It's that poor thing. She just, tries to stay relevant. It's I almost feel bad for her. Almost.
What are you trying to look for?
I'm trying to find the goddamn Washington, D.C. underground battle footage I got today. But I'm just not fucking seeing it.
Are you uploading? Oh, yeah. You haven't uploaded it on.
No, I was fucking pissed off about work today. So. These assholes. There's the vaginoplasty video.
The
what? Vaginoplasty?
If it's quick.
Yeah, so long as we don't get knocked off.
In support of the LGBTQP, whatever they called.
I'm sorry.
We'll do it next time.
Okay, go ahead and show us. What?
Okay,
no audio. There's no audio, is there? Nothing.
Well, I mean, it's
immediately
muted.
Maybe let's not see it.
Disassembled and turn into a pussy.
Okay, but we don't need to see that. It's okay. We can see that later. It's
in support of the LGBTQP.
Yes.
I fucking give up. I don't.
Yeah, that's one of the protected groups we don't want to, have any controversy.
No, it's support. It's we celebrate them by sharing their experience with the world, so the world understands.
Yeah,
what they're putting themselves through.
The staff over at YouTube may not understand that. They certainly didn't before, so they probably wouldn't understand it this time. Oh,
that's so disrespectful to the LGBTQP crowd.
Oh my God.
I uploaded a video yesterday.
Yeah.
And within 24 hours, it got over 1,000 views. Well, just after 24 hours.
Uh-huh. And what was this about?
Oh, Ian, sorry. I'm just quickly going into it now to look.
Go for it. Yeah,
it's titled what the fuck did she just say? Question.
Oh yeah,
the
did
baby,
you hear that, bitch?
The baby's
I
weird
was like,
quotation
God damn.
mark. I posted it in
I'll
channel
play that. I'll
repost.
play that real quick. Doug's got to hear that.
No, get it, stop.
It's only 30 seconds.
No, don't play it. I get
it.
it. What happened was this woman said, the babies that we eat, we don't need to hear it. This is what this woman
you
said.
saw it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it, but who is this woman and what was she speaking to?
Her name is Barbara Marx. She's
Karl Marx's daughter, right?
She's a you-know-what agnostic, author, speaker, and co-founder and president of the Foundation for Conscious Evolution. Hubbard, I don't even know what that word is.
Yeah, the proper name is Small House.
Hubbard posited that humanity was on the threshold of a quantum leap if newly emergent scientific, social, and spiritual capacities were integrated to address global crisis. She was the author of 7 books on social.
So this is
evolution.
Barbara Hubbard Marx.
Probably.
Yeah, his daughter, I think.
Yeah.
Daughter?
Barbara Marx Hubbard. Sorry.
Barbara Marx Hubbard. That's right. She's got a hyphenated name. So she's still alive. She
passed away in 2019, April 10th.
Oh, okay. So not that long ago, but long enough. Right. And so yeah. So there you go. That's strange lady.
Yes.
And
for the listeners, check out my channel and look out that video.
Yeah. If I have
if anybody's still here after Brooke, you'll check out his channel.
Yeah, but I'm surprised I got so many views within such a short time. It's past 1,300 views now.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than I got.
It's not surprising. It's where was this? On YouTube?
Yeah, I uploaded it on YouTube. I got it off BitChute because I didn't find this video on YouTube, so I just uploaded it for people to look at.
Okay.
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
And as such, it's certainly bears going over. Now, again, before I just take over and suck all the oxygen out of the room, I mean, certainly both of you gentlemen are more than welcome to go over a few other things that you believe to be relevant. By the way, Amor Fadi says, please deconstruct Tim Rifat. The reason I'm not going to go into that is I don't know him. So far, most of what I hear tends to be pretty negative.
Yeah,
but
he knows a lot of what you know.
Yeah, but I do want people to know that I do have a supporter who's a sometime contributor. So he...
Let's not burn that bridge then.
Yeah, he admires Tim Rifat, apparently. So
he's not a person to admire, just letting the listeners know.
It doesn't sound like it, yeah.
Yeah, be careful with these people.
Yeah. It's definitely odd. It's definitely odd.
I got red flags when I was watching him, so I only watched him for the comedic value.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're honest about it,
Yeah. And so that being said, what else comes to mind now? With all of what you had been trying to show me over the internet recently, anything in particular stand out that you feel should be brought to our attention? Yeah, go on.
Speaking about the Disney shit, back to the Royals and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So those 2 properties that they hit at on the manual or in the book for the permanent residence places.
Right.
The first property looks like it looks like a fucking King's Palace or whatever that I had no idea even was at fucking Disney. I've never even seen it with my own eyes. I've never, I've never stepped foot in there. I had no idea the place was even fucking there, but it's there. Now the second part, it looks like fucking 8 Mile.
Okay.
I'm talking I was going through maps and shit. There's goddamn 7 trailers and 2 security fences and then a long ass walk to the boat ferry pickup to grab these people around. And there's just some raggedy ass fucking little basketball court in the middle of this circle trailer park, right? So when I saw this, I was like, there's no fucking royals that live up here. I was like, unless they're the bad kids and shit, it's the the part of your family you disown and stuff. I mean, yeah, I can see him sticking in that. And I was like looking at this place, and when I saw that basketball court, I thought about this testimony of this kid that Podesta raped. Whenever he like convinced this kid's mom, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna take your son to Disney World and shit." And this kid was like, "Yeah, Podesta and I forgot what he said. It's like if he flew down there, they drove down there, and he was like, yeah, he took me into this neighborhood, he brought me in his house, and he threw me on the bed and started fucking me, and he's like, and I remember seeing this basketball court just in the middle of these houses or whatever." And like that testimony kind of matched up with that second part of Disney World that I thought was like the Royals part. But no, there's no Royals living in that shit. There's none. Okay. But the first place, yeah, like definitely. They even got like the Alpha and Omega symbol, like probably 30 feet embedded in the ground in front of their little mini mansions or whatever. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But I was trying to look for that kid's testimony to reread it, because it's been like a few years. Like I read that testimony before they executed Podesta, so I'm like, I wanted to go back and see if I could find one more detail to match up with it. But from my memory, I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing for sure that's the spot where Podesta raped that little kid, but from what I can recall, from what I can recollect, it's fitting the bill from what I can remember. Okay.
So thank you for that. Explain to people, of course, Podesta died, I believe, and but
yeah, they executed both him and his brother.
Okay. And so it definitely Ian feels this was an execution. So both of you gentlemen are welcome to stay with me and feel free to.
No, I mean I called both of their offices up. They're not there. Their offices are gone. They're closed.
Wow. Okay.
I did that with what's her name too? Who was the San Franciscan?
Dianne Feinstein.
No, Dianne Feinstein. I didn't have her number. What's the other one? Pelosi. I called Pelosi's office. It's shut down. Yeah. Pelosi's office is no more.
Well, didn't she retire?
Yeah, at Gitmo.
Oh my God. This is where Ian is kind of like Our Lady Brooke with the cannibal giraffes. It's kind of like he feels these people have been brought to some harsh justice. I mean, Ian, if elected officials had a potential fate where they faced such extreme justice, nobody would run for office.
Well, I mean, she got caught up with selling our military secrets to China, and then she was doing the child trafficking thing, and then she was doing the, what else was she doing? She's doing the gag order on the Nasara. That was like an extra $5,000 a month for her right there. And then,
$5,000? I mean, that's nothing. $5,000 is like nothing for somebody like that. Oh my God.
Nothing? $5,000 to do nothing?
$5,000 is nothing to someone like her. I mean, $5,000 would be consequential for someone like me, but for her, it's like nothing. It'd be meaningless. I mean,
she's a public service person.
Yeah, she's rolling in millions and millions. I mean,
Yeah, because she's selling little kids. That's why.
Do you want me to, before you do your monologue, quickly talk about the hypersonic generators China's boasting about?
Maybe Winston.
Are they the ones that Pelosi sold the secrets to?
Yeah, but do look into it in your free time, Doug. I don't know if you've done any research into it. The hypersonic generators.
Not too much, to tell you the truth, because most of what I can tell you is that it strikes me as so obviously hyper-exaggerated.
What it sounds like is China trying to, tense their muscles and look tough by saying, look, we have these powerful generators for super weapons now.
Right.
To scare people.
By the way, Ian asked you a question. Ian asked you a question about it, whether Nancy Pelosi had sold these as secrets to China, I believe. Is that the question you had, Ian?
Yeah. Was it one of our technology that she sold to China?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, I mean,
she just looks like a child eater to me. That's all.
Oh, she is. And she owns the shipping container. Yeah, she owns the shipping containers that they were shipping these kids in from. They were shipping the Uyghurs in.
Well.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. Like sex slaves, human trafficking being shipped through the shipping containers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called the Arts and Embassy Program. That was set up by Podesta's, or not John Podesta, but his older brother. I forgot his first name, but the fatter Podesta brother.
Yeah.
Him and Hillary and Pelosi and somebody else. I forgot. There was one more person, but they were doing the Arts and Embassy Program, and they were shipping little Uyghurs to the Getty. That's what they were doing.
Okay. It seems very plausible. I haven't found any hardcore facts about it, but it seems very plausible. You'd use shipping containers on ships to bring sex slaves across seas to other places.
Yes.
Yeah, and actually Elon Musk is the guy that developed the container like luxury ride trip, like it fitted toilets and air conditioners and shit.
Yeah, they modified the crates.
Modified. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah,
to be livable for the sex slaves.
Yeah, for the trip over from wherever to America. Yeah.
I like the way they call that luxury. Go on. Yes, go on.
Well, half of them ended up dead by the time they got to the States, and that just put a hole in Hillary's party. But no, that's a true story. And whenever that ship jackknifed in the Suez Canal a few years back, that's when they got all the fucking like hardcore evidence and like I mean half those kids were dead, but still, they had the proof of it and the weapons of mass destruction that were on those ships and the biological weapons that were on the ships.
Images and videos of these dead bodies that were
in Egypt and the courts in Egypt. Yes. The courts in Egypt. They haven't been released to the United States yet, but in Egypt, yes, because that's where it jackknifed into the canal right there. That's why it landed in their jurisdiction.
What?
Got to get all that documentation and spread it like wildfire.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I don't know shit about Egypt, to be honest with you, but I mean, I'm sure they're going to let it, I'm sure it's all going to come to light as soon as we get this Disney shit,
Disney needs to be, I'm not going to say it, just needs to be removed. I was going to say something else.
Thank you.
I'm thinking that other second set of private residence is like a little hostel place, but in Orlando, because I mean, there's no laws there. There's no laws that say don't fuck little kids and don't kill little kids. But still, if the Royals can host something like that and make some money on top, why not?
Oh my God. So, okay, gentlemen, like I said, you're both welcome to hang on and interject whenever you feel you have something constructive to say. But honestly, I would appreciate both of you hanging on, to tell you the truth. And we have, of course, Joe Tai, who's asleep, and the call can be tethered to him. Even if both of you hang up, the call should be maintained through Joe Tai's sleeping body. But aside from his body anchoring this down, both of you coming in every once in a while and interjecting, that's fine by me. So I definitely...
I'll just stay in chat. I'll mute and just say whatever in the chat.
But you're welcome, like I said, if you feel you have something constructive to interject verbally, go ahead and do so.
I'm just going to be busy looking stuff up and playing a game. I'll be multitasking while listening to you.
Sure, and definitely I will, hopefully Wednesday we'll cover the hypersonic stuff, and I'll try and go over some of the other things that...
and also the hypersonic missiles Russia's boasting about too.
Yeah, Yeah, which of course, I mean, oh my God, I spoke to a degree about that in the past. It was one of those, not that I don't want you to speak about it. I'm happy for you to speak about it again. But it's one of those things that, how do I say it? It's like, so much of it is hype. I mean, hence, the term hyper, of course, it refers to something physical and mechanical in the case that they're applying it technically, but there's a lot of hype in terms of propaganda, in terms of these capabilities these guys have. It just strikes me as, how do I say it? Just how, they're so full of shit.
Yeah.
But you know what? Go into it a little bit right now. I mean, tell us a little bit about, just the general situation concerning it.
Oh, I got tabs open on the generators.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I just...
Sure, by all means.
For charging military lasers, railguns, microwave weapons, and more, Chinese scientists claim a single massive explosion within a shock tunnel may transform hot gas into the most powerful hypersonic generator yet seen by a military. A recent peer-reviewed publication in the Chinese Journal of Theoretical and Applied Mechanics reveals how the hypersonic generator converts a single explosion with a shock tunnel into enough electrical current to power future hypersonic weapons, as reported by South China Morning Post. The Chinese scientists used a carefully timed explosion to transform the heated gas into a plasma full of speeding ions, which they then used to generate a current. Compressed argon gas is accelerated to 14 times the speed of sound by shock waves, and the resulting ionized plasma is then sent via magnet hydrodynamics.
Magnetohydrodynamics.
Yes,
magnetohydro. Yeah.
Generators to create up to 212 kilowatts of electricity on the back of just 26 gallons of fuel. That's more than enough juice for a jolt of energy unmatched by any current compact system. It has a large capacity and high efficiency. The researchers write via the SCMP, no intermediary energy storage mechanism are required. Without a high power switch, energy may be sent straight to the load. And it's fast to boot up. There are no moving components in the generator, which improves both its efficiency and its usability. The researchers claim they can generate a gigawatt of input power for the greatest weapons in development using just 177 cubic feet of hypersonic plasma, less volume than a standard van. As of right now, China isn't prepared to roll out the new system. Transporting a device that needs controlled explosion and the gas required for a second charge presents a number of logistical challenges. China's hypersonic weapons received a massive boost in strength, especially if the next generation of research allows for automatic reloading of the technology. That's just all what it says on that article.
Okay.
That sounds like the underground power sources for those laser beams that turn the dudes gay and stuff. Like,
what?
Yeah, you know about that? Yeah, no, it turns them. It makes
happy.
It turns them to the
homeless.
thing.
We know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You got to be careful what you say.
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's
yes.
not hate speech. That's technology.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
But you're saying.
But before I go, here, you want to see Obama's Chicago?
Well, don't play
senator.
anything. Well,
there's no sound. There's no sound.
Okay.
It's just his rights to senator in Chicago.
What's he saying?
Let me.
Wait a second.
Oh no! It's just like the ceremony of like the graduation ceremony to be a senator. It's do you see it right here?
Let's take a look.
There we go. There you go.
I shudder to think.
What a ceremony! What the fuck?
Yeah, that's a ceremony right here. This is you become a senator, or you can work your way up to mayor, or one day be in the Congress.
That's
Oh,
okay. There we are. Disgusting. Very cute.
Very sick. Disgusting. I get your humor, though.
Thank you. That was worse than the monkey. That was worse than the monkey. I'm sorry. So, oh my God.
A monkey.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. So, now that I'm traumatized for life, well, you don't need to go, Ian. Like I said, just hang out and listen. And anytime you feel the need to interject, go ahead if you feel.
Yeah, if I find that clip, I'll chime in, but I'll stay with you.
Okay, yeah, and other.
Yeah, give us something very good to look at. That's.
See, I didn't know. Usually they would have told me. They would be like, "Hey, this is going down today," but I didn't get an invite or nothing. I just stumbled across this on my own, and I was like, "Those fuckers, they didn't."
Is
even
that uploaded on a platform? That video you showed us?
No.
Just upload it on Odyssey. No, I'm joking.
No, it's not uploaded on. No,
no, I'm just telling you to.
Okay.
But
oh yes. When I get a chance to, but no. I pulled it off of. I pulled it off of a certain server that only I have. Well,
on the dark web.
No, it's not a dark web thing. It's like it's like a military server, but it's like a fair use public one.
Send me a link.
So I don't have the full clip. I just got like 20 seconds of it. So
send me a link to that source.
Yeah, I will. I just gotta dig through my fucking computer and find it.
Right. Sorry, dog.
Oh no worries. I like I said, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass and trying to prioritize what I should bring up about some of these various topics that are on my mind that I want to emphasize, certainly inform and enlighten the population about. And it's a challenge because there is so much. And yes. I did want to cover, if possible, a bit about Alexander Dugin that Peter and Moon and I can go more directly into
I heard what Peter said. About the Orlando Montauk stuff.
Oh, go on about that. What did you?
I was really impressed that he gave a shit. Really, I mean, seriously, I was really impressed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, of course he would care. I mean, Montauk's been a big part of his life, right?
I don't know how I could break that cement and get down there though. That's and I don't know if it's still flooded. But I would like to go down there and just see all the shit.
Right.
Maybe one day it'll dry out. Maybe one day it'll dry out and I can get some explosives and bust that cement pallet or whatever. I'd like to see it though.
Then some monsters come out and eat you. No.
Well, they're drowned now. They're all drowned. That's why they flood that shit. So whatever the fuck's down there dies. Right?
I mean,
seriously, that's why they do it. Like all those little creatures you were talking about. That's in that little globe ball shit. That dug their way to the next ball and stuff, and just kept on digging and digging and digging. Those things. They drowned them out.
Okay. All right. There we are. I mean, I'm not denying that. That's actually a viable solution to the problems they create in many respects. So, okay. So I will now kind of go into monologue mode, and both of you gentlemen say good day to our audience.
Good day and good night to the audience. Have a good one.
Yes.
All right, all night.
Yeah. Okay, bless you both. We have now, I would say, about 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, about 3 hours left. I'm going to try my best to take advantage of that time. I do want everyone to understand that I've received some help from some wonderful people, but I still am attempting to raise 205 United States dollars before the end of the month so that I can make rent. So I'll need your help, and your contributions are, they're needed as soon as possible so that I can budget accordingly and hopefully you not have to stress towards the end of the month as the deadline approaches for my rent to be paid on the 1st of next month. So we have only a matter of days left. If I take a look at the calendar, good God, we've got Wednesday is the last day for me to ask for this. So let's try and get $205 to me tonight. So I'm turning to you all who are listening and just saying your help is sorely needed. So, with that, we want you to understand that acts of secession are happening across the United States. When we were speaking earlier of the polarization that I was discussing with Brooke Gibson, I really couldn't get into it in any depth because of, the direction that our discussions were taking, which ultimately took us to cannibalistic or human eating or meat eating, rabbit eating, Rothschild's giraffes. I'm just sorry. Understand that the big news of the weekend concerns the debt ceiling drama in these United States, where it appears Armageddon has been avoided assuming Congress now acts quickly. The miseries of the recent weeks are all too familiar. The American empire was made to stare into the abyss of a government default before the 12 sides struck a deal at the last minute. This is no way to run things, but at least compromise is still possible. And that being said, secession is here. States, cities, and the wealthy are already withdrawing from America. The representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, wants a national divorce. In her view, another civil war is inevitable unless red and blue states form separate countries. She has plenty of company on the right, where a host of others, 52% of Trump voters, Donald Trump himself, and prominent Texas Republicans, have endorsed various forms of secession in recent years. Roughly 40% of Biden voters have fantasized about a national divorce as well. Some on the left urge a domestic breakup so that a new egalitarian nation might be, as Abraham Lincoln said at Gettysburg, brought forth on this continent. The American Civil War was, still is, a national trauma precipitated by the secession of 11 southern states over slavery. It is, therefore, understandable that many pundits and commentators would weigh in about the legality, feasibility, and wisdom of secession when others clamor for divorce. But all this secession talk misses a key point that every troubled couple knows. Just as there are ways to withdraw from a marriage before any formal divorce, there are also ways to exit a nation before officially seceding. I myself have been forced by our national circumstances to study secession for the last 20 years. And I think that it is not just a what if scenario anymore. In the latest book I plucked from the library of my son's husband, titled We Are Not One People, subtitled Secession and Separatism in American Politics Since 1776, the author, or one of the co-authors, Michael J. Lee, professor of communication at from the College of Charleston, no less, along with his co-author, whose name I cannot recall, go us beyond narrow discussions of secession and the Civil War to frame secession as an extreme endpoint on a scale that includes various acts of exit that have already taken place across these United States. These, we could call these experiments an agris, scaled secession, agris being the Latin word for exit. So instead of Brexit, a kind of amor agris. This scale secession. The scale begins with smaller, targeted exits, like a person getting out of jury duty, and progresses to include the larger ways that communities refuse to comply with state and federal authorities. Such refusals could involve legal maneuvers like interposition, in which a community delays or constrains the enforcement of a law it opposes, or nullification, in which a community explicitly declares a law to be null and void within its borders. At the end of the scale, there's secession. From this wider perspective, it is clear that many acts of departure, call them secession light, de facto secession, or soft separatism, are occurring right now. Americans have responded to increasing polarization by exploring the gradations between soft separatism and hard secession. These escalating exits make sense in a polarized nation whose citizens are sorting themselves into like-minded neighborhoods, kind of doing physically what the internet does in terms of echo bubbles. When compromise is elusive and coexistence is unpleasant to say the least, citizens have three options to get their way: defeat the other side, eliminate the other side, or get away from the other side. Imagine a national law. It could be a mandate that citizens brush their teeth twice a day, or a statute criminalizing texting while driving. Then imagine that a special group of people did not have to obey that law. This quasi-secession can be achieved in several ways. Maybe this special group moves off the grid into the boondocks where they could text and drive sans fear of oversight. Maybe this special group wields political power and can buy, bribe, or lawyer their way out of any legal jam. Maybe this special group has persuaded a powerful authority, say Congress or the Supreme Court, to grant them unique legal exemptions. These are hypothetical scenarios, but not imaginary ones. When groups exit public life and its civic duties and burdens, when they live under their own sets of rules, when they do not have to live with fellow citizens they have not chosen or listen to authorities they do not like, they have, in effect, already seceded. Okay, I believe we're getting a message from Peter Moon. He says, just woke up and would like to interrupt this broadcast when you're ready with breaking news from the dream state. Although he would rather go back to sleep too. Might as well let Peter on for a few minutes to share this with us. Let's take a look at the add button. Bring Peter Moon on for a second here. Okay. Pete the Moon Man. Here we are. Press the call button. Okay. For a second here. Okay. Yeah, we are.
While I turn off the YouTube, I'm listening to. Just a second.
Yeah. And Peter is taking care of that, and we can return back to the subject of secession.
I took care of it.
Excellent. Welcome aboard. Good morning.
Right. Well, thank you. Yeah. And I will start. Maybe we'll go deeper into this next week with the Alexander Dugin thread, although I don't know. I can't say they're disrelated, but I wasn't. So actually, what I want to preface it by saying that I was talking about Jupiter last night and have my Jupiter return. Well, Jupiter's going to hit Uranus.
Yeah.
Late next year. It's going to hit Uranus next year I think in April or May when they conjunct. Mm-hmm. And that is a big moment of insight when Uranus is the planet of innovation and creativity, insight. When Jupiter hits it, because they're both in Taurus right now, they're very compatible with each other. So it's already kind of happening. I read that yesterday and I had a big insightful dream last night. And the funny thing was, I went into a state where I thought I was making stuff up. Mm-hmm. I had this dream. I'm going to share what the dream was. I wish I could remember all of it because I only remember the important part of it, but I started like goofing on it, and I went into a creative mode, and I said, I'm going to say this was a dream that I was making this stuff up in, but it was a dream. That was the funny thing. I became lucid to a certain extent. So anyway, the dream was, I was at a table with, it was prefaced by something, I don't remember which, with a woman who was, I think she was blonde with these kind of long braids, and she was probably related to, definitely connected to, or maybe she understood the work better than anyone, of Kurt Gödel. Kurt Gödel, the famous physicist who basically understood closed time-like curves better than anyone. And of course, closed time-like curves are explained in the time travel education center videos that you can understand them. He understood these better. Now, what's interesting about Kurt Gödel is that Einstein loved him. Mm-hmm. He didn't get anywhere near the acclaim Einstein did, but Einstein said he didn't retire at Princeton because he loved walking home with Kurt Gödel so much. It was so enlightening.
Wow. He
had nothing but admiration for Kurt Gödel. Now, Kurt Gödel was, I think, much more the brilliant of the two. But who the hell am I to say that? But they were both at the Institute for Advanced Studies where the Philadelphia experiment was hatched.
Right.
This is where they both become central characters in the work that I've done. But, so I'm talking to this woman. The woman she's young, but she's not too young. She's kind of European, but she might, I don't know what, but it was just like this female. And I'm with her at this table and complimenting her to my right. She's kind of to my left, and across from me is Einstein, and they are a romantic couple. And they are, Einstein is pretty old, and he doesn't look quite the way he did in real life, but it doesn't really matter. He's Einstein. And they connect with each other, and I'm like going like, it doesn't really matter that they're a mismatched couple in terms of age. But he says, I don't know if it's me or they're sort of talking, and I say, oh yeah, here's the connection. I said, you know Kurt Gödel better than anybody, and he represents humanity because he's known as a great humanitarian. I said, that's what you represent. Now, I'm looking at Einstein as a humanitarian. Now, Einstein was associated with humanitarian causes. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Now, whether I'm not saying he was a humanitarian, I'm not saying he wasn't. He was involved with the atom bomb. And they wanted to make him president of Israel, which is a job he refused because Israel was just forming about that time. Now, Einstein, I think you're the one who said that he was he figured out relativity through study of the Kabbalah.
Yes.
So he was involved in Jewish mysticism, and he was definitely Jewish. And he was he was associated with humanitarian causes. And I'm saying, okay, I want to take the physics of Gödel and the humanitarianism of Einstein, also association with the Helizon, and connect all this. And I'm like going, oh wow, this is really rich. And then at some point, I started going off on Robin Williams. And I said, Robin Williams was a genius. He streamed. He could be so damn funny. The problem was he wouldn't shut up, and he could become very irritating. But if he wanted to really make fun of George Bush, oh man, he could just tear this guy to shreds. And with certain people, he didn't do it very often. He wasn't a very vicious comedian, and he was mostly irritating. He could have been very vicious at the right targets if he chose that. But in the dream, I'm somehow now there's this tunnel north of the Golden Gate Bridge that's now been called the Robin Williams Tunnel. When you're going from when you enter Marin County from San Francisco and you go through, we used to go through it every night, Paul and I, when we'd be going home to our motel, and it was the Robin Williams Tunnel. And he had lived in Tiburon, a beautiful community in Marin County, and he must have gone through that tunnel all the time. So they named it after him. And I'm talking about the tunnel, and I'm talking about Robin Williams, and I think I'm talking about creating this play or this dream where Robin Williams becomes Kurt Gödel. And I mean, because now this is the thing about Kurt Gödel. Gödel, you're supposed to say Gödel. I not German. I don't know German, but Gödel.
Yeah, kind of like Goebbels, but Gödel. Yeah, so like that. Yeah. Go on.
And so he suffered with insanity. He was institutionalized 2 times because also obsessed with the occult. So this dream epitomizes my work between the relativity of Einstein, experiments in time, like Montauk in Philadelphia, and Kurt Gödel, the close time like Kurt Gödel. First time I ever really, I don't know if it's the first time I ever heard of it. I think it was when David Anderson taught me about him and close time like Turks. That's the first time I heard of it. So it also involves his work. And in the dream, I was trying to get Robin Williams to channel Kurt Gödel. And now Robin Williams also suffered from some form of insanity as well.
Yes.
Now, of course, the key is comedy, is making this funny and entertaining. What is it? I think there was the TV show Family Guy had a dream or had a scene where, you know, Robin Williams, everybody was becoming Robin Williams. He took over and it was just armies of Robin Williams and they were all acting. It was hysterical.
That's right. And they actually censored that episode. They pulled it because it actually showed Robin Williams kind of hanging himself in this autoerotic stimulation or something similar to that, or with a noose around his neck at one point in that cartoon. Go on. Yeah.
Well, so they must have done it after he died. Yeah. But I did see the thing, and I saw it after he died. So if they pulled it, they must have snuck it back in.
Or maybe they cut off that scene in which they show him kind of like with a noose around his neck before they released it. But yeah, it definitely was a controversial episode. So go on,
yeah. So, but anyway, so this dream is incredibly rich, and I realized I'm gonna write about it because I was already musing on it in the dream state. This is the kind of dream you want to have, or I want to have for my dream workshop, is that this is like, okay, let's get some traction here, because it bridges in Israel and the Helazon. Yes. Now it's really funny because I just got while I was waiting for you to bring me on, I got a email from a woman. I think it's a woman. I don't know. I'm so bad with names. I thought it was a woman.
Maybe well, names aren't the same as they used to be these days. Many people are using different names that are now cross-gendered. But go on.
Anyway, I won't read the name. I'm from Israel, and I've been following your work for the past few years. Wow. I'd like to know if you're organizing a tour to By̶ántium this summer, August 23, for the 20-year cycle. He's got the dates wrong, or she's got the date wrong. If so, I'd love to get some more info. Thanks. Kind regards, and thank you for your time. So we've got a fan in Israel, apparently, but anyway, got the dates wrong. And what I would answer there is that I have organized a tour, and I have enough people. But thank you. It's really a dream workshop, not a tour. But that's funny. That's coming from Israel, which might have prompted something. I would be more inclined to ask this person if they know about the Helazon.
Wow.
Is this a male or female name? But anyway, so this was, as they say, I said, I've got to go on and talk about this. Because, it's interesting, and I realize, I don't know if you have anything to say about Kurt Gödel and his struggles with sanity and or Einstein's Kabbalistic stuff with reference to this. I think you kind of, if I'm not, it's a female name. I think it's you mentioned Kabbalah, but what was his relation with the Adamic cult?
You mean Einstein's?
Yes.
As far as I can understand, there was none. It was one of the reasons why he rejected the offer to be president of Israel. He wanted, when it came to the Zionism, he seemed to, now, of course, there are people who are experts on this and could probably go to town on the details, but my understanding was he certainly didn't go to live in Israel, so he didn't seem to want anything to do with it. When he was offered the presidency, he thought that he certainly turned it down. So he, it all seems to be to Einstein's credit that he basically didn't consider Israel to be a project that he himself wanted to be involved in or identified with. So I think that tells us that he seemed fairly antithetical to the Adamic nature of Israel. And by the way, just for if we have a fan in Israel, a listener in Israel, I hope that they understand that I've always said that the majority of people in Israel, are certainly a good deal of them, are trying to contend with the fact that it's gone into a direction under Bibi Netanyahu that has been very much at ends with what Israel was established as, becoming, instead of simply a kind of collectivist, Marxian idealist kibbutznik state, they are instead now veering towards ethno-state status, racial state status, and that but there are people who are struggling against this, and we will see what ultimately happens with Israel. But I predict civil war is very likely, just like, but then again, I thought that would be such for England as well, until the Ukraine invasion gave England more of a unitary stance in contending with world affairs. Maybe something similar will happen in the case of Israel, but if not, they certainly, by many of their own observers' analyses, they may well be heading towards civil war quite soon. But that being said, yes, please take it from there. It did seem like Einstein wanted nothing to do with this. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. You were also going into, and I didn't hear hardly any of the broadcasts, except you were going into the Civil War and people fractionalizing from a central unifying governments. I don't want to digress into this from my perspective. It's although it's kind of the heart of what you were saying, that this digression of Brexit and people withdrawing from a collective center is of course understandable. Right now they're talking about countries having their own currencies, everything becoming localized. as we move into Pluto, this is kind of a regress from where we were going with everybody being on a one world system. That's what Pluto in Aquarius is. So we're moving into a more global consciousness. Now this of course upsets everybody because it undermines so much of life as we know it. On the other hand, life as we know it is pretty messed up. So this is why, Trump making America great again seems idyllic for some. It seems like the same old crap for others. Although it ignores, both of it ignores the bigger problem. Well, Trump didn't ignore the deep state, but he was, unempowered or unwilling to do anything about it, more unempowered to dismantle the deep state, which was bigger than him. And you really see that archetype. This is why you get these ludicrous propositions of him being projected as Christ, which was definitely done by many of his supporters. And, QAnon messes everybody up.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. So, and it's like conspiracy theory is been so bandied about that, all the people doing conspiracy theory, they show up lame to the party because they don't know about Douglas Dietrich. And that's the truth. That's the beginning and the opening of the doors to the current geopolitics and the AI. It's the core of everything. It's like, and I'm not saying he knows everything, but you got to know what he knows to understand the bigger picture of what's going on. And I'm not saying it to praise you or to help people donate to your cause, which they should. I'm saying it because it's the truth, and I deal in truth to the best of my ability, professional ability. So, and of course, my own wheelhouse is this. Is the Kurt Gödel and Einstein, but the which I'll get back to, but this so it's like we have to get rid of all the dross. We have to go into unity, or is a mankind-centered unity. But the biggest problem with unity, I mean, you can screw all around you want with South America and with Europe, and but the biggest problem with global pollution is China.
Yes, it's
China squared to the 100th to the infinite power.
Yes.
If you don't handle the problem in China, which is communism, the U.S. Marine Corps, the Helazon, Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft, the Cho, it's all of the above are all related to that. And if you don't recognize that in AI, in the struggle for AI, then you have you're not going to make any progress. So it's not good enough to just go after the Cho. You have to go after I shouldn't say China. I said the communist China.
Yes, thank you.
If time travel happens, maybe they'll be sending back people to help the Japanese with their invasion of China, or to help Chiang Kai-shek beat Mao.
Yes.
But these are all so when we're struggling with civil war and all this fractionalism, it's going to go back and forth for at least a couple of years before it settles on wherever it's going to settle. But I'm saying more important is China. But to get back to Kurt Gödel and Einstein, it was like it was this humanitarian aspect of Einstein that I was like championing in the dream, and it was and then with Robin Williams, I have to emphasize that he comes from the Bay Area. He comes from the Bay Area. I think he was just on the peninsula there, south of San Francisco. But for all practical purposes, he came from San Francisco, and that's where he rose. And in his initial years, but because he ties to the Presidio, at least in my dream. I don't know if he was fed nano blood, because or if he had a connection to the Presidio. I don't really know.
Well, he definitely was someone who might well have experienced some kind of, shall we say, interjection from the military industrial complex in terms of some kind of experimentation on him, because he definitely had a kind of hyper mind in its own right. He could have been just all the drugs he was taking, all the speed and shit that he was using to kind of counterbalance the downers he was on, a vicious cycle of taking the downers to calm down and the uppers to get back into comedy mode. But I understand what you're saying about his ability to just behave the way he did. Could have had some experiments may have been performed on him, something like that. Yes, go on.
I'm looking at his bio here, and this is a wiki bio because it's quick and easy.
Yeah. Because he was within the Presidio reach. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Okay. What's it say here? Born in Chicago, his father was a senior executive in Ford's Lincoln Mercury division. Mm-hmm. His mother was a model from Jackson, Mississippi, whose great-grandfather was Mississippi Senator and Governor Anselm McLaurin. He was probably that grandfather was probably a racist as hell, I would assume. His mother was a practitioner of Christian Science. His father was a Episcopal. He credited his mother as an important influence on his humor. Lake Forest at Gordon Elementary School. It seems like he grew up in Michigan. He didn't grow up in San Francisco, but until he's 16. Described himself as a quiet child who did not overcome his shyness until he became involved with his high school drama department. When he's that attracted to drama, mm-hmm. and this is what my friend Marianne taught me. She says they are invariably gay when they're hyper excited about drama. This is what she said, because she lived in that world.
Yeah.
The person who wants to get up on stage and be, look at me, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now, it's not to say every actor is gay, but, she had what she called gaydar.
Yeah. Well, so many of them are gay. It's almost like de rigueur, but go on.
Yeah, and then they're very good at fooling you and hiding because they're actors.
Yes.
It's the perfect refuge for somebody who doesn't want. Acting is the perfect refuge for sanctuary, for not letting people in on who you really are.
Yeah.
His friends would call him as very funny. In late '63, he was 12. His father was transferred to Detroit. The family lived in a 40-room farmhouse on 20 acres, a suburban Bloomfield, Michigan, where he was a student at the private Detroit County Day School. He excelled in school, where he was on the school's wrestling team.
Yeah, of course.
And was elected class. There goes another one, where he was elected class president. Wrestling can have ulterior motives as well.
Definitely.
Yeah. And it's not consistent with actors to be wrestlers, by the way.
Not generally, no.
There are. As both his parents worked, Williams was partially raised by the family's maid, who was his main companion. Now, when he was 16, his father took early retirement, and the family moved to Tiburon. As I said, Tiburon, that's in Marin. So that's where, and why he lived in Tiburon. Okay. So now, what I was going to say is, I once read where he was ended up having an affair with his maid when he was rich.
Right.
And it was maid, and he fell in love with a maid. Mm-hmm. Now, here, he was raised by the family's maid. You have to wonder what that entailed. He obviously had some emotional bond with the maid who raised him, but maybe there was more than just being raised. Maybe she was being, I'm reading into this, but these are I guess what you call red flags. Following their move to Tiburon, he attended Redwood High School in nearby Larkspur. At the time he graduated, he was voted most likely not to succeed and funniest. That was probably a joke when they elected him that.
No doubt, but still, it is funny.
After high school graduation, Williams enrolled at Claremont Men's College he's going to a men's college.
Yeah. There you
go.
Who
goes to a men's college?
I mean, most people hope they're meeting girls at school. One would, go on.
Well, he wanted to meet men, apparently. Now, I knew somebody who went to a women's college because he thought it would be a great place to meet women. Big mistake. They hated him.
Yeah, of course they would.
Williams enrolled at Claremont College in Claremont, California, to study political science. Now, that's an interesting major. I mean, so he was interested in politics. That's probably why he could make such good fun of politicians if he chose. But he dropped out to pursue acting. He studied theater for 3 years at the College of Marin, a community college in Kentfield. According to the College of Marin's drama professor, James Dunn, the depth of the young actor's talent became evident when he was cast in the musical Oliver as Fagin. Now, that's
just the name.
Well, yes, but also musical, and she said this is particularly true with Broadway. Broadway, she said, is just it's all gay. She said, yes. She could get me tickets to Broadway shows, and I mean like free. I took advantage of that a few times for my daughter. She could and they'd be good seats too, because of all her connections, and they'd the Met this or that, and she was just chummy with everybody. Williams often improvised during his time in the drama program, leaving cast members in hysterics. Gay people can be damn funny.
Yes,
God, they can be hysterical. Yes. Dunn called his wife after one late rehearsal to tell her Williams was going to be something special. He attained a full scholarship to Juilliard. And for those who don't know, that's like the Harvard of acting schools. He was one of 20 students accepted into the freshman class, and he and Christopher Reeve were the only two accepted by John Houseman into the advanced program at the school that year. Now, Christopher Reeve was a Scientologist, Superman, who we know as Superman.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was, and he got upset because when he transferred from Celebrity Center New York to Celebrity Center Los Angeles, he was out there, about to become a star. They wouldn't honor his transfer of funds. They wouldn't let him get his auditing in LA, which was just selfish bullshit that, they want him to come back in New York. And it was just, they do this crap. Anyway, William Hurt, but he was very close with Christopher Reeve. I've heard him talk about it. Oh. And I remember him talking when he died and saying, oh, yes, when he picks up a new body, which is Scientology lingo, pick up a new body. He used Scientology lingo. Oh. William Hurt and Mandy Patinkin were also his classmates. I don't know who they are. According to biographer Gene Dornsville, Frank Seals and Williams were roommates at Juilliard. I don't know anything about Franklin Seals. He was a stage actor known for his portrayals as a business manager, Dexter Stuffins, in the sitcom Silver Spoons, and real-life convicted cop killer Jim Lee Smith. Jesus. Reeve remembered his first impression of Williams when they were new students. He wore tie-dye shirts with tracksuit bottoms and walked a mile a minute. I've never seen so much energy contained in one person. He was like an untied balloon that had been inflated and immediately released. I watched in awe as he virtually caromed off the walls of the classrooms and hallways. To say that he was on would be a major understatement. This is, you say hyper. and I say speed.
Yeah.
Speed. This is like somebody who's on speed.
Yeah. Yeah.
He later had big problems with drugs. So
Yeah.
I don't know how much speed contributed to his genius or detracted from it, but he seemed to have like what you would call a bunch of an adrenaline disorder. Like it's like too much of anything in Chinese medicine.
Yeah.
It would be much yang. It would be too much liver or whatever, or heart or energy. This is an excess.
Yeah. So you try to balance it. Yeah.
Yeah, just for health purposes. It doesn't mean he couldn't be funny, but there's definitely an imbalance there that is in the core of his being. Now, drugs. I'm not saying drugs prompted it originally, but drugs would have been a panacea for it, or brought him back up after he got depressed. Because
well, he was definitely self-medicating. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yes, and Mike Myers, the comedian, I once heard him say, after he became famous, he said that he was over in Italy with his family, and they were watching the circus. He took his kids to the circus. Now, this is in Italy. And he said, he found himself like watching the show and said, why am I not getting attention? Like, he says, like, I'm so used to having attention, like I felt like the attention should be on me. And he's just sitting there in the audience.
Wow.
This is one of the
pathological.
Yeah, of being an actor or being one who's getting attention. Now, he was very upfront about it, and it was charming to hear him say this. But here was Williams was damn good at getting attention, and I thought he could be very funny, but I think that he was more irritating than funny because he didn't focus on the things that were more productively funny, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Williams and Reeve had a class in dialects taught by Edith Skinner, who Reeve said was one of the world's leading voice and speech teachers. I guess this helped him perform voices. Skinner was bewildered by Williams and his ability to instantly perform in many different accents. He could just take on a identity. He could just switch into it like a multiple personality disorder person.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he had that, but he had that facility. Their primary acting teacher was Michael Kahn, who was equally baffled by this human dynamo. He was not normal. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but it's a fact.
Yeah.
He was inhumanly genius. He had a reputation for being funny, but Kahn criticized his antics as simple stand-up comedy, which it wasn't simple. It was out the top, super graduate work. In a later production, Williams silenced his critics with his well-received performance as an old man in Tennessee Williams' Night of the Iguana. Reeve wrote, "He simply was the old man. I was astonished by his work and very grateful that fate had thrown us together." Of course, he could perform anything. It wasn't, during the summers of 74 to 76, Williams worked as a busboy at the Trident in Sausalito, California. He left Juilliard during his junior year in 76 at the suggestion of Houseman, who said there was nothing more Juilliard could teach him. Gerald Friedman, another of the teachers at Juilliard, said Williams was a genius and that the school's conservative and classical style of training did not suit him. No one was surprised that he left. Stand-up comedy in the Bay Area in 76. First performance at the Holy City Zoo, a comedy club, where he worked his way up from tending the bar. San Francisco was a center for rock music, Renaissance, hippies, drugs, and a sexual revolution. In the late 70s, Williams helped lead its comedy renaissance. He says he found out about drugs and happiness during that period, adding that the best brains of my time turned to mud.
I like yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I like the way he equates drugs with happiness. I'm sorry. Go on. Yes, sorry about that.
Well, yeah. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
And he was so I guess, and then he got big with this TV show, Mark and Mindy, show I've never seen.
Yes, of course.
It had an alien in it. Williams began to reach a wider audience with his stand-up comedy.
Well, he was the alien in Mork and Mindy. He was supposed to be the man from outer space, from planet Ork. Go on, yes.
Yes. Well, anyway, that's well, you see, he performed, partly due to the stress of performing stand-up, he started using drugs and alcohol early in his career. He further said that he neither drank nor took drugs while on stage, but occasionally performed when hungover from the previous day. During the period he was using cocaine, he said it made him paranoid when performing on stage. You wouldn't know it. I wouldn't think. He once described the life of stand-up comedians as follows. It's a brutal field, man. They burn out. It takes its toll. Plus the lifestyle, party, drinking, drugs. If you're on the road, it's even more brutal. You got to come back down to mellow your ass out, and then performing takes you back up. They flame out because it comes and goes. Suddenly they're hot, and then somebody else is hot. Sometimes they get very bitter. Sometimes they just give up. Sometimes they have a revival thing and they come back again. Sometimes they snap. The pressure kicks in. You become obsessed, and then you lose that focus you need. This sounds like somebody who's a regular, hustling comedian.
Yeah.
He must have felt like that, but he sure didn't come off like that because he was so good at what he did.
Well, he came off like that in the sense that he definitely was using downers to bring himself down and uppers to bring himself back up. So he's speaking from experience, yeah.
Exacerbated his natural ability. Yeah. And the famous film critic Vincent Canby said, he said that he was concerned that his monologues were so intense that it seemed as though at any minute his creative process could reverse into a complete meltdown. Now, that's a funny thing to say. This is a critic, not commenting on the quality of his show, but on the psychology of the person doing the show.
Yes.
That is rare.
Yeah. That's because the man's psychology is so brazenly, blatantly in question that when you see his behavior. Go on, yeah.
Okay, his biographer described his intense, utterly manic style of stand-up defies analysis, going beyond energetic, beyond frenetic, and sometimes dangerous because of what is said about the creator's own mental state. This is where I once saw him do something on George Bush, and he tapped right into the insanity of George W. Bush. It was hysterical, but it was more insightful than it was hysterical. Yeah. Because he's just like, he felt secure that he would not run out of ideas as the constant change in world events would keep him supplied. He also explained that he often used free association of ideas while improvising to keep the audience interested. The competitive nature of the show made things difficult. For example, some comedians said that Williams had stolen their jokes, which Williams strongly denied. That would be funny. Just, I steal your jokes. I'm going to steal your wife, too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, like you just start goofing on that. David Brenner claims that he confronted Williams' agent and threatened bodily harm if he heard Williams utter another one of his jokes. Oh, tough guy.
Right.
Whoopi Goldberg defended him, asserting that it is difficult for comedians not to reuse another comedian's material and that it is done all the time. He later avoided going to performances of other comedians to deter similar accusations. During a Playboy interview, Williams was asked whether he ever feared losing his balance between his work and his life. He replied, "There's that fear. If I felt like I was becoming not just dull, but a rock, that I still couldn't speak, fire off, or talk about things, I'd start to worry or got too afraid to say something. If I stopped trying, I'd get afraid." While he attributed the recent suicide of novelist Jerry Kosinski to his fear of losing his creativity and sharpness, Williams felt he could overcome those risks. For that, he credited his father for strengthening his self-confidence, telling him never to be afraid of talking about subjects which were important. Anyway, I'm going to go down to when he, oh God, it doesn't really have anything about, it just talks about his, about his personal life here. Where did he really? He was raised as an Episcopalian. He says he described his denomination as, "I have the idea of Chicago Protestant, Episcopal, Catholic light, half the religion, half the guilt." He also described himself as an honorary Jew.
Of course.
60th Independence Day in 2008. He appeared in Times Square along with other celebrities to wish Israel a happy birthday.
Delightful.
He found Comic Relief USA with Billy Crystal and Whoopi Goldberg. For HBO, they raised $80 million. He came from a wealthy home, but he wanted to help others. He was supporting literacy and women's rights, along with appearing at benefits for veterans. He was a regular on the USO circuit. After his death, USO thanked him for all he did for the men and women of our armed forces. Williams and his second wife founded a philanthropic organization called Windfall Foundation to raise money for charities. He helped rebuild New Zealand. During the late 70s and early 80s, Williams had, and this goes back into the advent of his career, he had an addiction to cocaine. He was a casual friend of John Belushi and the Saturday Night Live's comic's death in '82 from a drug overdose, which happened the morning after the two had partied together, along with the birth of his own son, Zach, prompted him to quit drugs and alcohol. Was it a wake-up call? Oh, yeah, on a huge level. The grand jury helped, too, he said. Williams later said of Belushi's death, "It sobered the shit out of me." Apparently it didn't. He turned to exercise and cycling to alleviate his depression shortly after Belushi's death. He says cycling saved his life. Well, there were other people involved with Belushi that night, I believe.
Yeah.
But in 2003, he started drinking again while working on the Big White in Alaska. Mm-hmm. In 2006, he checked himself into a substance abuse rehabilitation center in Newberg, Oregon, saying he was an alcoholic. Years afterwards, Williams acknowledged his failure to maintain sobriety, but said he never returned to using cocaine, declaring in an interview, "No cocaine, paranoid and impotent, what fun. There was no bit of me thinking, ooh, let's go back to that. Useless conversations until midnight, waking up at dawn feeling like a vampire on a day pass." No. In 2014, he was admitted to the Hazelden Foundation Addiction Treatment Center in Center City, Minnesota, for treatment of alcoholism. In 2009, he was hospitalized due to heart problems, postponed his one-man show to replace his aortic valve, repair his mitral valve, and correct his irregular heartbeat.
Jesus, that's a lot of work at once. Go on.
At this point, I don't know that he was even alcohol. He's in his midlife area where this stuff flares up. Not to say the alcohol didn't hurt him, but this is he sounds like he's getting midlife crap that comes up in many men.
In many men, but it's like, still, that's bad. I mean, if that's happening to you in midlife, you don't have much of a life ahead of you, potentially, so go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, his publicist, Mara Buchsbaum, commented that he had severe depression before his death. And, that could be the fact that his body was dying. Now, I'm not, my inclination would be to rip him for his alcohol habit. However, what I'm saying is, it sounds to me like you can't underestimate alcohol's influence on his body. Well, I'm saying a lot of people just fall apart at this post-middle age, beginning your early, stuff happens to people. Now, that is enough to make you depressed because your body's falling apart and there's a concomitant emotional component to that. So he could have kind of knew he was dying. His wife said that in this period before his death, he had been sober, but he was diagnosed with early stage Parkinson's disease,
which was information he was not ready to share publicly. An autopsy revealed that Williams had diffuse Lewy bodies, which is a disease, which had been misdiagnosed as Parkinson's, and this may have contributed to his depression. Lewy bodies are in the inclusion of bodies abnormal aggregations of protein that develop inside nerve cells affected by Parkinson's disease, the Lewy body dementias, and other disorders. They are also seen in cases of multiple system atrophy. Okay, so it's like he's having severe physical problems in his nerves, and which isn't leading to dementia. It sounds to me like this guy had a disease he was losing his physicality and his mind.
Yeah,
and of course,
yeah,
and he couldn't control it. Depression. As I say, you can't underestimate the role that alcohol played in this. Now it says in an essay published in the Journal of Neurology 2 years after his death, Schneider revealed that the pathology of Lewy body disease in Williams was described by several doctors as among the worst pathologies they had seen. She described the early symptoms of his disease as beginning on October. Williams' initial condition included a sudden and prolonged spike in fear and anxiety, stress, and insomnia, which worsened in severity to include memory loss, paranoia, and delusions. According to Schneider, Robin was losing his mind and he was aware of it. He kept saying, "I just want to reboot my brain." So I'm actually reading this, developing far more sympathy for him than I ever had, because, as you say, we can't underrule the alcohol and the disease and all that, and maybe there's other stuff we're not being told.
Well, like I was telling people earlier tonight, it's weird how we come back to this when you came on, but we were speaking of Robin Williams earlier during the roundtable, and I was explaining to everyone, of course, he was depressed because he was impotent. All of the drugs he had taken, especially the heroin, it renders because it basically fucks up your nervous system. You are unable to get an erection to stimulus, and this is why so many of the people who were heroin users have to resort to the autoerotic stimulation through basically strangling themselves and cutting off the oxygen to their brain, because it gives you the same kind of feelings that the heroin does. And because your brain being cut off produces certain chemicals while it's trying to recover oxygen. And this is what leads to a kind of ability to get an erection up, to get it up at all. And so this is what they do to compensate. It was how David Carradine died, and ultimately how Robin Williams died. So you're talking about somebody who had all that going on. I mean, performance was always an issue with him. When one of my favorite porno actresses, Christy Canyon, was hired by him, and she went up there with another girl to his home and said he was all coked out, he stank, and he couldn't get it up at all. So she and the other girl were just forced to play with each other while he watched. And finally they just took off because, he was essentially unresponsive. So
what year was this?
Yeah, that was early in his career. That was early. Like, we're talking like Mork and Mindy days in the fucking 80s. So that's like early 80s. So you can imagine what shape he was in later. I mean, the fact that he even had a son, the son was either adopted or in vitro. He probably, unless the sperm was extracted like they often do by going up through the anus and extracting it from his prostate for guys with impotence, which is probably what they did in his case. If it's his actual biological son, there was probably no sex involved in that son's production. So either that or his wife had sex with somebody else and he just took the son on to maintain face, which happens often enough in those cases. So that would be another reason for his chronic depression right then and there. So yeah, it's not so much sympathy, it's pathetic. He's just such a pathetic character that You might have sympathy in the sense that he's so pathetic, but I have no sympathy for him because first, he's born rich, and second, he's just like an attention whore who was always on drugs, and it was just something that, again, that's not a moral judgment from me, you know that.
Look, I wouldn't. I'd be the last person I would ever thought would defend Robin Williams of anything. Yeah. But I once had I knew this guy. He was a Scientologist, still is and he had a very bad condition with his fingers that I tried to help him with, and he really appreciated it. He was later afforded special surgery in Paris to repair his fingers so he could do music. But he was a very close friend of Robin Williams. Mm-hmm. He was a Scientologist too. I don't know that he didn't have any connection with Robin Williams Scientology, but I was told by his former girlfriend, maybe she was his girlfriend at the time, she said that if Robin had known that this guy needed money for the surgery, which it was able to be gotten otherwise, he would have just said, oh, I'm so sorry. And he would have given him the money.
Oh, that's easy to believe. Yeah,
Yeah, there was a compassionate side to him. But as they say, this is a man with incredible ability, incredible genius, was loved by Hollywood, even probably by those who he insulted with his comedy. I don't know. It's like, what a character. But I probably would have agreed with everything you said. It is pathetic. And what I thought was very offensive is the way everybody came to his acclaim after he died.
Yeah, that's always offensive.
Yeah, it's like and what you end up with is just a miserable old man who is just. And I also read that it's like nobody loved him. That was a big problem too. In other words, people all wanted him for his money.
Yeah.
And this is one of the problems of success. If people don't like you for you, they like you for what you can do for them. And it's because celebrities can be intoxicating to other people.
Yeah. He wasn't personally very charismatic up close. It was a lot of people enjoyed it because, when that person asked him about, is there, you worried about, your professional and private life, or rather your personal life and the profession becoming blurred, essentially, is what the person was asking. And he goes, oh yeah, I worry about that sometimes. I mean, there's nothing to worry about. There was no personal life. He was always on. It was just, if you saw him in a restaurant, he was acting that wild and crazy, just as if he were on the set, because he couldn't stop.
There is basically what you're saying. There was nobody home.
That's right. Now, for those of you who think that, I'm being too harsh, don't forget this guy was a San Franciscan. I met him, and I've never related this story, but I might as well say it now. As I've said, when a lot of these war games were produced by a lot of these defense contractors like Simulations Publications Incorporated, and ultimately went on the market. Now, the heyday of all that happening was in the 70s and 80s. And by the 90s, I started trying to hunt these things down. By the early 2000s, when I was a care provider for my parents, is when I truly, seriously began to try and locate these things. And one of the places that I tried to develop networking with to ultimately find people who could search for them for me, because people have to remember I was never part of the computer revolution. And I've explained the fact, like when I was talking to that young man named Derek who helped me change my modem, and I was explaining to him, I don't know anything about technology when I was part of the government. I mean, the government's at the bottom end of the technology spectrum. And his mind was blown. And I explained to him, bits I've explained to people repeatedly about computers not being used for fear of electromagnetic pulse with the Department of Defense, etc. NASA using the old vacuum tubes because of solar radiation and electromagnetic pulse from solar flares. I was going into that because there's times when I just had to burn bandwidth, so to speak, with him while he was trying to find a way to get the Wi-Fi to respond to new signals and shit. I educated him in a lot of this, but one of the things that people have to remember is that unlike Penny Bradley, who when I helped to put her producer in jail, basically shut down all of GERN, the GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network, which was becoming a anti-Dietrich platform, then she has had no recourse. No one's offered to be her producer, so she cannot adapt. And this is supposed to be somebody who was a former star pilot, mind you. Now, I, on the other hand, have been forced to adapt the best I can, but as people know, as Peter Moon saw just the other day, and all of you did, I had to bring Ian back onto Team Dietrich because I couldn't get the microphone to be recognized by the online broadcasting software after we had gotten the Wi-Fi to readapt to the new modem. So obviously I'm dependent on younger people to a great extent, but I still adapt as much as I can. When it comes to that period of time, I could not adapt. I was caring for both parents. I was going to Gamescape a lot to escape. And at Gamescape, when I would take some time off and Beaver would spell me, then I would have guys try to look for some of these old games for me. And bigger than whale shit, Robin Williams comes in looking for old cyberpunk games. Now, interestingly enough, when the journalist came in, hot on his heels.
Where are they coming to? They're coming to the Presidio?
No. This is Gamescape. It's a store that's still unbelievably
I didn't
open.
understand. It's a store. I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
No worries. I mean,
okay.
Gamescape is a store that's still unbelievably open. I couldn't believe it was still open. But Gamescape is a store in San Francisco, Divisadero. I forget, in the cross streets. I couldn't believe the comic book store next to it is still open. Beaver and I passed by these stores just the other day, and I was like, damn, they're still open. I couldn't believe it. But at any rate, so when Robin Williams left, he wasn't there long. The journalist came hot on his heels and interviewed the staff, who were saying, what was he looking for? What was he looking for? And the staff said, as professionals, we cannot disclose what our clients are looking for. So they refused to tell the journalist what he was looking for. Well, he was looking for, I can tell you that, old cyberpunk games. And, but basically, this guy was stuck in a world where he was still buying expensive imported Japanese robot toys and using them as what you'd call orders of magnitude upgrade for his tabletop role-playing games, kind of like board game combinations, and looking for these role-playing games like Cyberpunk to give a backstory to them. I mean, it was just, this is like, dude, how fucked can you be with the money that you have? But that's because he couldn't get it up. You see, with his money, I'd be surrounded by escorts. I'd be just like indulging myself in things that mattered to a degree. I would be pursuing geopolitics, for God's sake. But this guy's like constructing his own little fucking world in his head because no one would play with him. I mean, this is just like, it's not like he sat down and gamed with the guys at Gamescape. Like, hey, as if, all he has to say is, hey guys, anyone want to play checkers? People would have sat down with him. But no, he takes a bunch of head fuckery, head games, role-playing games, and takes them back home. There is obviously something beyond wrong here. He's socially retarded. He can't even interact with gamers when he's trying to game. He's going home to play with himself. It's all masturbatory. In the end, he's constantly jacking off, but he can't get it up. So he's jacking off like this. It's mental masturbation is what it was.
Well, I would, yes, it was, probably impossible. It's very difficult for him to interact socially at all. It's like he has the whole profile of a true addict.
Thank you.
And
like you said, in the end, there's nothing inside. He's assuming constantly different personalities because there's no baseline. There's no baseline personality there. So that's how he's so chameleon-like. You can get how he could act like anyone else, right?
Whatever he was doing, it paid well.
There you go. But in the end, as you said, money can't buy happiness. It's really true.
And Jim Carrey has emphasized this a lot, and it's like he's kind of giving you a little bit of insight into his world.
Yeah, his personal misery. Yeah.
But see, the problem is nobody cares.
Thank you.
And that's unfortunate. We have to care about ourselves because nobody really will care about your problems. I mean, they'll care a little bit, but down under, you have to deal with your own self, and that's the biggest battle of life, is to deal with your own self. Other people are there; they care about you, but when it comes down to it, no, you've got to learn self-care. That's the most important thing. So, this is unfortunately, and some celebrities don't miss that. They kind of have kind of figured that out. That you can't just depend on everybody to prop you up or whatever. So that's an interesting story, and it certainly is indicative of what he was. But back to the more important. I mean, he is a digression.
Yeah.
But it's about comedy, and there is insanity there. There's the insanity of somebody who could see the world, and he could take a picture of it and mimic it, and he was intelligent. He just had no life. The personality is just completely subdued. And then you have Kurt Gödel, who understands physics. I mean, here you have Robin Williams, who understood geopolitics, and he can go in and take a snapshot of somebody and just mimic the hell out of him and make everybody laugh, because he's actually taking the essence of what is there and he's mimicking it.
Yeah.
And what if he could do that with Kurt Gödel? And he could actually tap into physics, look at all the problems with physics, look at all and make a big joke about it and have everybody hysterically laughing. And Joe Matheny once told me of somebody he knew who did a whole routine on Stephen Hawking. He was hysterical. The guy was hysterical. But so he could snapshot physics, snapshot Einstein and humanity, and could be very funny. But the point I'm saying is you get the insight for comic relief purposes. So these are elements that it's like the dream state stimulates all these disconnected elements. And I say, well, what are the elements? Closed time-like curves, insanity, institutionalization, occultism, the Helizon, Hebrew Kabbalah, humanitarianism. So that was my dream, and it's the Robin Williams thing is relevant. I'm glad we discussed it.
Yeah.
But it kind of goes off of the main importance of what I was. Maybe it's not, but it is insanity and it's addiction. And
yes.
And it is San Francisco. So that's and the tunnel. We were talking about the tunnel last night.
Yeah.
you go through a tunnel? Well, if you do, you go through a tunnel when you die. Well, you go through a tunnel if you're going into Marin County,
which is kind of like the same thing. Some might argue, yes.
Yeah. So that's I guess that's what I to be further addressed, because I'm going to be spending some time studying this stuff.
Yes.
Looking this up and making it a major theme of my as of right now, my next newsletter, because it ties into the Dream Workshop.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
So thank you for letting me share that.
Absolutely.
If you want to go back into the dispersion of civic entities.
Oh, well, what we can also talk about is a bit more about Kurt Gödel, if you want to go a bit more in that direction.
I'd love to learn all I could about him. I mean, there's tons of stuff on YouTube about him. People don't necessarily, even the people that appreciate him, don't necessarily understand my traction in the matter. But that's okay. It's not for apparently a lot of people to understand. But that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, well, it's certainly the most outstanding element of his life might have been his death certificate. If we're speaking of his struggle with sanity, it reported malnutrition, and this term they used was inanition, INANITION, caused by severe personality disorder. So he obviously was recognized as having issues throughout his life. So he's definitely struggling. As you said, he had a struggle with sanity, and it was here was a case of true brilliance, as you said. I personally think he probably would have been inaccessible to Robin Williams myself, because his mind was just going in directions that were far too deep for Robin Williams to grasp. I mean, these were truly cosmic subjects that he was contending with and formulating and reformulating in his mind. And again, the fact that Einstein found him to be such a brilliant mind, to the point where, as you said, he retained his employment to speak with him at nights. And the fact that, of course, he'd been institutionalized a number of times, though, of course, a lot of this has to do with his primary paranoia, which he had a lifelong irrational fear of being poisoned. He was someone who, therefore, wouldn't eat because he was afraid that the food would be poisonous. And there was this, one of his conditions was known as iophobia, which I would actually have to look up to remember what that was a phobia of. It might have been the fear of poisons, but it doesn't sound like it should be. Iophobia, let's see. It was, fear of poison. Irrational fear that you will be poisoned. Iophobia comes from the Greek word io, which means poison, or rust, and the Greek word phobia meaning fear, of course. So there you have it. As a lifelong iophobic, he basically starved himself to death. And he was a hypochondriac. He had an obsession with illness and disease. Just another case where sad. You don't feel it's as pathetic with him simply because of his accomplishments and what he was recognized for. And it's not like he died all that young, though probably died a lot sooner than he should have. But he's definitely, that's what mostly comes to my mind when we think of his.
I appreciate all of that. I didn't know all of that. It would stand to reason that he was probably scrutinized heavily for his knowledge. Just as Einstein. And so he was already in the grips of the
military-industrial complex, and that might have been what fed his fear, especially, during World War II and all that.
Well, definitely, I think that your point is well taken. It's important to remember that we're talking about a time of extraordinary hostility towards Germans, and now in 1974. I remember that he was awarded the National Medal of Science by President Gerald Ford. And the way Ford expressed it was that he single-handedly laid the foundation for today's study of mathematical logic. But when the time came for the award ceremony, Gödel refused to travel to the White House. He said he was fearful he might contract an illness. But I'll tell you the truth, he probably was afraid that he would be killed. And with his background, I think that it's perhaps understandable. As Peter said, it's not that this paranoia was completely irrational. He came from a background where Germans had been persecuted. There were 2 world wars. Americans were extraordinarily teutophobic, very racist. He might have felt that this was a trap, some kind of setup. Nevertheless,
it sounds very much like Preston Nichols.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't know if this sounds like Preston Nichols, but I do remember that people were saying that by the mid-1970s, Gödel was basically ingesting just a lot of daily medications for ailments he just didn't have. And this included digestive, bowel, and cardiac problems, as well as kidney and bladder infections that, a lot like Ian West, feeling that he had parasites in him. So he's taking various things to purge himself of these entities in his body. And then at least he would eat the food that his wife Adele prepared for him, but absolutely nothing else. So then when he got hospitalized, he would stop eating altogether. So this is what he ultimately died of, was self-starvation. So it's that's the horror. It's like at that point everybody in the hospital was. I don't understand why they just didn't force a tube down his nose at that point. And maybe they wanted him dead. They do this to other people in hospitals. They won't let you starve to death. They'll force a tube down your nose or even directly into your stomach. So why didn't they do that with him? It does beg the question.
It's a very good question. But how did he come on your radar? I mean, I understand this was some public knowledge, but it's how did you become aware of this guy? Because was it national news? I mean, how did it get to you?
It came to me actually from all people, if I can remember, when I was first going to the library as a child and just hanging out in the science section, and it was from all people. I'm embarrassed to say this. One of the individuals who started off by essentially attempting to seduce myself, one of the child predators who was hanging out at the library all of the time, who happened to be involved with some of the science experiments at the Presidio military base. I don't even really remember his name. I do remember that he was hot to get into my pants and was trying to do so by impressing my mind. So he brought up Kurt Gödel and was talking about the tragedy of this individual. And it was just that was how I knew about it. And, an individual attempting to seduce me. So it was one of those things where, of course, I was interested in science and eager to absorb this information. And again, the individual's name, it could have been blotted out maybe by the hypnosis of my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, probably because there's something associated with it that is a scab that, if picked, would uncover other more painful memories. Not child molestation. I mean, that's... Yeah.
Here again, we have space-time physics and predatory homosexuality.
Thank you. Yes.
So
Go figure.
Here it is. It's like, okay, how does this guy? Why would he know about Kurt Gödel? It's like, and what I would say is, when I began, I had been looking. I was familiar with astrology when I met Preston Nichols, and when I heard of all of this homoerotica surrounding psychotronics and Montauk, I went home and looked at my book of astrological correspondences by Rex Bills. It just gives, and it says, Uranus is the planet that's associated with homosexuality and electromagnetics. They go together. Uranus. Now, Uranus is creativity. The god Uranus, which was the father of the gods, he represented heaven, and Gaia was the earth, and they united. But Uranus was the father of Saturn, Kronos, of time. He's the father of time. And Uranus was so hyper creative, like Robin Williams. Uranus would be so prominent in Robin Williams' chart, it wouldn't be funny. I should probably look it up while we're still here. But Uranus is creative, and in the case of Uranus, he was so creative and just nonstop creating, like Robin Williams. That Saturn took his scythe and he cut his nuts off.
Yes.
He castrated Uranus.
Yes.
And that was to kill him, which he did. And those testicles fell into the ocean and emerged as Venus. That's how Venus was born, from the testicles of Uranus.
Yes.
And Uranus is the father of Venus. And of course, once Saturn killed him, he restored him to the heavens, because creativity is needed. So this is a case of the son replacing the father, which also happened to Kronos. Being time, he ate all of his children.
Yes.
He ate all of his children. So, it was arranged by the mother of Zeus to help Zeus escape, where he would overthrow his father. And instead of having the restrictions of time and all this restrictions, Jupiter brings joy into the world. Zeus or Jupiter brings joy into the world and is a benefic. So, and he restores Saturn to the heavens as well, because we still need a platform and structure on which to exist. So, so when we get into rampant creativity with Uranus, that you're moving into that realm of unrestricted creativity. And of course, homosexuality is unrestricted. Yeah. It's kind of like, as Marianne would say, let them roam free. They're letting them roam free, and they'll just be creative. And you know what? Gay people are very creative.
Yes.
Very creative. So see, it goes hand in hand. And certainly creativity is good. But as they say, when it becomes excessive or hyper, that's when it becomes problematic. And then the Saturn, the castrator, moves in, and which actually Saturn will do that to every life form. It'll cut you down to size, and with death, it's and then you're dead, and then you have to go through the realms of Pluto to recreate again. I'm going to look up his birth chart.
Yes, that would be interesting.
It hasn't been done, and we had an instance with my friend she was telling me about her family problems, and she's an astrologer, and I was just like, I was knocking it dead. I said, well, he's got this. She's like, I can't believe that. She's a better astrologer than I am. Mm-hmm. But let's see, it says birth chart of Robin Williams. He's July 21st, 1951, which makes him a Cancer, super sensitive, He dies during the August biorhythm of 2014. August 11th. I want to see where Uranus is in his chart. Oh, God. He's got Uranus and Mars conjunct in Cancer, which means he's super sensitive. Great. He's super sensitive creator. But when Mars is on his Uranus, it makes him hyper active. It makes him just creative beyond belief. See, that's it right there. And it's in his 8th house of the occult, taxes. He could have been a creative occultist if his mind would have been directed there. It's sextiling his north node in the moon. In other words, his emotions were completely into what he did. So it just makes him, and that was in his 4th house of hearth and home. However, that opposes his Venus and his south node. So he's got a big conflict in his chart. His moon in Pisces, his north node means he's going towards sensitivity, towards emotions. And he would have really liked me. Yeah. He would have loved me astrologically.
Yeah.
Because my Venus is right on his moon, and I could have just helped him with his mind, with his problems. I could have been his Dr. Trouton.
You would have balanced him. You would have balanced him out. Yes.
Yeah. He would have loved me. And his Venus is opposite his moon, so he's conflicted. He's conflicted with the moon. He has the south node is Venus, which means he's moving away from love and romance, which would explain his impotence. And it's also in Virgo. He had Saturn in the 11th house, which would mean restriction of hopes, dreams, wishes, and partnerships. He had Neptune in that same house, so he was deluded about what he wanted and deluded about friendships. It was very tough for him. And his Chiron was in the 2nd house, which was squaring Saturn, which was his Chiron means he's his wounded healer. He was wounded in the area of money, which means that people must have been taking advantage. I've read that. Yeah. So that was exacerbating all of his wounds and would make him feel restricted, which I would imagine would transfer into his emotional state. He was, and then he's got Mercury right on his midheaven, which means, wow, that's good. Communication for his career. He should, in communications. He's also got Venus in the 10th house, which bodes well for money. Mm-hmm. And we can't underestimate Uranus and Mars in the 8th house of other people's money. The Black Moon Lilith, which is his dark side, is also in the 8th house of the occult. He could have, there might be some occult stuff to him that just hasn't surfaced at all.
Oh, sure.
That we don't know about. And of course, why would we know about it if it was occult? So he was a great communicator. He could communicate spiritually. He could communicate quite a bit. He had Jupiter in the 5th house, which is really good for children, love affairs, and entertainment. That's his entertainment, Jupiter in the 5th house. So anyway, so much for the chart of Robin Williams on a quick ad hoc. I'm sure more experienced astrologers could really go to town on this. It's a great sensitivity and perceptiveness of surroundings. Because, when you have that great perception, you can just absorb it and then feed it back and make fun of it. So so much for that. I'm God, why is all this stuff coming up? It's fascinating. You know, Robin Williams, and it's like, I guess this is, it's a template to learn from. The sensitivity of, you know, he's absorbing his surroundings.
Well, he's definitely an object lesson, yeah.
Well, exactly. Now, in other words, now, and this is something, this is a very important point with regards to your work, because, see, people they're not sensitive. They can hear your stuff and say, oh, or what some people will say, oh, God, you know, that moon in Pisces is going to absorb it and say, you know, wow. They see the environment for what it is. Here's Douglas Dietrich talking all this stuff. Yeah. They say, wow, this is the way it is. And they're going to be sensitive to it. Whereas what happens with too many people that are sucked up into the alien vortex, they're not even, it's not even going to register. Or they hear it and they deny it. They deny it.
Yeah.
And I'm sensitive to it from from multiple perspectives in my own chart. It's like this is the environment. This is the world. There are Cho. Yes. Whereas, you know, you go to TV and people are, you know, Bigfoot. There's Bigfoot, and they're just on a Bigfoot rant. And it's like,
and the question has to be asked. Not that it's wrong to try and ultimately find this cryptid, but the question needs to be asked, since the cryptid has existed this long without essentially interacting with people in a way that impacts us noticeably, why does it matter whether Bigfoot exists or not in a certain metaphysical sense? But with the Cho, they are impacting us very directly, very viscerally. So it does matter that they exist. And it matters that people know nothing of their existence, to the point where companies can take their very name and create Cho Finance, Cho Chocolate. And it exists among us without, and we're blind. The overwhelming majority of the public is blind to the fact that these names are out there, and obviously the chocolate trip is the most bemusing, the most puzzling, because we're talking about a tribe that is affiliated with cannibalism and all that's negative, and for a purveyor of sweet digestibles to take on the name and then carve themselves a moderately successful niche in the Western market it's beyond bizarre. So yes, by all means,
it certainly is. Yeah. So, it's just an absurd world. So,
by the way, Amor Fadi in the chat says, very impressive, Mr. Moon. I would like an astrological reading from you eventually. So insightful and helpful to learn this occult science of astronomy/astrology and related subjects. Yes, many people, of course, have paid you compliments that I need to bring to your attention in the threads of our latest episodes, as well as in the chat room. So obviously people appreciate your insights. So.
Well, I think I'm about as good at astrology as I am at basketball. And basketball's a sport that I don't like. And I excelled at it at an early age because I was probably the only one in the class who'd had any experience doing it. You know, because I started at an early age in our park league, and you know, it was like you played baseball and then you just went to it, and so I had some experience with it, and I was the most experienced with it, and although my skills were limited, and as I got into made the teams when I was in junior high school and high school. I had, but like when I would play, it was I play against such competition, even amongst my friends, that I just not good. I wasn't good at all. I I'd say baseball I'm okay, or could even excel in fielding. In football was my best sport by far, and basketball I just felt so inadequate, and yet. But then again, I found myself in a situation where I was at this release, this Omega Institute, and the guys were playing basketball, and they asked me to play, and I hadn't played in like years, and it's like, and I couldn't even do a jump shot when I was with Doug in 1989. We went to the gym in Davis. I couldn't stand up and shoot the ball when you're in an extended jump. And I said, this is pathetic. I said to Doug, I said, I can't even do a jump shot. And then like 7 years later, I'm at a game. I'm 8 years later. I'm old. What the hell? I'm like, what was I? 40 something. And I'm like, I get in this game, and then all of a sudden I'm like dribbling the ball, and I do this jump shot from not the 3-point range, but a little bit inside. And I go swish, and they guard me like hell. I said, "Whoa, God, this surprised the hell out of me." And then I do it again, and they guard me like I'm a ringer. They think I'm like this fucking great player, and I'm not. I did the jump shot. I did the jump shot. I didn't think about it. And what I'd been doing the previous night was dream work. We were doing this shamanic workshop, and heavy dreams. And it was like, boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, I'm like, wow, wow, wow. I said, and after I said, I'm fooling the shit out of everybody. I'm not this good. And I'm not. But I just like, boom, boom. And then I got one other shot off in the game. It was a very competitive game. Our team lost by 1 point. It was super competitive. And they were guarding me all the time. And I got one other shot off. I hit the rim. I didn't make it. I was 2 for 3. But that's the only shots they would let me have. Wow. And because they don't want me to have any shots. And so I must have helped our team. But it was like, wow, what the hell? So, as I say, I'm not tall in basketball. About 6'2". I'm not tall in basketball. I'm not tall in psychotronics or time travel, which is Duncan and Preston are all taller than me. And yeah. David Anderson, 6'4" in the case of David and Duncan, 6'3" in the case of Preston. Jesus. So short. So astrologically, no, I'm not that good. There are people. I might be better than some professional astrologers, but that's not saying much. There are some who are very good. So I'm like, I'm not. I don't do it professionally. I'm not. It's not what I am. But anyway, and what I would recommend, there are some courses you can do in astrology to learn the houses and learn the insights. And some of these people, I've never had readings from them. They must be pretty good. And I would also say I have a book that's partway done. Paid subscribers at the Time Travel Education Center can access it. I think I've only got about 7 or 8 chapters. I've never finished it. It's called Stardust, an Initiation into Time. And that book starts to go into the initiating into time by the quality of time. The quality of time, the qualitative understanding of time as opposed to the quantitative understanding of time. The quantitative understanding of time is time travel as we know it, or as time goes by. Tomorrow, the calendar, all that. That's chronological time. The quality of time is the character and quality of time, which I came upon my own conclusions based upon the Greek god Kairos, 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 which he was the god of the quality of time as opposed to Chronos, who's quantitative time. Oh. And he is also the god of opportunity. And he has a bald head with a hair coming out the top of it like a Hare Krishna. And the reason he does that is when he comes into your life, you grab that tassel like it's a thing on the brass ring. Yeah. You grab it because opportunity is not going to sit there and dangle in front of you. When the pretty girl comes, dangling her low-cut dress in front of you, if you're interested, take the opportunity then, because she may not come back.
Yes.
Because she thinks you're not interested. So take the hint, or if it's an opportunity in business, it's not necessarily going to be there a long time. And I rejected, my business opportunity over a year ago because I wanted to work with Douglas.
Thank you.
Because that was an opportunity, but this is a better opportunity, even though it's not, significant and not remunerative at this point. But
thank you.
So yeah, that's Kairos is and that's a whole study. So I put this book. Now the book it's not the way I intended it. It's blending into astrology. I don't know if I'll ever finish the book. I mean, I would like to, but right now I'm working on Douglas's book, and because it goes very deep, I just can't rattle off a chapter because it requires sort of a meditative process to do. But it's the initiation into time, and it kind of leads me into describing what I put together in a video series called The Psychology of Space-Time, which is about 45. I should turn it into a course. I should call it a course.
Yeah.
That might be, but it's like $10, and you can watch the videos, Psychology of Space-Time, and learn the dimensions, the mathematical model of the different dimensions and what the dimensions are. That's a whole different discussion. Very Kurt Gödel oriented. And I would also say that one of David Anderson's colleagues was a very famous physicist named John Archibald Wheeler, who was the founder or the creator, or what it called, discoverer of the many worlds theory, many worlds interpretation, which basically saying there's a continuous creation of worlds in mind. And this is nothing more than Brahma from the Hindu pantheon of gods, the creator god. Yes. So Brahma's constantly breathing out a breath. Every breath is a different universe. So it's like we can hail John Archibald Wheeler, who definitely was a genius, and hail physics, but we can also go back and hail the Vedic gods. It's just like ideas occur in human beings, and they've been watching the stars. I don't even watch the stars. I look at what people are saying about the stars, but except when you go out at night and see Jupiter is shining brightly, man, it's really up there in the sky. It's beautiful. It's a huge star. So be it. So anyway, thank her. But unfortunately or unfortunately, I'm not in the astrological entertainment business. And I don't want to be there. It's I see some of these professional astrologers. Roland Legrand, Legrand, is an Englishman who somehow I find his British accent inoffensive. He's obviously part Hindu. I find it inoffensive. I was listening to Rupert Sheldrake yesterday, and he's a very intelligent man. But when he starts talking more about his personal life, what he's involved in, then his British accent to me became offensive.
Interesting.
There's a certain smugness that fits in.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, we're all going to the Episcopal Church. The Episcopal Church. He doesn't like that at all. I'm being, mocking him. But, it's like, yes. And he's kind of combining paganism with Christianity and going to all the sacred sites. And yes, they do this in Glastonbury. Like that. He does not. But I'm starting to think, God, let's take now I'm starting to understand why you got stabbed. The only reason I know he was stabbed is because somebody told me that David Wilcock brought it up when he had his the super soldier guarding him when he talked, because Rupert Sheldrake was stabbed, so I might be stabbed, so I've got this super soldier here to protect me during a speech. Yes, this guy all decked out in far
SWAT gear.
Far beyond which you would have ever used as a mercenary.
Thank you. This was tactical level gear where the man was wearing a bulletproof vest, and this was level 3, threat level 3, and had a German Shepherd guard dog that he was essentially using to intimidate the audience while he locked them all inside.
Well, he didn't lock him inside. That was the Rear Admiral.
Okay, the Rear Admiral did that,
was
but
Stephen Greer.
Yeah.
No, Wilcock just had his guy, but they was at the same conference.
Yeah, there you go. So it's the same shit. It's a conference of paranoid, self-indulgent pieces of shit who think that they're well beyond what they are. I'm just any of these things is an insult. I remember I never really thought of it, but when I told this one lieutenant colonel, Robin McCall was his name, about how when my gang brother and I went to see Star Wars, and how the staff of the theater went through the aisles with German shepherds to make certain no one was hiding to see the movie for free, and sniffing at people's crotches and shit. He said, I would have demanded my money back, would never have gone to that theater again. It's only on retrospect I realized he was correct, how offensive that behavior was, to treat patronizing clients like they're criminals. That's how people should have felt about these idiots at that conference.
And they were afraid that the people were going to get in for free?
At that particular theater, yeah. And, at this particular conference, the people had already paid, and they're treating them as if they're a potential threat. I mean, that's it truly is offensive. I of course, understand the need for security, but look at me, I've been forced to do without any kind of protection throughout my life. And I, just as an example here, I feel this bears going into at this moment, since we've got an hour left. Let's make some use of it for some casual things. I do want people to know the fact that we will be going into Alexander Dugin in some depth on Wednesday. We're not going to do that tonight. So I do want people to understand that right now, of course, I'm intercoursing with somebody in some private exchanges. She may not, I'll let her know I'm hosting. This is Diane Hillis-Buchberger, who often communicates with me, usually at the start of a program. I want people to know that when one of the things I wanted to bring up with Peter Moon was what I had spoken about the other day, again in the roundtable, so to speak. But when they brought up Jeff Young. Now, if you might not remember, or you may or may not remember Peter Moon, I don't expect you to. Jeff Young was a band of the group Megadeth, this heavy metal rock band, or acid rock, or the like. And so when it comes to this individual, he was somebody who had lost a testicle to cancer, basically at least one testicle. My understanding was that he had lost both, but he had certainly copped to losing one testicle, and then the other one he was iffy about. And, even maybe that's because of what the way Laura Lee Solomon responded when he confessed to losing one testicle. Maybe that's why he was reluctant to confessing about losing the other, because when he said, yeah, I lost one of my balls to cancer, and I've only got one, the other one ball was left after that, and that's when Laura Lee Solomon said, yeah, it shows. She had that level of viciousness in her, but it wasn't like he didn't deserve it. He was like, basically had asked us for help concerning his situation with his girlfriend, who was apparently very abusive. And what this girlfriend was doing was she was literally grabbing him by his long hair, because he wasn't bringing home any money. He had only been with the band for a year, and apparently what fame he had was expended very poorly. And he was living in Las Vegas, And this girlfriend would grab him by his long hair and basically smash his head through display cases and shit, and glass doors and the like. And he was, of course, deathly scared of her. So this was like a reverse case of an abusive boyfriend. And beyond that, she would bring home boyfriends, or boyfriends other than himself, and have sex with them in front of him, making certain that he stayed and watched. And apparently he was so cowed and afraid to do anything, he would just like glaze over in this like rapt fascination, like somebody watching a train wreck or something, while this took place in front of him. So he's what they would call a cuck, C-U-C-K, the term that's used for cuckolded men. But this cuckold was also from a background that was originally quite privileged. His father, he claimed, had invented the slide card that you slide through that bar that enables you to read debit and credit. And he said it was this technology that made his father a multimillionaire, and that he was supposed to get a large part of this fortune, but apparently his brother had ripped him off, and his family just edged him out, and he wound up with nothing. So he was approaching myself and Laura Lee Solomon and a number of other people for advice. This included Brandon Young. And so I told him, of course, that he should try and report this to the FBI, and that even though I knew he had an opinion of the feds, that he really needed to just restrain himself, approach them neutrally, asking for help, and all the advice that I gave him, and all of the entire conversation between himself and at least myself, Laura Lee Solomon, and Brandon Young, he then took, having recorded it all without our permission, and published it. And now I didn't give a shit, because I'm always recorded, as far as I'm concerned. Everything that I say in any private conversation is tapped into and essentially listened to by the deep state. We know that for a fact, because every once in a while they'll choose to interact, just to taunt, as they did when I had that appointment with thee just the other day, and I mentioned that story. But when it came to Jeff Young doing this, it was devastating to Laura Lee Solomon and Brandon Young, who felt that this was a betrayal of trust, which of course it was. But I was like, of course, explained to both of them, what does it matter? It's fucking Jeff Young. It's like, what did his trust ever mean to you? But then, of course, some things they said that were meant to be private, plenty of things actually were now up for public review. But people need to really learn to expect, whenever you're talking with anyone, you can't expect anything to be private. Not in this day and age. Everything is recorded, and you might as well always just be aware that whatever you're saying, say it as if you're a public figure. Say it as if you're being recorded. This is what cops have to come into cognizance of, that everything they say should be assumed as recorded. They should imagine themselves as always being on stage. And that's how anybody who even has a hint of a profile should imagine themselves. But when it came to Jeff Young, he met one of my listeners through my show. Fiore, her name might have been Fiore, but I don't really remember, and that's probably for the best. But she lived in Texas, older lady. She was on welfare, so she lived in public housing. So she was living in public housing, probably on the first floor or one of the lower floors. And of course, for those who don't know, when you live in an environment like that, visitors are only allowed during visitors' hours. It's like you're in a hospital or a prison. There are certain hours visitors are allowed because you're living in what's basically a rent-free apartment, or you're paying very little rent to the point where you might as well be living there for free. And so you're not supposed to have visitors except on their terms. Understandable. That's how they maintain order. So he was visiting her after hours and getting on her good side, basically ingratiating himself. and maybe even physically intimate with her. I mean, she wasn't uncomely to the point where she wasn't overly elderly, and she wasn't that past some point of physical interest to many men, I would imagine. But then he began beating her. And then it got to the point where she tried to report him, but then he came back on certain nights, came through the window on nights where she had it open because of the Texas heat, and basically proceeded to threaten her and take money from her. Now, she distinctly told me with the what I can only imagine to be a complete, sincere, and earnest truth. There's no reason to lie about this. She distinctly told me that while Jeff Young, former rock band heavy metalist who played in the same band as Dave Mustaine, the gay lover of Alex Jones, no less, whom he had a particular hatred for himself, Jeff Young, hated Dave Mustaine. Whether this was out of jealousy for his having landed Alex Jones as a lover or not, we can only speculate. But what this lady told me was that here's this guy coming in through her window. She had called the police to have him taken away in the past. She ultimately would have restraining orders placed against him. And eventually, my understanding was this came to an end. I don't really know. But with the last time that I spoke with her, she said Jeff Young is beating her up, stealing her money, and yet at a time like that, having come in through a public housing window after hours, committing himself to what's basically a degree of felony, several felonies, breaking into federal property, for instance. I mean, that's felonious right there. You're breaking into federal property if you're going into low-income housing. Then assaulting an old lady, taking money, and yet amidst all these various stress factors that you think would be enough to occupy a man's mind alone, including potential for sexual assault involved in all of this, he feels compelled to tell her, per her own words to me, he felt compelled to tell her multiple times during these assaults the one thing that stood out to her that she remembered amongst all the other outrages was he kept telling her, don't listen to Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich is a government shill. And I'm like thinking, what on earth would compel someone in the midst of all that to insist that someone not listen to an individual on the internet? That they had obviously met through a mutual interest in myself and my show, but then that would become one of the points he was trying to indoctrinate into her through beatings, assault, fear. This is, combine that with, then you go over to, say for instance, what happened with Penny Bradley and her working with GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network, where they... person who ran it, Daryl Neely, black African American who considered himself a white supremacist to the point where he named himself one with Odin, as in the one with the father of the gods of Norse mythology, the Allfather of Nordic cosmology. This clown has an entire radio station that he's built from the ground up, so to speak. Bunch of people who are on his internet station that rely on him as the overall owner of the station, so to speak, and are all time slotted by him. Penny Bradley commits herself to Edom, basically begins assaulting Peter Moon and myself verbally, saying that we are threatening her friend, quote unquote, Salman Sheikh, who is then given a time slot on GERN radio network called the Anti-Dietrich Show. And Daryl Neely tells me he's going to convert all of the GERN radio network to an anti-Dietrich platform. Bring on everybody, including Richard K. Cole Jr. and Jameson Reese. These people were all time slotted for their own shows. So when I turned him into the FBI for having participated in the January 6th insurrection, to the point where, of course, he smeared all of the other participants by stripping a dead officer of his uniform, and then trying to impersonate an officer himself. Doing this on camera, mind you, while smoking a big doobie, and saying, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em." So when I bring this to the attention of the FBI, and this individual is ultimately caught because he is literally trying to get rid of the evidence by selling the dead officer's uniform on eBay, the FBI closes in on him, and basically this guy is going to be in jail for a while. You haven't even heard that guy's case. I mean, I've heard other people's cases where they say, oh, this member of the Proud Boys is going down for 18 years. Oh, this member of the Proud Boys, whatever. But you never heard of what happened to Daryl Neely. It's like they caught him in jail and they're just going to keep him there. And so, of course, Gurn Radio Network went down. The whole anti-Dietrich platform went down of all these people. But say, for instance, someone like Penny Bradley, there was absolutely no need for her to do what she did. No need for Jeff Young to be doing what he did. But these people are compelled by something where the thing that suddenly matters in their life as their primary mission statement is they have to attack Douglas Dietrich. And in the case of Penny Bradley, also Peter Moon. So this is, you've got these people like Jeff Young and Penny Bradley, and you would think they would have other concerns in life. What with all their health issues, losing testicles, dropping balls off.
I have a question as to what's behind it.
Yeah.
It's the case of Penny, in other words, or it's like when you shake their world paradigm, and I don't mean you, it can be me, it can be them, but when their world paradigm is shaken, and it's like with Qigong, when people find out they don't know how to breathe, they can become very arrogant and say, oh, I know how to breathe. I know this. I watched Deepak Chopra. This is the problem with Qigong. In other words, you're alive. Like, say, I was 54 years old when I discovered it. I did not have a problem with admitting my ignorance, but it wasn't that arrogant. But people are so arrogant that they're walking around thinking they figured out life, and they haven't figured out shit. And this is the problem. So with somebody like Penny, who is, as you say, is all messed up, and they're all caught up in space stuff, and many people are all caught up in QAnon. They're all caught up in aliens. They're basically in a distraction. It's like, it's like saying, it's like if you called somebody on the cell phone and he says, I can't talk to you right now. I'm on the Matterhorn ride with my daughter in Disneyland. Yeah. That's kind of where they're at, except that's like a 3-minute ride or something. But these people keep going around and around and around. And then, now I'm on the Dumbo ride. I can't talk to you. Dumbo looks great, He's got his big ass up in the air. It's like in other words, their whole paradigm is shot. They're living what they don't want to admit is a lie. It is a lie, but they don't want to admit.
Thank you.
That they're how ignorant, misplaced, and basically how stupid they are. And this is referred to as emptying your cup. You have to empty your cup and you go someplace instead of let's eat fodder from, okay. Well, or it's like this. They're saying, okay, Douglas, I'm listening to you, or Peter, I'm listening to you, and your information's very good. Now come here and let me share with what I've been eating. And it's crap. It truly is crap, but they don't necessarily understand that. But in the case of of Penny, who's doing an advocacy of all this, and super Nazis. It's like the weirder and more far out you can be, the more acceptable you are. So yeah, we talk about Bigfoot, we talk about aliens, we talk about super soldiers, we talk about underground caverns on Mars and the spiders there, and we talk about interdimensional wormholes and the beings that come out of there, the reptilian. There's not just reptilians. So it's just like, overload with no coherency, except that the idea that it's far out. This was the watchword of the 1960s. The expression was far out, far out. That was like an acknowledgement. It was like the zeitgeist. The more far out it was, the better. And that's what I grew up with, far out. And that generation of mine has embraced that to the point of, stupidity.
Thank you.
You got to reel it, and that's Saturn reels it back in. Uranus is just far out. Uranus is out there, and Neptune is even farther than Uranus, away from the sun. Neptune is illusion and deception, and Saturn reels you back in with, with reality. With reality, like what's really going on here? Do we need to? And then this anti-Dietrich platform is almost amusing, and in fact, it is to some degree. But it's like, okay, let's build an anti-Dietrich platform. I was thinking this is completely absurd. Most people don't even know who Dietrich is.
Thank you.
Anti-Dietrich platform, where this does become dangerous, is like, say, you take Donald Trump, who has amassed a certain amount of power politically, enough to become president. So you have an anti-Trump cult, and the anti-Trump cult also has the support of many powerful people, including the media. So you have a pro-Trump cult, but that's why you have such a formidable anti-Trump cult. So when you become powerful, then these things become more formidable, because then you'll have people working harder. Yes. You see how hard people are working over, how important this is to people.
Yes.
This means how dedicated they are to the cults of the kings of Edom, how dedicated they are, so that they can become potentially, commensurate with your own rise to notoriety. And yes. I've had my own anti-Peter Moon cult going on for a long time ago, but it's more hidden. It's more hidden, and it's more, as they say, in the world of Aquino, who would not want me to rise to too much prominence.
Well, it was public enough in the sense that you had Art Bell saying, I did bring this up earlier tonight to the roundtable. I was telling them how Art Bell wanted to speak with Dr. David Lewis Anderson, had no recourse but to contact you to try and make that happen, and yet express to yourself, but I don't want you on. And that alone is so offensive. It's literally beyond words. It's like, did he honestly expect you to even continue speaking to him after that? Like, I mean, to the point of even responding. Obviously he knew of you, was scared to death to have you on, because you threatened his interests, or his backers, his sponsors, wanted David Lewis Anderson on, probably because he felt maybe he was more manipulable if he had him on. But
time travel. He loves the subject of time travel. He literally did, and he respected David.
Okay, but what was his? Why would he even say what he did to you and expect you to even respond at all, let alone positively? That's,
you want to know the truth of it? I forwarded his request to David, knowing damn well David wasn't going to respond to it.
Okay.
I actually forwarded his request but I knew nothing would come of it.
Right. It's
I was that polite to my enemy. I was that.
Well, you shouldn't have been. You should not have been.
You know what? You know what? I didn't feed the animosity that maybe I would, or should have. And it was like, I forwarded his request. And, of course, Art
Bell fell down the well, yes.
No. The next thing I saw from him, he had posted a picture of himself in the hospital bed, showing how sick he was.
Yeah. And it's like, in a very real sense, he never recovered. He was just always downhill. Was this before the murder of his wife? Because, I'll say it.
After all of that stuff happened, he was now trying to promote Dark Matter, which was the name of his radio efforts. But he was out of the loop. Even Coast to Coast was not in his life anymore. He was trying to compete with them, but he was of no relevance anymore. He out-relevanced himself. He had plenty of money.
Yeah.
But, he was just a degenerate soul.
Thank you. He couldn't buy relevance. He could not buy relevance with all the money that he had. And when Peter Moon says he was a degenerate soul, Peter's being generous. I mean, I'll say it just briefly, the sordid saga, and there's plenty more to it than I'm even going to share, is that, not that I'm hiding anything, it's simply, just for the sake of brevity. Art Bell had at least 3 marriages, more like 4. The original 2 were, every one of them was always an Asian. They were always Asian. The closest to a white woman he had was Ramona, who was half white or something like that, but she was like half Filipina. And but the others were 2 preceding ones were pure Okinawan. And he had a child by one of them, I think the second one. But this child was half Okinawan, half white. Like myself, cosmogenate, hybrid, and therefore generally effete, effeminate, and considered easy meat by his teacher, who took him on a special field trip into the desert, and it raped him, infected him with AIDS at a time when AIDS was a death sentence, before we had the HIV cocktails that stave off death. So when this was kind of made public, it was never really made public. Art Bell was then quote unquote betrayed, and this was by the Australian John David Oates, who used to do reverse speech. And so John David Oates did reverse speech on Art Bell and said Art Bell allowed his son to be raped because Art Bell is really a child predator, part of a large network, a cult of child predators. This is what John David Oates said. Even though he had been on Art Bell multiple times, we can take this a number of ways. I would prefer to take it as a moment of truth or confrontation with one's moral limits, and that John David Oates truly believed what he ascertained through his reverse speech, and felt that even though people called him the man who bit the hand that fed him, because he had been made a household name to a certain extent, people knew about reverse speech through his appearances on Art Bell, he nevertheless felt so horrified by what he found out about Art Bell, he had to come out with it. Now, after that, he was then, I guess, handled, basically approached and then quote-unquote backed up by Ted Gunderson, and Art Bell sued them both. And it's important never to forget that in between these 2 parties, Ted Gunderson and John David Oates, and on the other side, Art Bell, the go-between throughout the lawsuit between these 2 parties was the private detective who basically interviewed myself and then tried to deny all connection. And I call him the cheap detective or the sleazy detective. I'm trying to remember his name. He was involved with Revolution Radio for a while. Do you remember his name, Peter?
Opperman?
Opperman! That was it! Ed Opperman! Ed Opperman! Ed Opperman was the go-between between these two parties throughout that lawsuit. And that alone speaketh volumes that both parties trusted Ed Opperman as the courier between them, which speaks volumes as to how sleazy and involved with the dark side Ed Opperman is. Now, again, Ed Opperman helped me in the past. He was expert at tracing email addresses. So when I was sent a legal threat by Michael Aquino, and people were claiming I had produced that threat myself to make a name for myself, it was Ed Opperman who publicly proved it was Michael Aquino who sent me a legal threat. And, of course, I publicly laughed it off and told Michael Aquino, please, by all means, pursue this. Bring me to court. After which, of course, Michael Aquino backed down. So when it came to Ed Opperman, he had been there in the beginning, but then he became more and more of a chicken shit and just pathetically greedy. My cosmetologist, began to complain that Ed Opperman kept begging for money on Facebook, and she was tired of seeing him beg for money all day on Facebook. I said, why don't you just block him? I couldn't understand. But at any rate, Ed Opperman would do that. It was sad, pathetic. But then, of course, Art Bell won the lawsuit, and Ed Opperman kind of vanished off that scene. Ted Gunderson had the FBI back him up and pay for the millions and millions. So they kind of settled with Art Bell on behalf of Ted Gunderson, who was, quietly ushered off into to die quietly. And with David John Oates, he ran away to Australia, so he wouldn't have to pay any of it. So they couldn't extradite him from Australia, and he wasn't going to send Art Bell any money from there. So he spent the rest of his days in Australia, claiming, perhaps truly, by that I mean perhaps sincerely, that he was hunted, harassed, claimed people were murdering his dogs, claimed that they were leaving malodorous stink bombs on his doorstep, that sort of thing. All that might well be true. But at any rate, Art Bell then proceeded to murder his wife, Ramona Bell, who lived with him. And basically, the important thing to remember is the environment he was in, Pahrump, Nevada. You're talking about a man who was the only resource Pahrump, Nevada had. And he would basically get the sheriff elected and reelected because he would campaign for him on radio. So each time the sheriff ran, he'd say, I want this man reelected, and the man would get reelected because Art Bell was behind him. So this guy really owed Art Bell. So when Art Bell's wife died, basically he told the public, oh, she was asthmatic. She was asthmatic and she couldn't find her asthma inhaler. She couldn't find her inhaler and she died, gasping for breath. Poor dear. And it's like, first of all, anybody who's asthmatic to that degree wears that inhaler around their neck like a crucifix. And they were in a trailer they lived in together, just a double expanded trailer. It wasn't like there was much space to lose it in. It was like, this guy took her fucking inhaler and probably held it in his hand and watched her gasp for her last breath while she died. That's how he was able to describe it so luridly. But, that's what the sheriff went with. Yeah, poor dear died of, unable to access her inhaler, so she died of her asthma, which, of course, is, doesn't mean it wasn't murder, just means that they had a medical excuse for the murder. After which, Art Bell went and married her 14-year-old cousin. And her 14-year-old cousin, it being legal to marry a girl at the age of 12 in the Philippines, was already married to somebody else. So this individual was paid off as Art Bell obliquely described it, she had to get a divorce. So imagine marrying a 14-year-old girl who has just divorced somebody who's been fucking her since she was 12. And then this guy couldn't bring her back to the United States because of human child trafficking anti-slavery laws. Basically, the State Department said, no, you are not bringing her home. At which point he began to broadcast from Manila in the Philippines. People might remember that's what he was doing for a long time, until he could bribe all of the right people and was able to bring her back to the States by the time she was about 16. So, I mean, this is like just beyond description. This is like, there's no words for this shit. And then they had the child. Then they had the child who he named Asia Rain Bell, because bigger and shit, she was born in Asia. Well, it was a rainy night. And of course, yeah, we couldn't go outside, so we spent all night fucking. I mean, this is like, okay, I had a child because I was making out with this chick I roofied in the back of my Buick. So I named the product of our love Roofie Buick Bell. It's like Roofie Buick Bell. You know, I mean, it's like, it's at that level of classlessness and crassitude that it's like he's trolling humanity with his gutter level lifestyle. So this is an individual whose son gets raped by a teacher under circumstances which John David Oates insists he was involved in. Not John David Oates, but Art Bell. Goes and marries the cousin of the wife who he murdered, so that he could do this. It's like, so, and this is a man who's worth millions and countless millions of dollars, wins millions more, suing a couple of guys who try and out him. He's, you know, and the stupidest thing about this son of a bitch was when he tried to go into combat against the former station or network he had worked for, Clear Channel, basically. Clear Channel ultimately owned the, what was it that he was working with again down in California where it was headquartered? But at any rate, when he went on with this dark matter shit, and he was working with Sirius, the satellite company, SIRIUS, named after the constellation, this idiot did exactly what I predicted he would do, and yet still couldn't believe what he did. He just took everybody he already had on speed dial, Doc Michio Kaku, Richard Hoagland, every one of these losers, and just brought them on as guests all the time, all over again. And it was like everybody was not going to pay to subscribe to this shit because they could hear these motherfuckers for free every goddamn night talking to George Norrie on Coast to Coast AM. So it's like, what did he expect? He had no competition. Did he think it was just his charisma combined with these buffoons would have everybody paying to hear him for the same shit they got for free every night? This is the insanity of this individual. How full of arrogance he was to think that this was even doable. So there you go. I mean, this is like, and then ultimately, of course, he died, and will not be missed. There's no real gaping hole that anyone needs to fill with this guy. It was like he was this transitional figure who became this phenomenon, and then vanished. He will not be remembered by future generations. It's not like his impression is culturally relevant. He was not a culture. Andy Warhol, who's as empty as they come, has more cultural relevance than Art Bell. And he had a woman actually try to kill him. The woman who was the militant lesbian feminist. She tried to assassinate Andy Warhol. With Art Bell, he's not even at that level where anyone would have bothered to have done that. So back to Peter. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I do. I never listened to Art Bell, except one time I turned it on in the middle of the night, and he was talking about David Oates, and talking about people insulting Richard Hoagland. You know who you are. Anyway. But David Oates he had this reverse speech that he had evolved as a theory. And the stupidity of him was that he was taking reverse speech, which is, again, a theory. It may well be true, but he was presenting it as fact.
Yeah.
And this is what lost him the court case, in addition to the fact that Art had unlimited resources to shut him up.
Yeah.
But this guy was completely irresponsible with the way he communicated. He showed no logic, no respect for logic of the legal system.
Thank you.
So it's like, it's like if I say you're a murderer and I have nothing to back it up, and
it's up reverse speech.
Yeah. And I think it was about child, porn, and I don't know. There was all sorts of accusations about Art Bell being in the porno business. I don't know if it was true.
I'm sure it was, just on the basis of his lifestyle. By the way, and again, no moral judgment there on that, other than if he were involved with pedo porn, obviously that takes it to a different realm. But when it comes to Art Bell, he was in the environment for it. A lot of that goes down in Nevada, of course, thanks to Las Vegas and the environs. But when it comes to also his background with the Okinawan ladies, and just the fact that obviously there's a lot of catering to GIs through prostitution, this is not an individual who was adapted to a kind of conventional societal norm. So he was always living on the periphery. But the point is, this is what I believe, is that Art Bell, probably in his days of friendship with David John Oates, because they had established a rapport and a friendship for a period of time, probably exposed a lot of himself that later on John David Oates, if we look at it more cynically, probably felt he could blackmail Art Bell with, and maybe get millions of dollars out of Art Bell, but it all backfired. It's like... but anyhow, back to Peter with that. Does that sound like it's plausible?
Well, I mean, the guy was pretty
out there. Yeah, just
stupid.
Yes. Yeah.
Stupid. It doesn't mean reverse speech is wrong, but when you, in fact, there's something to be said for it. But when you claim one thing, it's like you can't see the forest from the trees. It's like, don't you understand that reverse speech, at least in whether it's true or not, it's not regarded as. So you're disrespecting reality.
Yes.
You're even though if it may be true, and what. So in other words, he's a miscalculating individual. The same can be said for Art Bell, based upon information I was told by Wade Gordon, one of my authors, who knew so much about the radio business, and he followed all this. He said that Art Bell was morbidly afraid that when his son was announced as gay, that it would completely ruin, or the Art Bell's career when he had been gotten AIDS. Art Bell thought this was going to ruin his career. That's how miscalculating he was. Like, wow. Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
But by the way, did his son ultimately come out as gay?
Well, maybe it wasn't that. Maybe that just that he had AIDS.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
that he was raped, and that people would look at Art Bell as a complete ne'er-do-well. In other words, that they would think badly of Art Bell for what happened to his son, and that this was to be a scandal for Art Bell.
That doesn't make any sense because obviously his son was a victim.
He was very afraid of that, according to Wade.
I believe. By the way, I believe every word that Wade said. I believe that Wade knew that Art Bell was afraid of this. I believe Art Bell was afraid of this because I remember distinctly that was hinted to me during the few times that I spoke to Daniel Brinkley before Daniel Brinkley became deathly afraid of being affiliated with myself. And just took it safe and went with the crowd that provides his bread and butter, which is this hospice crowd. By that, I don't mean the people he's treating with the Twilight Brigade. I'm talking about the palliative care crowd that goes to Midnight in the Desert and these other weird conferences. That's basically Daniel Brinkley's Twilight Brigade right there, that he intends to provide him his bread and butter until his dying days when he, finally truly dies. But when it comes to the... what Daniel Brinkley did express to me was that pretty much what you're saying, that Art Bell definitely relied on his counseling through that period of time to calm him down. So Art Bell was like literally having a nervous breakdown, or was in a state of constant nervous breakdown, the way Daniel Brinkley described it, over his son being raped, not because he gave a shit about his son, but that he somehow thought that this would make him look like a bad father. But wait, you know what that is? That's repressed guilt or fear that he would be found guilty for what he truly was, somehow actually being responsible for this. Because no other normal man would think that. If you were a normal father whose son was victimized, you're not going to feel, oh my God, people are going to look down on me because my son contracted AIDS because he was raped by a school teacher. If anything, you'd be in a state of righteous outrage, that you would know, if anything, intuitively, the crowd would be on your side.
For a man, go public about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, now it says here on reverse speech, and this is Wikipedia. Yeah. I apologize.
No worries.
No, it says
apologies for Wikipedia are needed. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but what's said here, it's basically saying that it's a pseudoscientific topic. However, David Oates is saying that it will reveal a person's true, aspects. You'll get hidden message, and it gives here an example of Neil Armstrong. They play backwards, when he says one small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. And this is what it says backwards. Small, so when you play Neil Armstrong backwards, it says small step for man, man will spacewalk. Right. Now, that's an example of reverse speech working. My girlfriend Marianne is the one who introduced me to it, and she had a little yak back machine, which was good for 7 seconds. We saw indications of that being relevant. We also, she also hired sometimes reverse speech to be done on David Anderson and stuff, and it had varying degrees of relevancy. It's hard to deny it. It's hard to accept it, but as they say, if reverse speech is a pseudoscientific topic by mainstream, it suggests that they don't want it used on them.
Of course.
But having said that, David Oates was still completely self-destructive in not understanding the environment he was in.
Absolutely.
It says here, an alternative explanation for this phenomena is pareidolia, the tendency of the human brain to perceive meaningful patterns in random noise. Pareidolia is even more likely to occur when a person consciously tries to detect a pattern, as in the case for someone listening for intelligible phrases in backward speech. The power of suggestion is then used to nudge the listener to hear what the presenter wants him to hear. David John Oates, for example, almost always tells the listener in advance what he should expect to hear, thereby planting suggestion that would make the listener more likely to actually hear that phrase.
No, that's true. That's true.
A study has shown that when listening to the same clips without being told in advance what to expect, the results of a higher variation. Well, of course, the problem, this is like one of the most unscientific attitudes, is to say, well, it's this, but it's that, instead of looking at the nuances of the truth. See, they don't admit there's nuances.
Well,
they
as someone,
black and white.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And the only reason I break in is because we only have a few minutes left. It's got about maybe about 4 minutes left safely, 5 minutes or so. I do want people to know that as someone who worked in security and mercenary work, I know for a fact that the Israelis, particularly Mossad and the counterintelligence forces, when they were interrogating the Palestinians, or various people they considered a threat to state security. And I have no doubt, of course, torture was involved, but they would use reverse speech to ultimately cinch or clinch many things that they found out about where to target next, or where to find out certain things that guys who were not breaking under torture would then inform them through reverse speech involuntarily. In other words, while they're torturing the men and asking, where is the bomb? Then they would replay what they said in reverse and actually find out where the bomb was, even though the men had not broken under torture. So it's while this is not scientifically recognized, people in Israeli security accept it as fact. So this is something that, this does not detract from the fact that David John Oates was basically a very self-indulgent, pathological idiot in his own right. He, for instance, said, I first learned about reverse speech when I played backward after a party, and I realized every woman at the party wanted to sleep with me when I replayed what they said in reverse. Okay, well, that is no longer anywhere near the level of seriousness that the Mossad was working with. Now we're dealing with somebody who has a fantasy.
Very egotistical.
Thank you, to say the least. He's delusional. Yeah, so
look how attractive I am.
Yeah. So in the few minutes we have remaining, our dear Australian, do say good morning to Peter and our listeners, and then Peter will say good morning
Peter.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Nice to hear you. Good to meet you.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, by the way, is this the first time the two of you talked? I forgot.
No, we haven't.
Oh, okay. So, yes, Peter, this is Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia.